Chapter 521 Reliable Old Man. What I mean by sending treasures is that I hope you, or you can go to the fairyland before me, and refine the power that originally belonged to me for your own use. Bai Zai narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Su Yin, and said seriously, as for the deep logic of the netherworld, due to the restrictions of the nest, I cannot say that the real purpose of the netherworld to control so many powerful people is to start a new war among all races. And the disintegration of the original fairyland is due to the influence of the netherworld. Bai Zai spoke slowly, and told Su Yin the whole story of why he wanted to send treasures to him, and what would happen if Su Yin could not get the power separated by Bai Zai before returning. Bai Zai is the only divine beast between heaven and earth, as he knows, and was introduced. In his heyday, his power can be called beast god and martial god among all races. But these are not what Bai Zai is worried about. The gap in the pure military power level has the possibility of being equalized or even surpassing himself. What Bai Zai is really worried about is his innate magical power. He is not the strongest in the netherworld, but he has the ability to directly monitor the world. In front of Bai Zai, all conspiracies and tricks are completely meaningless. In other words, the living creatures have no chance of winning the battle of all races set off by the netherworld. Or rather, it should be said that it is a massacre. Even the possibility of stopping the netherworld will no longer exist. As the cultivation world gradually returns to the fairyland, the control of the netherworld over the undead witches will become stronger. In a limited time, Bai Zai has dealt with the extremely dangerous nine-tailed fox god. Now, he only needs normal creatures to go to the fairyland to recover, and refine his scattered power to prevent himself from returning to his prime. After Bai Zai is resurrected, it is meaningless to kill Bai Zai again. No matter how he dies, he will be resurrected in the netherworld. He now needs a suitable person to go to the fairy world to recover his power, and use it to restrict himself. In this way, when the world is changing, he can win a chance for the creatures to resist. Otherwise, once Bai Zai returns to his position, the netherworld can directly control all the secrets between heaven and earth and recruit the existence that may threaten their plans in advance. I was born in the chaotic period, and went through the war-torn period of Taichu and the original fairy world. What I saw and heard told me that what will happen next is what I don't want and don't like to see. Bai Zai smiled and said, if you are willing to lend me a hand, you can take all the power of my years of hard work and use it for yourself. 1/10 is enough to steal the sky and change the day, and be the king of the fairy world. If you use it all for yourself, then your power will be enough to surpass the Taichu generation. The chaos and Taichu that Bai Zai said actually refer to the era that the original fairy world has experienced. The creatures born in the chaotic period are extremely powerful and master the power of rules. Taichu also refers to an era. The creatures at that time were basically the descendants of the Holy Spirit. Although they were not as capable as the creatures in the chaotic period of stealing the world and reversing yin and yang, they were definitely not something that ordinary creatures could mess with. Next came the Age of War, when the divine beasts, the strange beasts, and the human race became active. No matter what kind of creature, as long as they could obtain the power that Bai Zai had differentiated before, they could ascend to heaven in one step and compete with the creatures born in the Taichu era. The Taichu era here refers to the end of the chaos, the earliest period of the Taichu era. Such a great gift was thrown by Bai Zai, and no creature could remain unmoved. Su Yin was naturally no exception, especially when he learned that the netherworld wanted to start a big melee again and control the birth and death of the creatures in the original fairy world. Su Yin had no chance to refuse. But before that, Su Yin couldn't help asking Bai Zai, aren't you afraid that my lazy collection speed will not catch up with the speed of the return of the cultivation world? After all, I am a fox in the nascent soul stage. I have no relatives or power in the fairy world. It may not be a short time to collect the scattered things of Senior Bai Zai. Now the cultivation world is returning to the fairy world, and no one can tell the specific time required for this return. Once Bai Zai returns to the fairyland, he can gather them in a short time. Su Yin is not sure how much time he can get ahead of Bai Zai. What if Bai Zai runs to the fairyland right after he arrives in the fairyland? Wouldn't it be a trap? The matter is of great importance. Su Yin has to ask. There is plenty of time. Bai Zai raised his hand and patted Su Yin on the head, smiling and saying, at least, choosing you may save more than 10 years compared to me looking for a suitable person to teach the method of yin and yang circulation. After all, to obtain part of the power, you need to be male, and the other part requires males to understand music. When Bai Zai said this, there was an obvious strange expression on his cheek. Obviously, he knew where some of his power was located and how to obtain it. There is no need to answer in a hurry now, because the world of cultivation is still very far away from the world of immortals. With your strength, there is no possibility of climbing from the world of cultivation. Well, from the world of immortals to the world of cultivation, it is like riding a slide, and it goes to the bottom with a whoosh. To go from the world of cultivation to the world of immortals is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Bai Zai touched Su Yan's head, and after confirming that he had an idea about his own strength, he stood up from the deck of the immortal boat and said, I tell you this not to get any promises. If you are willing to go, you have already helped me a lot. Don't feel any pressure. Nothing is certain to succeed. In the process, you just need to be worthy of your efforts and hard work. Bai Zai said everything he needed to say, and then removed the shielding and spiritual power barriers, and his figure slowly disappeared from the deck of the floating city. He had already gotten the answer he wanted, so there was no need to stay here any longer. If he stayed too long, it would easily attract the attention of the lackeys in the netherworld. If the distance between the cultivation world and the fairy world is closer, Su Yan will still choose to go there the next time they meet, and Bai Zai will help Su Yan and send him to the fairy world. Of course, when asking Su Yan about these things, Bai Zai actually hid some topics, and did not tell Su Yan. Su Yan may be penniless in the fairy world, but Bai Zai is not an unknown person there. After so many years, he still has some close and reliable friends. If Su Yan really chooses to go to the fairy world, then Bai Zai will give him his landscape card, so that Su Yan can temporarily gain a foothold in the fairy world with the help of his friends. It is not that he really knows nothing there, and runs around like a blind fly. Su Yan and Princess Wuxi watched Bai Zai leave. Do you need me to pinch you? Princess Wuxi slowly retracted her gaze, and looked at Su Yan and asked, Can you step on my tail? I feel like I'm dreaming. Su Yan said, Oh. Chapter 522 Sir. Are you going to lead the way? Although Su Yan felt like he was dreaming because of the experience just now, and what Senior Bai Zai said was too outrageous, he subconsciously asked Princess Wuxi to kick his tail. The princess didn't really step on Su Yan's tail, but just raised her hand and twisted Su Yan's foxy butt. Su Yan immediately whimpered and jumped up while holding his butt. Su Yan was very sure that he was not dreaming. Senior Bai Zai was not bragging just now. He really gave him a good opportunity to get a bargain. I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. Princess Wuxi stretched out her hand and caught Su Yan, who jumped up. She said with a malicious expression on her face, You even hid such an important thing from me. Huh? Are you afraid that I will lock you up in the cellar and torture you? Although there were no outsiders in the floating city, everyone else was watching this side, so the princess did not reveal anything about Su Yan when they were playing. After all, this kid really has a conscience. When he sees an enemy in front of him, he will really block himself. Maybe he will be struck by lightning. Su Yan could naturally see that the princess was joking, and his face was full of helplessness. He spread his little fox hand to show that he did not intend to conceal his specialties and skills when he joined the job. But the weather was not good. The journey to Qinghai Lake Town for breakfast was triggered by a series of changes that no one could have predicted because of the escape of Bai Lian, the leader of Liyun sect, and caused a devastating blow to the 3 miles around Qinghai Lake. The gushing lake water destroyed everything around. Fortunately, the towns around Qinghai Lake were built on relatively high ground and were not damaged. So Su Yan and the princess did not make a wasted trip. My lord, are you still in need of a Taoist child? Everyone came to the Qinghai Lake City Inn because of their nine-tailed fox bloodline. Su Yan and the princess sat directly in the box reserved for the nine-tailed fox tribe. The inn's private room inside the towering tree canopy allows the noble nine-tailed foxes in the box to have a panoramic view of the scenery of Qinghai Lake. The half-dead blackfish monster and the tadpole monster, who were reluctant to cooperate, now looked at Su Yan and Wuxi princess with a sense of shyness. The leader of Liyun sect, Liyun Taoist, immortal, tadpole monster, and the great immortal among the blackfish monsters, who were kings and overlords in a corner of the Duguan wilderness area and did all kinds of evil, fell into the world of cultivation, and within 3 instant sticks of time, their immortal bodies were kicked to pieces by a big tail with 2 horns on its head. Then, a shadow twisted off the head of Taoist Liyun and used it as a meteor hammer, which shocked the tadpole monster and the blackfish monster. The Taoist Liyun was so scary that he could scare them to death when he appeared. But he died in the world of cultivation after being arrogant for a short while, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. The 2 nobles in front of them knew the big shots, who could kick Taoist Liyun's immortal body to pieces. If they held on to the thighs of these 2 nobles and acted as running dogs. Would they still have to worry about having no food to eat? Woof woof woof. The blackfish monster and the tadpole monster changed their races directly, looking at Su Yin and the princess with expectation, hoping to be chosen by the adults as the vanguard and guide to invade the immortal world. What do we need the Taoist boy for? The princess, who was tasting the bird meat, slowly looked at the two monsters lying on the edge of the fish tank, looking at her pitifully, and said, however, "You reminded me of something. If you can answer it, I dare not say that you will be rich and powerful in the future, but at least you can have 4 dishes and 1 soup every day." Woof woof with the blackfish monster and the tadpole monster were full of expectations. I remember you said before that the Nightmare Town method in the fairy world is one of the mainstream cultivation methods. But there are some special restrictions. Princess Wuxi looked at the two monsters and said, "I know you don't know, but I need you to explore it next. Whoever can explore it, I will reward you with 10,000 kilograms of spirit stones." The method of Nightmare Town is not unfamiliar to the people of Xiaoyu and Princess Wuxi. The third prince of Xiaoyu even raises a group of monsters under the Nightmare Town sect. Although Princess Wuxi did not come into contact with those things, the third prince had always warned her not to come into contact with any spells of the Nightmare sect. The end of the Nightmare sect is the peak of the tribulation stage, and any further progress will surely lead to death. In such a large cultivation world, the one with the highest level of Nightmare sect cultivation is Dao Hua Jinjuan. And the Nightmare sect he practiced was not an orthodox Nightmare sect at all. He just picked up some books on Nightmare sect in the trash can before, and created his own method by exploring and piecing together. It has already been derived from the Taoism of the Nightmare sect. The disadvantages of the Nightmare sect are almost common sense in the eyes of the high-level cultivation world. But the appearance of the sect master of Luyun's sect completely broke the common sense that those who practice the Nightmare sect to the point of death will die. Although Princess Wuxi could not see the way out of the Taoism performed by the sect master of Luyun's sect, she could see some flesh and blood fusion shadows of the Nightmare sect of the central state in it. Princess Wuxi was eager to know why the immortal world could break the restrictions of the Nightmare suppression method. Bai Zhe had mentioned before that the Nightmare suppression method was a method spread by the netherworld to select and control cultivators. And there were very few people who were really favored by the netherworld in the world of cultivation or the world of immortals. From the perspective of the princess, the Taoist Luyun was indeed very strong compared to herself. But he should not be chosen by the netherworld. He was really too weak. He couldn't even survive 3 moves in the hands of the Bliss Immortal. The cultivation level of the leaders of the 5 continents and 4 seas was basically the same as that of the universe. And they had reached the upper limit of the cultivation level in the world of cultivation. How could a guy who had built an immortal body, but couldn't even beat the ultimate heavenly man pass the selection of the netherworld and become an immortal wizard? If Taoist Luyun could pass the selection, then it can only be said that the so-called netherworld is just that. And it is not worth Bai Zhe's effort to interfere and hinder them. Therefore, Taoist Luyun must have some secrets that he didn't know when he became an immortal through the Nightmare suppression method. And he didn't really pass the test of the netherworld. Princess Wuxi was eager to know. And this knowledge was also what the Xiaoyu dynasty needed at present. Although she didn't want to be the crown prince, the changes in the world were approaching step by step. If she could add a bit of strength to her homeland, it would mean less casualties. Since the founding of the Xiaoyu dynasty, it has been the 2nd generation. The return of the cultivation world is imminent, and Emperor Wuxin will certainly select a crown prince to prevent accidents. The role of the crown prince is to stabilize people's hearts, especially after returning to the fairy world. Emperor Wuxin will definitely not stay in the Xiaoyu dynasty for a long time, so it is necessary to select a crown prince. If Emperor Wuxin is away, and the Xiaoyu dynasty encounters an emergency, and Emperor Wuxin cannot return in time, the crown prince can stand up and announce the decision to stabilize the chaotic situation caused by the lack of a leader. Although Master Jean can also stabilize it, the effect is different from the crown prince's personal appearance. The royal family members are with you. What are you panicking about? Can your life and property be more valuable than the royal family? No matter where the Xiaoyu dynasty perishes, it cannot perish in my hands. Princess Wuxi slowly retracted her gaze, put down the worries in her heart, and smiled and had lunch with Su Yin. She now needs some time to organize the information she has obtained into comprehensive information, and then hand it over to the Taifu, who is coming to Qingxiu country, and let her take this information and the drawings of the portal device back. Chapter 523 Reward. After having lunch in Qinghai Lake Town, everyone was not in a hurry to return to the Yusu clan. Although Taoist Luyun was embarrassed after his appearance, The noise and shouting he caused still attracted a large number of monsters. One by one, the monsters ran to the lakeside to look, and those who were familiar with water jumped directly into the lake, trying to salvage the several red-eyed snake statues brought by Taoist Liyun. Princess Wuxi rearranged the salvage device, ordered 2 native monsters of the fairy world, and her 2 guards to start the salvage work, to salvage those guys who knew how to use the method of Nightmare Town to become immortals. You bastard! You dare to be so stubborn! Our master can even kill the immortal Liyun. How dare you! The Blackfish and Tadpole, who were appointed by Princess Wuxi, took advantage of the power of the master and held 2 broken wooden sticks to wait in front of the salvage device of the natives of the fairy world. They were very proud when they saw a creature flying out of the salvage device. They beat the latecomers with wooden sticks under the protection of 2 masters in the fusion stage. The Blackfish monster and Tadpole monster are now beating them like the posture of Princess Wuxi beating them yesterday. No need to say anything. Just beat them directly. Beat the natives of the fairy world to lose half their lives. And even without asking, they will consciously tell whose milk they drank. You don't need to ask about this one. I know them. They are worse off than our cold tadpoles. But if they are fried and sprinkled with salt, or mixed with wasabi and colostrum, they are high class. Send them to the master to taste. And the old turtle over there, the 3-legged turtle, is also high class if you open the sh. Ellen makes soup. The Blackfish and the Tadpole monster commented on the salvage things. You should restrain yourself. One of the princess's guards glanced at the 2 monsters, who relied on others' power with a calm face, and transmitted a voice. They may be your colleagues in the future. I am worried that my current gossip will cause trouble in the future. Although the guard said this, as if he was persuading the 2 monsters, what he thought in his heart was that the 2 monsters were too noisy. They were obviously carrying out an extremely serious and important task. But they made it like a food party. Unlike the busy people in the forest, Su Yin and the princess have been staying in the floating city, floating in the air and sitting in the sunroom garden at the stern, looking at the crowds of people eating melons inside and outside Qinghai Lake. Qinghai Lake has a very long history. Until now, no one remembers how this lake was formed in a forest. People now only know that the water of Qinghai Lake is sweet. But the bottom of the lake is a restricted area. Qinghai Lake, which has never been studied by anyone, welcomes a large number of people who are not afraid of death to study it today. Another salt sculpture has floated up. Su Yin lay on the glass window, shaking his fox tail to look at the situation in Qinghai Lake. Others don't know what's going on in Qinghai Lake. After the explanation of his aunt and Bai Zhe, Su Yin has guessed who the ancient human race who fell here is. If the guess is correct, the human race who fell in Qinghai Lake should be the legendary Qiyu. Qiyu, the lord of all weapons, fell in a certain place. When he died, his blood and sweat were scattered and decomposed into a huge brine pool. His body was sent back to his hometown for burial. Su Yin knew these legends, but who would have thought that above the legendary Salt Lake, there was actually a lake comparable to the ocean covering the ruins. And the water of Qinghai Lake was very sweet and not salty. Su Yin looked down with great interest, wanting to see if everyone could dig out anything. After all, the presence of Qiyu, the lord of all weapons, was quite strong. If one could really find some broken weapons or legacy left behind by Qiyu in the place where he died, it would be a great opportunity to make a fortune right there. Su Yin, a mature and frivolous female voice called out, causing Su Yin's shaking fox tail to freeze. Su Yin slowly turned his head and saw that the original lowly-shaped Princess Wuxi had long disappeared, replaced by a tall, curvaceous woman in white clothes. The woman's hair was grayish-white, but there were red piping on the collar and cuffs of her white clothes. The overall look was not dull, but rather, because of the pattern embroidered with 2 lines of gold and red on her white clothes, she looked even more beautiful. The Princess Wuxi, who had transformed into an adult, saw Su Yan's stunned expression and gently raised her wide sleeves to cover her grinning mouth, while the hem of her sleeves just blocked the red bellyband that was originally open. How is it with my beautiful face? Does it feel out of place to wear clothes in the style of my great aunt? Su Yin didn't know if it felt out of place, but he was sure that he was amazed at the first sight of the princess. The Princess Wuxi was beautiful and charming in her adult form. Her every frown, smile, and gesture seemed to be the center of the world, and everything revolved around her. These were not Su Yan's illusions, because the plants in the floating city botanical garden at the stern twisted their roots and stems to face Princess Wuxi when she slowly walked out. Princess Wuxi seemed like the sun, making the plants that originally had no intelligence also fall for her. Princess, What are you doing? Su Yin restrained the surprise on his cheeks, then looked at Princess Wuxi with a puzzled face and asked her, because Princess Wuxi herself was not very satisfied with her appearance. According to her own description, as long as she showed her adult form, there were idiots all over the place, and no living creatures responded to her questions. Some more perverted guys even risked the death penalty to kiss the road she walked on. In this regard, the princess herself also joked, I went to the streets for a walk when I was free. Girls on the streets of Xiaoyu City could not wear skirts, and the ground was cleaner than the plates licked by dogs. Of course, the princess was joking here, so the words she used were exaggerated. But she was not talking nonsense when she described it as a city full of dementia patients. Therefore, Su Yin felt a little confused when he saw the princess showing her adult form that he didn't like. Why do you want to show your form? The princess walked to Su Yin, smiled and pinched Su Yin's foxy little hand, saying, Of course, I have to reward the little fox. The little fox was so brave when facing the immortal in the morning. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments, and I know that the little foxes like big sisters the best. So do you want to be in front of me and be kissed and hugged? The princess did not joke with Su Yin, considering Su Yin's brave and powerful performance in the morning. He directly blocked himself with a knife when he saw the enemy appearing, which shows that Su Yin, the little fox, is not without conscience. Spirit stones or elixirs as rewards. To be honest, some of them are not enough to express one's feelings. Who doesn't have 300 million to 500 million kilograms of spirit stones in their warehouse? Su Yin, who comes from the North Sea Dragon clan, will never lack spirit stone resources. Therefore, Princess Wuxi directly manifested her adult form to show her feelings. After all, the little foxes that the princess has seen basically like big sisters very much. As a little fox, Su Yin should be no exception. The 2 times that she manifested her adult form, Su Yin looked at her with a stunned look on his face for a long time before coming back to his senses. Reward? What reward? Su Yin was lifted up by Princess Wuxi in front of him, and was immediately startled and nervous. What reward? What do you want as a reward? Although Princess Wuxi has transformed into an adult, her personality has not become calm. Instead, she has a sense of frivolity and charm. She asked Su Yin with a smile, What does the little fox want from the big sister? The big sister really can't guess. Can the little fox put his mouth close to the big sister's ear, breathe out warm breaths between words, hit the big sister's neck, and then quietly tell the big sister? The little fox has a good conscience. The big sister has a good conscience. Princess Wuxi teased Su Yin with a smile on her face. Chapter 524 Great Goodness in the Cultivation World, Blissful Immortal. Ah, the little fox's mouth is open. Princess Wuxi lay on the couch, placed Su Yin in front of her, and rested her head on him, with a smile on her face. She picked up the roasted bird meat on the small table next to her, and handed it to Su Yin's mouth, feeding it to the great hero to taste it herself. And in the process of feeding, the princess's little hands were not so honest. Occasionally, she would gently stroke the corners of Su Yan's mouth, or gently scratch Su Yan's itchy flesh before wiping off the oil stains. Combined with the princess's face and the graceful figure inherited from the Su family, it was very deadly. When Princess Wuxi spoke, because of their sitting posture and body shape, her breath just hit Su Yan's ears. The breeze blew the fur on the fox's ears, making Su Yan's ears tremble. Such behavior is not uncomfortable, but the body will have some natural physiological reactions. There are female foxes from the Su family, but they can float naturally without exerting any effort when they fall into the water, which is enough to make the baby vomit milk. Su Yin is now leaning on this thing with the stimulation of touch and words. Su Yin wraps himself tightly with his tail throughout the whole process, and the little fox's cheeks reveal a little red. Princess Wuxi understands males. To sum up, what males are planning is just a matter of 3 or 2 inches. Why dominate the world? For power and profit. After realizing your ambitions, hold the spirit stone and find beautiful women. Why practice longevity and freedom? Isn't it just for freedom and happiness? After you have a heaven-defying cultivation, you can find beautiful women every day. Don't tell me about soul mates. If the other party is a little ugly, you don't even have the interest to understand, and just turn around and run away. Beautiful women who are as beautiful as fairies and know how to deal with things, and can be shown off, are the ultimate pursuit of males. From today on, when Su Yin goes out to face other males, no matter what the other party brags about, Su Yin can directly say when he is at a disadvantage. When I was sleeping in the arms of the 9-tailed fox princess of the Xiaoyu dynasty, You were still wearing open-crotch pants. She also teased me, peeling grapes with a smile on her face and shoving them into my mouth. The grape skin was difficult to peel, so she bit the skin open and shoved it into my mouth. Both the women and the cards were pulled to the full, perfectly satisfying most of the pursuits of males. Princess Wuxi smiled, raised her hand, and scratched the little fox's chin. And the snow-white tails behind the princess grew one by one. And the slightly frivolous smile on her cheek gradually became meaningful. The secret method of immortality has a slight flaw. The oversuppressed body will release a lot of hormone-like things to affect the mind at the moment of rebound. Su Yin will become more aggressive. And the princess will also become more aggressive. The change in mood will make the female fox release a special fragrance. And the male fox will also experience some changes in body and mind when it smells it. In plain words, nine-tailed foxes are similar to ordinary foxes. When they are in heat, it depends on the mood of the female foxes. When the female fox is in the mood, her body will emit some special smell. And the male fox will immediately enter the fighting state after smelling it. The changes in Su Yan's body are not only because of the princess's teasing words, but also because Su Yan smelled the fragrance emanating from the princess. However, both foxes were born in the human territory and had no idea what was happening now. If it were other foxes or dogs, they would have already started to indulge in lust in broad daylight. Wait a minute. You two little ones. When Princess Wuxi was shaking her tail and teasing the little fox with red cheeks in her arms, a space gap opened in the floating city botanical garden. The Yusu ancestor, who was holding his chest, walked out from inside and squeezed directly onto the long couch where Princess Wuxi was lying on her side. It's almost painful for me to death. Let's talk about your two things in the evening. Little fox, come quickly and give me a hand to stop the pain first. The Yusu ancestor directly squeezed in between Princess Wuxi and Su Yan, pushed away the waist support sent by Princess Wuxi and replaced it with his own waist support, and urged Su Yan to come and help quickly to cure his chest pain. The Yusu ancestor, whose injuries had not healed completely due to the shouting of Taoist Liyuan, also chased after him to see if he could grab some things back. Now the distribution of Taoist Liyuan's inheritance has been settled. The ancestor of the Su family came back from the void. How was the fight? Ancestor? Looking at the ancestor of the Su family who squeezed into the middle, Princess Wuxi and Su Yan were a little embarrassed. Princess Wuxi shrank back to her lowly form, and Su Yan wiped off the grape juice that Princess Wuxi had smeared on the corner of her mouth with her fingertips, and asked a question to divert the ancestor's attention. What can we do? Taoist Tai, who is as good as a god in divination, built a high wall in advance in the place where Jilection passed by, blocking all the roads of Jilection, forcing Jilection to shed his evil body and show his human form. As the ancestor of the Su family said this, he took off his coat to reveal his white bellyband inside, and lay on his side on the long couch to reveal the scar on his chest. The originally dim white mark has recovered its original white color with a faint golden light because it has absorbed enough mana. Then, in order to prevent Taoist Tai from enjoying the food alone, Ji Lixian ran back to take 30% for himself and divided the immortal crystals in the storage ring of the punk equally among everyone. In terms of ambush, Taoist Tai, who had set up the game in advance, could hold down Ji Lixian and fight him. If he fell into Taoist Tai's formation, ordinary people really couldn't escape. She predicted all of Ji Lixian's choices and set up a large formation in the void waiting for Ji Lixian to come to her. Seeing Taoist Tai raise his sword, shouting at the stars, and preparing to call on the starlight to blow up his body, Ji Lixian immediately stopped and ran back, saying that he wanted to share with everyone. Should I say, he is really worthy of it? Su Yan jumped to the side of the ancestor with a face full of laughter and tears, put his hands on the wound on the side of the ancestor's chest, and began to dissolve the white light. Ji Lixian. Really? He could have split the profits 50-50 with Taoist Tai and ran away. But he chose the plan that would maximize his losses, and was unwilling to give a little profit to Taoist Tai. What kind of great philanthropist is this in the world of cultivation? Just get used to it. They have been fighting each other since they debuted. They would rather sacrifice themselves than to annoy each other. An old ancestor of the Su family groaned softly, and his eyes stopped hurting because of the pain of the injury. He narrowed his eyes comfortably and said, the two families have never been on bad terms. They used to fight to the death in the primitive fairyland. And there was even a case where the two sect leaders died together. It would be a strange thing if they could sit at the same table to eat without a quarrel or a fight. Well, little fox, try harder. The wound has been sending waves of coolness, which is a bit comfortable. The two of them were already restrained in their fight. Their ancestors had several times where the sect leaders died together. And the source of everything was to grab the title of the strongest Taoist sect of the human race. You say your family's cultivation method is good. And I say my family's cultivation method is powerful. It's just talk. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you don't agree, let's go to the Taoist hall and fight outside. The feud between Taoist Tai and Taoist Gile is just a microcosm of the struggle between the two major Taoist sects of the human race. Chapter 525, Who hasn't been young and frivolous? Yeah. Yes. Use more force. Because of the same origin. Su Yin quickly suppressed the injury of the Yusu ancestor. After the ancestor recovered, he didn't seem to be shy. Anyway, he had taken off his coat. So he asked Su Yin to massage his shoulders. Su Yin, who was in the shape of a little fox, was of the right weight, very suitable for jumping on the back, using the fox's own weight and the force of the drooping to massage. After changing clothes and returning, Princess Wuxi saw that the Yusu ancestor had taken her place and lay on the long couch for Su Yin to massage her. Her white breasts were slightly overflowing because of the pressure of lying down. Seeing this, Princess Wuxi was a little dissatisfied. Is there no little fox in your Yusu family? Why are you here to steal the little fox that I'm eyeing? Your belly band can't hold it anymore. So why don't you put it back quickly? Su Yin didn't have any objection to this, and he could even gossip to the Yusu ancestor about the grievances and hatreds between the leaders. And he was happy to listen. The big guys were also young ones. Not all leaders spent half their lives in war like the Wuxing Emperor. The leader of the Western State Qi sect. The leader of the Western State was obsessed with refining weapons when he was young. He used up his family property and the quota given by the sect, and had to go to other states to sell himself. He made the magical Tongyang to sell. Never mind whether it can save face or not. I just ask you, does the Tongyang work well at night? Are you willing to buy it? The leader of the Qi sect saved a lot of top-quality materials and refined a top-quality smelting furnace, which came with a weapon spirit that knew how to flirt and make a scene, which made him excited every day. He was young and frivolous. One night, evil thoughts occupied his mind, and he directly opened the furnace goblin. Then, because the furnace was too powerful, the leader of the Qi sect spent a lot of money to live in the Moon Rabbit clan. And like Chang Shuxian, the leader of the northern state, he had to run away because of an insect plague at home. If he had run a few steps slower at that time, he would have almost turned into the shape of those insect monsters. Of course, Chang Shuxian's experience happened in the primitive fairyland. At that time, he was young and far from the current strength. Well, Fox Mom used to be very angry, because she drank milk slowly and was hungry. She got angry and bit Su Yan's grandmother and made her cry several times. If it weren't for the ancestor and the aunt's grandmother stopping her, Fox Mom might have wandered when she was young. You are young. Oh, I almost forgot that the creatures of the dragon clan are hatched from eggs. You should not have drunk breast milk. Right? An old ancestor of the Su family told the past, smiled and turned his head to look at Su Yin, wanting to ask if he was like his mother when he was just born. But as soon as he said this, the ancestor remembered that dragon blood creatures were all hatched from eggs without exception. And Su Yin should not have drunk milk when he was a child. Well, I drank it for a while after I was born. Although it's not necessary. My mother probably thinks that this process is the ritual of being a mother. Su Yin answered truthfully. He did not need to eat or drink milk when he was born because he had egg yolk. But sometimes when the fox mother told Su Yin a ghost story before bed at night, she would let the little fox experience being a cub. And she would experience the ritual of being a mother. Poochie. What's so good about milk residue? An old ancestor of the Su family sneered when he heard this, and bluntly mocked Su Yin. Is there no sour taste? The question of the ancestor stunned Su Yin and the princess, who was gossiping with great interest. Do these things have a shelf life? I don't know. Ancestor, Su Yin said with embarrassment. The ancestor of the Yusu family was in the floating city. After enjoying Su Yan's massage and food, he went to the house to soak in a hot spring to relieve his mental fatigue and left. The ancestor of the Yusu family is still pretending to be dead, tricking those Yusu foxes who ran away to go home. Catch them one by one, and throw them all into the universe, and let them help drag the stars, where the Queen Mother of the West sleeps, back to the world of cultivation. According to the information given by the Black Dragon King, the entrance to the Queen Mother of the West's sleeping place is on a meteorite. But the meteorite SHL is just a disguise. The real entrance is actually in the weak water lake inside the meteorite SHL. Before the Queen Mother of the West fell into deep sleep, she was accompanied by only the nine-tailed fox god ancestor. She did not want too many people to know where she was sleeping. Originally, the nine-tailed fox god ancestor would pass on the news to his descendants. But because he had an accident, there was no way to pass on the news. So the nine-tailed foxes have been waiting quietly for all these years. After waiting for a long time, the nine-tailed fox tribe also split into 3 tribes because of their respective ideas and experiences. Now that the god ancestor has been found, it is time to welcome the Queen Mother of the West back. Smash it. On the way back to the tribe, Su Yin and the princess met the fox mother and aunt, as well as Di Chi and Aunt Wang Tianho. Fox mom picked up Su Yin with a smile on her face, kissed the little fox deeply on the face and said, "Son, lend me your ferry boat quickly. I want to go drink with your aunts later. It just so happens that there are wine utensils and hot spring pools on your ferry boat. There is nothing better than drinking in the hot spring pool in winter." Su Yan's aunts are not just Auntie Xiao, Aunt Di Chi and Aunt Wang Tianho. These 3 aunts and Fox Mom are at the level of Taoist companions, and they are lifelong friends. Now Chong Cheong, Di Chi and Chao Chi are here. Fox Mom is going to find other sisters to have a drink and reminisce. By the way, give them the wedding invitations in person. When she thought of drinking and having fun, Fox Mom first thought of Su Yan's floating city ferry boat. There is everything on the floating city, and there is no need to run around the forest to contact the sisters, and then run to the 10,000 monster city. It's so troublesome. Just drive the ferry boat to pick everyone up and have fun on the ferry boat, and drink as soon as they get on. Don't vomit on the immortal boat. After learning about Fox Mom's needs, Su Yin was not unhappy. He directly gave the floating city to Fox Mom, but told her with a frown on his face to take it easy. The essence of spiritual wine is spiritual power. When a cultivator takes in a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time and cannot digest it, it will cause a state like being drunk. Moreover, when in a drunken state, the indigestible spiritual power will be vomited out. These liquid spiritual powers contain not only spiritual power, but also other things, which is very troublesome to clean up. Bobo, after not seeing each other for a long time, Aunt Chi took Su Yin out of Fox Mom's arms, smiled, kissed Fox's little face twice and said, "Did you miss Aunt?" Little Fox after drinking, Aunt Chi will take the fox cub to have fun. Okay. Not long ago, I just found a place that Aunt's ancestor likes to go to. Although the Golden Crow ancestor looks like a Shota, he is treated as a VIP card in all high-end brothels in the eastern state without exception. In addition to Chunri Baiwa Street, Di Chi found another high-end brothel that the ancestor likes to visit recently. Seeing that Su Yin is so cute, Aunt Chi is full of smiles and is ready to invite her little nephew to visit the store. Chapter 526: The Way of Survival of the Mermaids. When the time comes, Auntie will find you a girl with big breasts, and I guarantee that the little fox will make up for the childhood she missed. Auntie Chi held Su Yin up with a happy face, and rubbed her face against the cute little fox. The atmosphere around the aunt and nephew seemed to be full of the atmosphere of motherly love and filial piety. Moreover, Auntie Chi pulled Su Yin with interest, and quietly told Su Yin that the Jinwu patriarch loved to go to the brothel for services. The little fox fell into deep thought after hearing this, and then looked at Auntie Chi with a shocked face, with a lot of question marks on his forehead. The demon brothel that the Jinwu patriarch loved to go to recently is nothing to modern people. It's just that the big sisters with protruding fronts and backs, wearing bikini-like exotic dancers' costumes from the western states, perform on a glass stage set up in the air of the brothel. According to Auntie Chi, the reason why they went to such great lengths to build a glass wall of hundreds of square meters was not because the demon girls were not good enough to walk in the void, but because it was the idea of the brothel owner. Things that are too straightforward are meaningless, and only vague ambiguity can attract people. Therefore, no matter how much money the girls on the glass stage receive, they must wear some clothes to cover themselves. Or the demon girl on the left should not wear a coat on the upper body, and the demon girl on the right should not wear a skirt on the lower body. And she went to the site for an on-site inspection. And the store is great, so she also recommends Su Yin to try it there. Commander. On the side of Princess Wuxi, the princess looked at Su Yan's and Wang Tianho with a strange face and said, "Can the commander get a leave? It is the end of the year in the Xiaoyu dynasty. According to the convention, all departments are busy to the extreme. In addition, this year, under the leadership of the third prince, the Demon Suppression Division is jointly preparing with the Imperial Medical Bureau to study a team of enhanced monks who can quickly be put into the war through nightmare, medical skills, and secret methods. Although Princess Wuxi knew the close relationship between the commander and Fox Mom, she was still very surprised to see her attend Fox Mom's wedding banquet 1 month in advance. Are you so free in the Demon Suppression Division? 10 years of home leave in advance. The Right Commander has manifested 3 external incarnations and is ready to be exhausted. Chao Chi slowly spoke and told the princess why he was free. Xia Yu's so-called home leave is actually similar to annual leave. Officials have a week or half a month of home leave every year. But before applying for home leave, they need to ensure that they have arranged their work and that it is a kind of leave that can be applied to their superiors when they are not busy in their own area. Once serious problems occur in the area under their jurisdiction during this period, the person who asks for leave will be held accountable. In the system of the Xia Yu dynasty, subordinates would like to kill their superiors directly and then take his position. So the home leave of the Xia Yu dynasty is often just a decoration, and no one asks for it at all. Accompanying the princess, the cultivator from the Demon Suppression Division in the refining void period twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. The commander mentioned the right assistant governor just now. In the Demon Suppression Division, he usually handles internal affairs. That is, all the intelligence collected by the Demon Suppression Division, as well as the connection and analysis with the intelligence department of the Xia Yu system. And he is the left assistant governor who is responsible for external affairs. If it weren't for Princess Wuxi going out, the unlucky guy who temporarily controlled the internal and external affairs of the Demon Suppression Division with 3 bodies should be him, the left assistant governor. Therefore, after seeing the commander-in-chief throwing all the work in the Demon Suppression Division to the right assistant magistrate, the left assistant magistrate took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that he came out early because of the mission. After all, it is impossible to get promoted in the relatively independent system of the Demon Suppression Division. The position of the commander-in-chief is basically a hidden hereditary system because of the bloodline of Wang Tianhou. No matter how hard the 2 adjutants of the left and right assistant magistrates try, they can't sit in the position of the commander-in-chief. The necessity of the commander-in-chief position is to monitor the interior of the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Tianhou has the ability to directly peek into the state of mind. In front of this commander, there are no secrets in the Demon Suppression Division. With the existence of Wang Tianhou, Emperor Wuxing does not have to worry about the possibility that the Demon Suppression Division will deviate from its supervisory function. In a few days, you can go back to assist the right assistant magistrate in handling affairs. I have already informed Master Jin in advance to take over your task. Wang Tianhou looked at the left assistant magistrate and said lightly. Under the gaze of Wang Tianhou, Cui Tongji turned his head slightly with a guilty look, as if he was worried that his boss would see his gloating just now. And the incident the day before yesterday, when he was obsessed with the beauty of the 9-tailed fox and hit the doorpost. No. Don't think about it anymore. Everything in your heart will be read. Oh no. This sentence should not be thought of in your heart. And it was read again. I obey your command. No matter how complicated the thoughts in his heart were, it did not affect Cui Tongji's serious face on the surface. He saluted the commander and slowly sank into the shadow of Princess Wuxi. After Chao Chi gave his instructions to his subordinates, he did not say anything. It is difficult to criticize the thoughts in the heart, and she did not have the desire to activate her innate magical powers all the time. Some people like big sisters. Some people like little girls. And some are very perverted. When they meet a female superior, they actually think of the superior using tools, words, and body to punish them. Wang Tianhou refused to accept this kind of knowledge, and did not want his Tao heart to be polluted. See you later, little fox. While Su Yin and An Qi were discussing the brothel, and Chao Chi was instructing his subordinates to work, Fox Mom had already sneaked into the control room of the floating city, controlled the ferry boat back to the gate of the Su clan, sent Su Yin and the princess home, and then drove the ferry boat directly to the base mountain. I have something to do, and will go back to my room first. Back in the Peach Blossom Land, Princess Wuxi was about to start listing what happened today, and wrote all the details in a letter to send back to the old man. Then said goodbye to Su Yin and walked into the house. Su Yin nodded and responded. At this time, the blackfish monster and tadpole monster dragging 2 large sacks hurriedly called out to the princess, who was about to return to her room, and Su Yin, who had just turned around and was about to go into the house, saying, Will the adults have a midnight snack later? We have some ingredients for the immortal world here. Su Yin and the princess turned back at the same time and looked at the blackfish and tadpoles. Seeing their impatience, both of them had black lines on their cheeks. No. Put the ones in the sacks in the pond. They may have other uses. Princess Wuxi's eyes sharpened a little. glanced at the two monsters and said, "You don't need to say much about how I act, unless you are teaching me how to do things." The behavior of the two demons was too obvious. It was obvious that they were going to use the excuse of making supper for the princess to get rid of the latecomers they had caught today, and take advantage of this period of time to consolidate their position, and then select Erguzi and Erguzi to form an alliance to hold the princess thigh. Although they had thoughts, those thoughts could not be hidden at all, and could be seen at a glance. "You two are really dogs." Su Yin was speechless, and turned straight to his own courtyard. He was not interested in watching the princess scold and discipline the two cunning demons. Back to his own courtyard, Su Yin walked in. His nose moved slightly, and he smelled the fragrance of medicinal materials again. Is Sister Nanwu cooking soup again? Su Yin walked around the kitchen with curiosity on his face, to see what kind of medicinal soup Sister Nanwu was teaching the monkeys to stew. Ah, yes. Jiao Nanwu was surprised to see Su Yin coming back, and then said with a distressed look, "But this is not for you. It is a soup medicine for me to take to strengthen my body. Maybe I am not used to sex yet, and I feel a little uncomfortable. So I am going to use the mermaid medicine to make up for it, and strive to maintain my physique and body fat throughout the winter," Jiao Nanwu said, opening his arms, facing Su Yin, jumping twice on the spot to show his majesty, and said, "I used to wonder why so much fat is stored in autumn. In winter, other ants and ants have to eat medicinal food. It turns out that the body fat consumed during sex is several times more than usual. Wait, in winter?" Su Yin pondered the meaning of Sister Nanwu's words, and felt something was wrong. Jiao Nanwu nodded excitedly, raised her hand, and drew a circle in the air. "Yes, for the whole winter. We can stay in the house or in the pool every day. Well, if the little fox likes. It is not impossible for us to wrap ourselves in a quilt and run to the roof. But Auntie might not agree. Right? Or hide in the forest secretly? But it may take tomorrow. I will drink medicinal food to replenish my body and get used to it," Jiao Nanwu, who was promoted from a girl not long ago, said, and took out the mermaid prescription in her hand and handed it to Su Yin. "Contains trace amounts of dragon blood, dried seahorse, mandarin duck, and 3 dried sea snakes. This prescription looks wrong." Su Yin saw the ingredients on the prescription, and a look of surprise appeared on his cheeks, saying, "It's very wrong. Sister Nanwu, can this really be eaten? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Just looking at the prescription makes me feel like I'm taking a tonic invisibly. Throw it away. There is a moon rabbit doctor in the clan. I'll take you there to see. Smell, ask, and feel. Hey! Throw it away again?" Jiao Nanwu looked back and forth between Su Yin and the ancestral secret recipe, with a tangled look on her face. After thinking for a moment, she decided to respect the customs of Su Yin's family. Under the gaze of the monkeys, Jiao Nanwu lifted the clay pot high above her head and threw it into the viewing pool. The viewing pool in the courtyard had been dismantled this morning and was now used again to store the repair waste. After seeing Sister Nanwu throwing away the clay pot, Su Yin took her hand and went out with her to the palace where the Su family's ancestor usually lived, to find Dr. Yuetu to diagnose the discomfort that Sister Nanwu mentioned. "Squeak, squeak, squeak," the monkey sternly said. "Behave yourself," the monkey told the red-faced monkey next to him. They were still at work and couldn't do these things in their employer's house. The monkey was stunned after being scolded by the monkey. She didn't understand what she was thinking about just now. She was thinking about doing things with her husband in her employer's house. Thinking of this, the monkey was ashamed and slapped herself hard. She grabbed the monkey's hair and bit it. The monkey was terrified and ran out with his crazy wife in his arms. He ran all the way and jumped out of the peach blossom spring into the Jishan forest. The 9-tailed foxes in front of the door looked at the 2 running monkeys in amazement. What happened to them? Chapter 527 My Inner Demon X2. Miss Jiao is fine. The beautiful female doctor sitting in the palace slowly walked out from behind the screen partition, took off the skin-friendly fiber gloves on her hands, sat back on the table in the temporary clinic, chuckled and shook her head and said, "Miss, it's just her first time. There are some residual phantom pains. Go home and rest for 2 days, and come back if the phantom pains don't disappear." The demon doctor is different from the human doctor. Before consulting, the demon doctor needs to ask the tribe first. Different tribes have different diagnosis methods. After learning about the situation of the Jiao Nanwu tribe and the symptoms, Dr. Yuetu actually has a conclusion in his heart. The mermaid tribe is actually more barbaric. Their reproduction principle follows the principle of strong bricks flying. Don't tell me about providing fertility pills. In one winter, either I get pregnant with a little mermaid, or my partner dies on the spot. Jian Nanwu had just reached adulthood. Although she had 2 intimate actions with Su Yin before, the mermaids in non-winter state could not actually enter the state. According to the custom of the mermaid tribe, winter is the breeding season. It's okay. Thank you, doctor. Su Yin, who was sitting at the consultation table, heard the words and thanked the doctor. Although the girl is fine, you still need to pay attention. Dr. Yuetu quietly glanced at Jian Nanwu, who was tidying up her dress behind the screen partition, and whispered to Su Yin, I won't interfere in your young people's affairs, but out of my responsibility as a doctor, I still have to say one more thing. Although your cultivation is good, all things grow according to the law. Don't take the secret medicine of the mermaids. Taking it for a long time at your age will affect your development. The reproduction of the mermaids follows the principle of great strength. Here, all the strength is naturally put on the partner. The medicinal food brewed by the mermaids is very powerful, and can completely stimulate the hidden male beasts. The female beasts of the mermaids also have medicinal food that can stimulate their own physique. The two are taken one after the other, and the effect is simply at the level of landslides. According to the growth law of the demon race, Su Yin belongs to the child level. Although he has normal human abilities, he is still unable to give birth at present. Try to eat less mermaid food. You can't fully digest the medicinal power now. If you eat too much, it may delay your growth and cause late maturity. Is that so? Su Yin had just breathed a sigh of relief. But after the moon rabbit doctor's reminder, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and a layer of embarrassment hung on his tender face. Oh, right. I almost forgot that I am not a human. I haven't reached maturity yet. I'm in trouble. Will Sister Nanwu bite me to death next spring? I promised to help and assist. But in the end, all my efforts and struggles in a winter were in vain. I've been sincerely accused of fraud. Looking at Sister Nanwu, who was smiling and a little silly in character, Su Yin couldn't bear the condemnation of his conscience as soon as he returned home, and told the unimportant things he had forgotten and the doctor's advice. Now Sister Nanwu is okay. But I am not okay. Is that so? It's already so hot. Jian Nanwu was stunned when she heard that. Then she crossed her arms and said with a distressed look, if you can't give birth if you continue. Then after resting for 2 days, will you continue? Well, when can you give birth? I'll ask my mother to arrange a time. And then we, the mermaids of the West Sea, will come together. Jian Nanwu was surprised when she heard this. But then she thought that Su Yin had no desire in this regard last year. But he already had this desire this year. So a few years is not a big deal. However, the mermaid girls have all run into the Xia Yu dynasty this year. Since they have broken into the empty door, they need to tell their mother that they don't have to wait for the little fox this year. They will make an appointment with him and come together. Yes, what Jian Nanwu was thinking about was not Su Yin's suspected fraud, but that all the mermaids of the West Sea have now run to Xia Yu to wait for Su Yin. Now that they have run into an empty door, they have to quickly notify the mermaid girls and tell them not to wait, lest they not give birth to a little mermaid next year. Thinking of this, Jian Nanwu went out immediately. But when she saw that it was getting late, she stopped thinking about going to the Jiaozerd to borrow the interstate transmitter. It's getting late. Jian Nanwu took the little fox's hand and walked to the bathing pool behind the courtyard. Let's sleep first. The body fat has been stored, and it will be wasted if it is not used. However, because of Su Yan's own reasons, Jian Nanwu is not in a hurry now. Anyway, no one can compete with her for giving birth, so it is better to study slowly. After arranging the Beihai home and preparing to visit the fox mother, Long Dad noticed that there was a little fox who looked very much like Su Yin lying on the steps leading up the mountain. Inner demon? Dad Long raised his hand and called the little fox on the ground that looked exactly like Su Yin. There was a hint of doubt on his face. It's not even 15 yet. How can the inner demon be so strong that it can leave its original body? I came out last month. Woohoo! My original body, he never came to see me. The fox inner demon, who had not slept for more than half a month and had been studying, burst into tears when he saw Dad Long coming. The woman did see it, but the old woman held a ruler in her hand, poking her cheek, forcing her to study ancient characters and calligraphy during the day and study the use of formations at night. He had a very miserable life for more than half a month, studying like crazy at the home of the Lord of the Night. The fox inner demon thought that after he disappeared, his original body would soon find him and come to find him, and the Lord of the Night would send him back home. but until the inner demon finished the general education course, and the Lord of the Night sent him back to Jishan. He did not see his original body looking for him. Woo woo woo. Very strange. Seeing the fox crying heartbreakingly, Father Long made a strange expression and complained. Shouldn't the inner demon sneak out and be reluctant to return to the main body? And even fight with the main body for this? Why would the little fox, the inner demon, crawl and roll to return to the main body and get bullied outside? After opening his spiritual sense and finding Su Yan's location, Father Long came to Su Yan's side through the water escape method and said, I picked up your inner demon on the way here. Ah? Su Yan was startled by the water shape that suddenly emerged. He quickly jumped up from the seat, jumped a distance, took a defensive posture, and looked at the condensed water shape. He was relieved after it gradually changed into the figure of Long Dad. Father, you walk without making any sound, Su Yan complained, and moved his eyes from Long Dad's body to Long Dad's hand. Looking at the fox demon he held in one hand, he was slightly stunned and said, How did you run out of my body? I saw you dancing erotically in the bronze mirror this morning. I ran away last month. Bastard. The fox demon roared ferociously when he heard this. I disappeared for almost a month. Bastard. How can I have such a stupid body like you? Hurry up. Open your arms and hug me. Go back. I'm crying. Su Yan slowly typed a question mark after hearing this, raised his finger and pointed to the reflection in the stream, and said, You said you are my inner demon. What is the one twisting its butt in the reflection? The fox inner demon wiped away the tears of grievance and looked at the water surface along Su Yan's finger. In Su Yan's reflection, there was no human figure, but a normal four-tailed fox was reflected. The four-tailed fox showed a half-demon form, crossed its legs, sat on the sofa, and held a pipa in its arms like a guitar. The big fox seemed to notice the inner demon fox, and immediately showed a kind smile and plucked the pipa strings. The inner demon left? There is no such thing as lost. Absolutely not lost. Hack you. What kind of monster is that? The demon fox saw Su Yan's second fox, and immediately rushed to the reflection in the water. It did merge into Su Yan's reflection, but the four-tailed fox held the pipa with its backhand and hit it with the curved surface, knocking the fox demon, who wanted to go home, away. Woo woo woo. Hack you. Come here and judge me. I want to go home and sleep. The fox fell on the stone beach of the stream, lying on the ground and beating the stone beach with his hands and feet, crying, Su Yan? I have two demons now? What's going on? Dad Long looked at Su Yan and Princess Wuxi, who was standing in the river with her trousers rolled up, and asked in confusion. One demon peeping at the heart corresponds to one demon. So why did Su Yan have an extra demon now? Chapter 528. It's easy for you to say. Please show me a clear way. Ding ding dong dong. In the aggrieved crying of the fox demon, the four-tailed fox demon reflected by Su Yan showed a spring breeze smile and raised his hand to touch the pipa's spirit. It was obviously a pipa, but Su Yan could play it from the style of electric guitar and harp. Seeing this, the fox demon cried even louder. Whoa! I want to go home. My main body should take care of your vicious demon. The fox demon sat up, raised his hand and pointed at the four-tailed fox demon and complained. Wait a minute. Su Yan walked out of the river, shook his feet, stood on the pebbles, and said with confusion, I obviously only have one demon, but now you have two demons. So what happened? The confusion in Su Yan's heart now is like the dilemma of one bowl of noodles and two bowls of noodles in his previous life. He obviously ate one bowl of noodles. Why should he pay for two bowls? Of course, this fox demon must be one of his own demons. Otherwise, it would not have run directly into his reflection and fought with the four-tailed fox. Therefore, it is not important whether the fox demon can go home. Su Yan now has no idea why there is another demon without his knowledge. Ding ding dong dong. The four-tailed fox demon gently plucked the strings of the pipa, looked at Su Yan with a polite smile, and said, I was born last month because of Senior Bai's blessing. Now I am used to living alone and don't want to live with other foxes. After being pointed out, the four-tailed fox demon also introduced himself to Su Yan. Of course, what the four-tailed fox demon said was not true. Its birth had nothing to do with Senior Bai Zhe. The peeping demon is one of the extremely rare specialties in the universe and can be traced back to the primitive fairyland era. The birth of the four-tailed fox demon is directly related to the nine nether of the Queen Mother Su. Zihil and Erdio were originally restless ghosts, after they finished the things that Empress Dowager Su had ordered them to do last month. They went to the universe to watch the nine-tailed fox digging the cave of the Queen Mother of the West. The birth of the four-tailed fox demon originated from the peeping demon brought back from the starry sky by the ghost of Empress Dowager Su. The Lord of the Night was keeping a close eye on them. Ziheel, who liked to play outside, took advantage of the situation and ambushed a fox ghost next to Su Yan to use it as a lookout, and notify them to come out when the outside world was safe. What scheming fox? The fox demon was shocked and pointed at the four-tailed fox demon, who was explaining his origins to Su Yan and said, "While I was out, you secretly replaced my existence, so that the original body didn't find that there was one more demon in my heart quietly. You are despicable." Threatened by the Lord of the Night, the fox demon didn't dare to tell his original body. The Lord of the Night would come to his dormitory to ask for money whenever he had time. But this did not stop the fox's inner demon from jumping up and down. And he cursed the four-tailed fox's inner demon. Dad Long, who was watching quietly on the side, nodded subconsciously. The little fox's life is pretty good. The inner demon is the embodiment of the cultivator's state of mind. The three inner demons represent different things. For some experienced seniors, they only need to take a look at the cultivator's inner demon to judge some extremely private things. There are three demons before refining, and they are all manifestations of the cultivator's mood, greed, anger, and delusion. Note 1. The fox demon represents greed. The fact that it is so active shows that Su Yan's mental state is very good. The whole fox is striving to move forward, rather than being stuck in a bottleneck. The four-tailed fox demon represents anger. If the main body is unhappy or encounters adversity, the four-tailed fox demon will also enter an active state and try to escape. The body becomes extremely twisted, resentful and terrifying. Now the four-tailed fox demon is calm and composed, which actually reflects that Su Yan has been doing things smoothly recently and has not encountered anything that will make the four-tailed fox demon stressed. As for the last delusion, it actually represents the cultivator's own sense of good and evil. The kinder the person, the more fierce the delusion demon he condenses. The more fierce, cruel and inhumane the cultivator, the more pure and kind the delusion demon is. Go back. Seeing the two demons quarreling more and more fiercely, Long Dad walked out from Su Yan's side, pinched the fox demon, looked at the four-tailed fox in the reflection with a fierce look in his eyes, and smeared the fox demon on its face, making the two demons mix together and covering their faces, making waves of whimpering sounds. After doing all this, Long Dad turned back to look at Su Yan and said, "Keep an eye on your demons. They are not only items that increase the success rate during the period of transformation, but also one of your means of advancing your cultivation and ultimately saving your life." The three demons are differentiated, which can increase the success rate of cultivators to shed their mortal bodies. The demons will be the basis of their future incarnations. Moreover, the ghost cultivation mentioned by the sentient beings in the cultivation world is not something that every cultivator can turn to. The foundation for truly consolidating the way to turn to ghost cultivation is the three incarnations. In other words, when a cultivator's physical body dies, he can use his nascent soul to escape and take over another body. But when his nascent soul suffers irreversible injuries, the cultivator can use his three external incarnations and three souls to turn to the way of ghost cultivation to cultivate his soul. The way of ghost cultivation is the ultimate means of survival for cultivators. And even one of the three external incarnations will not work. Therefore, the escape of the inner demon is not a trivial matter. It is not a big deal if he can find it back. But if he cannot find it back, it will be as serious as the collapse of the sky and the earth for the cultivator. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Su Yan can escape instantly with the Dragon Ball when his physical body is defeated, completing a lossless resurrection like a rehatching. But if he encounters a strong enemy, he may need to abandon the Dragon Ball and the nascent soul to escape. The more means of survival, the better. Therefore, Long Dad repeatedly told Su Yan to keep an eye on his inner demon. Once he finds that he is escaping, he must do his best to stop him or mobilize all his connections to catch him back. When Long Dad said this, the expressions of the four-tailed fox inner demon and the fox inner demon were slightly complicated. Escape. It's easy for you to say it. As your child's inner demon. Where can we escape to? Escape to the Yin-Yang Fairy Palace to study? Escape to the Deep Dream to serve the Empress Dowager Su's family? The four-tailed fox inner demon and the fox inner demon looked at the main body and Long Dad with complicated expressions. The expressions on their cheeks seemed to say, "It's so easy to say. Show me the way, brother." After teaching Su Yan, Long Dad looked at the pure gold device set up in the stream and Princess Wuxi, and asked Su Yan and his friends what they were doing in the stream in the winter. Nothing. Su Yan did not hide it. He and the princess had nothing to do recently, so they had a picnic. Today, the two little foxes, who had never cooked, were going to cook by themselves to have some fun. As for the ingredients, they were naturally the aquatic creatures salvaged from the fairyland. The eastern states seemed to correspond to the Duguang wild area in the fairyland. The monsters, or ordinary creatures salvaged from here, were all Duguang wild creatures. Today, there was nothing to do. So Su Yan, the princess, and Jian Namu were going to cook and have a picnic by themselves to have fun. The blackfish monster and the tadpole monster, as well as the dozen or so monster brothers who had recently been recruited, helped out. When the knowledgeable dragon dad learned about the function of the salvage device, his calm face was slightly moved, and he looked at Su Yan with surprise. Do the little foxes usually play so big when they are having fun? Chapter 529. Go to Wanyao City. I won't get involved in your young people's affairs. I just finished arranging the banquet in Beihai, and I want to ask your mother if she needs any help. Seeing the little fox inviting him to sit down, Long Dad shook his head and refused, explaining the reason for his visit. As the wedding banquet was approaching, Long Dad, who had arranged the affairs of the Beihai Dragon clan, was ready to come to Fox Mom to see if there was anyone who could help, and also come to the Demon Clan's base camp to calm the situation and stop guys like Lian Qi who wanted to hinder the wedding banquet. In the past, the wedding banquet was held quietly and did not cause any waves. All the guests invited were good friends. The current wedding banquet is a marriage between the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Dragon clan, and even the Yin and Yang immortals of the Demon clan came out to announce this news. There are many fools who secretly miss Fox Mom. Long Dad also met some fools who secretly loved him in the Beihai Dragon clan. Crazy talk about saying that if a wife is not possible, a concubine is fine. Mother and the others are in Wanyao City. The Su family's ancestor is injured and cannot hold a banquet at home, so the wedding banquet will be held in Wanyao City. Su Yan told his mother where he was. As for the inconvenience of the Peach Blossom Spring, Su Yan felt that it was just a cover, because he saw the foxes of Tushan and Qingqiu also came to the Peach Blossom Spring to cut down trees and clear an open space, which should be used to place meteorites in the future. It is the meteorite where the Queen Mother of the West is sleeping in the cave. Dad Long nodded gently, turned around and opened a space gap to Wanyao City, and did not stay here. Young people do not welcome old ghosts to gatherings. Although Dad Long has fewer facial expressions, he is not a fool without emotional intelligence and vision. So when Su Yan asked him to stay for dinner, he simply refused. However, these young people now have amusement props that really opened Dad Long's eyes. They actually caught cultivators below the Earth Fairyland from the Fairyland, and tortured them severely in the cultivation world, and beat them to sign a contract to sell themselves. This idea was definitely what the princess had in mind. Although Su Yan was not honest, his little brain certainly could not think of such a crazy recreational activity. Watching Long Dad leave, Su Yan subconsciously looked down at the reflection in the stream. The four-tailed fox demon was obviously very resistant to the extra roommate, and opened his mouth to bite the overtired fox demon. Although the fox demon went home, the second brother did not like it very much. What is this? The demons and demons actually dislike each other. Su Yan complained with a strange look on his face. Isn't it normal to dislike each other? 2 of the 3 in my family are still. Princess Wuxi, who was touching the fish, subconsciously opened her mouth to agree with Su Yan's complaints. But the words just came to her mouth, and the princess swallowed them, not wanting to say it. As the princess of the Xiaoyu dynasty, and the princess of the Universe Star Nightmare Town Bandit Gang, Princess Wuxi condensed the demon in exactly the same way as Su Yan, without any difference. Among her 3 inner demons, the one with the character, greed, in his heart sits on a cushion all day in deep thought, thinking about what he should be greedy for? As the Princess Wuxi, it seems that there is nothing in the world of cultivation that he cannot obtain. It really is completely impossible to obtain anything. If he tries to obtain it, he will definitely die. The demon of the generation with the character angry is going crazy all day long, while the demon of the generation with the character crazy is a pure mirror, and day by day it manifests itself into an adult form and presses against the wall against the Buddha-like demon of the generation with the character greed. Princess Wuxi didn't even have the eyes to watch, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a riot of demons. 2 out of 3. Su Yan looked at the princess and repeated it in confusion. One good little fox is a man. The other is a woman. Princess Wuxi turned her head. Her expression on her cheeks was a little bit tense. She looked at Su Yin and smiled slowly and said, "Don't sleep so deeply at night. Be careful that my inner demon runs to your bedroom. When the time comes, I will push you to the ground and humiliate you, and then force you to change into a silk skirt and humiliate you again. Is it so evil?" Su Yin was shocked and took a breath of cold air. In this case, my inner demon is not well behaved. It should be. Anyway, among the earthly immortals I know, basically no one is willing to talk about inner demons. Princess Wuxi waved her hand and said, "Inner demons are very strange." Princess Wuxi said as she drew the fish guard, picked up all the fish and shrimps that fell from the inner fairy world, and threw them to the fairy lackeys who had just been recruited, asking them to deal with the river fish organs, and then send them to the stove on the shore. Jianan was sat by the stove with a pitiful face, fanning the fire with a round fan in her hand. Although she is a mermaid who is extremely good at swimming, her current human form is a secret form, and she cannot fall into the water. If she touches water that submerges her ankles, she will manifest the form of a mermaid. There is nothing wrong with manifesting, but the mermaids will become very slippery when they fall into the water, and the moisturizing mucous membrane is particularly difficult to clean. Mermaid girls living on land will not fall into the water unless there is something wrong, and it is troublesome to recast the secret method. After having lunch by the stream, everyone returned to the nine-tailed fox tribe from the foot of the base mountain. Su Yin, who had eaten and drunk enough, originally planned to go back to the house to practice for a while and come out again at dinner time. A month has passed, and the manor built by Fox Mother by the lake has now been completed. It has complete facilities inside, and there is no need to eat in the ancestors' palace or run outside. Why are you sleeping? Get up quickly. When Su Yin just curled up on the bed and was about to enter the state of practice, Princess Wuxi, who had sneaked into the nine-tailed fox village to join in the fun, kicked open the door of Su Yan's bedroom and ran in. "Ah?" Su Yin opened his eyes and looked at the princess. "The Su ancestor is so stingy," Princess Wuxi said with a face full of resentment. "I asked her to give me a ride, but I turned around and ran away without a trace." The princess, who was wandering in the community, heard from the Tushan fox that the Moon Rabbit clan, as an ally, had arrived at the Wanyao City banquet venue in advance, and the Su ancestor was also going to the banquet venue to have a chat with the Moon Rabbit clan leader. Princess Wuxi acted cute, pointed at herself, and asked the Su ancestor to take her there as well. As a result, the Su ancestor said he was going to get something, and then threw the princess into the palace and ran away. "You cheated even the children. You are really a bastard," Princess Wuxi said with a face full of resentment. "Well, it seems that there is nothing wrong, right? The Su fox is good at cheating. Is it abnormal to cheat children?" Su Yin complained in his heart. "Let's go to Wanyao City. I haven't seen Gu Xiaoning for such a long time, and I miss her so much." Princess Wuxi pulled Su Yin out. "How'd it go?" "My mother borrowed my floating city 2 days ago to send invitations everywhere," Su Yin said helplessly. "Returning home in wealth is not extravagant, like walking in brocade clothes at night. Fox Mother has been calling friends everywhere recently, driving the little fox's fairy boat to show off her little fox's ability. At such a young age, she has already driven the custom-made fairy boat of Qizong, and relied on her ability to let Princess Xia Yu pay the balance. I have a fairy boat here." Pulling Su Yin out of the dilapidated courtyard, Princess Wuxi took out the sealed wooden box and released her fairy boat. The princess's fairy boat is in the shape of an olive, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, and the whole body is silver white. The upper part of the round fairy boat cracked open and slowly raised the cockpit. Princess Wuxi showed the fox form and lay directly in the cockpit. "Come on." Su Yin looked around after hearing this, but he couldn't find a second cockpit position to raise. "Are there no other cabins? Just lie on my back. My fairy boat is not very comfortable. Just make do with it." Su Yin tried to lie on it, trying to bend his body to avoid direct contact. But as the cabin descended and the seat squeezed, the princess was slightly stunned, turned her head to look at Su Yin and said, "Your tail is pressing on me." The princess said, turned over and pressed Su Yin under her body and said, "We will be there soon." Chapter 530. I'm really not familiar with them. Change sides. Your tail is hitting me. Entering the cabin of the immortal boat. As the hatch closed and the space was further compressed, Su Yin had to move closer to Princess Wuxi's back. Su Yin usually used his tail to cover his little bell, so that his little bell would not be impolite when squatting and point directly at the person sitting opposite him. In addition, Su Yan's tail was not very honest, and the front part of the fox's little tail liked to swing back and forth. In this way, as the space in the cabin was further compressed, Su Yan's tail was placed on Princess Wux's back, shaking left and right and scratching the hair on the princess' back, making the princess a little itchy. Princess Wuxi may have also realized that her posture of sitting below and letting Su Yan lie on her seemed a little wrong. So she turned over and directly flipped over to Su Yan and let him sit in the driver's seat. Hold on tight. Princess Wuxi, who was lying on the little fox, subconsciously stretched out her little fox hand and tickled Su Yan's cheek with a smirk on her face. Princess Wuxi's ferry boat was very strange and very small. There was no comfort at all. Even from the inside of the cockpit, one could only see a dark sky. But as Princess Wuxi started the ferry boat, a light lit up on the top of the originally dark cockpit, and the stars in the sky formed a fixed starry sky. In front of Su Yan, the image was constantly changing as if he was looking at a satellite map. And finally the image in front of him was locked above the Wanyao city in the eastern state. The elliptical ferry boat sank suddenly, and the spiral lines on its surface, like wrinkles, lit up and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a large concave pit in the original void. Buzz. The moment Princess Wuxi's immortal boat locked onto the target image, it went straight into the void and reached the destination by space jump. The violent acceleration made Su Yan in the cockpit black out, and he almost thought he had fainted. The elliptical immortal boat was extremely violent in operation. It was different from the teleportation mode of the teleportation array. It did not open a space gap after locating the target, but directly used interference to break the space in front of it for jumping. Although there was no comfort in traveling in this way. Theoretically, Princess Wuxi's immortal boat was unrestrained and would not be blocked by the array or space interference and unable to operate. As long as the positioning map was input into the immortal boat, she could go wherever she wanted. Woo! After arriving at the area above the Wanyao city, Su Yan crawled and rolled out of the cockpit, lying on the edge of the cockpit opening to blow fresh cold air, with a bitter face. Princess, let's use other ways to travel next time. Your ferry boat is too strong. The princess's ferry boat is the worst experience among all the transportation Su Yan has taken. So, I rarely use it on weekdays. When Princess Wuxi answered Su Yan's question, she looked at the projection panel in front of the ferry boat's driver's seat, and a slightly confused expression appeared on her cheek. In the point-to-point shuttle process, the ferry boat's itinerary map showed that the ferry boat passed through a space coordinate that was not recorded during the shuttle process, and it seemed that a large-scale collision occurred. Princess Wuxi directly called up the trip record and began to watch what the immortal boat had just hit. During the journey, the immortal boat collided with a group of white-robed monks. The immortal boat, which had been blessed by the leader of the Qi sect and consecrated by the Emperor Wusheng, was obviously tougher than the monks' mortal bodies. The oval immortal boat was like a drill, directly crushing the white-robed monks into blood foam. But even so, there were several powerful cultivators in the white-robed monks, and they were not in big trouble. They even raised their hands with anger on their faces to grab the immortal boat. But at this moment a familiar figure flashed out, grabbed the monk who wanted to attack the immortal boat, and looked back at the immortal boat. Bai Zai's eyes revealed a little weirdness, and seemed to have some expressions of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Kill the whole family. Princess Wuxi directly turned off the playback video, cut off the energy transmission of the immortal boat, and sealed it back into the wooden box. The group of white-clothed human cultivators were wearing the same clothes as the Taoist Luyun before, and even the waist badges they wore were not much different. The group that was killed by the immortal boat just now should all be cultivators from the Luyun sect. Logically speaking, the Taoist Luyun has disappeared for more than a month, and there has been no news during this period. It is very reasonable for the elders of the Luyun sect or other cultivators to come to the place where the Taoist Luyun disappeared to look for him. When they came down from the fairyland, their bodies were wrapped in a defensive space formation. The immortal boat passed through an unknown space, which was the space inside this formation. No, it is not a formation, but an open universe space formed by the condensation of heaven and man. As a result, the princess drove the immortal boat directly into it, causing heavy casualties to the cultivators of the Luyun sect who had just descended to the world. Then Bai Zai opened his big move close to their faces, obviously with the intention of killing them all and preventing them from making trouble in the lower world. No wonder Bai Zai has been missing for a long time. It turns out that he was killing the cultivators from the lower world in the void. With Bai Zai's innate magical power, he can indeed stop all the people from the fairy world from coming to the world of cultivation. What happened? Before the ferry boat disappeared, Su Yin clearly saw the princess's small action of raising her hand to cover her face, and muttering something in her mouth. No. I just have some feelings. I haven't opened the ferry boat for too long, and I bumped into the debris in the void. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin with a strange expression. This collision accident in the void. Princess Wuxi felt that Su Yin had a great relationship. Su Yin has always been in conflict with the disciples of the Nightmare Town. As long as he goes to a strange place, even if he lies down and eats for nothing, he will inevitably be involved in the incident of the disciples of the Nightmare Town. The internal things may be big or small, but Su Yin always encounters them. Lu Yun's sect should be one of the sects of the Nightmare Town. After all, their leader is a disciple of the Nightmare Town. If the sect is not a sect of the Nightmare Town, it seems very unreasonable. Of course, Su Yin didn't know about these things. In Su Yin's words, every time I went on a long journey, I followed my elders. And my elders were either earthly immortals, or had the blood of divine beasts or exotic beasts. Are the people of Nightmare Town coveting me? Those lunatics are obviously coveting the strength and blood of my elders. Me? I'm just an unlucky little fox. But I can escape by luck every time. Run to the side, squat in the shade, and watch the people of Nightmare Town being more unlucky than me. After all, my elders are either thugs or wandering in the gray area to do evil. The people of Yinjin offended the evil people in the cultivation world and wanted to run away. Can they run away? Su Yin has a clear understanding of himself. It seems that there are not many good people in his family. Can you bump into debris in the void? Su Yin looked at Princess Wuxi with surprise and said, It shouldn't be that the cultivators piled up waste garbage in the void? Princess Wuxi thought for a while and said, It can't be considered waste garbage. Right? After all, those things are very precious to some cultivators. If Bai Zhe hadn't intervened, the princess would have called her great aunt or the old man to catch a few high-level people from Lianmen and torture them to death, so that they would tell the method of becoming an immortal in Yinjin. It's a pity that Bai Zhe intervened. And now the group of people from Lianmen should all be dead. Chapter 531 Princess of the West Sea Dragon Clan, AOU. The atmosphere in the demon city is a little rough. Su Yin showed his human form, holding the fox-shaped Princess Wuxi in his arms, walking in the low sky, looking at what was happening in the city, and said with a little emotion, because he came here with his fox mother and aunt before. The two of them had great cultivation. Su Yin met demon cultivators along the way, and they were polite and decent. Their conversation was humorous, and not inferior to that of well-read scholars. And today, when he entered the city again, within less than 10 miles, Su Yin had already met 4 demon cultivators seeking a mate. Of course, it might be because of the coming of winter. A considerable number of demon cultivators had nothing to do and wanted to find something to do. I feel the atmosphere is pretty good. Princess Wuxi came to Wanyao City as if she was home, and she was very satisfied with the simple thoughts of the demons. If you have something to say, just speak directly. If you are greedy, just ask directly. If you disagree, you will immediately change people. This behavior is very efficient and reasonable. The concept of a fierce woman afraid of a clinging man is a relatively rare thing in the demons. The most important thing for the reproduction of the demons is blood inheritance and strength. The demons facing the need for reproduction will not be picky, as long as the blood and strength of the opponent are acceptable. Whether male or female beasts will take the initiative to attack and ask the demons they like whether they agree or not. If they agree, they will proceed to the next step. If they disagree, they will turn around and leave immediately. Wasting time is equivalent to wasting life. Fellow Taoist. Su Yin did not show his 4 tails, but the Yuaning fox demon, although his blood is not rare, he also knows how to seduce and looks handsome. Moreover, in the demon reproduction market, the Yuaning demons are extremely popular and sought after teams with neither high nor low cultivation. The other party's cultivation is too high to reach, and if it is too low, you can't wrong yourself. Right? The nascent soul stage is just right. Not too high or too low. Therefore, when there was no elder watching, Su Yin came to the Wanyao city and faced a scene he had never seen before. Some invited him to have a baby. Some asked him if he would work part-time in the brothel. And some brokers came up and said they could introduce him to the Monster King's mansion to serve. The princess watched the fun with a happy face, watching the little fox with a black face rejecting the endless stream of monsters. Foxes are quite popular? Su Yin smiled and shook his head and teased. Foxes are usually famous for their beauty and lack of moral integrity. Lack of moral integrity is not a derogatory word. In the realm of the monsters where strength is respected, it is a commendatory word. Creatures without moral integrity often live more comfortably. When the monsters reproduce, they naturally need to consider the survival rate of their offspring. It's impossible for the female beast to waste a lot of time and give birth to a fool or a foolish person. Right? Su Yin knew some of the customs of the demon tribe, so he didn't feel offended. When the demon tribe asked, Su Yin would politely refuse the enthusiastic demon tribe. Su Yin took out the wooden box that was supposed to be used to seal the floating city ferry boat and looked at the docking location of the ferry boat. He walked more than 300 miles to the northwest and looked at the building in front of him with a face full of question marks. This is a giant tree with its interior hollowed out. Its height has reached the sky in the physical sense, and the roots at the bottom of the tree are so thick that you can't see the end at a glance. Although the tree is extremely huge, it seems to have traces of human intervention. There are different buildings protruding from the trunk one by one. At first glance, it looks like a messy Rubik's Cube that has not been put back in place. According to the location of the immortal boat shown in the wooden box, Su Yan's floating city should be located at an altitude of more than 4,000 meters. Little Nwoji, just as Su Yan was looking at the big tree in front of him, thinking about how he should enter, a soft female voice reached Su Yan's heart, making Su Yan stunned. Shihai Dragon Mother Queen? In the cultivation world, the only one who called Su Yan Nwoji was the Shihai Dragon clan. So, when Su Yan heard the call, he immediately thought of who the voice came from. Come up quickly. After the Shihai Dragon Queen said this, a space cap appeared in front of Su Yan. Princess Wuxi was slightly stunned and looked at Su Yan. The space cap opened by the elders of the Shihai Dragon clan. After Su Yan explained, he took Princess Wuxi into the space cap and went directly to the upper layer of the big tree at an altitude of more than 8,000 meters. It's been a while. The Queen Mother of the West Sea Dragon stood up from her chair, still exuding a charitable atmosphere. She smiled and welcomed Su Yan, saying, I didn't expect you to come to the wedding banquet so early. The West Sea Dragon King, who was still sitting on the sofa, had a stinky face and crossed his legs. He seemed to be in a bad mood and had no interest in teasing Su Yan. It just so happens that Xiao Yu was talking about you before, clamoring for a little fox. The Queen Mother of the West Sea Dragon smiled and pointed behind Su Yan. On the rows of storage shelves, there were a lot of sparkling gem crystals. There was a little white dragon about 1 meter long, with a white body and shining scales, walking on the storage shelves. Xiao Yu? Su Yan followed the direction pointed by the West Sea Dragon Mother and saw a little white dragon, perched on the storage shelf, staring at him. Fox. The little white dragon seemed to be hunting. When he saw Su Yan looking at him, he immediately pounced like a real dragon and rode on Su Yan's head, showing a rampant smile. Finally I got the chance. You used to bully me that I didn't have hands and feet in the egg. Come and show me. After not seeing each other for a while, the dragon egg that had been jumping around in the West Sea Dragon clan's winter resort finally hatched from the egg, and turned into a little white dragon after the return of the West Sea Dragon Mother. The West Sea Dragon King turned his face to the side, rubbed his slightly swollen head, looked at Su Yan and said, You came just in time. I'm sleepy. Take my child out for a walk now. As he said that, the West Sea Dragon King covered his wife's mouth, raised his hand, and shot a space cap, teleporting Su Yan, Princess Wuxi, and the little white dragon downstairs, to the side of the Fox Mother, who was supervising the arrangement of the banquet venue. As his princess was sent away, the famously tough and overbearing West Sea Dragon King collapsed on the sofa, exhaled a long breath and said, Finally got rid of her. What are you talking about? Hearing this, the West Sea Dragon Mother rolled her eyes and punched the West Sea Dragon King in the chest and said, How can you say this to your own child? Be careful that Xiao Yu knows. Yes. 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 The West Sea Dragon King, who was collapsed on the sofa, hugged his wife and said perfunctorily, with a look of disgust on his face, When Yu was in the egg, before, the West Sea Dragon King felt that something was wrong with the little dragon. But after hatching, the Dragon King of the West Sea completely overturned the previous speculation. Well, it is not a dragon of Slaanesh, but a very curious one. When seeing a living being, he would say, Look, Your Highness, what do you want to see? I want to see everything. These 3 sentences have been running through the little white dragon from birth to now. In addition, its noble status is on the territory of the West Sea Dragon clan, and it really can see whatever it wants to see. Father, take a look at the Dragon Ball. Father, take a look. Although Yu was not here, the Dragon King of the West Sea still had the lingering sound in his head. and his face was full of pain. Chapter 532 The Curious Baby of the Dragon Clan. Father! Look! Mother! Look! Although the little white dragon was not in the private room, the Dragon King of the West Sea could still feel the lingering sound. Because the West Sea Dragon Mother was killed, the little white dragon subconsciously sensed that there were risks in the outside world. So he was unwilling to hatch from the egg shell, and had been sleeping inside the egg shell to delay the time of birth. During this period in the egg shell, although the little white dragon's consciousness had been sleeping, it was not completely unconscious during this period. She used her own methods to explore the outside world intermittently, until the West Sea Dragon Mother returned and coaxed the little white dragon to wake up. Therefore, after you broke out of the SHL, she instinctively felt curious about the familiar and unfamiliar world. In the past, she used touch to understand the world and absorb nutrients through the gaps on the surface of the egg shell. Now you sees the world with his eyes. So the little white dragon was particularly excited when he saw Su Yin, because you knew that Su Yin was the friend who played with him when he was asleep. In the past, he knew her by touch, but now he could see her with his naked eyes. I would rather she was a dragon of lust. The Dragon King of the West Sea collapsed on the sofa, rolled his eyes, and complained to his wife, but she is not. The little white dragon he was extremely curious, and was currently learning about the world through vision and language, so that the visual information corresponded to the previous tactile information. If he didn't know that you was his child, the Dragon King of the West Sea would still think she was a monkey, crawling on him all day, touching and pinching him. And the strange questions in his mouth were like a series of crossbows hitting his face. Some questions even made the Dragon King of the West Sea completely speechless, and didn't know how to answer. Of course, the Dragon King of the West Sea was not unable to answer, but with his identity and cultivation, it was too difficult for the Dragon King of the West Sea to tell his daughter common sense, such as female physiological hygiene knowledge. You is not ignorant of everything. She knows a lot of things, but she only has a superficial understanding of many things. She only knows the nouns, but not the meanings. And there is no common sense consensus. You are just as well behaved as you were in your childhood. The Queen Mother of the West Sea also leaned on her husband's shoulder, and slowly let out a breath and said, after a while, when Xiaoyu's cognition and worldview are established, there shouldn't be so many things. Obviously, as a mother, the West Sea Dragon Mother also feels pressure when taking care of her children. You is not a person who knows everything by nature, but he was exposed to a lot of strange knowledge when he was in the egg shell. After he was born, he has been looking for answers. Part of the problem comes from the open style of the Dragon Clan, and the problem of fertility. Part of it comes from the wickedness of the old dragon. When using the power to rule the West Sea, he never avoids dragon eggs, which leads to a lot of unspeakable problems. Another part came from the wet nurses. You looked at his mother with a curious face and asked, Mother, why do the wet nurses make noises when I drink milk? Why are their cheeks red? Do they feel hot? Do they need to cool down in the Dragon Palace cold pool? Faced with such questions, the Queen Mother of the West Sea Dragon also became hesitant and didn't know how to answer. Sir? If there is nothing small here, I will take my leave first. Watching the two adults sitting on the sofa and starting to chat with each other, the waiter who had been shrinking in the corner spoke cautiously, and prepared to slip out of the door. The exhausted West Sea Dragon King didn't care about the waiter of the appraisal pavilion. He waved his hand, and signaled that he could leave the tasting box. The headquarters of the appraisal pavilion. Middle and high level. Sitting in front of the round table, the fox mother was studying the wedding banquet dishes, and the order of serving. Suddenly, she felt that her son's breath suddenly emerged. She turned her head subconsciously, and looked over. As a result, she really saw Su Yin and Princess Wuxi walking out of the space gap. What are you doing? The fox mother looked at Su Yin with a strange expression and asked. Su Yin, who was in the form of a young man, looked panicked, gesticulating and touching his body, as if he was trying to grab something. He came out of the gap in the space, and was still jumping around, while Princess Wuxi, who was standing by, also maintained her immortal secret form. She walked steadily and leisurely, revealing a sense of elegance and dignity inside and out, which formed a strong contrast with Su Yin, who was jumping up and down. Su Yin didn't bother to respond to the fox mother, when he realized that the little white dragon had already entered through the collar, and was squatting in front of him, and began to pinch him. Su Yin immediately manifested the form of a little fox, and fell to the ground, grabbing the little white dragon, who wanted to continue to attack him. No! You must not look at that place. Look. Don't be so stingy. Although Aoyu's status and bloodline were extremely noble, she had just been born not long ago, and there was a big gap between her and Su Yin in terms of cultivation. Now that Su Yin has pinched her waist, she can't move down any further. This shape is quite unique. Seeing the scene of a little white dragon entwined on the little fox, the fox mother pondered for a moment, put down the paper and pen she was using to order food, took out the crystal to record a video of the little white fox fighting the little white dragon for Su Yin. Show me. No. After a fight, Su Yin turned the little white dragon's head in one direction, letting it rest on his shoulders, with the rest of its body entwined on his upper body. Su Yin, who was carrying a dragon over his shoulders, slowly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fox Mother, asking, "By the way, Mother, have you seen Yu Xiaoang? We heard that the Moon Rabbit tribe came to Wanyao City. So we came to talk to our friends from the Moon Rabbit tribe. The Moon Rabbit tribe leader and the others are upstairs." Fox Mother smiled and waved to Su Yin, saying, "Don't worry over there. Come and see if there is anything you want to eat. Mother, I am worried about how to arrange the dishes for the banquet. Come over and give me some advice." The Moon Rabbit tribe members have just arrived not long ago, and are now sitting upstairs chatting and reminiscing about the past. Dragon Dad is now upstairs alone facing the Moon Rabbit tribe leader and the ancestor of the Su family. The Nine-tailed Fox, Moon Rabbit, and Golden Crow tribes have had a very close relationship since ancient times. The Moon Rabbit tribe leader and Dragon Dad should have a lot to talk about. So Fox Mother deliberately stopped Su Yin and asked him to help order the dishes. What the adults talk about is not suitable for children to listen in. The three celestial beings gathered together, and naturally they would not talk about family matters or the wedding banquet that the various tribes had already agreed to. The little white dragon lying on Su Yin's shoulder, because Su Yin was sitting on the table, could just look at the feeding device when Su Yin was young, and immediately became curious. No wonder the fox can grow so fat. It turns out that the food is so abundant. Can I have a taste too? Or I can exchange food with the fox. Exchange what? A wet nurse for a wet nurse. Su Yin rolled his eyes with a face full of criticism, and covered the mouth of the chattering curious baby. Don't talk. Come and see if there are any dishes you want to eat. Woo woo woo. Chapter 533 Fox Mom and Dragon Dad's Wedding Banquet. The dishes for the wedding banquet have been ordered. The chefs in the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion scratched their heads and worked overtime to prepare all the more than 80 dishes ordered by Fox Mom, and brought them to the table for Fox Mom and her group to taste the dishes. If there is anything wrong with the dishes, whether it is the taste or the decoration, the store will immediately revise the dishes to ensure the satisfaction of the customers. Go. 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 Princess Wuxi, who was holding Yu Xiaoang in her arms, stared at the Yusu ancestor who was drinking tea, and the resentment in her eyes was almost overflowing. In response, the Yusu ancestor waved his hand and said disdainfully, "From old to young, the foxes of the Yusu family all have a pair of long legs without exception. The ancestor is not interested in staring at you little foxes all the time." The Yusu ancestor deceived Princess Wuxi, and the reason was actually very simple and crude. That is, laziness. The Yusu foxes are all good at sweet talk, and all like to run outside, and only know to go home when they are tired of playing. If the Su family ancestor takes Princess Wuxi out, it is equivalent to the Su family ancestor's own responsibility to take care of Princess Wuxi's safety. The Su family ancestor knows the Su fox too well. The Su fox's legs are always busy. If you don't pay attention, it will run away or cause a lot of trouble. The Su family ancestor is not so idle, and he took the initiative to take care of Princess Wuxi. Sitting opposite, Su Yin did not get involved in the mutual dislike between the old fox and the little fox. He looked at the dishes on the table with a happy face. The wedding banquet of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad was held for a whole month. The first half of the month was basically for the guests who received the banquet. The second half of the month was open, and all guests could come to the wedding banquet to enjoy the joy and fortune. The richness of the dishes on the table and the strong financial resources made Su Yin feel a little dazzled. As the dishes became more and more outrageous, Su Yin couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. What is the origin of this restaurant? How can it take out all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas? Even the table we're used to hold the dishes is a special magic weapon without exception, ensuring that the monks will not lose out when fighting with the dishes, and they don't have to draw their weapons and be criticized for their rude behavior. In the world of cultivation, it is absolutely a shame for the monks to lose to the dishes. Su Yin asked if he didn't understand. and looked at his aunt beside him and asked, "Huh? This is not the end of the demon clan. We are now at the headquarters of the appraisal pavilion." When the aunt said this, she hesitated for a moment and said, "The full name should be Appraisal Pavilion, the new general branch stationed in the demon clan base camp." The aunt's introduction is very difficult to understand. But if we consider the grievances between the appraisal pavilion and the arrogant insect clan, the aunt's wording is still relatively euphemistic. In plain words, the knife is already on the neck of the boss behind the appraisal pavilion. He can either bleed or give up his entire fortune here. As for Fox Mom, she fell in love with the treasure pavilion in the appraisal pavilion, which contained all the famous items in the world of cultivation. If a wedding banquet was held here, anything that was lacking could be temporarily obtained. Food ingredients from almost all regions in the world of cultivation were collected, so there would definitely not be any embarrassing situation of insufficient ingredients. Because of the special nature of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad, the top management of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion reluctantly lent all the middle and lower floors, and promised to provide dishes and venue decoration. Therefore, the staff of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion will not give extra gifts when attending the banquet. The Nine-Tailed Fox and the Dragon Clan are not short of spiritual stones, so the fees should be paid in full. Fox Mom chose this place as a suitable place for holding a banquet, not coveting anything from the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. When we told the person in charge about this, the person in charge was stiff all over, and she picked up 2 crab legs as thick as thighs from the table and placed them in front of Su Yin and Xiao Bailong, smiling and saying, not only did he refuse to accept a single copper coin, he also tried to take out spiritual stones and stuff them into our purses, fearing that he would be resented by your aunt for his poor hospitality. Although the Nine-Tailed Fox is a nine-tailed fox, when talking about the Nine-Tailed Fox, anyone with a little knowledge will not ignore the Nine-Tailed Fox and its allies. Can the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion earn spiritual stones from the Jiao Insect Clan? I'm afraid the world is going to be in chaos. Don't make rumors. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors, said the aunt, rolling her eyes. The grudge between Jiao Chong and Jianbao Pavilion has long been a thing of the past. Although the owner of Jianbao Pavilion was treated badly because of the incident, the original intention of building this big tree headquarters was to imprison the owner. But the matter has long passed. The owner of Jianbao Pavilion promised to give Jiao Chong poverty alleviation assistance every year. And after checking that he didn't know certain things, he was released. Now this big tree headquarters is still in use. And the owner of Jianbao Pavilion actually took security factors into consideration. To put it simply, this place is a warehouse, and the spiritual stones earned by Jianbao Pavilion are stored. There is no teleportation array here, so no matter what the thieves steal, they can't run away. The resources in the demon clan are extremely rich, and the spiritual stones and spiritual plants are transported by freight boats according to how many those demon kings have the leisure to rob the Jianbao Pavilion. They can earn a lot of money by digging the ground with a guide to alchemy and refining, and there is no risk at all. The most important point is that it can serve as a reassurance. The family property is placed in the demon clan. The owner of the appraisal pavilion is a monk who can run away, but not the temple. In this way, he will not gossip about the secrets of the arrogant insects and the nine-tailed foxes. And those mythical beasts and strange beasts will not bother him again. Although the owner is not strong, he has some things in terms of being a person and networking. Otherwise it would be impossible to run such a big business. The current relationship between the appraisal pavilion and the arrogant insect clan is much closer than the outside world speculates and knows. On the night of facing death, the owner obviously knew something that the outside world could not know. After trying the dishes, Su Yin and the princess did not return to the Peach Blossom Spring. He has been following the Fox Mother's circle, getting to know some of the Fox Mother's former friends, as well as some mountain spirits and monsters who have been on good terms with the nine-tailed fox for generations. And she really said what she said and did it. She really took Su Yin to the place that the Golden Crow ancestor praised. Su Yin carried the little white dragon, and the princess held Gu Xiaoang in her arms, forming the vanguard and walking in front. They led a group of people to follow their elders and stroll in the city every day. The local snakes and the dragons from across the river joined forces to become bigger and stronger. It formed a very unique landscape, which made other demon cultivators retreat. If the proud insect babies could not go out before molting, Su Yin believed that adding some little proud insects and little golden crows to the team would definitely scare passers-by to lie on the wall or squat on the roof. Su Yin. On the eve of the wedding banquet, Su Yin, who was assigned by the Fox Mother to go out to purchase some flowers, walked on the street with other friends. A cold girl wearing a white dress with gilded piping and a gauze dress on the outside was slightly stunned when she saw Su Yin, and a smile appeared on her cheeks. And she called out, You are? Su Yin looked at the girl's cold face and was a little stunned, and his brows were immediately frowned. Chapter 534, You don't give our girl face? When Su Yin was stopped by the cold girl in front of him, he turned around and saw the person clearly. He was slightly stunned, and his brows knitted tightly as he thought, Who is she? Su Yin was very sure that he didn't know the cold-looking girl in front of him. But soon, Su Yin saw the black long sword in the cold girl's hand, which made Su Yin widen his eyes and exclaimed, Jinlin. Su Yin was very impressed by the black straight sword, before he got the red jade hairpin sword, the divine whip and the sacrificial knife. The black straight sword held by Jinlin was the most spiritual one Su Yin could remember, although he didn't know the name of the sword. Su Yin saw the black sword run to the treasure appraisal pavilion with his own eyes, and then he slipped to the after-sales service office with great interest and found the resident weapon refiner to clean, maintain, polish and wax his sword body. Unless a spiritual weapon is damaged, it does not need any polishing or wiping. It will generally repair and maintain itself through the spiritual power of heaven and earth. However, after being scrubbed and polished, although the spiritual weapon has no performance improvement, it can be more beautiful and handsome, and the sound when drawing the sword and the cold light of the sword body can be improved by leaps and bounds. When in the main city of Xiaoyu, the red jade hairpin sword would go to the Feng clan land as soon as it was free, using its identity to get the maintenance service of the top craftsman of the Feng clan for free. The sacrificial knife also needs to devour spiritual stones, and the god whip has been sleeping because it has just recovered from a serious injury, and has not shown its habit of maintenance. Therefore, when Su Yin saw the black sword in the hands of the cold girl, he immediately knew who the person in front of him was. But it was precisely because he knew who the person in front of him was that Su Yin's eyes widened and his face showed an expression of disbelief. The big girl in front of him really couldn't be associated with the tomboy in Su Yin's impression. Although Jinlin is a girl, her facial lines are as tough as a man's. Her figure and temper are as tough as those of a rebellious teenager. When Su Yin first met Jinlin, his first impression of her was that she was a young pretentious king from a big sect. Although it is very impolite to say this, your appearance now is Su Yin could not suppress his shock and asked Jinlin about his confusion. The overshoulder dragon perched on Su Yan's shoulder supported Su Yan's shoulders with both hands to raise his body and looked at the white-clothed people opposite. There were not many white-clothed people. About 20 people. They all wore white robes with various gilded edges. The colors of the edges were basically divided according to the colors of the 5 elements, and they wore a set of magic gauze clothes on the outside. The little white dragon focused on Jinlin, and when he saw that her figure was normal, he immediately lost his desire for knowledge. Now you can master the power of God, instead of being passively affected as before. Naturally, there are no side effects. Seeing Su Yin again, Jinlin was obviously in a good mood and answered with a smile on his face. In Jinlin's inherent impression, demon beasts are actually very brutal and unreasonable, and they often run to the human territory to commit crimes and kill people. However, as Jinlin grows up, she gradually sees the diversity of species, and Su Yin is her first demon fellow Taoist who has experienced life and death. Although they don't know each other very well, they have experienced life and death together. Now the two can still stand here and meet, still smile and greet each other. There is no need to say more. The power of white thunder possessed by Jinlin belongs to the upper phase of the most rigid and young, because it is inherited. Although the white thunder will not hurt the host, Jinlin has no way to tame the white thunder, and his body has been affected by the white thunder and has a masculine appearance. Now that his cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, Jinlin can already control part of the white thunder and get rid of the influence of the white thunder. But Jinlin was not happy for too long, and suffered the first hemorrhage in her life. Jinlin's pupils trembled, and her master was shocked and thought that his beloved disciple was stabbed with a knife, and sent him to the next town overnight for emergency treatment by the head of the wood element. Is it a fox? And a real dragon? When Su Yan's friends looked at the monks of Luoxing City, Jinlin's junior brothers and sisters were also looking at Su Yan and his group. The rule in Wanyao City is that the demons need to show some of their characteristics, so as to classify them and separate the human race from those who are trying to take advantage of the situation and those who are pretending to be big-name wolves. Therefore, the monks of Luoxing City can see 2 men and women with fox ears on their heads. The male fox demon carries a real dragon on his shoulder, while the female fox demon holds a rabbit demon that looks like a jade rabbit in her arms. Behind her are a group of half-demons with noses up, and a girl whose figure can make the human race's pupils tremble. The two groups looked at each other warily, fearing that the other side would not follow the moral code of martial arts, thus triggering a street fight. There is never any reason for the fights between different ethnic groups in the mixed living area. A little friction is enough to trigger a big melee. This is Wanyao City, the base camp of the demon race. The human race is basically vigilant here, and tries to keep a low profile. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here for the wedding? Jean Lin is not a monk from an academic school. He has followed his master to slay demons since he was young. He has been slashing from the east of Eastern Province to the west of Eastern Province with a sword. He is a representative of the practice-based knowledge school, unlike his junior brothers and sisters, who became as timid as quails after arriving in Wanyao City. He can still chat and laugh with Su Yan and his group. Su Yan's aunt is a proud insect, and she is a fox demon with a deep background. It is reasonable and unexpected for Jean Lin to see Su Yan in Wanyao City. Yes. We came last month. We have been wandering around Wanyao City recently. We helped out here. Su Yan answered with a smile on his face. And Jean Lin also smiled, saying, "How about another duel tonight? Let me see how your cultivation has improved since we parted at the Spring Fruit Street." Of course. No problem. The competition item, of course. It's still the table. Jean Lin could see that Su Yan and his group must have something to do. And he and his group had just arrived in Wanyao City. They also needed to follow their master to the headquarters of the appraisal pavilion to sign in. At present, it was not the time to really reminisce, so they planned to make an appointment in the evening. However, when they were talking about the duel items, several Luoxing City monks ran out from the end of the street and shouted to Jean Lin in panic, "It's not good. Senior brother Jean Shoyue. He has been trapped in the black shop and is now surrounded. They want us to hand over 100 taels of spirit stones before they agree to let him go." The people came to Jean Lin breathlessly, telling the story with panic on their faces. "Did you go to the brothel?" Although Su Yan had things to do, buying flowers and other things was not urgent. So he stayed here to see what trouble Jean Lin and the others had encountered. After hearing half of it, Su Yan said with a face full of tears and laughter, "The brothel of the demon race is different from that of the human race. The main business in the demon brothel is to reproduce offspring. The human race needs to pay a lot of spiritual stones to make up for the time loss of the demon girls. The demon brothel is more like a platform for the demons who want to reproduce or find their other half. In the marriage market of the demon race, there is basically no market for cultivators who are not from the earthly fairyland or wealthy families. No. We were curious to take a look, and several strong men carried us in, saying that if we didn't take off our pants, we would not give them face. And we were forced to do it." The cultivator from Luoxing City, who came later, said with a panic face. 6. Chapter 535, Falling Star City Mu Town, Yu Bai. Just as the disciples of Falling Star City said, Senior brother Yu and his fellow apprentices were wandering around the headquarters of the appraisal pavilion when they came across a strange shop and subconsciously looked inside. At a glance, there were many demon girls. And then the girls smiled and waved at them. Everyone immediately realized what kind of business the strange shop in front of them was doing. So they had no intention of staying here any longer and prepared to find a spiritual plant or medicinal material shop to buy some local specialties to take back. But just when everyone turned around, 4 or 5 3-meter-tall monsters flew out of the store and blocked everyone's retreat. They said with a lewd smile on their faces, "Fellow Taoists, don't you want to take a look? We have the white jade spider spirit from the northern province. Its skin and smoothness are simply super smooth. Do you know about the Pure Fox clan from the southern province? I'm afraid that ordinary people can't stand that coquettish energy, and their crotches will get wet. So, don't wear pants. The average consumption here is 10 spirit stones per person. I'll give you 9 people here at decimal point, and the whole is 100 taels." The strong men said dirty words and pushed everyone directly into the brothel and stripped everyone's clothes. Brother Yu, whose eyes were not in good condition, quickly said that he didn't have so many spirit stones and couldn't invite so many brothers and junior brothers to enjoy together. So he bailed out several junior brothers. They came out of the black shop and ran to Chief Jean without saying a word, asking her to save Brother Yu. Evil creature. Jean Lin, who learned about the incident, suddenly frowned and cursed. "Why don't I go with you? I'm looking forward to making some reputation in Wanyao City. It should be okay if I say something." Su Yin said with a strange expression on his face. In Wanyao City. Although Jin Lin and his group are disciples of Luoxing City, it is better not to cause direct conflict if possible. Otherwise it is easy for both parties to lose face in the end. This is not to say that the black shop has any background. But if a direct conflict breaks out, it may involve violating some prohibitions in Wanyao City. Those people in the black shop are shameless, and not afraid of going to jail. In addition, when the monsters see that it is the human race who is making trouble on the monster's territory, there must be some plots of mutual protection. And Su Yin dared to take it. Naturally he was confident that the people in the black shop would not dare to do anything. And there was no need to really make a fuss about a word. After a brief silence, Jin Lin looked somewhat reluctant. But seeing Su Yan's warm words, it was difficult to refuse. So he said, in this case, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's hard to talk about the embarrassing things in the sect. Please don't spread it to others. Jin Lin's words stunned Su Yin and his junior brothers and sisters in Luoxing City. What did Chief Jin mean by this? Jin Lin didn't mean to explain, and raised his hand to let his junior brothers walk in front to lead the way to the black shop. But the next scene surprised everyone, including Su Yin and Princess Wuxi. There was still some distance from the black shop, and the people outside the shop could hear it very clearly. There were bursts of screams coming from the black shop's brothel, which made people's faces change. Ah! Master you. I can't stand it anymore. Please be kind and change someone else. Stop talking nonsense. You said you would charge. Are you going to cheat the consumers now? I paid? Ah. Sir. We are all small businesses. Can't we return the spirit stones? These girls are really not from our brothel. They are all customers. We will return them to you double. No. Triple or 5 times. In a loud scream, accompanied by the exclamation of the black shop manager, and the exclamation of other females. All kinds of voices were mixed. Do we still need to go in? Su Yin raised his hand to cover the little white dragon's ears, and looked at Jin Lin beside him with a complicated expression and asked her opinion. Luoxing City focuses on arithmetic and magic, and is divided into 5 towns of 5 elements and combined into a city. Jin Lin said with a gloomy face, Yu Bai, the eldest son of the head of the wood town, is the head of the wood town, and supplies the whole of Luoxing City, and sells pills to the outside world. Jin Lin's meaning is very clear. The Luoxing City sect focuses on divination and magic. Under the city, there are 5 different towns that study their own 5 elements. The 5 towns are combined into one and are regarded as Luoxing sect. Yu Bai is the child of the head of the wood town. The wood town is responsible for the research of the wood method and the refining of pills. They have a deep friendship with the fierce bandits of Pingfengtian, and can bring hundreds of millions of spirit stones to Pingfengtian every year. Therefore, the disciples of the wood town are protected and governed by the arrogant insects in the demon clan territory. When committing crimes, they are not sent to Wanyao City but to Pingfengtian. Therefore, as long as Yu Bai did not commit any major crimes that would anger the heavens and resent the people in Wanyao City, as long as he took out the waste badge given by the Jiaozhi clan, no one would make things difficult for him. Jin Lin's words evil barrier were not directed at the black shop, but at Yu Bai who had brought shame to Luoxing sect. Oh! What are you doing? Senior sister Jin? I am now doing justice for the heavens? Why are you hitting me? Su Yin and the disciples of Luoxing City stood outside the store, looking at the black shop with complicated eyes, and heard the unique crisp sound of lacquer furniture breaking next to them. Jin Lin, in the black shop, was like a female war god. She picked up furniture and tools at hand, and beat all the Luoxing City disciples including senior brother Yu Bai in panic, crawling on the ground. Among the 5 chief disciples of Wuxing Town, Jin Lin had the highest martial arts value, and was the most stable and reliable. Those who could get to the chief position in a large sect basically had some extraordinary talents and some bad habits of the proud children of heaven. Facing the arrogant and self-centered Yu Bai, Jin Lin chose a language that everyone could understand to communicate with Yu Bai, the chief disciple of Muzhen. The extreme violence and force value are indeed the language that everyone can understand. The sound of thunder exploded in the black shop, and waves of white flashes illuminated the surroundings of the black shop. Blood flows like a river. Blood flows like a river. Xiao Beilong raised his arms, and praised the violent behavior. Here you go. Thank you for your care. As the charred Luoxing City disciples were thrown out of the black shop by Jin Lin, and piled in front of the door, the old procuress of the black shop trembled, and took out 50 kilograms of spirit stones, and handed them to Jin Lin as a reward for her hard work. hoping that they would better not come. If the shop is gone, it's gone. It's worthless. But the Jiaocheng waste card in Yuebai's hand is a killer. Once the Jiaocheng waste card is shown, it's like seeing a Jiaocheng. The customers in the brothel can't leave or stay. If he left, he would offend Jiaocheng. If he didn't leave, he would be severely punished by senior brother Yu. Muzhen never lacked elixirs. Yu Bai was a humanoid monster made of elixirs. His strong physique, combined with his endless magic, made the girls of the demon clan cry for help. Evil creature, you ruined the reputation of the sect. If you do it again, I will report it to the sect. Jean Lin looked at the crowd and scolded with a sullen face. The marriage between the nine-tailed fox and the dragon clan involved a wide range of cultivators. The disciples sent by Luoxing City were all selected elites. They were originally to follow the chiefs to see the world. As a result, Yu Bai ran to the brothel to enforce justice? If Su Yan hadn't been watching, Jean Lin would have to severely punish this unknown guy. It was embarrassing. Yu Bai's body was charred and rolled his eyes. Electric arcs could be seen faintly on his body. His muscles twitched. He was naked and had no ability to reply to Jean Lin's words. See you tonight? Jean Lin waved his hand and asked all the disciples to carry away the evildoer who was charred by lightning. He slightly adjusted the angry expression on his cheeks, looked at Su Yan and others, bowed slightly, and said goodbye directly to the treasure appraisal pavilion. If the human race gets excited, there may really be no chance for us demons. Su Yan had a strange look on his face and complained to the princess. Chapter 536: A Wedding Banquet Across 3 Places. At night, after Su Yan and the princess bought flowers in the city, they returned to the headquarters of the appraisal pavilion. In addition to handing over the flowers that Fox Mom liked to the appraisal pavilion clerk, who was decorating the venue, Su Yan carried Little White Dragon to meet Jean Lin's invitation. After a period of getting along, Little White Dragon is now a little more normal, and will not move easily. He crawled through Su Yan's collar, and said he wanted to see the fox, because the Dragon King and Dragon Mother of the West Sea were temporarily missing. Su Yan had to take on the responsibility of the camera stabilizer, and carry Little White Dragon around the streets to find some good-looking things. When the big and small monsters in Wanyao City saw Little White Dragon, they would basically succumb to Aoyu's current lack of dragon power. Whatever Little White Dragon said he wanted to see, other monsters would basically agree. Su Yan's pupil shook. For the first time, he knew that some monsters had dozens of wrinkles on their buttocks. It was also the first time I knew that a snake demon bit a human cultivator's chest. But instead of killing the prey, it poisoned itself to death due to the inferior filling in the human cultivator's chest. It even ran into someone's delivery room. This camera stabilizer. Su Yan was not very willing to be won in his heart. But after following Xiao Bailong to become a street bully in Wanyao City, when he saw some knowledge he had never understood, Su Yan gradually began to like carrying Xiao Bailong around the world. Jean Hun? Su Yan walked out of the upper floor of the appraisal treasure pavilion, and came to the door of the hall at the bottom of the appraisal treasure pavilion. Looking at Jean Lin, who had been waiting for him in the hall, he pondered and wondered why he should call Jean Lin. When I first saw Jean Lin, it was like 2 rabbits walking side by side on the ground. How could I tell whether I was male or female? Even when we were in the Spring Fruit Street, Jean Lin looked like brothers. Su Yan had always called Jean Lin brother before. Brother Jean. But after Jean Lin changed so much this time, it seems a bit problematic to address him with the words of brotherly love and respect. What's Jean? Don't say polite words like fellow Taoist or not. We are all brothers. You can just address him like me, Brother Jean. Yu Bai, who was charred and twitching earlier, now has become fair again. He looks at Su Yan, who is thinking about how to address Jean Lin, with a happy face, and encourages Su Yan to do something stupid like himself. The title is just a nickname for an individual in the world, as long as both parties know the meaning and agree with it. Please feel free to do as you please. Jean Lin looked at Su Yan and stood up. He said something calmly, and then continued. Don't be restrained. I have arranged a banquet and food at the inn. Let's go there now. Jean Lin is more tolerant of Su Yan. It doesn't matter what Su Yan wants to address him. But it's different here with Yu Bai. It is necessary to have a hierarchy in the sect. Su Yan does not belong to Luoxing City, so he does not need to abide by the rules of Luoxing City. If Yu Bai dares to undermine the public order and morality of his master, Jean Lin will definitely punish him severely. Come on! Take me with you for a drink. When they arrived at the inn, the innkeeper had already arranged for Jean Lin to use the second floor of the inn. Hundreds of small jars of Tujin monkey wine were piled up to form a wine array. Seeing this, Yu Bai looked at Jin Lin and Su Yin, and then smiled and said, "Let's have a 2-on-2 drinking contest to see who gets under the table first." Yu Bai regarded Su Yin and Aou as challengers, so he immediately supported his eldest son. Jin Lin frowned slightly, looked at Yu Bai and said, "You can even bring up the matter of cheating for drinking into the competition? What's the point of cheating? I'm just thirsty." Yu Bai looked at Su Yin and blinked, and madly flirted with Su Yin. Yu Bai, who has lived in the demon clan for many years, has an unusual social skill. He doesn't treat Su Yin as an outsider at all, and is very familiar with him. Su Yin naturally didn't care about this, so he asked the store to add 2 more dice cups. He and Xiao Beilong sat on one side of the long table, and Jin Lin and Yu Bai sat on another layer of the long table. There were a few dishes on the table. Hua la la. With the shaking sound of the bone dice cup, Yu Bai and Xiao Bai Long left the line at the speed of light. One of them fell down drunk and fell asleep under the table. Yi Long slid down Su Yin's collar and fell into his arms and fell asleep. Su Yin and Jin Lin looked serious. They shook the bone dice cup to show the size of the inside. Basically, there were more draws, and occasionally they could each have a sip. The Lord of the Night poked his head out of the void, glanced at Su Yin, who was partying with friends, and did not come out. Now Su Yin is not in the Peach Blossom Land. The Lord of the Night has been looking for Su Yin at night recently, waiting for the cunning big fox to show up. Gee. Outside the window of the store, dozens of monkeys were lying, looking at the people who were drinking with painful expressions on their faces. More than 200 kilograms of monkey wine. The store owner beat it out of the tree hole directly by force, and did not give a single copper coin to the monkeys. Therefore, the price of monkey wine in the Demon Clan territory can be achieved, and only 3 caddies of spirit stones can buy 1 caddy of spirit wine at an affordable price. A banquet lasted for 3 days, during which time Fox Mom, Dragon Dad, Princess, Jin Lin's master, and Yu Bai's mother also came over to take a look. During this period, Yu Bai jumped back and forth, fell asleep under the table when drunk, came up to sober up, and was unwilling to accept it, and then fell asleep under the table when drunk, and was never awake for a moment. Pa! The dice cup made of the leg bones of the demon beast suddenly exploded into pieces all over the table in Jin Lin's hand, and the 6 bone dice in the cup were scattered all over the floor. Jin Lin, with a rosy face, looked at the broken dice cup in his hand with a look of surprise. Looking at the 6 sixes Su Yin had drawn, he immediately said helplessly, "It seems that the battle of luck between us has been decided. The bone dice cup is extremely hard and tough, and a layer of sound insulation needs to be laid inside to interfere with the monks listening to the points through their ears. Theoretically, the bone dice cup will not be damaged during normal use. It has shock-absorbing sound insulation inside, and the body is extremely strong and tough. It is impossible for the bone dice cup to be damaged by a mere impact of the bone dice. But now Jin Lin's bone dice cup has been broken, and the bone dice inside fell to the ground, and Su Yin opened 6 sixes, which actually proved that Su Yin won this game. The saying of luck is not constant, but will change with the changes of individuals. As Jin Lin from Luoxing City, he knows very well that the current situation is that when the two competed for luck, their own strong luck was overconsumed, and they could no longer maintain a tie or a win-lose situation. If they continue to gamble, they may turn into bad luck for a period of time. Normally, the consumption of Dao luck is ups and downs. After active or passive consumption, Dao luck, if presented on paper, should be ups and downs. If he continues to fight with Su Yin, Jin Lin's Dao luck may show ups and downs. So, seeing this, Jin Lin was straightforward. He chose to admit defeat, and picked up a jar of wine on the table, and drank it all. Jin Lin drank it in one gulp, picked up another jar and continued to drink it. A total of 20 kilograms of spiritual wine into his stomach. Because of previous experience, both parties had reached a consensus before the bet that any party that damaged the bet would be fined 100 times the price of a dish, which is about drinking about 10 jars of spiritual wine at a time. Therefore, the bet between the two parties only had normal wear and tear during 3 days of high-intensity work. And it was not said that 6 dice were broken into 6 pieces and opened an outrageous number of 6 times 21. If you really play like this, it is actually quite normal to open more than 100 points each time. Shopkeeper, settle the bill. Jin Lin slowly exhaled the alcohol, raised his hand and stretched out his hand over the guardrail to call downstairs. And the shopkeeper immediately ran to the 2nd floor, holding an abacus and calculating the price of 700 kilograms of spiritual stones for the two of them with a sly smile on his face. The total cost of the wine was more than 600 yuan. The side dishes and the second floor should have been free. But seeing that the adults were dressed so beautifully, the shopkeeper added all the things that should not be charged. Jean Lin did not say anything about this, and directly settled the bill and prepared to leave the inn. "Can I help you?" After drinking a lot of spiritual wine, Jean Lin obviously showed symptoms of drunkenness, and he was a little shaky when walking. Su Yan hurried forward to support Jean Lin, who was about to go downstairs. A cultivator would not break his skin if he fell like that. But it might be a little embarrassing. What a shame for a good girl to fall down the stairs like a turtle because of drunkenness. The current condition is okay. Jean Lin smiled and pushed away Su Yan's support, took a step forward, and walked diagonally for Su Yan. Su Yan opened his spiritual consciousness with a look of tears and laughter, ready to grab Jean Lin, who was about to fall at the stairs. As the spiritual consciousness spread, it wrapped Jean Lin, who was about to fall down the stairs. On the flat road, wearing flat shoes, Jean Lin's foot suddenly twisted, and his body fell directly from the guardrail beside the stairs. Su Yan used the control of the object through the spiritual consciousness, but he pounced on nothing and failed to pull Jean Lin. Bang! In the stunned expressions of Su Yan and the store owner, Jean Lin's head hit the ground directly, knocking a big hole in the ground on the first floor of the store, and fell into the cellar. Su Yan was about to turn over and saw the fallen Jean Lin stand up again, and his head hit the main load-bearing column of the inn, which raised the height of the erected beam by several centimeters. Next, because of the loss of the crossbeam and the slight tilt caused by the golden scales breaking through the ground, the load-bearing columns all fell down towards Su Yan at the same time. But because the collapse was very clever, 3 columns leaned against each other to form a stable triangle when they collapsed. The 6-story inn, which had lost the main load-bearing column on the first floor, collapsed vertically in an instant, and hundreds of tons of wood, furniture, stone tiles all fell to the ground, splashing smoke and dust. Su Yan was stunned, looking at the inn that had been razed to the ground, and then looked at the triangular support column above his head and the sheets and bedding attached to the surroundings, as well as the golden scales that he had just pulled out of the wine cellar, wet all over and exuding a strong aroma of wine. Ah! What happened? When the 6-story wooden building collapsed, Su Yan was not hurt at all, because of the mattress and sheets falling from the triangular support column. He was not even covered with dust. Only some water from the upper floor soaked his shoes. The shopkeeper next to him was stunned, shocked, and unbelievable. The customers of the demon clan who poked their heads out of the ruins asked each other questions, not knowing what exciting thing had happened. "Assholes! You ruined my hard work. Pay me!" The shopkeeper turned around and his face flushed. He crushed the abacus in his hand and showed a wild boar beastman with a body of about 8 meters and fangs protruding outwards. He roared at the 2 culprits who caused the collapse of the inn. The innkeeper was furious, and the guys in the inn followed the shopkeeper and showed their true demon bodies. What happened? Yu Bai, who was a little hurt by the beam, pushed away the beam that was pressing on his head. With his arms, he lifted all the wood and stone tiles on his body. The waist badge of the arrogant insect tribe on his waist happened to hang on the fangs of the store owner, who had manifested the form of an orc. The store owner subconsciously glanced at something and saw that something was blocking his teeth. When he glanced over, the store owner suddenly burst into a shrill pig howl, shrank immediately, threw off the waist badge on the fangs, and turned into a black-haired wild boar with a shoulder height of more than 2 meters and ran away without a trace. Ding dang. The waist badge fell on the stone, making a crisp sound. The confused customers and waiters subconsciously looked and saw the double-headed spider emblem on the bronze badge. All the creatures present showed their magical powers and ran away without a trace. They were afraid that if they stayed for a while, the coffins would be snatched away. So, what happened? Yu Bai muttered, and then fell backwards, lying in the ruins and continuing to sleep soundly, obviously not sobering up. Excellent. Xiaobeilong came back to his senses, looked at the extremely unlucky Jean Lin, and Su Yan, whose luck was still strong and powerful without any action, and Yu Bai, who obviously had the attribute of a tool man, and exclaimed, the black shop wanted to collect more spirit stones from Jean Lin, and Jean Lin began to have bad luck due to his luck, and was about to maximize the loss. But Su Yan intervened and interrupted Jean Lin's bad luck, but maximized the loss and rebounded to the store owner. Such a scene made Xiaobeilong full of emotion. Why did the building collapse? The loud noise caused by the collapse of the inn obviously alarmed the neighbors around the street. The figures of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad walked out directly from the gap in the space. Looked at Su Yan, who was standing in the ruins holding Jean Lin in his arms, wet all over, and dripping with wine, and asked with a puzzled face, "I don't know either. Maybe the store owner used inferior materials when building the inn?" Su Yan walked out of the ruins holding Jean Lin, and came to Long Dad and Fox Mom, looking like he didn't know how to start. Everything happened so suddenly that Su Yan was a little confused now. "It seems pretty good." Fox Mom saw the ruddy and cold beauty in Su Yan's arms, and thought of the eccentric princess, and pulled the tape measure across her chest, measuring the Jiao Nanwu that was bigger than her head. Suddenly, Fox Mom showed a strange smile on her face, and bumped Long Dad next to her. "It seems that my son's blood is like mine. I don't know how many girls he can charm when he goes out. He doesn't even pay when he's having fun. Since you have nothing to do, go back and wash off the alcohol, and put on new clothes. Starting tomorrow, guests from all over the demon tribe will arrive one after another, and the wedding banquet will officially begin the day after tomorrow." Dad Long gently raised his hand and pinched it. A space gap emerged in the ruins, throwing all the collapsed building debris into the void. Then, a strong attraction was generated in the space gap, cleaning up the ground and the dust floating in the air. After doing all this, Dad Long looked at the smooth and new ground and nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Su Yan and gently opened his mouth to give him instructions. "The wedding banquet will start tomorrow. The wedding banquet of the Land Demon Tribe is set before and after sunrise. That is, it is necessary to start welcoming guests in the early morning. Because of the unique system of the Xiaoyu dynasty, banquets are held at night to welcome guests. Otherwise, in broad daylight, those on duty will be on duty, and those doing business will have no time to do business. Why don't you all take leave to have a feast?" As for the Dragon Clan, the feast is held at noon. At noon, most people in the Dragon Clan will dive from the Dragon Palace to the sea surface to bask in the sun. Therefore, before the feast officially begins, Su Yan needs to wash himself clean, put on festive new clothes, and greet guests in Wanyao City with Fox Mom and Dragon Dad, and then go to the Dragon Clan territory to greet guests, and then go to the Xiaoyu dynasty. After welcoming the guests, he will return to Wanyao City to announce the official start of the feast, eat around, and then set off to the North Sea Dragon Clan to announce the start of the feast, eat around, and then go to the Xiaoyu dynasty to announce the start of the feast. Finally, return to Wanyao City and enter the bridal chamber, and then Dragon Dad will take Fox Mom back to the new house of the North Sea Dragon Clan to live. What a complicated process. Su Yan, who manifested the form of a little fox, and was brushed with a brush by Dragon Dad, who was suspected of having a mysophobia, heard the itinerary plan mentioned by Dragon Dad, and complained in different ways. Goryulu, unlike Su Yan, who was held on the dragon's claws by his father, and brushed off the smell of alcohol with a brush. The little white dragon floated on the bathtub, kicking the water with his feet, floating with a comfortable look on his face. As a member of the West Sea White Dragon Clan, the little white dragon's whole body was bright and shiny, and he didn't need to be washed at all. Even a clean freak like the dragon father couldn't find any fault with it. Chapter 537 Xiaoyu's Kidnapping Group. Time gradually came to the welcoming day. Su Yan changed into a more festive white dress with a lot of gold and red embroidery, and Long Dad and Fox Mom also changed into wedding clothes. The wedding dress of the demon tribe in the eastern state is different from the Xiaoyu wedding banquet that Su Yan had seen before. The wedding dress of the Xiaoyu dynasty has no unified style. The clothes can be of any color. The real difference between wedding clothes and Chinese clothes lies in the accessories. The color of the wedding dress of the Xiaoyu dynasty is what you like, but the accessories on the body are extremely complicated. Moreover, it is also the only kind of clothing that ordinary people in Xiaoyu can use gold and silver embroidery on the clothes. At other times, only the official clothes of Xiaoyu can use gold and silver embroidery. The wedding dress in the eastern state has a fixed style. Basically, it uses fusei, mulan, deji and other deep red colors as the base color of the clothes, and then matches the black thread embroidery of Xiantian color, embellished with some simple decorations, to form the demon tribe wedding dress. Fusei, mulan, deju. The first two looked like dried blood to Su Yan, while the deju chosen by Long Dad and Fox Mom looked like a fierce flame. Whether there was any connotation inside, Su Yan did not dare to ask more, for fear that Fox Mom would smile and whisper in his ear, "That's right, turn the fur of the monster over, and after the blood dries up, you can get the authentic Fusei and Mulan colors. Hey, there is nothing we can do about it. In the past, when the myriad races were fighting, everyone lived a hard life. There were no such things to pay attention to details when getting married. It was just for the sake of festivity. Based on Fox Mom's personality of liking ghost stories, Suyin felt that she might really explain it to him like this. The time for the monsters to hold a banquet to welcome guests is usually set in the early morning when the moon is high. At night, Long Dad and Fox Mom led their family to stand in front of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion Airport. The guests came to the door either by flying or by hiding, and said blessings and gifts to Fox Mom and Long Dad. Fox Mom had greeted her friends before, so when relatives and friends saw Dragon Dad, they were not surprised. Instead, they looked at the Su family ancestor with a strange look. It was as if she was saying, "You can agree to this? I'm afraid your foxes will run around the world in the future. Come here." "Forget it. I'll do it myself." Just as the guests stood in front of the door to give gifts, talked to Fox Mom, and occasionally looked at Dragon Dad, a fleet of ferry boats printed with the emblem of the North Sea Dragon clan slowly docked on the airport platform at a low altitude of 4,000 meters in the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Black Dragon Dad jumped out from the bow, raised his hand and turned into a black dragon to hold the ferry boats, and placed them one by one on the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion airport full of ferry boats. "Okay. Bring out the gifts for the newlyweds." After Black Dragon Dad helped the ferry boats to dock, he looked at the dragon members on the ferry boats and asked them to start unloading. Ahem. 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 The Black Dragon Father looked at Dragon Father and Fox Mother, and said awkwardly, "According to the instructions of the ancestors, we have been wandering along the way. Where should we put the gifts?" The goods sent by Black Dragon Father were the betrothal gifts from the North Sea Dragon clan to the nine-tailed fox of the Sioux clan. The betrothal gift ferry boat had actually set sail very early. But no matter how fast the ferry boat was, it was not as fast as the space gate opened by the celestial being. However, the ferry boat team could not take the teleportation array, and had to cross mountains and ridges to come here. On the one hand, it was to show the sincerity of the North Sea Dragon clan, and on the other hand, it was also to spread information. The Dragon clan's immortal boat team arrived, and the immortal boat of the Sioux family that was transporting the dowry also started to set off, and the dowry would be delivered to the North Sea Dragon clan's winter resort at noon tomorrow. "Just put it in the banquet hall." Dragon Dad raised his hand and pointed to the banquet hall behind him and said, "There are a total of 16 floors. Just put a part of each floor for display. Be careful not to distort the decorative flowers on the stage." "Okay." Black Dragon Dad nodded and led the transport team to transport the gift money into the banquet hall. Su Yin followed the transport team with a little curiosity, wanting to see the gift money that Dragon Dad prepared for Fox Mom. When they followed to the banquet hall, the North Sea Dragon clan lifted the red cloth on the wooden box. There were no valuable items inside, only a few hundred storage rings and bracelets. Su Yin was stunned when he saw this, turned around, looked at the hundreds of large wooden boxes, and slowly typed a question mark. The amount of the gift money is too outrageous. Right? Do I have to save that much too? Su Yan's confusion did not hinder the other members of the Dragon clan from being busy. 5 or 6 wooden boxes were placed on the first floor. They opened them and poured out the gift money from the storage instruments. The gold, silver, jade, and precious stones seemed to be free of spiritual stones. They were all piled on the stage of the banquet hall. The price of each item would not be lower than the value of the storage ring itself. Most of them were even more expensive than the storage instruments. Gold, silver, jade, magic weapons, elixirs, and spiritual plants were all stacked together in an orderly manner. The members of the Dragon clan also threw thousands of storage instruments directly on the pile of treasures, like embellishments. Under the illumination of candlelight, the gems and weapons emitted a dazzling light. The aesthetics of the Dragon clan is maximalism. Don't say that piling up will appear messy in front of me. Every priceless thing has its own unique beauty. All the beauty piled together can be called a beautiful face in the prosperous age. Your extreme complexity is not good looking, but it is not expensive enough. If an item is worth several thousand kilograms of spirit stones, and the brick and stone floor is all made of spirit stones when building a house, combined with the master craftsmanship charged according to the unfolded area, and the use of staggered light, will it not look good? The aesthetics of the maximalists not only shocked Su Yin, but also stunned the guests, who had already sat down and were chatting about the past. From the first to the 15th floor, there was silence. shaking their heads and looking at the golden mountain in front of them. Only the bigwigs sitting on the top floor, who were already accustomed to the maximalism of the Dragon Clan, did not express anything else. Other creatures have never seen such a scene. It is outrageous to pile up countless billions in front of them. The inside of the treasure appraisal pavilion was full of question marks. Su Yan looked at the treasure mountain in front of him, which was 7 or 8 meters long and covered an area of 20 to 30 square meters. He lowered his head and looked at the storage ring on his hand, and suddenly felt a little shy. Well? Su Yan felt the lack of money. Father, how much is piled here? After coming back to his senses from the shock, Su Yan immediately ran to Long Dad's side and asked him expectantly how many spiritual stones it would cost to have such a grand occasion. He also wanted to have such a scene when he got married. Long Dad looked at Su Yan, shook his head and said, "Those things were arranged by the ancestors. I don't know how much this place is worth. All the items I have collected over the years are about 300 million yuan. If you add in other things, it should be about 400 million yuan. If we talk about the selling price, the North Sea Dragon Clan would not be able to stop at 10 billion for this pile of things. But as the rulers of the North Sea Dragon Clan, many things were taken out from the treasury. They shoveled everything into the storage rings one by one, filled them up one by one, and then sent them directly to the banquet hall as gifts. Dragon Dad actually took out 300 million, gave the mixture of spirit stones and treasures to the Black Dragon ancestor, and asked the elders to arrange it. The history of the Dragon Clan is too long, and the accumulated wealth is too huge to count. After the death of each Dragon Clan member, the family property is distributed to his wife and children, and those gold, silver and spirit stones that are regarded as scraps are thrown into the treasury in hundreds of tons. Every dragon cub can obtain financial freedom in various senses when it is born. There are too many things left by the ancestors, and the number of dragons is too small. When counting the members, the second generation of Dragon Clan 9 sons need to be counted, and the actual data of the first generation of real dragons is not dared to be shown at all. Something. Seeing the gift money taken out by Dragon Dad, Princess Fu Ruwuxi was a little scratching her head. Xiaoyu is one of the top forces in the cultivation world, but Xiaoyu has a very large business and is willing to give profits to the people, so that creatures who can identify with Xiaoyu's concept of family and country can have a dignified life. He is similar to the one who earns more and spends more. Unlike the Dragon Clan, who occupies the 4 seas to collect rent and madly exports expensive marine materials to the land. Wait, why am I thinking about these? Princess Wuxi was stunned, shook her head, and threw out the asset statistics that appeared in her mind. Don't be afraid, little fox. When it's your turn to get married, you can run to hug the thighs of the Black Dragon ancestor and the old fox Yusu, and shake them coquettishly. Shake them for a few days, and you will be fine. Fox Mom came to Su Yan with a sly smile on her face, and gave Su Yan some bad ideas. However, the old ancestor Yusu, who was also in the welcoming group of relatives and friends, had veins on his forehead, and raised his hand to hit Fox Mom's head directly. The Su clan ancestor smiled but didn't smile, and said with gritted teeth, "You little heartless person. Don't force the ancestor to spank you on the most important day of your life. Anyone want to get married? Want to register? We at Tushan collect information on handsome men and beautiful women. Young and handsome men from all over the world. And we have all kinds of styles." Tushan Lingling, who had not seen her before, was mixed in the Tushan team and was entering the factory. Suddenly, she heard Fox Mom talking about marriage, and immediately jumped out of the team and subconsciously promoted it. Woo woo woo. He covered Tushan Lingling's mouth with his hand and scolded angrily, "You big head ghost. The Su clan ancestor is talking to the new couple. Why did you jump out? Believe it or not, I will take you back to be a concubine." Tushan Lingling's sister covered her sister's mouth and pulled her back into the team. Sister Lingling? Su Yan, who was thinking about saving the gift money, suddenly heard a familiar voice, and immediately smiled and greeted Tushan Lingling in the Tushan clan Fox team. Woo! Woo woo woo! When she saw Su Yan, a question mark suddenly appeared on Tushan Lingling's head. But when she saw the Fox Mother and the Dragon Father put their hands on Su Yan's shoulders to welcome the guests, Tushan Lingling seemed to have figured out something immediately, and wanted to break free from her sister's restraints to find Su Yan. However, Tushan Lingling was obsessed with matchmaking. Unlike her sister, who was a little superstitious about the Su family's theory of immortality for the strong, she was not as strong as her cousin, so she could only be dragged away by her sister with a sad face. Brother Su. You? Not long after sobering up, Jean Lin and Yu Bai, who came to the wedding banquet with their elders, looked at Su Yin standing in front of Long Dad and Fox Mom with question marks on their faces. The previous situation was special, and I couldn't introduce my origins. Su Yin laughed and walked in front to lead the way for Jean Lin and the people from Luoxing City. 6 hours later, the guests from Wanyao City had almost arrived. Long Dad and Fox Mom each left an avatar to welcome the guests, and the main body took Su Yin directly through the space gap to the North Sea area of the northern state to prepare for the new reception here. Su Yin had just arrived at the North Sea Winter Resort when he saw the West Sea Dragon King, who had disappeared for a long time, lying on a sofa that looked very comfortable, with his legs crossed, eating nuts and throwing the broken SHLs directly on the ground. The West Sea Dragon Queen rolled her eyes, peeled the juicy grape skin, and put the flesh into her husband's mouth. The Black Dragon King sat on a futon, with a small stove in front of the low table, boiling tea. He was drinking tea and chatting with the South Sea Dragon King. The East Sea Dragon King, who had a handsome face and a warm smile, was standing by the palace window, looking at the architectural scenery of the North Sea Dragon clan. Seeing Su Yin carrying the little white dragon and walking out of the space gap, the West Sea Dragon King's face changed slightly. The West Sea Dragon Queen showed a happy face and greeted him, hugging her baby in her arms. Does Xiao Yin miss mother? Not too much. There are many new things in the land of the Demon Clan, and some of them are reluctant to leave. The little white dragon rubbed his mother's cheek and said honestly, have things over there been settled? The Black Dragon ancestor, who was boiling tea, raised his head and looked at Ao Renlin and asked, yes. The main guests have been received, and the remaining guests have left their incarnations. Dragon Dad nodded gently and told how things were going. Dragon Dad's personality is similar to that of the Black Dragon King. They are both relatively cold and taciturn when doing things, except for secretly marrying Fox Mom. He always does things in a methodical manner and never disappoints the Black Dragon King. In that case, take your wife to make some preparations, and take your wife and children out to let everyone know them later. The Black Dragon King said indifferently. There are countless mountains and forests in the endless sea, and the number of creatures has always been calculated in trillions. But the meaning of the existence of these ocean overlords is to rely on the Dragon Clan. It is difficult for creatures without dragon blood to really make a name for themselves in the endless sea. If you can rely on the Dragon Clan's big ship, you can save decades of hard work by being related to it. If your offspring can become dragon blood creatures, you can save 100 years of hard work directly. At the end of the endless sea is the Four Seas Dragon Clan. Over the years, the current ocean overlords are basically creatures with some dragon blood, accepting direct management and rule from the Dragon Clan, and paying tribute to the Dragon Clan every year. Therefore, the Black Dragon King said that he would let Dragon Dad rest for a while, and then take his wife and children out to show his face to the Four Seas overlords and the dragon blood creatures. Unlike the relatives and friends of the Land Monster Clan, the creatures on the Ocean Monster Clan are basically subordinates of the Dragon Clan. Non-dragon creatures who want to establish their own mountain and compete with dragon forces for territory either live in some remote villages or are kicked ashore by dragon forces, and change from drinking salt water to drinking fresh water and living in streams in the future. The clouds are gloomy and the miles are condensed. Master Jinjuan. Su Yin just walked out of the palace and saw the little dragon lying on its back, like a dead snake, draped on someone's shoulders, lying flat like an ornament, among the noble ladies who were chatting in front of the door. On. The little dragon girl raised her head slightly, turned over on her mother's shoulder, turned her belly that was basking in the sun under her body, looked at Su Yin who came out with Dragon Dad and Dragon Mom, raised her hand and waved as a greeting. When the dragon women saw Fox Mom come out, they immediately restrained their original voices and looked at Fox Mom with a very strange and complicated look. The most beautiful youngster of the North Sea Dragon Clan actually fell into the hands of a female beast from another race. The women of the Dragon Clan could already imagine how cruelly their North Sea handsome boy would be exploited by female beasts from another race. Dragon Dad nodded to the women, and then, without saying anything more, he walked out with his wife and children. Pa. When Su Yin passed by, the little dragon girl, who had been lying on her mother's shoulder, kicked her feet on her mother's chest, and her body naturally slid down and fell on the shoulder of the shorter Su Yin. She said in a vague and low voice, Congratulations to your parents on their marriage. Huh? Su Yan looked at the little dragon girl a little strangely. He didn't know why he felt that there was something behind her words. Congratulations are indeed congratulations. But the little dragon girl said this for other male black dragons. Ao Renlin has been a child of someone else's family since he was a child. And he has been a husband of someone else's family since he grew up. He has always been one of the criteria for female black dragons to choose a spouse. Now that Ao Renlin has officially married, other female black dragons are more or less cautious when talking about him. And they dare not say too much. The male dragons should be able to have some peace of mind for a while. Living under the shadow of Ao Renlin since childhood, they still have to compare themselves with him when they grow up and marry. The only thing they can win over Ao Renlin is that they have been in more brothels and seen more females than Ao Renlin. But these things can't be compared. Now that Ao Renlin has officially married, female dragons will naturally be more restrained when talking about other people's husbands. Xiao Longnu lay on Su Yan's shoulder. Now, she can save energy to speak. But the little white dragon, who was curled up in Su Yan's arms, just now immediately asked a question mark when he saw the little black dragon. Who is this guy? Why did he come out to steal his exclusive mount? Xiao Longnu was also surprised, looking at the little white dragon sticking his head out of Su Yan's arms. Then the two female dragons wrapped their lower bodies around Su Yan's neck, using the top of their heads as a tabletop. They didn't say anything but just looked at each other, circling around Su Yan's neck with a vigilant look on their faces. Fox Mom and Dragon Dad noticed the scene, and then withdrew their gazes with different expressions. The little black dragon and the little white dragon looked at each other, and after confirming that the other party was not a threat, the little dragon girl collapsed directly on Su Yan's shoulder. And the little white dragon quietly climbed on the little dragon girl and leaned over to ask, "Can I take a look?" Xiao Longnu did not reply and fell asleep. The dragon tribe welcomed guests very quickly, unlike the Wanyao city where they needed to be polite to each other. As soon as Long Dad stood at the main gate of the island, the ocean monsters immediately lined up to introduce themselves, then greeted Fox Mom and Su Yan and gave them gifts, and then entered the city to find an empty seat and sit down. The process was very familiar, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. It is estimated that when other dragons got married, the ocean overlords also attended the banquet in this way, so they seemed particularly familiar. However, this time, the powerful cultivators from all four seas gathered here. In the past, they all set up their own banquets. The sea beasts of the East Sea would not attend the banquet of the West Sea, and the sea beasts of the North Sea would naturally not participate in the banquet of the South Sea. In other words, there is a habit among the dragons to visit each other for banquets. The wedding banquet of Long Dad and Fox Mom was a special event. Next, when it was close to dusk, Long Dad and Fox Mom came directly to the Xiaoyu dynasty. Su Yan, come and bring me something nice to see. Before Su Yan returned to Xiaoyu, Princess Wuxi had already followed Emperor Wusheng back from Wanyao City and came to Luoheju to wait for Su Yan, who was heading to the North Sea. When she saw Su Yan coming back, Princess Wuxi immediately smiled and went to find Su Yan, ready to take him to see the assembly line of knowledge and intelligence of the indigenous people of the fairy world built in the Xiaoyu dynasty, according to her own ideas. Wait. The light outside the door was a little dim. Princess Wuxi, who was sitting in the bright hall, only saw Su Yan clearly at first, but did not see the little black dragon sleeping on Su Yan's left shoulder, and the little white dragon on the right shoulder, trying to hold up his body and looking at him with curiosity. Princess Wuxi said with surprise, "You really understand my intentions." After a trip, Su Yan returned to the Xiaoyu dynasty carrying two little dragons. When Su Yan saw Princess Wuxi, he couldn't help but ask a question. She was holding the moon rabbit Gu Xiaotang in her arms, with a raven standing on her shoulder, and a female official behind her holding a small dog in her arms. "Princess, are you kidnapping someone?" Chapter 538 Corpse Reincarnation. "Princess, what are you doing?" Watching Princess Wuxi bring the moon rabbit, golden crow, and heavenly dog from the eastern state to Xia Yuli like a stamp collector, Su Yan couldn't help but question it. It seemed that the princess and I hadn't seen each other for only a few hours. How did she trick the three little ones into getting them in a few hours? Didn't their parents say anything? Ahem. I didn't kidnap them. Don't say such harsh words. Princess Wuxi also came back to her senses from her shock, with a bright smile on her face, and said, "I invited them here openly, and also greeted their parents and got their consent. Besides, you have gained a lot. It's a pity that you didn't bring the EC Azure Dragon and the South Sea Red Dragon. The princess didn't admit to kidnapping or deceiving, because she followed the formal procedures and brought the three little ones from their parents to the Xiaoyu dynasty. After the banquet, the princess needed to return the three little ones. However, during the banquet, Princess Wuxi could use her deceiving method. Wash the three little ones first, then wash the two little dragons. Let's stop talking about them for now. I'll take you to see some interesting things. Because the children were still there, Princess Wuxi didn't continue to talk about the grand plan of deceiving them. She turned the topic back to the right track and pulled Su Yan up to run to the imperial city. Four-tailed fox demon. I'll leave it to you for now. When the princess held his hand, Su Yan threw the four-tailed fox lying at home out, letting it temporarily replace his position, and accompanied Long Dad and Fox Mom to welcome the guests from all walks of life who would arrive later. Do you want me to go? The four-tailed fox demon looked surprised, turned his head, looked at Long Dad and Fox Mom for a moment, scratched his head and asked, Hello. I want to ask, before the demon is transformed into an external incarnation, does it have the obligation or responsibility to work for the main body for free? In this case, can I ask a lawyer to sue the main body? Let the main body spit out the compensation I deserve. The hypothetical question raised by the four-tailed fox demon made Long Dad and Fox Mom fall into deep thought. I suggest trying to sue. It is the obligation of every living being to reasonably protect their own interests. Fox Mom suggested after pondering. Okay. The four-tailed fox demon transformed into the appearance of Su Yan, a young man. His clothes were exposed. His long black hair fell on his shoulders, and his face was full of sorrow and dejection. Is this okay? The bitter-faced four-tailed demon asked the dragon father and the fox mother. Your outfit is not suitable for anything other than a brothel. On the other side, Princess Wuxi led Su Yan back to her mansion, temporarily placed the three little ones and the two dragons in her home, and then asked the servants to entertain the guests well, and then took Su Yan out. Where are we going? Su Yan looked puzzled and asked the princess, who was mysterious and did not reveal any information. Didn't you notice that there is such a large black tower building complex in the imperial city? Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan and said, Black tower building complex? At the moment when night fell, Su Yan really did not notice the extra black buildings in Xiaoyu Imperial City. It was not until Princess Wuxi reminded him that Su Yan vaguely realized that there seemed to be something extra in the Imperial City. Of course, what Su Yan felt was not the black building complex mentioned by the princess, but the light. After the princess's reminder, Su Yan looked up and felt that the candlelight above the Imperial City was indeed brighter. Xiaoyu's land contains a lot of natural gas. The fixed lamps in the Imperial City are all connected to natural gas. When turning on the lights, there is no need to consider the cost at all. Just turn them on. I promise to shock you later. Princess Wuxi led Su Yan with her waist badge to clear the way and headed to the Qin Palace that she had just learned about. The Qin Palace is located near the Imperial Palace, but it is located behind the Imperial Palace. Under the leadership of Princess Wuxi, there was no obstacle all the way to the newly built Qin Palace of Xiaoyu. The landscape and furnishings inside made Su Yan stunned. The Qin Palace should cover an area of several thousand square meters. There are no landscape creations inside. A layer of yellow sand emitting scorching waves covers the ground. Black towers are built on the edge of the Qin Palace wall, integrating with the blue tiles and white walls surrounding the Qin Palace. Hundreds of gold-cast devices are located on the Qin Palace desert and run. From time to time, white light flashes above the gold devices, temporarily opening the space gap to connect to the fairyland. Once a creature comes out of the passage, the moment it touches the yellow sand, its body immediately withers and falls directly into the desert, unable to move. In the center of the gold devices, there is a circular creation located on the ground. A large number of incomprehensible array patterns are engraved on the metal surface, emitting a slight light. Kidnapping has been upgraded to an industrial park. Su Yan came back to his senses and slowly complained in his heart. After a brief moment of daze, Su Yan took it for granted that the kidnapping industrial park in front of him was a matter of course. After all, this is the Xiaoyu dynasty, a gang disguised as a country. The court officials only need to be responsible to Emperor Wuxing, and Emperor Wuxing only cares about the Xiaoyu dynasty. For the dream of the Xiaoyu dynasty to be a prosperous and powerful country, what can't the Xiaoyu court do? On weekdays, they slowly bake pancakes, and the fragrance of the baking spreads out to attract creatures to eat. The officials of the Xiaoyu court will roll up the pancakes, wrap the creatures inside as fillings, and give them to Emperor Wuxing to taste. If Emperor Wuxing is happy, the court officials will also have something to eat. If Emperor Wuxing is unhappy, he will use the officials as dipping sauce and eat the pancakes. Why are you here? When Su Yan was looking at the industrial park, the administrator in the Qin Palace, Dao Huaxinjuan, held a fairyland monster with deformed bones in his hand, turned his head and looked at the two people standing at the door and said, "The broken boundary gate is being debugged. You two better not run around, lest the unreasonable Taisher blames me later." Break the boundary gate? Su Yan's eyes naturally fell on the ground ring in the center of the Qin Palace. Dao Huaxinjuan looked at the metal ring that was undergoing self-inspection with a look of longing. That's the fairyland. Ah. Sir. Spare me. I really don't know what corpse transformation method is. The monster, whose head was pinched by Dao Huaxinjuan, and whose bones and flesh were twisted and deformed, changed erratically between fainting and waking up in pain, until its huge body was twisted to the size of a normal rooster. Taoist Master Daohua looked at the rooster in his hand, turned around and threw it directly into the shed in the corner of the Qin Palace. The trembling monster saw the rooster thrown by Taoist Master Daohua, and quickly grabbed the rooster and stuffed it into the cage beside. Corpse reincarnation method. Taoist Master Daohua turned around, looked at Princess Wuxi and said, "This is the term we tortured out. It should be the method of nightmare that your majesty and the three princes said can break the deadlock and become an immortal. I think, princess, you came here this time to ask about the progress of this matter. Right?" The construction of Qin Palace was not secretive, but not many people knew the function of Qin Palace and could come here. Taoist Master Daohua could only imagine that Princess Wuxi's sudden visit was to ask about the corpse reincarnation method. The information about the corpse reincarnation method was one of the important information that Taoist Master Daohua obtained from the natives of the fairy world through the method of creating animals not long ago. It completely confirmed the possibility of becoming an immortal by using the method of nightmare. The so-called corpse transformation method refers to the method that the followers of Nightmare Town dismember their bodies, extract something, and then attach it to something. In simple terms, the corpse transformation method still takes the path of taking over the body of a living being, but the object of taking over is no longer fixed on the living being. If there is a fairy stone material with the strength of the immortal realm in front of them, then the followers of Nightmare Town can refine themselves into spirits, live on the fairy stone, and be reborn as mountain spirits through the transfer method of corpse transformation, from a living being to a spirit, then attached to a certain extremely powerful object, and then through some method, transfer the body's cultivation to sit on the ground and become a mountain spirit, and become an immortal. The corpse transformation method is a method to fight against the dead end of Nightmare Town. But there are very large limitations inside. That is, no matter how much the cultivation is improved, the cultivator cannot break through the limit of the object to be attached. Once the limit is reached, if you want to continue to improve your cultivation, you must change the container. This is the information obtained by Dao Huaxinjuan through torture. But the native of the fairyland who revealed the information does not know the corpse reincarnation method. It is only the elders of the tribe who have seen the corpse reincarnation method, so they can say that the method of nightmare suppression is needed to become immortal. Dao Huaxinjuan believed what it said, because no living being can keep its mouth shut under his torture. If you want to obtain the complete corpse transformation method, you may need to wait until the boundary breaking gate is built, and then capture some immortal beings with higher cultivation to interrogate. Dao Huaxinjuan licked his lips, smiled brightly, and said politely, "By the way, princess, would you like to take some chickens in the shed home to stew them? The creatures inside have more or less tasted some immortal spirits, not to mention the medicinal effect. The taste alone is also unique in the world of cultivation." Princess Wuxi and Su Yan looked at the shed. The poultry in the shed suddenly jumped up and down. Several piglets showed extremely human expressions of fear, digging the ground frantically, trying to get into the yellow sand to avoid the hunters. Not needed for the time being. Princess Wuxi waved her hand, showing no interest in the transformed creatures in the shed, and said lightly, "I am not here for anything else. Please prepare a map and intelligence for me." The corpse transformation method is really not the main purpose of Princess Wuxi's visit to Qin Palace this time. She had just returned to Xiaoyu today, and had just learned from her grandfather about the establishment of the Qin Palace. She had no idea that the Xiaoyu dynasty was already investigating the corpse reincarnation method. Princess Wuxi came to Qin Palace for intelligence. She wanted to ask the manager of Qin Palace if he had tortured out the map information and customs of the Dukuenji area. She wanted to make a copy and take it back home. Map and information of Dukuenji? Dao Huaxinjuan said after a slight pause. I'm very sorry. There is no map of the Duquenji area in the fairy world. In terms of intelligence, there are only some fragmentary information handed over to the Demon Suppression Department. If the princess wants logically coherent intelligence, she may need to find the black-haired tiger in the Demon Suppression Department. Faced with the princess's request for a map, Dao Huaxinjuan felt a little amused and shook his head helplessly. For Princess Wuxi, maps and resource maps are things that she can get if she wants them. That's because Xia Yu has completely explored his territory and has the ability to explore other areas. So he has a complete map of the cultivation world. For other ordinary people, they can basically only buy maps of hundreds of miles around the place where they are. When they are on the road, they basically rely on asking locals. Similarly, the natives of the fairyland caught by the salvage device have no concept of maps at all. They only know who is in charge of their area and where to go if they want to leave the land. They ask for directions wherever they go and rely on asking for directions to reach their destination. If these natives really know the map and understand the geographical knowledge of the fairyland, then Dao Huaxinjuan must torture them severely. And torture them so much that they can remember all the times they wet the bed in their life. Maps are luxury goods in the world of cultivation. And maps produced by different forces are one of the ways for forces to show their strength. Dao Huaxinjuan believes that the fairyland will not be an exception. Maps are simple to say, but there are a lot of knowledge involved. Without some knowledge and means, you can't even get a fragmentary map. You say you know geographical knowledge and can draw a map? If I don't torture you, who should I torture? The princess didn't get what she wanted. And Dao Huaxinjuan was extremely slippery and told Princess Wuxi that if she wanted to get information about the fairyland and fragmentary route maps, she needed to go to the Demon Suppression Division. Princess, are you okay? Why do you seem to be worried? Coming out of the Qin Palace, Su Yin and the princess were walking back, preparing to pick up the 5 little ones at the princess's mansion and go to Luoheju for a feast. Su Yin saw that the princess had been frowning since she came out of the Qin Palace, as if she was worried about something. So he asked her what she was worried about. Me? I'm not worried about anything. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin, shook her head and said, you should be worried. I originally thought that the palace could track down the intelligence, but I didn't expect that the creatures caught were all small fish and shrimps, and they had no ambition at all. What am I worried about? Su Yin said with surprise. You didn't hear it, did you? The inheritor that Senior Baizé mentioned is obviously you. When Senior Baizé comes again, he will obviously send you to the fairyland to obtain Baizé's power. Princess Wuxi looked at the heartless Su Yin and rolled her eyes and said, do you think that I have been waiting in front of the salvage device to check the results of the salvage recently? Just to get the information about the method of becoming an immortal in Yinjin? At that time, although Baizé told Su Yin and Princess Wuxi about the netherworld and Baizé's inheritance, but Baizé had said clearly at the beginning that if you want to obtain Baizé's power, you need Baizé's inheritance. Princess Wuxi herself does not have this inheritance, so she is unable to obtain the power scattered by Baizé. Although the inheritance is not for Princess Wuxi, Baizé told Princess Wuxi about the future situation and asked her to tell the Xia Yu dynasty to prepare as soon as possible. The netherworld is bound to start a war again. The princess is so concerned about the information of the fairy world. In addition to wanting to obtain the method of becoming a fairy in the Nightmare Town and increase Xia Yu's trump card and strength. Another thing is to collect all the information related to the fairy world through her own efforts and Xia Yu's power. Intelligence may be different from strength, but the more rules you know, the safer it is, and it will not offend people. In the early stage, you can develop and make friends widely. When you get to know more powerful people in the circle later, you will naturally be safe. Su Yan's trip to the fairy world may be alone, so the princess has been helping him collect information recently. However, due to the cultivation and vision of fishing for living creatures, the information that can be obtained is all from the waters of the Duquan wilderness. I know very little about the things on land. Thinking of this, Princess Wuxi saw Su Yan asking her what she was doing without any heart, and she couldn't help but get angry and slapped him on the butt with her backhand, pinching him hard. Heartless thing. I'll give you a slap. Su Yan, who was pinched, looked confused and looked at the angry Princess Wuxi, not understanding what was going on. Although he didn't understand why the princess was angry, Su Yan still knew that the reason why Princess Wuxi was so worried was because of him. So Su Yan directly manifested the form of a little fox, jumped up and made the crisp whimpering sound of a male fox to make the princess happy. I'm not angry. Just a little unhappy. Chapter 539 Xiaoyu's Plan. The current situation of the immortal world and the cultivation world all originated from the primitive immortal world period. Now that so many years have passed, the highest level of the immortal world may still be the great gods of the primitive immortal world period. But the situation at the middle and low levels has definitely changed dramatically. With Su Yan's current strength, even if he goes to the immortal world after the split alone, he should not have any intersection with those top-level existences in the immortal world. Therefore, Princess Wuxi has been collecting intelligence recently. As long as the intelligence is complete enough, there is no need to worry that Su Yan will be hunted down because he knows nothing or violates the taboos of the immortal world because of his incoherent speech. As long as he knows the taboos of the Duquan wilderness and avoids those big pits, Princess Wuxi is still very confident in Su Yan's adaptability and wilderness survival ability. After all, Su Yan, this kid, was able to run to the Xiaoyu dynasty in a nearly unscathed manner while being chased by the old Su Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Well, although after arriving in Xiaoyu, he was punished by the cultural customs of the Xiaoyu dynasty and was pinched by others. This also indirectly proved that Su Yan was flexible. Although there was Bai Zhe who knew everything in the world, Princess Wuxi still collected information about the fairyland. The more knowledge you have, the less danger you will have in an unfamiliar place. Back to Princess Wuxi's mansion. Pick up the three little ones, Xiao Bailong and Xiao Longnu. And everyone took Princess Wuxi's carriage and flew to Luoheju. Su Yan lay on the princess's legs and swung his feet, looking very leisurely. Princess, we have arrived at Luoheju. The female official outside the door knocked on the door of the carriage and reminded everyone in the carriage. The soldier driving the carriage put his palm into his helmet to wipe the cold sweat, and the whole person slumped down on the chair and breathed a long sigh of relief. In the past, when driving for the princess, I often felt pressure, worried that the blind monks would run to the empty road to interfere with the princess's travel, or that a group of Nightmare Town people would suddenly appear and assassinate the princess. Today, in the carriage, the princess, the moon rabbit, the golden crow, the heavenly dog, two young dragons, and the little fox that was favored by the princess and rewarded by the Emperor Wuxing were riding. Every one of them was a heavyweight. Once the carriage overturned or encountered an assassination, the driver didn't know whether to save people or commit suicide to apologize. The princess sat up from the futon and put Su Yan in her arms on the table. Su Yan jumped up from the low table and landed on the floor of the carriage to manifest a human form. He carried the black and white dragons on his shoulders and picked up the little heavenly dog with a narrow head, narrow body, and long tongue. The princess picked up the golden crow and the moon rabbit and walked out. The van stopped in front of the pavilions on the top floor. Luoheju has now been reserved by Dragon Dad and Fox Mom. Compared with the tens of thousands of guests in Wanyao City and the Dragon Clan, the wedding banquet area is so large, and Luoheju seems to be a little deserted. The pavilions on the top floor of Luoheju are used to entertain friends, and Luoheju as a whole is used to receive guests from all directions. In other words, anyone who comes will be received. As long as the guests say auspicious words to bless the newlyweds, they can have a good meal in Luoheju, which is considered charity, although limited by the area and the small number of guests. The Dragon Clan cannot lack pomp when holding a banquet, so as not to let other clans see that the Dragon Clan does not have spiritual stones to entertain guests. As soon as Su Yan entered the pavilion, he saw a middle-aged man with cold sweat on his forehead. He approached him cautiously and stood 3 meters away from him. He took out a letter from his arms and handed it to him. I was entrusted by the government to deliver this complaint to Mr. Su. Someone sued you for imprisoning the freedom of life of normal Xiaoyu people and forcing them to work illegally, and for paid work by using force and power. In addition, you are also involved in fox smuggling and violating the life and death contract regulations in Xiaoyu laws. The so-called life and death contract regulations, in plain words, are the regulations used to hire workers. The life contract can be understood as a normal long-term contract worker, and the death contract is the sale of slaves. Except for some special industries in Xiaoyu, no other industry is allowed to use the death contract. Once discovered, it will face a 100% penalty. Four-tailed fox demon? Princess Wuxi came closer and looked at the name on the complaint. Her face looked a little strange. She looked at Su Yan and said, "We have been away for less than 2 hours. And that guy has even hired a lawyer?" Su Yan looked at the lawyer's letter in front of him with a confused face, slowly typed a question mark, and muttered, "Is it so outrageous? Okay. You can tell the government office to come to my house to open the court. Princess Wuxi looked strange, took the complaint from the middle-aged man, and stuffed it into the storage ring. Yes, I'll take my leave. The middle-aged man saw that someone finally took the complaint, as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly fled from the pavilions and towers of Luoheju. As for how to open the court, those things are obviously not something he, a constable, needs to worry about. Let the masters of the Ministry of Justice worry about those things. From the stairs to the second-floor hall, when Su Yin saw the appearance of the guests in the hall, he couldn't help but smile on his cheeks. Many of these seniors, who came to attend the wedding of Long Dad and Fox Mom, were people Su Yin knew before. Hey, little fox cub. When Su Yin was looking at the guests were also looking at Su Yin. A beautiful lady wearing a plain gauze dress with a low-cut neckline almost to her navel. When she saw Su Yin coming, her eyes lit up immediately, stood up from the chair, and hugged the little fox. I haven't seen you for a while. Do you miss Sister Music Master? Su Yan's face was a little stiff, and he said against his will, long time no see. Sister Music Master. The elder sister who called herself Music Master was the mayor of Chicheng when Su Yin lived in the southern state. She was also the teacher who taught Su Yin music theory. She was a magic monk who graduated from the inner sect of Daoyu's family. When the inner sect monks of Daoyu's family graduated, they would abandon their original names and use their Taoist names. The Daoyu family's Taoist names are all given by the elders of the sect according to the characteristics of the graduated disciples. This elder sister is good at music, so she was named Music Master. As soon as he saw Sister Music, Su Yin immediately recalled the past when he practiced the piano in her palace. You miss me so much. And your mother is the same. She didn't say anything when she encountered such a big thing. If she had said a word, I would have definitely fled to your home, hugged the little fox cub in my arms, and returned to Daoyu's home in 3 incense sticks. I guarantee that those old foxes can't catch up. After giving the little fox a bear hug, the musician turned around and rolled his eyes at the fox mother, and spoke with a face full of resentment. At that time, because he and the fox mother fought against the elders together, the two were naturally defeated by the siege of the elders. When they were defeated, the fox mother bought time for the musician to escape. But the fox mother did not tell the musician where Su Yin ran away. The Su family nine-tailed fox could not catch Su Yin, and the musician naturally did not find Su Yin afterwards. And the fox mother was also captured and taken home. And the musician could not get any information about Su Yin. To this day, the musician still can't figure out why Su Yin's short legs can run so fast. A carpet search for about 2 weeks could not find the escaped Su Yin. If Su Yin could be found, he would not have run to the Xiaoyu dynasty to perform for a living. What a poor little thing. The musician touched Su Yan's head with a sad face. Cough. When Fox Mom saw the musician and Su Yin meet and start to interact with each other, she couldn't help but pretend to be choked by tea and cough lightly, asking Su Yin to be careful with his words and not to say anything outside. The musician was not unreliable. If there was really any problem, Fox Mom would not trust the musician to teach Su Yin music theory. Sister Music took great care of Su Yin, so much that Fox Mom felt that the plastic sister of the musician wanted to replace her position. Therefore, Fox Mom would rather let Su Yin take a detour than to let Su Yin and the musician mix in the circle of Daoyu's family. Otherwise, after not seeing each other for a few years, Su Yin might have smoked, drank, permed his hair, and peeped at girls taking a bath. The assimilation power of Daoyu's family is not a joke. It is extremely normal for a sect driven by desire to give birth to some strange cultivators. Fox Mom doesn't want to see Su Yin passively accept the assimilation transformation of Daoyu's family. It's really a leisurely day. Sitting next to Long's father, Grandmaster Jean watched the little fox wandering around in the banquet hall, greeting some of the wives of Xiaoyu and elders from all walks of life, and said with a smile, "When are you going to leave next?" Long's father glanced at Grandmaster Jean, then looked at the guests and said lightly, "Probably after accompanying the little fox to celebrate the Xiaoyu New Year? Anyway, so many years have passed, so a year or 2 won't make a difference. Okay, I'll arrange it for you." Grandmaster Jean nodded gently. There are risks in going to the fairyland. Long's father and Fox's mother are naturally not stupid enough to take their entire assets with them. Before going to the fairyland, they need to arrange some backup plans. This matter is very big, and no matter how cautious they are, it is not too much. Su Yin did not notice that Long's father was leading Princess Wuxi and the children around the banquet hall. The sun rises and the moon sets, and Xiaoyu begins to enter deep winter. Thick ice forms on the surface of rivers and lakes. Officials from the Xiaoyu Ministry of Industry lead workers to cut the ice on the river. In addition to clearing the ice that hinders river transportation, they also use these ice blocks to build giant ice houses for Xiaoyu people to watch and set off fireworks inside to reduce the risk of fire. Baizhe walked out of the void, raised his hand to wipe off the 2 horns on his head, hid his soft tail like a cloud, smiled, and merged into the flow of people in Xiaoyu City like a tourist. This is the last thing. Baizhe escaped into the darkness, turned around, and came to the dark passage. An old man holding a golden sword emerged from the surface, blocking Baizhe, who was about to move forward, and said solemnly, "Senior Baizhe, what is this?" Prince Xiaoyu, who had been hiding all this time, saw an uninvited guest in the cage, and had no choice but to emerge from the darkness, holding a weapon to block the passage, and questioned Baizhe why he came here. The prince looked extremely solemn and nervous. It was a recognized fact that Baizhe was strong. If he wanted to force his way into the core control room of Xiaoyu's artificial earth vein, Xiaoyu would have to pay a price to subdue him with his strength. But what can Baizhe do by subduing him? Don't be too nervous. Baizhe raised his hand and took a step back, looking at the old man who had disguised his appearance and breath, and said, "My purpose of coming here is not to cause trouble, but just to give you a reminder and advice. I wonder what you think." Baizhe looked at the earth vein spirit and sword soul in front of him, and slowly explained his purpose. After saying goodbye to Su Yin, in addition to intercepting the aliens, Baizhe's most important thing was to eliminate the troubles of the 9-tailed fox god ancestor. Now, there is only one step left. Senior, please feel free to speak. If you mean well, we Xiaoyu will naturally accept it with an open mind. The prince did not waver at all, still blocking the road, and spoke in a slightly softer tone. Emperor Xiaoyu and his wife have now become immortals. Baizhe reached into his robe and took out a chaotic group of 9-tailed mist, saying, "It's just that their way of becoming immortals is not what we know. When they are resurrected again, they will appear in the form of a disaster. This broken Yuaning contains the magical power of the 9-tailed fox god, and a part of the power of the immortal medicine." Emperor Xiaoyu dared to raise the banner of resistance to continue living space for living beings, and led the Xia tribe to open up the living soil to fight against evil gods and beasts. You are the descendants who inherited his will. As an outsider, I can't continue to say some bad words. And you also have your own decision-making ability. Yuaning and corpse transformation method. I'll put them here. Baizhe put the Yuaning and jade slips on the ground, facing Prince Xiaoyu and retreating step by step. There are some things that the prince knows more clearly and rationally than Baizhe. Baizhe came here to give gifts. The will of Emperor Xiaoyu has spread far and wide, whether it is his children or those who followed him to expand the territory. They basically inherited the will spread by Emperor Xiaoyu. Who dares to make us hungry? We will pick up stones to smash your pots. No one can eat. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. A cheap life can strip them of their self-important pride. It's a bloody profit. Looking at the world of cultivation and the primitive fairy world, most ethnic groups do not have such thoughts. When facing oppression, the original inhabitants of Xiaoyu do not think about escaping, but will measure the value of resistance, and think about whether killing the oppressor is profitable or not. If it is profitable, then the ruthlessness revealed by those barbarians who inherited the will of Emperor Xiaoyu will definitely surprise everyone. Such ruthless people are needed in troubled times. So Baizhe chose to hand over some of the gods and human Yuaning to the Xiaoyu dynasty. Although such a decision might lead to the Xiaoyu dynasty becoming more radical and crazy, Baizhe believed that Emperor Wusheng and the former prince would not let the people down. The prince frowned and looked at the ground, at the 2 objects placed on the ground, and then at the exit of the passage. Baizhe. His eyes are really sharp. He connected several completely unrelated things, and deduced the whole plan of our Xiaoyu dynasty. Although Baizhe did not explain the purpose and intention of the 2 items given by him, the prince understood that the incomplete nascent soul of the 9-tailed fox godman ancestor should be used by the Wusheng emperor through the method of blood fusion, and the method of corpse transformation was used by himself, so that he could occupy the fused body of his father and mother and be reborn. The evil dragon and the 9-tailed fox sealed in the iceberg, without the suppression of the soul of the Empress Dowager Su. Both bodies began to show some unpredictable deformations, and the 2 were slowly merging and transforming into the immortal witch. The one who really became the immortal, which was the Empress Dowager Su. But because Yongying Bingfeng and Master Jin interfered, and hindered the transformation of the Empress Dowager. Now that the soul of the Empress Dowager Su has been lost, and the cultivation world is gradually returning to the fairyland, the nine-tailed fox body that has lost its soul has turned into the immortal nation and started to merge the remains of the immortal nation left in the world by Emperor Xiaoyu. Bai Zhe knows everything that is happening, and even knows the immortalized dead warriors that Xiaoyu is cultivating. Through the blood fusion method of the medical fairy, the extracts from the real immortals are fused into the bodies of the cultivators, allowing the cultivators to burst out terrifying power in a short period of time, or slowly swallow the extracts of the fused real immortals to enhance their own foundation and strength. Bai Zhe's eyes are really sharp. Bai Zhe walked out of the black prison, sighed, and walked straight to Luo Heiju. Chapter 540 Fairy Spirit. Su Yan, who had just come out of the house, and was about to go to Luo Heiju for dinner, seemed to see a familiar figure in the inn through the windowsill while taking the elevator upstairs. Su Yan was slightly stunned. The wedding banquet of Dragon Dad and Fox Mom lasted for a full month. As a little fox who was not good at drinking, Su Yan often ate here and then went back to the brothel to sleep, or went home to sleep after eating in Wanyao City and Beihai Dragon Clan. Today was just dinner time again. Su Yan, who had nothing to deal with, naturally ran to Luo Heiju for lunch. However, Su Yan did not expect to see a familiar figure here. The wooden elevator reached the top floor. Su Yan did not go to the pavilion through the second flight of stairs. Instead, he ran downstairs directly through the stairs and began to look for the figure that he accidentally saw from the corner of his eye. Bai Zhe, Senior? Su Yan was in the middle-level banquet hall of Luo Heiju when he saw Bai Zhe sitting at a round table drinking and eating. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his cheeks. He quickly said, "Why did you come here?" "I was on the way to do something, so I joined in the fun." Bai Zhe smiled and raised his glass to Su Yan, saying, "The banquet is great." Bai Zhe could understand what Su Yan meant, but he didn't care too much about it. There are naturally some differences in the ingredients and banquets for the top-level relatives and friends banquet and the lower-level buffet. The more expensive the ingredients, the more difficult it is to cook and taste. As a member of the North Sea Dragon Clan, Long Dad will not lack seafood that is fresh and fierce enough to hold down the monks and beat them violently. There are some ingredients that the chefs of Luo Heiju cannot defeat even if they form an army. Naturally, the guests who are not from pavilions and towers will not have the pleasure of tasting those seafood. With Bai Zhe's status and position, he must sit in the pavilion when he comes to the banquet. Su Yan is surprised that Bai Zhe came here and wants to invite Bai Zhe to sit in the banquet hall for relatives and friends in the pavilion. But Bai Zhe really doesn't care about it. The purpose of the banquet is to have a lively and festive atmosphere. If he really sits in the pavilion, Bai Zhe's presence will really destroy the atmosphere of the wedding banquet. It is better to mix in the crowd of strangers. No one knows him, and he has no scruples when bragging. After all, they can't know that the young man sitting at the same table with them can know everything in the world. Of course, Bai Zhe didn't mean to expose everyone's bragging, just to listen to it for fun. Everyone drink. I have something to discuss with my friends. Bai Zhe picked up the teacup on the table, drank it all, smiled and said goodbye to the drunkards on the table. And when he led Su Yan to the terrace of Luo Heiju, he said, "By the way, the wine used in your banquet is still a bit strong. It is better to arrange some doctors to be stationed here. The wedding banquet of Long Dad and Fox Mom. Even if it is a banquet for all parties, there is no shortage of good wine and food. Where can I find the spirit wine that can be refilled infinitely?" All the drunkards in Xiaoyu City came over. From Bai Zhe's point of view, if the spirit wine brought by these monsters is given to those drunkards for 2 more days, some situations that no one wants to see will occur. A question mark popped up in Su Yan's head, and he looked back at the people drinking in the banquet hall. A cultivator shouldn't be that fragile, right? With the characteristics of spiritual wine. You understand cultivators and spiritual wine, but you may not understand why drunkards are drunkards. Bai Zhe smiled, shook his head and said, "By the way, I have eaten the wedding banquet, and it is really unreasonable not to send some gifts. Please pass the gifts to your parents for me, and wish them a happy wedding," Bai Zhe said, taking out a white crystal ball from his slightly loose cuffs and throwing it to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the crystal ball and showed a hint of surprise on his cheeks. The crystal ball seemed to be the size of a fist, but it should weigh 200 or 300 kilograms, which was very heavy. Bai Zhe did not explain the origin of the crystal ball, but just asked Su Yan to pass it on for him. The white mist inside is actually the fairy spirit that the leaders of the cultivation world have always dreamed of. It was obtained by Bai Zhe from the disciples of Li Yunman recently. Why do I feel that the senior's smile is a bit strange? Su Yan looked at the crystal ball in his hand, and then looked at Bai Zhe, who seemed to be thinking about something, and was a little absent-minded. With an inexplicable smile. Don't worry about these. Bai Zhe didn't explain anything this time, and said with a smile, I just thought of something funny. Tell me about yours? Mine? Su Yan looked at Bai Zhe and said in silence, actually, I don't have anything to ask. I just want to ask the senior if the matter is urgent. If not, I want to leave after the new year. And what is the fairyland like? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? If I go up, will I fall directly into the hands of a pervert? So many years have passed, and half a month is not a big deal. As for what the fairyland is like, Bai Zhe thought for a while and said, I can only say that because of the influence of the fairy spirit, the upper world is full of spiritual power, and magic has penetrated into life in all aspects. Whether it is safe or not depends on your luck. I can't guarantee you anything about those things. Well, don't ask Yichao. Don't mention the things about Yichao if you can. No matter whether you are in the cultivation world or the fairyland. Bai Zhe mentioned Yichao again and again, not really wanting all living beings to track it down, but just wanting all living beings to know who their enemies are. When they are confused, they may remember what they said. At that time, it is the time to truly reveal the secret truth of the Yichao clan. That is, they are currently in the cultivation world. Otherwise Bai Zhe would not dare to call them by name, and only dare to refer to them with completely irrelevant phrases. They worked together back then, but they couldn't stop Yichao, so that the members of the alliance back then died and scattered. So how dare they mention it? Then I have no questions. Su Yan thought for a while, and shook his head. Bai Zhe has answered all his doubts, and the remaining things may still need to go to the fairyland. If you go to a larger settlement, you should be able to get the information you need. After all, the fairyland also uses spiritual stones. As long as you use spiritual stones to open the way, Su Yan believes that no problem will be a big problem. If you can't get the secret information, it's not a big deal to ask some questions about the common sense of the fairyland. As long as you know the well-known common sense of the fairyland, there shouldn't be any big problems in the journey to the fairyland. Su Yan and Bai Zhe sat on the terrace of Luoheiju and talked about many things related to the fairyland. However, when Su Yan asked Senior Bai Zhe how he should go to the fairyland, Bai Zhe's answer made Su Yan confused and felt like he was listening to a heavenly book. As long as you can stand up straight, you can get to the fairyland? This answer really made Su Yan's face full of question marks. After parting with Senior Bai Zhe, Su Yan took the gift given by Bai Zhe, returned to the pavilion, and handed the crystal ball to Long Dad's incarnation. What is this? Long Dad looked at the crystal ball handed over by Su Yan, and a trace of surprise appeared on his cheek. If I am not mistaken, there is a ball of concentrated fairy spirit inside? Just now I met Senior Bai Zhe downstairs. He said that this is a gift from him when he came to the banquet, and asked me to hand it over to my parents in person. Su Yan replied. Long Dad showed a strange expression on his cheek, and looked at the fox mother with a subtle face beside him, and said, Coincidence? I don't know, said the fox mother, shaking her head. The incarnation in Wanyao City just now sent a message to inform the two that the meteorite where the Queen Mother of the West slept had been brought back from the universe, and was currently placed in the Peach Blossom Spring of the Yusu clan. The ancestor of the Yusu clan asked Fox Mom to return to the clan to hold a clan meeting to discuss the use of fairy spirit, because of the relationship with Emperor Wuxing and Jingwu, and the later encounter with Taoist Liyun. The Yusu clan actually also has some fairy spirits, but it is not known whether these fairy spirits are enough for awakening. Therefore, the Nine-Tailed Fox held a clan meeting and summoned all the Nine-Tailed Foxes to discuss and vote. That is, when the fairy spirit is insufficient, the top leaders may use a large amount of materials to exchange the fairy spirit. This matter is related to the resource allocation of all Nine-Tailed Foxes. So the three tribes of the Nine-Tailed Fox jointly held a clan meeting. Just as Long Dad and Fox Mom received the news, Su Yan came back with a bottle of concentrated fairy spirit. What kind of lucky little fox is this? The Fox Mother and Dragon Father looked strange. They picked up Su Yan, who was about to eat, and went to the Yusa clan's territory. They handed the fairy spirit that Su Yan found to the Yusa clan's ancestor. At present, the Dragon clan does not need fairy spirit for the time being. The fairy spirit of the immortal of the earth's return to ruins is enough for the Dragon Kings to use for cultivation. Moreover, there is not much time left for the leader of the cultivation world to go to the fairyland. Therefore, the fairy spirit given by Zay was obviously given to the nine-tailed fox. The Sioux ancestor looked at Long Dad and Fox Mom, and then at the little fox holding the crystal ball in his arms. A group of black lines appeared on his cheeks, and he complained, "What kind of little fox is this? We just made a difficult decision to lower the food standards of all foxes to get cash to buy fairy power. And you just brought back a bottle of fairy spirit? Little fox, come here. Let the ancestor kiss you twice." The Sioux ancestor stretched out his arm, picked up Su Yin, and took the crystal ball in his arms. The Sioux ancestor said that the kiss was real, and the lipstick mark was left directly on Su Yin's cheek. After rewarding the little fox for its outstanding performance, the Sioux ancestor looked at Long Dad and Fox Mom, asking them to give birth to more little foxes like Su Yin, and then hurriedly ran out with the fairy spirit, hiding in the gap in the space and disappearing without a trace. Old ancestor Yusu's mood changes every day. Father Long looked at Mother Fox and slowly complained. It was old ancestor Yusu who said to have fewer children, and now it is still old ancestor Yusu who said to have more children. So, can he and Su Qing have children or not? Old women are like this. When they are lonely and empty, they tend to get angry. Mother Fox chuckled and echoed. Su Yin saw that the atmosphere around Father Long and Mother Fox was about to bubble with pink bubbles. So he immediately lay on the ground and slipped out of the palace from his parents' feet, leaving some independent space for the two of them, and slipped to his aunt's grandmother's side to drink and play cards with the elders of the Yusu clan. Then, the little fox was kicked out of the clan land by the elders of the Yusu clan with a few sets of clothes, and the pipe that his aunt's grandmother used to smoke was still rolled up on his tail. Of course, this was a temporary pressure on Su Yin, and his aunt's grandmother would go home to get the spirit stone to redeem him later. Unlovable fox. Su Yin, who was sitting at the gate of the dilapidated courtyard, had not yet come to his senses. A white arm stretched out from the void and grasped the pipe on Su Yin's tail. It turned around and hit the head of the naughty fox. Su Yin, who was holding clothes in his arms, looked at the things in his hands, and then looked at the rippling void. A happy expression appeared on the fox's cheek. Su Yin stood up, humming a little song, carrying the spoils he had just won, and walked out of Jishan, ready to find other foxes with Su's family to play cards. After a while, the wedding banquet of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad was about to end. Flakes of snow began to fall from the sky of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Big Su Yin, who was killing people everywhere in the Su clan, had a face full of black lines. The ant looked at the big and small patterns on the table, picked up Su Yin and threw him. Wherever Su Yin landed, the ant and the elders hurriedly took out the spirit stones to press on it. Whatever Su Yin won from them, they would use Su Yin to earn back now. The foxes who were desperate to lose obviously didn't care about the elders' demeanor and etiquette. They held Su Yin in their arms and shuttled through casinos all over the eastern state, trying to earn back the spirit stones and accessories they lost. My nephew is really good. The ant looked at the casino staff, who fell to the ground with pupils shaking. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. She raised her hand and patted the little fox's fluffy butt and touched it. Big win. Let's go. Let's go to the next one, while there is still some time. Let's rob all the casinos in Wanyao City. The elder of the Yusu clan, who still hasn't made back his money, urged anxiously. I lost all the money for milk powder. Sixth aunt, you like to gamble on weekdays, and the bad debts you lost in the past can't be blamed on me. Su Yin raised his head and looked at the elder, who urged everyone to move their positions and complained. This elder was not one of the elders who came to the door at the beginning. She just returned to the clan recently. She didn't have any hobbies on weekdays. Like my aunt, she liked to be a fairy who distributed money in the market. Now, there is one more mouth in the sixth aunt's family, which made the sixth aunt feel tight in her pocket. The ancestor of the Yusu clan would not pay spiritual stones for the gamblers in the clan, but the ancestor would give whatever the little fox in the sixth aunt's family wanted. Sixth aunt looked at her son, wearing gold and silver, and only drinking the first mouthful of milk from the mother green cow. And she was envious. Auntie didn't blame the little fox. It was just 1 or 2 million gene of spirit stones that Auntie invited the little fox to. Auntie Six looked at the little fox in the big fox's arms, and a kind smile suddenly appeared on her cheeks and said, Little fox, are you going to come to Auntie's house? Auntie's house is quite big. You wish. Auntie's grandmother hit her head with a cigarette, rolled her eyes and said, Pay attention to your manners and put away your ugly and greedy face in front of the younger generation. Everyone get ready, and go back to the clan to protect the law in a while. There will be plenty of time to earn spirit stones after finishing the business. The little fox's ability to attract money is recognized by the elders of the Su clan and the Qingqiu clan. After the elder sisters of the Su clan lost the game, they felt that Su Yin was a little bit wrong. So they put Su Yin in the banquet hall of the headquarters of the appraisal pavilion and provoked the Qingqiu clan's expressionless and rule-abiding foxes. Facts have proved that the Qingqiu clan foxes will also get angry when they lose the game. After this round of experiments, the elder sisters of the Su family also knew the evil intentions of the little fox and immediately formed a group to surround the little bad fox and asked him to refund his money. Su Yin was naturally unwilling to do this. When he saw the aggressive elders, he directly cried out and called the ancestor of the Su family to make the decision for him. Under the witness of the ancestor, both parties chose to compromise. How can the little fox return the money he earned by his own ability? You elders don't know how to make concessions. No matter how much you lose, you can just let him help you earn it back. Right? Chapter 541. Where is the Queen Mother of the West? Son, come here. Led by my aunt, the nine-tailed foxes that fought in the casino returned to the halfway up the mountain. However, the Jishan area today is completely different from what I have seen before. The originally dense forest has now become bare at a glance. A large number of tree and plant monsters lurking in the forest have moved their positions again and crowded at the foot of the mountain. At the halfway point, Fox Mom and Dragon Dad stood in a corner and looked at Su Yin, who had just arrived home, and greeted him with a smile. So many foxes. Su Yin jumped out of his aunt's arms, fell into Fox Mom's arms in a sitting position, looked around, and subconsciously exclaimed. Since Su Yin brought back the fairy spirit, the nine-tailed foxes began to prepare for the awakening ceremony, ready to awaken the Queen Mother of the West, who was sleeping in the cave of the deep universe of the meteorite. Today is the day for the awakening ceremony. Almost all the nine-tailed foxes in Qingqiu have gathered in front of the clan of the Su family, quietly waiting for the ancestors to properly arrange the awakening ceremony venue. Is it okay? Fox Mother listened to Su Yin sigh, looked around and complained. The foxes you see now are basically from the Qingqiu clan and Tushan clan. Many of our foxes have not returned home yet. The number of nine-tailed foxes who came to participate in the clan meeting was about 83, which was all the clan members that the nine-tailed fox clan could currently summon, if calculated according to the number of existing nine-tailed foxes in the clan tree. There are only 128 recognized nine-tailed foxes in total. Originally, there were 135 in total, but because of the erosion of the nightmare suppression method, 7 were lost. According to the clan tree ranking, the 7 little ones were almost a generation. So when Su Yin returned home now, he didn't see any brothers and sisters at all. They were either peers, uncles, aunts, or younger brothers and sisters. The reason why the fox population can maintain more than 100 is entirely due to the long lifespan of the divine beasts. If it were a shorter lifespan of a human race, it would be a question whether there would be a few nine-tailed foxes left. As long as there is no sudden incident or accidental loss of members, the number of people will generally not change. Now it is in decline. A Qingqiu fox with a cold face and sword eyebrows and star eyes holding a sharp blade, the ears on his head moved slightly, looked at the Fox Mother and Su Yin and said, from the peak of our tribe, there were thousands of people, and our tribe has actually been decreasing. If there is no opportunity, the number of people will continue to decrease. The divine beasts and alien beasts basically rely on longevity to maintain the number of the tribe. Except for the arrogant insects, the divine beasts and alien beasts in the cultivation world are all decreasing. Looking at the cultivation world, only the arrogant insects can maintain the growth curve. This is a shame. The Qingqiu fox who interrupted sighed slowly and summed up. You also know that the number has been decreasing. Why don't you include those with high blood purity into the nine-tailed fox clan? Maybe one day, they will be able to give birth to atavists like Princess Xiaoyu. The Fox Mother took a deep look at the fox who interrupted her, and pushed him against the wall with just one sentence. The Qingqiu clan fox was slightly stunned, turned his head, and spoke with a slightly weak tone. Well, the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. Although we have been losing people, the probability of the return of the ancestors is not as good as our efforts. Besides, our Qingqiu clan is the clan with the highest fertility rate among the 3 clans. Qingqiu clan's words circled around, giving himself a little confidence, and then immediately refuted the Fox Mother. Among the 3 clans, you used to have the lowest fertility rate. How dare you complain about those of us who are trying hard to give birth? Qingqiu clan said with a little disdain. looking at Su Yin, who only had one tail. Bang Su Yin noticed Qingqiu clan's disdain, and immediately showed his 4 tails unwillingly. The expression on the Qingqiu clan's fox cheek was stunned, and then turned his head away, completely ignoring the unreasonable Yusu clan. Pa! 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 The Su clan ancestor walked out of the old mansion, raised his palms and clapped them, attracting everyone's attention to himself, and slowly said, "All foxes come into the house." The Qingqiu people block the main roads in various parts of the Qingqiu kingdom, and if they encounter anyone who breaks through the pass to Jishan without authorization, they will all be killed without mercy. Although the Qingqiu kingdom is the home of the nine-tailed fox, there are all kinds of beasts living in the kingdom, accepting the protection and jurisdiction of the nine-tailed fox clan. However, the nine-tailed foxes don't like to cause trouble on weekdays, except for the Su clan foxes running all over the cultivation world. The other foxes are squatting on their own 1 acre and 3 points of land and living a leisurely life. Only in very rare cases, the nine-tailed fox, as the ruler of the Qingqiu kingdom, will summon the Qingqiu beasts. At the order of the Su clan ancestor, the Qingqiu beasts directly started the closed door mode. When all the foxes entered the peach blossom spring, the Su clan ancestor even closed the door to the dreamland. Arriving in the peach blossom spring, it is as dreamy as ever, with a comfortable herbal aroma. A meteorite with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers was placed in the open space of the peach forest. The surface of the meteorite was as smooth as new, as if it had been cut by a knife and an axe. It stood quietly on the open space of the peach forest. The 2 heroes of Qingqiu, the ancestor of Tushan, the lord of the night, the lord of the day, the ancestor of Jiachong, and the leader of the Moon Rabbit tribe had already been waiting beside the meteorite, quietly waiting for the awakening ceremony to officially begin. The tribes that followed the Queen Mother of the West at the beginning, as well as the representatives of the tribes that the Queen Mother of the West had won over before she fell asleep, have all gathered here to wait for the legendary goddess. The Queen Mother of the West is the legendary thousand-faced god. She is a half-human, half-beast, ferocious evil god who is in charge of plague and killing. She is a lucky god who is in charge of immortal medicine and has infinite creation and the ability to nurture life. She is also a beautiful goddess with a natural beauty and a peerless face. Her greatness and beauty cannot be described or summarized in any words. Mother, can you raise your feet a little higher? Those Qingqiu foxes in the front row are too tall. I can't see them clearly. Su Yin stood on the shoulders of Fox Mother, tiptoed and looked forward, wanting to see the Holy Spirit of Queen Mother of the West when she woke up. But those Qingqiu foxes in the front row, who don't know what they eat on weekdays, are as tall as cows and horses. Even a 1.8 meter tall fox standing next to them looks petite. After transforming, they are about 2 meters tall per person, steadily pressing Fox Mother by half a head, so that Su Yin can hardly see what is going on in front even when he stands on tiptoe. Caw. Although Su Yin couldn't see clearly what was happening in front of him, the awakening ceremony didn't stop for a moment. The 4 ancestors, Qingqiu, Tushan, and Yusu, opened their own universes, attached themselves to the black Tao pattern on the meteorite, and began to invade the cave paradise built by the universe hidden in the Tao pattern. After searching the universe, the other heavenly beings who were watching on the side also took action together, opened their universes and attached themselves to the cave paradise, and used their strength to forcibly dig a hole in the hidden cave paradise. 10,000 divine lights emerged from the void, and the ancestor of the Yusu family saw the opportunity to open the cave, raised his hand, and injected all the fairy spirits he had collected recently into it. Before the fairy spirit spread, the heavenly beings all took back their own universes and closed the cracked door of the cave paradise again to prevent the fairy spirit from overflowing. Won't the ancestors go and take a look? What if the person in the cave is not the Queen Mother of the West? Seeing the ancestors all attacking together and injecting all the immortal spirits into the cave, Su Yin suddenly had a very unbelievable idea in his heart. What if the thing living in the cave is not the Queen Mother of the West? It's not that he suspected the Dragon Clan of sending false information, but Su Yin felt that those old monsters were so smart. If they encountered a lonely holy spirit, they might be worried that they might not wake up before they fell asleep. Is it possible that they deliberately disguised themselves in front of their sleeping place? Disguised themselves as a holy spirit, deceived the tribes under the Holy Spirit, and provided nutrients for themselves? After all, I am alone, and now I can't even get the minimum living allowance. On the other hand, your family is so prosperous, it's not too much for me to get some. Right? After all, You have a large family. And you don't need these few mouthfuls of immortal spirits. Su Yan's words startled the people who were looking at the meteorite with expectation. They turned back subconsciously and looked at the little fox, who was talking in the fox mother's ear. They slowly typed a question mark. And then, the question marks flew all over the sky. Shut up if you can't speak. The old ancestor of the Su family in front of the altar rolled his eyes and shouted loudly. What hermit crab fallacy. Although the ancestors have never seen the queen, we can still recognize the breath and power of creation of the Queen Mother of the West. How could we make the wrong grave when worshipping the ancestors, and give the lonely ghost the opportunity to eat the sacrifices? Your grandmother worshipped the wrong grave. Although we are old, we are not old and dim. How could we not recognize the power and breath of the Queen Mother of the West? What nonsense! The beautiful eyes of the old ancestor of the Su family were wide open, and he glared at Su Yan, who was talking nonsense. Su Yan, who knew he had said the wrong thing, had an embarrassed look on his face. He slid down the fox mother's shoulder and slowly fell to the ground, reducing his presence. But? Cuckoo! Cuckoo! At this moment, a loud rooster's crow penetrated the barriers of the space and came out from the closed cave paradise, resounding throughout the peach blossom spring. When everyone heard the rooster's crow, their faces changed drastically. The space around the meteorite began to distort, and thousands of divine lights emerged from a point in the void, gradually spreading out, unfolding a vast and boundless universe. A big red rooster with colorful tail feathers, which looked like a peacock, ran out of the universe. It took a step and cried, then spread its wings and fluttered as if it was about to take off. But it didn't fly. When he saw the free-range chicken, the heart in the Su family's chest twitched violently, and he almost fell to the ground without being able to stabilize his body. Why? Long Dad, who had been hiding in the crowd and trying to reduce his presence, was also shocked when he saw this. He frowned and looked at this scene, muttering in a low voice. Long Dad knew the Black Dragon King very well. She was a person who kept her word, since she gave the information about the Queen Mother of the West's sleeping place as an exchange to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. She was naturally confident that she could confirm the authenticity of the information. But what about this chicken? Even if this big red chicken looked unusual, the Queen Mother of the West could never be a rooster. The gender didn't even match. What's with that expression on your face? The big red rooster flapped its wings, looked at the nine-tailed foxes who were stunned or shocked, and immediately said unhappily, Aren't you happy to wake me up? Why do I feel like you are expecting something extraordinary? Didn't the old fox tell you that the place where the queen is sleeping is kept by me? Let the old fox come out. I will give him a hard kick on his peach buttocks. He didn't even tell his younger generation about such an important matter before he fell asleep. The big red rooster flapped its wings, jumped out of the open universe space, landed on the altar, and manifested a white-faced talus boy with double pupils. He looked around at the foxes and said with an unhappy expression, Old. Although he has not been in the West Realm for many years, he is still a general under the command of the Queen Mother. How come? After so many years, even I can't recognize him? I am a general under the Queen Mother of the West, and I am the one who walks around the world on behalf of the Queen Mother's will, Chongming Bird. The big red rooster introduced himself with an unhappy face, and looked at the fox, the golden crow, and the jade rabbit and said, Where did your ancestor go to have fun? You know that I am not good at speaking, but you don't come out to tell me the situation. Chongming claimed that he was not good at speaking, and it was not false, because he often offended people with his mouth in the past. And from time to time, he would ask about people's family tree. Men, women, old and young. So Chongming would not show up unless there was something big. Everyone in the Peach Blossom Spring looked at each other, and the two heroes of the Qingqiu clan resisted the discomfort of cardiac arrest, looked at the Chongming bird and explained the whereabouts of the nine-tailed fox god ancestor, and the fact that the cultivation world has not returned to the fairy world yet. What? The old fox was actually attacked? And now, Bai Zhe sliced him up? I was saying, why do I feel that the spiritual power around me seems to be a little bit wrong? I thought that the spiritual power had not been backflowed since I just returned to the fairyland. Chongming bird listened to Qingqiu Shuangjie's explanation with a surprised face. Please help me, ancestor. After Qingqiu Shuangjie explained the whole story, he looked at Chongming bird and asked him to take back the nine-tailed fox god ancestor. No! To everyone's surprise, Chongming, who had just been shouting old fox, raised his hand directly, interrupted Qingqiu Shuangjie's solemn request, shook his head and said, Although I am also worried about the old fox, I will not take any action until I return to the fairyland. My responsibility is to guard the door of the queen's bedroom. Before I complete the task assigned by the queen, I will not waste any of my strength to do unnecessary things. The meteorite is where Chongming Bird rests, and Queen Mother of the West rests in Chongming Bird's body. Chongming is equivalent to Queen Mother of the West's guard. Chongming will not do anything before ensuring Queen Mother of the West wakes up safely. Don't worry. The old fox has taken the best medicine in the world. Not to mention being sliced up by Bai Zhe and set all over the street. Even if he dies without even a piece of mincemeat left, he can come back again. Chongming Bird seemed to realize that his words just now seemed a bit heavy. And then, he started to explain. As Chongming Bird walked out of the meteorite, which was originally about 5 kilometers in diameter, cracked directly, and the spiritual weapon hidden deep inside fell out. Chongming Bird put the storage ring back on his finger, found a place to sit cross-legged at random, and asked the foxes to bring up the wine and food without any courtesy. After reaching the earthly immortal realm, from a physiological point of view, the cultivator no longer needs to eat. It is enough to absorb nutrients from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Eating and other behaviors are hobbies or habits rather than physiologically necessary behaviors. Obviously, for Chongming Bird, he belongs to the former. Don't look at my storage spiritual tool. The immortal crystals inside are given to me by the Empress. The reserved immortal crystals belong to my reserve energy. The Chongming Bird, who was drinking and eating meat, looked at the celestial beings sitting around him and said, "If I waste immortal crystals casually, when the old women come to my door, I can escape instead of staying here and being slaughtered. Of course, there is no need for you to be disappointed. Anyway, I am idle, and I can point fingers at you anytime and anywhere. After all, I am also a god. It is very easy for me to point fingers at you from the highest point of cultivation. I am not afraid of you coming, but I am afraid that you will be scolded by me for being fragile." Although Chongming's words were very long-winded, everyone still vaguely understood something. It seems that the Queen Mother of the West has an enemy, and before she fell asleep, she had already set a plan. That is, she chose not to wake up for the time being, leaving all the resources to the Chongming Bird and the nine-tailed fox god, allowing them to recover to their prime first, and then wake up the long-sleeping self as her guards to help restore her strength. The Queen Mother of the West's sleeping place is hidden in the Chongming Bird. But when talking about the Queen Mother of the West's enemies, Chongming naturally chose to change the subject and stop talking about them. The big mouth is like the Chongming Bird. On the cheek, there is a clear trace of scruple. But it is just scruple without any fear or worry. Do you foxes still have the habit of stepping on milk? Chongming Bird looked at Su Yan, who was curled up in the arms of the Yusa clan ancestor, and changed the subject as if nothing had happened, saying, "It's really strange. When the old fox is resurrected in the future, I must slander him. Or laugh at him for not stepping on it. No." The Yusa clan ancestor shook his head gently and said, "I still have some old injuries on my body that have not healed. Our little fox knows some medical skills. Suppress my injuries for me." As the patriarch of the Yusa clan foxes, the ancestor slams the table at least twice a day on average. Just now, when he saw Chongming Bird suddenly appear, his chest ached. Since he learned that Su Yan was magical, the Yusa clan ancestor didn't bother to care about Bai Meng's injuries. Anyway, he could quickly heal the injuries by picking up Su Yan and covering him with clothes. Why waste her time? If it weren't for the Taoist Liu Yun's matter, her injury would have healed long ago. Injury? The double pupils in Chongming's eyes moved slightly, and the double pupils in his eyes slowly moved and overlapped, gradually forming a pattern similar to a total lunar eclipse. A strange feeling of repulsion spread from Chongming. "So it was Bai Zhe's stuff," I said. "Why can't I see that you are injured?" Chongming's tone was slightly playful. Bai Zhe's innate secret method can annihilate or offset all kinds of spiritual power. The white light left by Bai Zhe cannot be sensed by the detection secret method. If Chongming didn't pay more attention, he would not notice the remaining Bai Zhe's magic power on the three fox juniors. Chongming raised his hand to pinch the seal, and shouted in a low voice. A breeze swept through everyone's body, and the white light remaining in the fox ancestor's body was forcibly dispelled from the body. And Su Yan's body also dispersed a few wisps of black mist containing resentment. The father of the dragon, who was sitting on the side, half leaning on the low table, drinking tea in silence, was even more exaggerated. His body suddenly flew backwards, leaving only a dragon ball floating in the air. The black dragon inside the dragon ball looked at all this in astonishment. But fortunately, There were a lot of golden ribbons wrapped around the dragon ball on the body of the father of the dragon. With the thought of the father of the dragon, the body that flew backwards came back, and wrapped the dragon ball back into the body of the father of the dragon. What kind of evil and heretical thing! The scene of the father of the dragon flying backwards not only scared the father of the dragon, but also Chongming, the initiator, was also shocked by the sudden change. The feeling of rejection just now was actually one of the innate magical powers of the Chongming bird, called exorcism. Chongming's power of exorcism can forcibly expel harmful things from an individual's body, or things that do not belong to him. For example, the white light in the bodies of the ancestors, and the resentment of the Nightmare Town followers floating on Su Yan's body are all harmful things that do not belong to him. Therefore, they are forcibly expelled by Chongming bird. It was too scary when it came to Longba. The flesh and ribs on his chest were turned outward, and a large number of black and red blood vessels like wriggling tentacles emerged from inside. The Chongming bird even vaguely saw a four-winged evil dragon roaring to the sky. The body of the pseudo-dragon ancestor, who lost Longba's control, was at a certain risk of losing control. Chongming bird saw the scene of losing control. No, nothing happened. Longba reorganized his robe and waved his hand. Don't worry about it. It's really hard not to care. Chongming stood on tiptoe and looked at Longba's chest, as if he wanted to see through the golden array pattern, to see through the pseudo-dragon ancestor body fused by Longba. Senior, drink. An old ancestor of the Su family picked up the wine warmer and poured wine for Chongming, who was full of gossip, and asked him to come and drink. Although Ao Renlin is already a son-in-law, it is better not to talk too much about the internal affairs of the dragon clan. They have their own ideas and thoughts. Even as relatives, it is better not to ask too much about those things. After sitting under the peach tree for a long time, the nine-tailed foxes slowly dispersed. The foxes were all lamenting in their hearts that they could not awaken the legendary Queen Mother of the West, but instead awakened a loudspeaker with a smelly mouth and a bit of a riddle. Dad Long and Mom Fox also led Su Yin into the space gap and went to the treasure appraisal pavilion in Wanyao City. Now the wedding banquet has come to an end, and as the host, it is almost time to announce the end and send the guests home with gifts. Su Yin looked back at Chongming, and a murmur rose in his heart. The old women that Brother Chongming said have a grudge against the Queen Mother of the West. Are they referring to Yichao clan, or the high-ranking officials of the Netherworld who created the immortal witch? Yichao clan? Netherworld? Su Yin couldn't figure out who the old women were that Chongming bird was talking about. Of course, Su Yin couldn't think of it at all, because the old women that Chongming bird was talking about were actually the rivals that Queen Mother of the West had provoked in the past. Although Queen Mother of the West was extremely beautiful, in addition to managing her own territory and refining medicine, her biggest hobby was actually to hold the banquet of 10,000 immortals, gathering relatives and friends to hold banquets together in Kunlun Fairyland. Queen Mother of the West was very good at joking, and often got together with relatives and friends. Her beauty, her deeds, and her power can bring a strong sense of security to men, women, and subjects. When the Queen Mother of the West holds a banquet for all immortals, at the least, it can break up 4 or 5 pairs of immortal couples who have lived together day and night and shared hardships. And at the worst, it can make couples turn against each other and kill each other. Sometimes it is a male immortal who loves the Queen Mother. Sometimes it is a female immortal who loves the Queen Mother. Over the years, the Queen Mother of the West has offended a large number of infatuated men and women with high cultivation without knowing it. There are also some holy spirits and divine people among them. If those old women see the Queen Mother in trouble, it would be strange if they don't use evil weapons to scratch the Queen Mother's peerless face. Since waking up, Chongming bird has been watching for the old women to come out and plot against the Queen Mother. Only after learning that the cultivation world has not returned for the time being, Chongming bird was slightly relieved and asked the foxes to bring some food. Chongming loudspeaker is loudspeaker. He will never tell about the Queen Mother's grievances and hatreds. If Chongming dared to speak carelessly, within 3 days, his negative information would definitely spread all over the fairy world. Chapter 542. Does the little fox want a wife? You want one. It's hard to meet and hard to part. Hope to see you again. Jean Lin looked at you by being dragged away by his mother, a plump woman who was more than 2 meters tall, and then looked at Su Yin, who was smiling and seeing him off at the door, shook his head and said, in the next period of time, there may be job adjustments in Luoxing City. As one of the chief disciples of Jin Jin, she will definitely be very busy. In the next 10 years, there is a high probability that there will be no opportunities to travel. So Jinlin said that it is hard to say goodbye, and it is hard to meet when they say goodbye. We will definitely see each other again. And I will treat you then. Su Yin raised his hand with a smile on his face, and said goodbye to Jinlin, who was leaving. Okay. Jinlin, who left with his master, looked at him and nodded slightly to agree to the next appointment for a drinking party. Are you trying to make the human race and the demon race, the sect lady and the mountain nobleman, fall in love? Fox mother looked at the departing Miss Jinlin, then looked at her son, and after a long pause, she said, if you keep going like this, aren't you afraid that Xia Yu's unruly princess will be unhappy? Be careful not to offend the girls of the two families. Son, women who hate because of love are very cruel. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Brother Jinlin is devoted to cultivation. Su Yin looked at his mother and complained about her wild ideas. Although Jinlin didn't introduce herself much, Su Yin knew some of the past events related to Jinlin because of Brother Yu Bai. Her father was the person in charge of the previous term in Jinjin, and was extremely obsessed with Taoism research. He deduced the method of White Thunder and passed it on to Jinlin through blood. Her father has a very high reputation in Luoxing City. Unfortunately, due to an accident in the study of Taoism, Jinlin's father died. Because of his father's achievements, Jinlin has been highly expected by the sect since birth, and everything he does is elite education. She must be one of the heirs of the first seat of Jin Town. Before this goal is achieved, she will not consider other things. Therefore, Su Yin felt that Fox's mom seemed to have misunderstood something. He and Jinlin had a good relationship because they had experienced the pursuit of the Nightmare Town and could trust each other. Although such trust is a bit childish, at least so far, because it does not involve issues such as interests or positions. This trust is reliable. What? I thought my son was so capable that he could hold a beauty in his arms. But in the end, it was a false joy. Fox's mom cast a disappointed look at her son. In the next few days, Su Yin shuttled back and forth between Wanyao City and the North Sea Dragon Clan. Originally, Su Yin thought that after accompanying his parents to see off the guests, he would return to the Peach Blossom Spring to find the Chongming bird. But he never expected that after seeing off the guests from Luo Heiju in Xiaoyu City, Long Dad and Fox's mom would run away, leaving him in Xiaoyu and running away. Looking at the letter on the table, Su Yan's forehead was filled with black lines, and he complained, you just finished the banquet, and now you have to make up for the second honeymoon. Right? The letter didn't say anything. Just Fox's mom briefly said that she and Long Dad went on a honeymoon. Su Yan's cultivation has improved. He has friends, and his career has started. And the little fox should learn to live independently instead of sticking to his parents. Forget it. It's better this way. Otherwise, when Senior Baizé finds me, I won't know how to explain to my father and mother. Su Yin put away the letter on the table, pushed open the window in the bedroom of Richuan Garden, and looked at the wooden floating city floating in the air above Xiaoyu City. Every new year of Xiaoyu, there will be a city used for ancestor worship floating in the sky above Xiaoyu City. After the ancestor worship of Xiaoyu, a grand event called Imperial Martial Arts will be held, with the intention of letting the spirits of the ancestors of the Xiaoyu dynasty see the new blood of the Xiaoyu dynasty. The spirits of the ancestors in heaven are watching from heaven, and the gamblers are fighting against the Xiaoyu Ministry of Rites in the floating city. See whether the gamblers are quick to place bets, or the young ladies of the Ministry of Rites who are proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are quick to calculate. The left hand makes the winning and losing calculation formula, and the right hand punches out the floating odds and the 3 winning methods of drawing the handicap. After watching the martial arts performance in front of the emperor, the people of Xiaoyu can move to the end under the floating city to watch the performance of the monks in the sky crying heart-wrenchingly, or swearing, and then falling directly from the sky. How can a baby cry every day? And how can a gambler lose every day? Next year, I will definitely make you Xiaoyu cry. Su Yin did not participate in the martial arts competition in front of the emperor this year because of his busy liquid affairs. Awake? Come and eat quickly. Su Yin just came out of the house and saw the mother of the mermaids and several mermaid girls busy downstairs. Now it is the New Year period, because the girls in the brothel have redeemed themselves and their hometowns have been restored to normal. They have the right to apply to Xiaoyu during the New Year to reunite with their families in the prison or the Jaya Fangxi and other brothels. In addition, my aunt is still in Wanyao City, so the overall atmosphere of Richuan brothel seems to be relatively deserted. Good morning, everyone. Su Yin sat at the long table and looked at the other mermaid girls and said good morning. The previous large group of mermaids had all returned to the West Sea. But some mermaid girls and mermaid mothers chose to stay here. They didn't come here to scrape Su Yan's ointment with a spoon. In the words of the mermaid mother, Nanwu girl is young and unfamiliar with the business. We stay here to teach her how to seduce her partner, and ensure that her partner has a different sense of freshness every day. When Su Yan first heard this, a teasing slogan of a certain processor suddenly popped up in his mind. As the saying goes, when one core is in trouble, 9 cores will watch. Except for pushing from the back. They took care of everything else, including washing clothes, cooking, and paying for Richuan Garden to close down. All of this was just to allow Su Yan and Jian Nanwu to have more free time to spend together. After spending more time together, Jian Nanwu naturally had to bear more. And the fertility rate also increased. Although the mother of the merman tribe knew that the tribe of divine beasts would definitely not be able to give birth during Su Yan's time, she was happy to play with the children, so that Su Yan could have the highest level of experience as if he were at home. By the way, she could also improve Su Yan's favorability. And she always welcomed Su Yan to come and play in winter. After having breakfast at home, Su Yan went out to find friends to stroll on the streets during the new year. Zhou and Wen Tong could not be found. The former was trapped in the royal family's black game in the floating city, and the latter was deeply trapped in the youth training camp of the Demon Suppression Division, and only had 2 days of vacation during the new year. Therefore, Su Yan went directly to the homes of Princess Wuxi, Feng Shiqi, and Luanming County Lord. But when Su Yan ran to Princess Wuxi's home, he suddenly discovered a very serious problem. That is, in the hall where he and Princess Wuxi rolled and played on weekdays, there sat the princess's grandfather, as well as a man and a woman he didn't know. The male cultivator had a face that was somewhat similar to the third prince, and the female cultivator's cherry lips were exactly the same as Princess Wuxi's. Seeing this, Su Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he showed embarrassment. Su Yan, who was in the form of a little fox, left the hall and showed his human form. He quickly took out some fruits and gifts from his storage ring, entered the door again like a human, looked at everyone and said, Junior Su Yan of the Su family greets the prince, and the prince's wife. Su Yan has now recognized his ancestors and returned to his ancestral home. Before calling himself by his name, he needs to add another suffix. As for whether he calls himself the Su family or the North Sea Dragon clan, it depends on the needs. Anyway, because of the interference and influence of Father Long, after Su Yan's name was registered in the genealogy of the Su family, he immediately ran to the genealogy of the Black Dragon clan to register again. You came at the right time. Mr. Xia smiled at Su Yan and said, we were just discussing you. I didn't expect you to come to our door. Come quickly and sit here. Discussing me? Su Yan handed the gift to the attendant beside him, and sat down on the left side of the bench, with a confused look on his face. Also sitting at the end of the bench, the man who was suspected to be the father of Princess Wuxi said with a melancholy face, the things we discussed just now are indeed related to you to a certain extent. But generally speaking, we are still talking about Linger's affairs. The Linger mentioned by the princess's father refers to the name of Princess Wuxi, Xia Linghuan. And there is no title. I was busy with official duties, and was away all the time. I only found out that things were going to be bad after returning to the imperial city recently. Princess Wuxi's father said helplessly, Linger has been preparing for such a long time, and her wings have hardened. I feel that she may run away in a while. We are talking about whether there is any way to persuade Linger to give up her plan to escape. Father just recommended you to us, saying that Linger likes to play with you recently, and even named you as the left protector of his sect. We are asking, is there a possibility to use you to tie Linger down? It didn't matter in the past. After all, there is no land in the world of cultivation that Xia you can't go to. However, there have been some unrest in the world of cultivation recently. Some heavenly forces have begun to break the rules and swallow up forces everywhere. The situation in the world of cultivation is balanced. Only when the leader-level heavenly beings cannot take over the territory can other heavenly forces take over or become vassals of the leader-level heavenly beings. Their existence is tacitly approved. But since the appearance of Taoist Luyuan and his shout, those celestial beings have noticed something and started to annex the weaker forces on the edge of the power, relying on the means of annexation and devouring to strengthen their own foundation. These things are very normal, and Emperor Wusheng and the others will not pay attention to them. Everyone just wants to add some means when facing risks, as long as it does not damage the vested interests of the leaders. They will not make any comments on this. The forces in the world of cultivation are devouring each other. They should have nothing to do with the Xiaoyu dynasty. After all, the celestial beings who are leaders are cruel and tyrannical, which is well known in the celestial being circle. Not only are they extremely powerful, but the major forces have even formed alliances. No creature wants to provoke those behemoths. The forces in the world of cultivation are being reshuffled. But Princess Wuxi has accumulated enough strength. If she says she wants to set up her own business, she will inevitably be involved in this big reshuffle that has swept the world of cultivation. In this way, how can the princess's father not have a headache? They usually neglect their daughter because of their busy official duties. But it does not mean that parents do not care about their daughter. The princess's father does not want his daughter to be involved in the chaos and disputes. Linger is so kind and young. If she gets involved in the disputes in the cultivation world, she will be deceived by those unscrupulous criminals many times. The princess' father sighed and said, "So, we are just discussing whether to arrange a marriage for Linger. Can she temporarily restrain her rebellious nature and talk about starting her own business when the situation in the cultivation world stabilizes? Father just recommended you to us. It can be said that you are a good match. Moreover, Linger also likes to play with you and accepts you as the left protector of her sect. She should trust you very much. How about it? If Mr. Su agrees to help us persuade Linger to settle down temporarily, we will." "Hey! Why are you drunk so early in the morning?" Just when the princess' father covered his face and expressed his worries and helplessness, the princess in the dressing room received a notice from the maid and learned about Su Yan's arrival. Princess Wuxi was stunned, thinking of her family members meeting Su Yan in the house. Her father would most likely kick Su Yan out as an impolite person. So she hurried out of the dressing room. As a result, as soon as she arrived at the door, she heard her old man talking nonsense. Princess Wuxi was shocked and jumped out quickly, scolding the old man who was not drunk yet. "What are you talking about here? You are worrying about things that you shouldn't worry about." Seeing Princess Wuxi break into the house, the princess's father was furious, and helplessness suddenly appeared on his cheeks. He slowly said, "We have no choice. The situation in the cultivation world is turbulent now. If you go out now, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Anyway, building a family is a journey that must be taken in life. We thought that since the situation in the cultivation world is not good now, it is better to get married first, delay the time, and talk about starting a business in the future when the situation is stable." "Nonsense!" The princess and her father began to debate. Su Yan, who was standing aside, stared at the princess' father with a stunned look on his face. His little head tilted slightly, and he gave the third prince a question mark. "The princess is kind, simple and good. She has never killed anyone at home. She is too young to see blood." "Old man, are you sure that these words used to describe a lady from a noble family are suitable for describing the princess? Why is she different from the princess I have seen? The natives in the Qin Palace are crying so loudly." The third prince seemed to see Su Yan's surprise, smiled and transmitted his voice. "Well, isn't it normal for a girl to have some unknown little secrets? Linger's parents are always busy with rebellion and annexation, creating a new profit environment for the Xiaoyu dynasty. They only have time to go home and reunite with Linger during the new year. Will you tell your parents how many disobedient people you killed today? Or how many evil things you did? Obviously, you can't tell your parents these things. Not only will I not tell you, but if anyone dares to tell you, I will come to you openly to cause trouble." In the minds of Princess Wuxi's parents, the princess is not the ambitious Princess Wuxi who conquers cities and territories during outings, is proficient in torture and Taoism research, but the slightly rebellious Miss Xiaoyu who doesn't want to rely on her own efforts to make a living by relying on the legacy of her ancestors. "I understand." Su Yan nodded in agreement. Just like he never told Fox Mom and Dragon Dad that he had fought with someone's nightmare town in the outside world, killed someone's nightmare town, and dug someone's grave. How can these things be said? Those things have already passed, and telling them out will only make people worry. Nonsense! Look how embarrassed my friend is. After arguing with her parents, Princess Wuxi raised her finger and pointed to the third prince to complain. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking, refuting her parents' absurd words. Whose good man would catch someone and ask you whether you want a wife or not? The little fox and I are embarrassed to death now. My experience in gaining high martial arts. Recommendation: 10,000 meters high. A huge dragon-shaped phantom is cruising, making bursts of high-pitched dragon roars. And the dragon's might is shocking the world. In the abyss sea, the giant whale beast king shaped like an island set off an endless storm, causing a shocking tsunami in the endless forest. A blue-eyed golden-eyed beast roared to the sky, and countless ferocious beasts swept out, forming a terrifying beast tide. In the world of high martial arts are respected, and the strong are supreme. Fang Yuan accidentally came to this world with a proficiency system. As long as he keeps practicing, he can improve his proficiency. So he began to gain experience crazily, and he reached the maximum level of each skill and martial art. Several years later, above Qingyan City, facing the boundless beast tide, Fang Yuan transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall giant, suppressed the beast tide with one hand, and grabbed the neck of the world-destroying giant python with the other hand, and asked, "I heard that you want to massacre Qingyan City?" Chapter 543 Go to the Immortal Realm. What nonsense! Princess Wuxi had an unhappy expression on her face. She pulled Su Yan up from the chair and walked straight out of the hall to her dressing room. In the hall, the princess's father and mother looked at the third prince helplessly. "It's useless for you to look at me for these things." Third Master Xiao waved his hand and said, "Ling, that girl has the same temper as the imperial sister. Once she has made up her mind, no matter how much you persuade her, she will do it anyway. Now you are polite to call me Grandpa, but when you get really angry, Grandpa will become a dead old man." In terms of the princess's desire to start a business, the third prince maintained a neutral attitude. After all, everyone had not taken care of Linger's affairs before because of official business. They just simply gave her material satisfaction and came back to visit her during the new year. Now that the child has grown up and has his own plans and goals, the parents who are usually nowhere to be seen will jump out and try to dissuade them. How to persuade them? You didn't care before, but now you jump out. Aren't you looking for trouble? Ah! Princess Wuxi's parents sighed when they heard this. In the dressing room, the princess sat in front of the dressing table, and several maids were busy dressing her up. Don't pay too much attention to what my parents say. They are just bored. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan through the reflection of the bronze mirror and said, "Is the princess very resistant to marriage?" Su Yan, who turned into a little fox, lay on the soft-covered bench with animal skins. The little fox hand was dangling outside the bench. He turned his head to look at the princess, who was wearing hair accessories, and spoke curiously. "Resist? I didn't say I was resisting. My requirements for marriage are very simple. First, I need to like him. And second, he needs to express his efforts to marry me." Princess Wuxi pondered and said, "I must marry him. If someone wants to get around my parents and ask for a marriage, then one of me and him must die. I will mobilize my great aunt's guards to kill the one who tries to get a marriage." In Princess Wuxi's view, marrying and marrying are actually two different things. Marrying means that you are ugly. No one cares about you, and you are kicked out by your family. While marrying means that the man has been recognized by you and expressed his sincerity to impress you, so that you can agree to it out of emotional or other considerations. When I think about the mouth-to-mouth contact with someone I don't like or hate, that intimidating tongue, even trying to drill into my mouth, or the strange smell of leftovers, it's just too much, Princess Wuxi said, thinking about that scene. She shuddered all over, and complained, "I don't understand at all. How can the mouths of the girls in the brothel kiss the mouths of the customers? If I have to choose, I can only say that I boil poisonous soup in the sugar pot and hide a dagger in my arms. Killing one person is not a loss, and killing the whole house is a bloody profit." Princess Wuxi's temperament can no longer be simply described as fierce. It should be more appropriate to describe it as I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. In a word, I would rather die than succeed. Seeing that Princess Wuxi's words were so serious, Su Yan, who was lying on the bench, swallowed his saliva and complained in his heart, "Thank you, Princess Wuxi, for not killing me." Su Yan had never kissed the princess, but when he transformed into a little fox and played around, the fox's body could only run normally. If he wanted to catch an object, he could only use actions such as biting. After all, when playing normally or practicing biting, he couldn't use the power of controlling objects through the air. Right? Therefore, Su Yan could only say that he was grateful to the princess for not killing him. "Okay, let's go out." Princess Wuxi stood up from the dressing table, turned around with a smile on her face, causing her dress to flutter slightly. She raised her hand and covered half of her face with her sleeves. A natural lewd smile appeared on the princess's cheek. "How is it? Am I beautiful after dressing up carefully? If you dare to say that I am not as good as an adult, I will beat you." The princess who was carefully dressed up was indeed very beautiful, but a beauty embryo was still a beauty embryo. compared with the adult who had grown up and attracted flowers, plants and trees. The childish princess was always a little behind. Facing the princess's teasing, Suyin rolled his eyes and said perfunctorily, "The princess is extremely beautiful whether she is young or mature. There is no doubt about it. But to be honest, the temperament of the mature body is more dignified." Humph. Princess Wuxi picked up Suyin and bit Suyin's fox cheek, tearing it gently, and said incoherently, "You little foxes have a strong taste. You don't like beautiful girls, but you like the bad-hearted big sister with a protruding front and a curvy back, thanks to Suyin's hair not shedding, and the love of cleanliness cultivated by his fox mother with a washboard. Suyin basically only dirty his feet. The hair in other places is extremely white and soft, and it doesn't get dirty when bitten. But the big sister is really beautiful." Suyin muttered in reply. "Yes. So the big female foxes also like to mess with you little foxes." Princess Wuxi raised Suyin with a lewd smile on her face. "Come and show it to your sister, princess." In public, Suyin's face was full of black lines. He protected his tail and clamped his legs tightly. "Big sisters can play with it. No problem." Princess Wuxi couldn't stop smiling. While the two were playing, the third prince and the princess's parents, who were sitting in the garden drinking tea, silently watched the princess holding the fox in her arms. And a series of slightly sour wolf-tiger words came out of her mouth. The family of three watched quietly as Princess Wuxi held Suyin and led the maids and guards out of the princess's mansion. For a moment, I couldn't even tell whether it was Suyin who was teasing our Linger, or our Linger who was teasing a good boy. Speaking of which, that boy seemed to be only 18 when he was born. The third prince looked at the stunned couple and complained slowly. They were dating? Both of them said no. Suyin took advantage of the princess? Every time. The princess laughed heartily and lasciviously. And the third prince didn't comment on the relationship between the two. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. For a long time, until Linger's back could no longer be seen. Princess Wuxi's father was speechless and shook his head. "Let's not worry about those things anymore, lest Linger get angry again later." After going out with Princess Wuxi, he first went to the Feng clan land to find Feng Shiqi to make an appointment, and then went to the Xianwang mansion to visit Xianwang and asked Princess Wuming to come out. However, when passing by the Feng clan land, Suyin felt that Sister Shiqi's mother looked at him with a slightly wrong look, not like the greed of female beasts, nor like the expectation of girls wanting to hug and kiss. Instead, it was like looking at a very comfortable pillow or pillow. Suyin thought about it for a while, and suddenly came to a conclusion. Sister Shiqi's mother was greedy for her snow-white hair and wanted to shave her hair with a clipper. The hair of the nine-tailed fox is woven into cloth, or it can be used as a filler to stuff pillows and clothes as a warm layer. In response, Suyin was shocked, although his hair does not fall off on weekdays. In other words, when the hair falls off, it takes a long time to grow back to its original state. Sister Shiqi's mother is worthy of the title of craftsman. Others would pet and hug the little fox when they saw it. But when she saw Suyin, she wanted to cut off the fox's fur. When they arrived at the Xianwang mansion, Xuanwang's figure was not much different from usual, except that his face and temples became whiter. He ate and drank well, and even had the leisure to grow spiritual plants in the garden. The princess of Wuming County was very happy about her friend's arrival. She went back to her dressing room to tidy up a little, and then went shopping with her friends on Xiaoyu Street during the new year. Everyone ignored the floating city tacitly, and no one in the group liked gambling. Spiritual stones are lonely for the princess. The craftsmen of the Feng family and the heirs of the princes of different surnames are not short of spiritual stones. Suyin had just robbed the money bag of the elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and the spiritual stones in his storage ring were almost full. If the 20 million yuan in his aunt's possession is included, Suyin can reach 1/16 of the cost of the wedding banquet of Father Long, in front of Ruchuan Garden a few days later. At night, when Princess Wuxi's carriage sent Suyin to his doorstep, Suyin and the princess saw Bai Zhe sitting in front of the gate of Ruchuan Garden. Seeing this, Princess Wuxi's face darkened slightly, and she opened the door of the carriage and led the female official down. Suyin also followed the princess to the ground and looked at Bai Zhe in front of the gate of Ruchuan Garden. "How is it? You shouldn't have changed your mind, right?" Bai Zhe saw that Princess Wuxi looked unfriendly, and looked at Suyin slightly and asked. "No." Suyin nodded affirmatively and said, "The opportunity given by Senior Bai Zhe. I must seize it. The temptation of Bai Zhe's inheritance is too great. So great that Suyin can't refuse it at all. If there is no Juedi Tianhong, He doesn't know that the method of nightmare is rampant in the fairy world, let alone the netherworld. Then Su Yin may not accept the opportunity given by Bai Zai to seize it. After all, no one likes to take risks to go far away, and he is not so miserable that he can't make a living. Su Yin didn't want to fight for supremacy, but there are always some creatures who don't want to live in peace and bring suffering to all living beings. From Bai Zai's oral account, as long as he can obtain Bai Zai's power inheritance, although he may not be able to dominate the primitive fairyland in the future, it will be enough to protect one side. In the future, I hope to continue to maintain the form of a little fox, hugging and rubbing in the arms of my big sister, instead of the wars between the major ethnic groups recorded in the history books. Su Yin said with a solemn expression. Unexpectedly, it is a somewhat great and somewhat vulgar answer. Bai Zai was slightly stunned when he heard it, and started to complain. Although Su Yin's answer was fancy, Bai Zai could clearly feel what Su Yin meant. That is, I currently have no ambition to dominate the fairy world, but the return of the cultivation world is imminent. I am willing to borrow your power, Lao Ding, to search for resources in the fairy world and bring them back to the cultivation world, and use the resources of the fairy world to cultivate a powerful fighting force in the cultivation world and overcome the most difficult difficulties in the early stage of the return of the cultivation world. Su Yan's mood is almost the same. Bai Zai learned a new word, Lao Ding. However, Senior Bai Zai. Su Yan looked at Bai Zai expectantly and asked, do you have any information about the fairyland? I'm unfamiliar with the place and have no reference points. I want to learn about the situation in the fairyland through your cognition. Ha ha ha. Bai Zai chuckled twice and shook his head, saying, the fairyland in my cognition is the primitive fairyland. The things in my head are out of date and may kill people. Then, Bai Zai looked at Princess Wuxi, who was looking dark and unwilling to talk, and said with a smile, Senior, I won't tease you anymore. The information in my mind doesn't match the actual situation. But thanks to my good words and my preference for gold coins, I still have some close friends in the fairyland. Now that the words have been spoken, naturally, there is no need for me to hide anything. The reason why Bai Zai chose Su Yin was not only because he inherited his secret method, but also because he understood music and looked likable. And there was an immortal evil, who was purifying himself in his body. The existence of the undead evil, which is very convenient for Su Yin when he is walking in the upper realm. The most important point is that Su Yin has the same temperament as himself. Some things can be stopped at the right time, and there is no need to be too persistent. If the Dragon King and the blissful immortals obtained Bai Zai's inheritance, it is completely unpredictable what kind of bloody storm will blow in the fairy world. At present, the upper structure of the cultivation world is inhabited by some villains that Bai Zai is amazed at. It is naturally impossible to hand over the inheritance to them. Here again highlights the importance of the undead evil which in Su Yan's body. You used me before, and now I use you. Is it okay? I am also relieved to have you protect my successor. Don't worry about getting established in the early stage. I will send you to the door of my old friend later. You can follow her and learn for a while, and then go to collect stamps. Bai Zai got the new word and used it without any disobedience, and said to Su Yin with a smile, I'm ready. Su Yin glanced at Rachunuan, took out a stack of letters from the storage ring, turned around and handed them to Princess Wuxi, slowly spit out the reluctance and helplessness in his heart, and said, Princess, next, I'll trouble you to pass the letters to my aunt. I believe that they should understand the decision I made. After all, I have the blood of the Su family flowing in my body. Now it's time for the human race to become an adult. And it's time to run away. Is there anyone written to me? The princess looked at the neat stack of letters in her hand and pretended to be relaxed and said, without my letters, I won't do things for others for no reason. Don't do that. Seeing this, Bai Zai said quickly, it's not a life and death separation. It's difficult to go from the cultivation world to the fairy world. But if Su Yin really wants to come back, he can still go back to the cultivation world through the passage found by Lu Yun. Seeing that the two lovers were about to express their love to each other, as if they were about to be separated by life and death, Bai Zai felt like he was doing something evil and quickly interrupted them and gave his own suggestion. Old dang. I'm still in the cultivation world. I won't disappear or lose contact for the time being. The little fox can come back at any time if he misses his friends. Can't I send him to the fairy world when the time comes? You two are making such a fuss that I seem to be breaking up the two of you. Can you still come back? Su Yin was shocked. Why can't you come back? Who can be heartless? You can go home anytime if you miss your family. When the time comes, I will send you up again. Bai Zai waved his hand and said, Lao Deng is asking for your help now. Not human trafficking. Don't think so bad of me. Although Lao Deng is a gentleman, he is not that kind. Chapter 544 De Quangzai. Couple? Princess Wuxi was slightly stunned when she heard this. Although she didn't know the specific meaning of the word couple, she roughly understood the general meaning of the word couple through the word love, and the word lover, and then the word dalu. Princess Wuxi was thinking. While Bai Zai and Su Yin had already discussed the matter of going back and forth, Bai Zai could send Su Yin up once, so he could naturally send Su Yin up a second time. Therefore, if Su Yin really missed his family, as long as he found the passage back to the cultivation world, or found the passage when Liuman invaded the cultivation world, then Su Yin could return to the cultivation world at any time. Show your true form. It will be more comfortable to use your true form to go to the fairyland, Bai Zai said. When you go to the fairyland, you may float in the void for about 7 to 10 days due to resistance. There is nothing special to worry about during this period. You just need to avoid those who think they are difficult or powerful. Difficult? Powerful? Su Yin, who showed the form of a little fox, tilted his fox head and looked at Bai Zai with a suspicious expression. Yes. Bai Zai sat up from the steps, stretched out his hand to pick up Su Yin, who was standing on the ground, held him in his palm, raised his left hand, and gently touched his forehead, deposited a special magic power in Su Yin's body, and said, The end of this journey is the wilderness palace in the south of Duquang Wilderness. At that time, because of the long journey, there may be some deviations in the location. I will try my best to control the deviation within 30,000 miles. Until you meet Su Nu, you need to be careful, Bai Zai said, raised his left hand, and gently stroked Su Yin's smooth back. The little fox's body gradually became stiff and coated with a layer of white light. Wait a minute. Seeing that Bai Zai was about to send Su Yin away, Princess Wuxi, who had been thinking for a long time, suddenly spoke up, stopped Bai Zai, looked at Su Yin and said, I won't say much nonsense. Just a simple reminder. Little fox, come back alive. I invite you to taste the fragrance of Xia Yu's lipstick. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin, nodded with a firm face and said, Ah? Before Su Yin could react, Bai Zai smiled and pinched Su Yin's stiff tail, and threw Su Yin into the void like throwing a paper airplane. Su Yin's appearance speed has reached a speed that is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Go early and come back early, so that the senior can relieve the guilt of breaking up the lovers. Bai Zai waved his hand into the void, said goodbye to Su Yin, who was flying to the fairyland, and looked at Princess Wuxi again. After watching Su Yin leave, Princess Wuxi raised her hand to signal the silent female official behind her to come forward and said, I remember that Richuan Garden is very close to Rouge Street. Go and buy books related to rouge and powder for me. Yes. Seeing this, the female official hesitated for a moment and turned to leave in front of Richuan Garden. The princess spoke at this moment, obviously not really wanting any books, but just making up a reason to get rid of herself. The female official thought for a while and then left in front of Richuan Garden. Since the princess could order her to leave, she naturally had her considerations, and there was no need for her to say more. If Bai Zai really wanted to harm the princess, even if she and her group were tied together, she would not be able to stop him. You have killed the monks of Liyun sect. There is no reason why you don't know the situation in the wilderness of the fairy world. Why didn't you tell Su Yin just now? Princess Wuxi was a little unhappy when she saw Bai Zai hurriedly throwing the little fox into the void. There is nothing to say. Bai Zai shook his head slowly and said, The news that came from his mouth and was told to Su Yin by me was biased. And it might also make Su Yin worried. It's not the cultivation world. It should be said that the fairy world and the cultivation world are very similar. The difference between the two is only the degree of spiritual power and the spirit of the fairy. With this explanation, can the princess guess the answer to the riddle? Can you speak human language? Princess Wuxi thought about it and complained. Playing charades with the old monsters is a test of one's knowledge and grasp of current affairs. Once a sentence or even a word is guessed wrong, the answer obtained is a completely different thing. As it concerns Su Yin's safety, Princess Wuxi has no interest in playing charades with Bai Zai. There are 36 tribes of divine beasts in the world of cultivation, and the number of exotic beasts is as high as 200. The number of the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom mentioned by you is actually 13 in total. They were once the overlords of the fairy world. And the number of holy spirits is also astonishingly huge. The Jedi Tiantong is the Dragon Gate. When the sentient beings in the world of cultivation jump over it, It will be the beginning of the disaster in the fairy world. Baize looked at Princess Wuxi, smiled and said, at that time, I will be the eyes. The fox will be the blade. And the teacher will be the shield to start screening the creatures. We have tried to resist. But the final result should be considered that the time has not come yet. When Baize talked to the princess, his words were not too straightforward, leaving some mysteries for her. The world of cultivation is full of talents. Whether it is the number of divine beasts or the quality of the human race, they are actually very superior. The Xia royal family of the Xia Yu dynasty can be traced back to the Xia Ho clan. The Xia Ho clan is one of the oldest branches of the human race. Even the general chapter of Shangxian's secret scroll is here. Shangxian's secret scroll is the body of the nightmare suppression method. And it is also the mysterious Daozong in the mouths of the people in the fairy world. These things are not coincidental. Baize looked at the slowly closing space gap and said, Su Yin does not need to care about these tedious and complicated things. He just needs to collect my power and stop me without distraction. This will disrupt the plan of the netherworld. The secrets hidden in the world of cultivation may be a secret to all living beings. But it is not the case with Baize. He not only has the magical power to know the world, but also personally experience the terrifying oppression of the great trend of heaven and earth. Some things cannot be changed. Even if you know the process inside, you can't make changes. The hidden power accumulated by the world of cultivation is also very superior in the fairy world. Persuading the leaders of the world of cultivation to give up those? This is impossible. Those powers are not only their self-protection power, but also their power to revenge and take back their former homeland. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a long-cherished wish. Baize is completely unable to persuade them to sit down and talk calmly. Even if he can persuade the cultivation world, it is not certain that he can persuade the current vested interests to give back their own interests to the sentient beings in the cultivation world. This is an unbreakable deadlock of suspicion. From the moment that the earth-breaking sky connection could not be stopped, these things were already destined. The trend of heaven and earth has been established, and nothing can stop it. On the other side, in the void, when Su Yan entered the void, he was surrounded by gray. According to his previous feelings, he should have lost his sense of direction, and could not distinguish between the concepts of east, south, west, north, up, down, left and right. But after Baize's blessing, Su Yan could feel that he was now falling rapidly downward. Su Yan, who was wrapped in white light, felt as if he had hit something. After a large amount of white light in his body was consumed, his body gradually recovered its softness and could move freely. At this time, Su Yan felt that he had separated from something, as if he had experienced breaking out of the SHL again. Where is this? Su Yan fell into a brand new void. The void here was different from the dark or gray void in the cultivation world. The surroundings here were deep blue, just like the starry sky of the universe. And even the twinkling of stars could be seen. Roar. As the mighty force tilted out. Although Su Yan regained control of his body, he fell downward without slowing down at this moment. In the void, there was a headless giant with breasts as eyes and navel as mouth. When he sensed something approaching behind him, he let out a low roar from his mouth. The giant was in the front, cutting through the thorns, and behind it followed a wild boar monster and a floating spirit with 9 heads and 9 tails. After the Chinching giant issued a low roar warning, the undead evil, who was following it to the fairyland, also raised his head and looked at the white light rushing from behind. Su Yan also noticed the fellow villagers in front. But Su Yan, who turned into a white light, did not dare to approach them. The Chinching giant was covered with wounds, and there was a blue meteorite embedded on his back. It was obvious that the Chinching giant should have just gone through a fierce battle. So now he was very alert to the surrounding environment. Su Yan only had time to see the figure and appearance of the Chinching giant when he wanted to continue looking at the 2 immortal evil witches behind the giant. His figure had already been swept away by the white light and was unknown how many miles away. He could not see the 2 immortal evil witches behind the Chinching giant at all. It's really outrageous. It turns out that not only the Emperor Wuxing and his men want to sneak into the fairyland, but even the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom are sneaking into the fairyland. Absolutely. Su Yan turned his head again, with a black face, and looked ahead of him, secretly complaining in his heart. It was definitely beyond Su Yan's expectation to meet his fellow countrymen in the void. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood what Senior Baize said just now. What does it mean to encounter difficult and powerful people? Just remember to avoid them a little. It turns out that this is what Senior Baize said. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, with his arms folded, complaining about what he had seen and heard. He did not notice a white light behind him, which went straight from his back into his body. Sister Sierra and Sister Lear were still in shock, and fell into the snowy mountains of the dream world, looking at the main body sitting cross-legged on the rock with eyes closed and sleeping. They complained, "Is your original body here? You almost got lost." When Su Yan went to the fairyland, Sheer and Lure were not in Su Yan's body. They went to the territory of the North Sea Dragon clan to go shopping and play. If Bai Zai hadn't gone to find them, they might have to say goodbye to their original bodies for a while. Fairyland Southern Sky Duquang Wilderness. In Qingsong Town. In the sky in the daytime, the sky was full of stars visible to the naked eye. A red meteor with a little white light rushed from the north sky to the south, and fell directly to Duquang Wilderness with a great force. Such a strange phenomenon caused the townspeople of Qingsong Town to look up at the meteorite dragging its tail flame. Village Chief. It's bad. It's a big bad thing. A disaster star has fallen to our side. Seeing the meteorite falling, it set off a wave of scorching air hundreds of meters high. The townspeople in Qingsong Town immediately ran to the village chief's house in panic, shouting loudly that the disaster star had fallen. People in the fairy world have not seen the scene of a meteor falling. It's better to say that meteors are very common here. But every time you encounter a meteor, if the tail flame of the meteor is not red, it means that the meteorite falling from the sky is not a real meteorite, but a group of stars that are born by borrowing their shapes, as the great immortals say. Stars become immortals and take on shapes and fall to the ground, which is an absolute disaster for the creatures around them. After landing, the newborn monsters with chaotic intelligence and hunger often devour all the creatures around them, sucking their flesh and blood, and absorbing the memories of the creatures. Therefore, when they saw the star of disaster falling, the residents of Qingsong Town were filled with panic and ran to the home of the most powerful village chief in the village, hoping that the village chief could come out to take charge of the situation and say a few words. What? The star of disaster fell on our side? The village chief, who was drinking at home, woke up from his drunken state with a dazed look on his face. He was immediately shocked and took out a mottled bell from his robe and shook it frantically, saying, "Escape! Escape! Don't care about your things at home. Gather at the entrance of the village. If you walk a step slower, you will definitely die." The mottled bell shook to leave an afterimage, but the bell striker did not make any sound, and even the spiritual power fluctuation did not emit a trace. But the words spoken by the village chief of Qingsong Town when shaking the bell were transmitted to the hearts of those who had signed the contract with the magic weapon through the power of the contract. At the moment when he heard the star of disaster falling, the village chief did not even hesitate and decided to run away. The monsters that the stars took over were extremely terrifying and brutal, not to mention that he was just an ordinary person. And when he encountered a powerful disaster star, even the immortals could not subdue those brutal things. He certainly could not outrun the monsters. But as long as he could outrun the monsters in the next village and the fleeing monsters, he and the villagers would be relatively safe. At the command of the village chief, the villagers really left everything at home, gathered at the entrance of the village, and followed the village chief to run to the next village. The village chief of the next village also had the same intention. When the two saw the figure of the next village, they ran away with all their might, trying to outrun the villagers of the next village. Achu. Achu. With the falling star as the center point, all humans and monsters within 100 miles began to flee, with no intention of staying in place. Su Yan, in the form of a little fox, sneezed out of the cloud-filled meteorite crater, without carefully distinguishing the east, south, west and north, and ran straight into the woods. It doesn't matter where you are now. The most important thing is to escape from the meteorite falling crater. Su Yan didn't know that he would cause such a big commotion when he landed. The first thing Su Yan had to do now was to blend in with the indigenous people of the fairy world and remove himself from the meteorite falling incident. But as Su Yan ran, he felt more and more that something was wrong around him. I had run several miles, but why didn't I see any living creatures or villages, or find out about any powerful monks who came to check the meteorite falling? Is it really that exaggerated that the fairyland is so vast and sparsely populated? Didn't the blackfish monster and the tadpole monster say all day that the fairyland is overcrowded with creatures, and that you have to squeeze the current to swim in the river? The princess's salvage device can catch some unlucky people every few hours. Why can't I see any living creatures here? Did something happen on this road? Su Yan muttered secretly in his heart as he ran away. He immediately accelerated his escape speed. Not long after, he caught up with a group of larger and slower monsters. Su Yen didn't say a word, just mixed in and began to eavesdrop on the conversation of the natives of the fairyland. Chapter 545 Red Cloud Ancestor. It's so terrible. I was having sex halfway. And then a disaster came. The women all ran away. I don't know if they are pregnant or not. If they are not pregnant, I will die. It would be a big loss. The old cow ran wildly in the forest, mooing and complaining. The meteorite just fell and disturbed the good things between him and the little female green cow. The other monsters were also complaining about how fast the human race ran. Su Yen, who had mixed into the monster tribe, turned over and climbed on the back of the old cow, with his fox ears erect, eavesdropping on the monsters' complaints. The disaster they are talking about is not the return of the undead evil witch. Right? Judging from their skilled escape behavior, it means that the return of the undead evil which is very common in the fairy world. Su Yen looked thoughtful and began to think about the information revealed by the monsters. Su Yen ran up from the world of cultivation, and knew that when he arrived in the fairyland, the creatures in the world of cultivation fell from the high place of the starry sky of the fairyland to the low place. In addition, Su Yen met the giant of Qinqing who was sneaking in the void. Therefore, Su Yen had reason to suspect that the disaster star that the monster said was coming to the world was the return of the undead evil witch. According to what Senior Baizé said, the undead evil witch was relatively harmless when he was away from the fairyland. But when the undead evil witch returned to the fairyland, the spirit platform would automatically connect to the netherworld and usher in the reshaping evolution. This also fits what they said, that when the disaster star comes, it will become stronger and run away by devouring. The arrival of the disaster star caused a riot in Qingsong town for hundreds of miles, and both the human race and the demon race were fleeing during the period. Although the so-called disaster star did not cause any changes in the sky and the earth after it came, the great escape lasted for nearly an hour before it ended. Along the way, a large number of demons and humans were so tired that they collapsed on the ground, looking back at the place where the disaster star landed. Panting, Su Yen, lying on the back of the old cow, felt a little uncomfortable looking at this scene, which was somewhat different from the average immortal style of the people in the fairy world in his mind. The human race and the demon race seen along the way had different cultivation levels. But if we draw an average line, the average young man was at the foundation building stage, and the older ones could reach the golden elixir or the nascent soul stage. The existence called the village chief by the human race was not as mysterious as Su Yen imagined. His cultivation level was also hovering around the spirit transformation stage, and he was not a terrifying existence at the level of earth immortal or true immortal. What are you looking at? There are no mice for you to eat. Go away. Su Yen looked at the villager's eyes. Although it was not blatant, the village chief of Qingsong town still noticed Su Yen lying on the back of the old cow. On the back of a big black cow, a white fluffy ball was lying, which was too eye-catching. The village chief of Qingsong was slightly alert, watching Su Yen and making a gesture to drive him away, not letting Su Yen continue to look at the people of Qingsong town, worried that this fox would be hungry in the middle of the night and eat the people of Qingsong town. What kind of biological control behavior is this? In his heart, Su Yen secretly complained about the slots in the village chief's words, and he would not eat big black rats. Are you the village chief? Su Yen jumped off the back of the big black bull, landed on the ground, looked at the village chief, and asked about his identity. The old cow saw a white shadow suddenly jump out from its back, and moved in shock. It instinctively tried to escape with its limbs, but because of the shock, its 4 legs fought on the spot and slipped and fell to the ground. What's the matter? The village chief Qingsong walked out of the sitting crowd and looked at Su Yen, who asked about his identity. His face was a little solemn, and he took out the old bell with blood stains from his arms and said, "If you are hungry and want to ask some villagers for a treat, I can only knock out your teeth. The Yuanying stage and the Huashan stage. The Yuanying stage fox definitely can't beat him. But the village chief has no confidence to intercept all the fox's magic and ensure that the villagers behind him will not be affected by the fox fire of the fox demon. Therefore, he can only take a tough attitude and warn and threaten Su Yen. I eat chicken legs and cooked food." Su Yen waved his hand, signaling the old man to calm down, and slowly said, "No offense. I am Su Yen, a white fox who escaped from the disaster when I passed by here. I just want to ask for directions. I have no ill intentions." Ask for directions? Seeing Su Yen step back and squat, the village chief's originally frowned brows slightly relaxed, and he put the bell in his hand back into his arms and said, "Where do you want to go? If it is a relatively large city nearby, I know some questions that can answer your questions. If it is too remote, you can only ask in a big city. I don't know where it is either. I only know that they come from a large sect called Liunman. Su Yin said the name of Liunman, and then quickly scanned the surroundings to observe the reactions of the human race and the demon race. As soon as the 3 words Liunman came out, the faces of the human race suddenly changed. Why are you asking about Liunman? The village chief asked with an unchanged expression. I came from Dasha River and Luchi Mountain. My friend was captured by the people of Liyun sect. When I got here, I really didn't know how to go, so I could only ask for directions. Seeing the other side's reaction was so intense, Su Yin spoke out the real name of Duquangzai and explained why he was looking for Liyun sect. Although it was the first time for him to come to the fairyland, Su Yin had a lot of fairyland information in his mind, which was collected by the princess for him. However, the information he asked from the natives was a bit fragmentary, and it was impossible to piece together the whole picture of Duquangzai from the fragmentary information. Friends were captured by Liyun sect? The village chief looked a little strange and said, From Dasha River? I'm afraid your friends have become bacon now. People or things caught by Liyun sect will be sent to Hongyan Palace as sacrifices to worship that existence after 21 days of purification. Liyun sect is not actually too famous, but in the southern end of Duquangzai, any sect or Taoist name with the word cloud is extremely unlucky for normal creatures, because all matters related to the Yun generation in the southern end of the Duquang wilderness belong to the Red Cloud ancestor. That was an extremely powerful witch, who had committed more than tens of millions of murders. Although they were very far apart, the village chief still did not dare to call out the name of the Red Cloud ancestor. It has been at least a year since I came here from Dasha River. I am afraid that all the friends of the fox demon in front of me have died. Dead? How is that possible? Su Yan's foxy face showed suspicion, and he continued to question the village chief, trying to get more information from him. Liyun sect is just a subordinate of Hongyan Palace, a sect responsible for plundering. Anyone who falls into its hands basically means death. The village chief shook his head and said, You may have to make a wasted trip. And with your current cultivation, it is impossible to snatch people out of Liyun sect. Or you can take out 100,000 kilograms of spiritual stones to redeem one person and invite the bigwigs of Gai City to negotiate. Regarding the experience of the white fox, the village chief shook his head and said nothing. Life in the world is inevitable, and it is normal to be born today and die tomorrow. Su Yan came too late. The creatures who fell into the power of Hongyan Palace only had 21 days to live. Maybe my friends are very talented and are favored by the adults of Liyun sect? Su Yan saw that the old man was unwilling to talk again, and he complained in his heart, and then continued to speak, and set a trap for the old man. Good talent? How good? You might as well hope that your friend won't take a bath or smell fishy. The village chief of Qingsong waved his hand. Go back to where you came from. Don't give your life away in vain. No spiritual stones. No rescue. Understand? Everyone needs to eat. The big shots in Gai City. The heart is sealed with lime. No one will care about you without spiritual stones as a stepping stone. Spirit stones? Su Yan looked thoughtful, and subconsciously lowered his head to look at the storage ring in his palm. Gai City. Like spiritual stones? Moreover, from the tone of the village chief, it can be vaguely known that the big shots in Gai City seem to be more trustworthy. But all this is based on the premise that spiritual stones are needed as a stepping stone? It can be regarded as good news, right? Don't be too discouraged. Friends, if you don't have them, you can find them again. Seeing Su Yan lowered his head, the shadow covered his expression, and he spoke to comfort him. Su Yan saw that he could not get any information, so he did not waste time with the village chief. He found a place to squat down, radiated his spiritual consciousness, and began to listen to the gossips of the people of the human race and the demon race. Su Yan's first stop on this trip was the Wilderness Palace where Senior Baizé was. Judging from the names of the Wilderness Palace and the Duquangzai area, Su Yan probably knew how powerful Senior Baizé's friend was. Duquangzai and Wilderness Palace. Su Yan guessed that there was the Wilderness Palace first, and then the Duquangzai area name. Although Su Yan did not have a map in his mind, Senior Baizé had already marked the map for Su Yan before he left. Now he was about 23,000 kilometers away from the Wilderness Palace. Therefore, Su Yan planned to stay in Qingsong town for a few days to find out some common sense about the fairy world, so as not to know how to blend into the crowd when he encountered danger. Fox, are you hungry? Touch your belly, and I'll give you something to eat. 2 days passed. And when the chief of Chingsong village saw that the disaster had not yet caused any changes in the heavens and earth, he flew to Chingsong town first, ready to wait and see if he could lead the villagers back. Su Yin curled up on the grass and dozed off, while the little girl in Chingsong town ran up to Su Yin with a big black rat in her hand, smiling, and handed the big black rat to Su Yin. Su Yin slowly opened his eyes, looking back and forth between the little girl and the big black rat that was cursing. And a group of black lines gradually appeared on his cheeks. Thank you. I really don't like this. You can go to the next door to ask. Su Yin raised his hand and pointed to the demon group. There were a few fox demons inside, but they were naked and a little bit wretched because of seasonal hair loss. Big black rats are really not good. Su Yan's limit is the field mice and bamboo rats in the flower area. They are too ugly. The little girl looked sideways and saw the hairless fox that Su Yin pointed to. After pretending nothing happened, she complained that they were too ugly, and then continued to look at the ball-like white fox, smiling and shaking the big black rat in her hand. Aside, a few foxes that were about to cry with greed looked at the little girl with a stupid expression. Wake up, please. Look at the shiny fur and plump body of the fox. It is obvious that the white fox has been in a state of overnutrition. In addition, it is in the nascent soul stage. How can he look down on the big black rat? How can he please with that thing? You expect the white fox to show its belly. You might as well give the big black rat to us brothers to eat and play with you. Several foxes sat in a row, their faces full of stupidity, watching the scene of the full man not knowing the hunger of the hungry man. Although Su Yin kept saying that he would not eat if he was not hungry, the little girl obviously did not care whether he was hungry or not. She just wanted to come here to rub against Su Yan's cute fox body. A few days later, the village chief of Chingsong town came back and confirmed that the disaster star had gone away. Everyone could go home and continue their daily life. Village chief. I'm leaving. Relying on his appearance, Su Yin collected almost all the information. After seeing the village chief return, he stood up and waved to Chingsong village chief, and then prepared to leave. Well, thank you. Take all these? You should use them on the way home. Chingsong village chief was slightly surprised. Obviously, he did not expect Su Yin to be here. But from Su Yan's words and actions, it was obvious that he should be waiting for him to come back. Faced with such a grateful fox, Chingsong village chief took out a bag from the bag, took out some herbs from the bag and handed them to Su Yin, saying, it's not worth much, but it has some of the breath of Lord Gai, which can drive away some big birds with bad hands. Duquan Wilderness belongs to the plains. It is inevitable to encounter some birds of prey in the sky when walking on this land. They are not necessarily hungry. Sometimes they may just be idle and swoop down to scratch your head. Small-sized monsters, like Su Yin, are most likely to be attacked by those birds of prey. Although the items were not precious, they were also a token of the village chief Chingsong's goodwill. Okay. After Su Yin waved to the crowd, he went into the forest and took on a human form. He turned back and flew straight to the icon in his head, flying towards the location of Wild Palace. In the fairy world, there was no big difference between performing magic and performing magic in the cultivation world. If there was any difference, it could only be said that the spiritual power in the fairy world was more concentrated. When performing magic, it could last longer, just like adding a liquid nitrogen cooling system to a Gatling gun, which was enough to achieve long-term output without overheating the barrel. The spiritual energy in the fairyland is extremely lush. As for the spiritual energy of the fairyland, Su Yin could not detect it. It is likely that he needs a certain level of cultivation to capture it. After flying at a low altitude of 400 meters for several days, Su Yin gradually approached the area where the Wilderness Palace was located. However, when he was still thousands of kilometers away from the Wilderness Palace, Su Yin stopped and floated in the air, looking at the strange and bloody spectacle in front of him. The blue sky and white clouds in the sky disappeared instantly, and the stars that could be seen clearly in the daytime also disappeared. The sky in front was replaced by a red glow, and thousands of blood-red lights hit the ground, emitting a stream of evil. On the ground of the Wilderness Palace, they were densely covered with dry and black charred corpses. They held their hands in front of them, kneeling on the ground facing the Wilderness Palace, with distorted faces and shrunken pupils without eyelids covering them, staring straight at the area where the Wilderness Palace was located, as if they were not closed in death. Seeing such a strange scene, Su Yin stopped outside the red glow area and quietly looked at the countless withered mummies. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? Su Yin was not sure. But he knew that he, who was at the nascent soul stage, could not see the end of the mummies. Chapter 546 Tying Refining Corpse Method. Red blood evil gathered into clouds in the sky, covering the sky. The blood evil red light shone in the 3,000-mile area around the wilderness palace. A group of charred and dry corpses put their hands in front of them, and knelt on the slightly damp and rotten land. The corpses, forced to pose in strange shapes, could not be described simply by numbers. It was like a forest of charred corpses with no end in sight. Standing on the earth, Su Yan, who saw such a scene for the first time, stopped in front of the red glow area with a look of shock on his face. He did not dare to rashly step into the forest of dead bodies. Under the scorching red light, the grayish-white and blue skin on the surface of the dried corpses became charred, and the fat hidden in the muscles and organs slowly seeped out, dripping from their jaws and elbows to the ground, emitting waves of the fishy smell of corrupted fat. Although their skin had become dry and charred, Su Yan could still see that the pores on their skin, which were originally undetectable, had become extremely large, and there were lacerations all over their pores, as if something was gushing out of their bodies through their pores. Squeaky. The purgatory-like scene made Su Yan's face look absent-minded. He stood there blankly, observing the endless forest of dead bodies. However, when Su Yan was looking at the dead bodies that were kneeling at the edge began to move their withered pupils in their eye sockets, and the friction between their eyeballs and the carbonized eye sockets made a strange sound and looked straight at Su Yan. Waves of pain and resentment emanated from those gradually carbonized dead bodies. What are these? Su Yan, who had come to his senses, took a breath of cold air, subconsciously stepped back a few steps to look at the dead body that had changed, and said in shock, "Why are there such horrific evil things in front of the gate of the wilderness palace?" Su Yan believed in Bai Zai's character very much, and naturally he also trusted the senior recommended by Bai Zai. However, in front of the gate of the wilderness palace, he actually saw a sacrificial method similar to that of the Nightmare Town sect. Such a scene made Su Yan have to think about whether the senior recommended by Bai Zai had undergone some changes in his spiritual state of mind in such a long time. Save me a dead body at the edge of the Hongxia district, with no changes or movements in its body shape, and a word was uttered through a slight vibration of its completely dried throat. "Blood. My blood." Was the dead body spoke intermittently, and there were not many charred carbonized layers on its body surface. It should be one of the dead bodies that had been transformed more recently. "You are already dead. What supernatural power can I use to save you?" Su Yan raised his foot and kicked the stone into the area covered by the red clouds. After repeated attempts and listening to the intermittent speech of the withered corpse, he roughly knew that the area of the 10,000 red clouds in front of him was a terrible formation that had not been officially activated. The withered corpses were all dead, but their souls were affected by the curse and trapped in the dead bodies. They were tortured and refined by the red light in the sky. Corpse oil and resentment were used to corrupt the rich soil in front of them. Water is thick and carries things. Su Yan stepped back a few steps, raised his hand, condensed a ball of water healing method containing moisture, and then used the Dragon Clan's water control ability to decompose the water ball in his hand into fine mist, controlling them to flow into the chattering withered corpse through the pores of the withered corpse's skin. The rotten body that had long been dry and exhausted gradually became fuller after being nourished by the spiritual spring. The soul imprisoned in the dead body was temporarily freed, and the pain of the red light burning the soul was gradually relieved. What happened here? Su Yan saw the dead body emitting a soothing spiritual light, and directly asked the chattering dead body what happened here. The dead body did not speak again, immersed in the joy of the sweet dew after a long drought, greedily enjoying it. This place has become an extremely mean place, and the witch has arranged it as an ambush and reincarnation place. Feeling the water in the body begin to boil and tend to evaporate again, the dead corpse's throat trembled slightly, and made a sound through vibration simulation. Guxia City is in danger. In the past 100 years, the witch has slaughtered hundreds of cities. Now they are targeting Guxia City. She wants to reincarnate. Guxia Divine Man informed Guxia Divine Man that the witch is preparing to perform the tying refining form method to disintegrate the corpse, intending to get involved in the Taoist temples of the heavenly emperors in the wilderness palace. The dead corpse seemed to come from Guxia City. After greedily enjoying a short period of peace, he spoke with difficulty and roughly narrated what he had seen and heard. The Red Cloud ancestor was ready to reincarnate again, and his target was the Wilderness Palace. Strictly speaking, the Wilderness Palace was not someone's palace as Su Yan thought, but a place where several holy spirits, who like music in the Taichu period, discussed the Tao. Those holy spirits, who liked music would gather in the Wilderness Palace every once in a while to discuss music in the beginning of the world. Although it is not common now. The objects in the Wilderness Palace have already developed strong spiritual wisdom under the influence of the sound of the Holy Spirits. They have been quietly practicing in the Wilderness Palace, waiting for the return of their masters. The Red Cloud Patriarch wanted to seize a certain object for corpse disintegration. So he set up the tiny refining form outside the Wilderness Palace. Liberated, the withered corpse explained the whole story clearly, and before the effect of the water moistening method disappeared, he resolutely ignited his soul and freed himself from the withered corpse. The cursed dry body actually does not have too much water and oil in the body. The corpse oil dripping from the jaws of these withered corpses is a mixed extract of oil, water and soul. Under the burning of the red light, the spirituality and oil of the cultivators mixed with pain and resentment turned into corpse oil, dripping on the ground to pollute the fertile soil, turning this place into an extremely mean and desolate place suitable for the Red Cloud ancestor to reincarnate. Looking at the female withered corpse that ignited the soul and was instantly liberated, Su Yin slowly typed a question mark. Big sister, I understand what you said, and I am willing to go to Gai City to convey your message. But shouldn't you give me some tokens or secret codes? Otherwise, how can the masters in Gai City believe what I say? Let me inform the Gai God. I'm afraid that before I get to her house, the God servants will directly beat me out as a beggar. The world of cultivation is flooded with nightmares, and the world of immortals is still flooded with nightmares. Why are there so many nightmares in the world? Su Yin slowly sighed, retracted his gaze from the withered grassland, turned around, and rushed towards Gai City. The starting point of the journey to the fairyland is the Wilderness Palace. But now, the Wilderness Palace is surrounded by the Red Cloud ancestor. If you don't get rid of the dead grassland surrounding the Wilderness Palace, you obviously can't reach the Wilderness Palace. If we don't find the Gusha God quickly, the Red Cloud Patriarch might tear down the Wilderness Palace. He might not find the senior that Senior Baizé recommended him to seek refuge with. Su Yin used all his strength and ran to Gusha City at the fastest speed in his life. At the same time, on the other side, on a planet above the sky of the Duquan Wilderness, a barefoot girl dressed in men's clothes slowly opened her eyes sleepily, subconsciously reached out and touched the wine pot scattered on the ground, not caring about the old grease on the mouth of the pot. Picked it up and put it in her mouth, drank it in big gulps, and exhaled a long wind of wine. Is Baizé back? The girl in men's clothes lay down on the ground again, raised her hand, and smashed the wine pot against the wall of the palace. A corner of the palace was piled with broken snail-shaped wine pots. The murals on the wall had become blurred because of the erosion of the wine, and the specific content could not be seen clearly. Indistinctly, only some vague human figures can be seen floating on the wall. Let's start again with the reincarnation of fate. Let's return to the arms of the nether goddess together. The girl in men's clothes murmured, stretched her waist, closed her eyes again, and prepared to change her posture to continue her drunken sleep. The return of the exile by Zay means that the netherworld has begun to promote the plan to let the original fairyland fall into the war of all races again. When all the creatures are dead, the netherworld will also complete its plan. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, the universe and the stars are quiet again. Although the girl in men's clothes sensed that Baizé appeared in front of the door of the Wilderness Palace and stopped. She was not interested in caring about those trivial matters. After drinking the drunken fairy wine she prepared, she fell into a drunken sleep. It doesn't make any difference whether you see it or not. It's better to change your posture and continue to fall into sleep. The southern end of the wilderness of the capital. Am I a step late? Su Yin followed the direction that the village chief Chingsong said. And after 5 days and 4 nights of galloping, he finally saw the city with a huge female statue that the village chief said. But when he saw the huge statue, Su Yin also saw a blood-red figure floating in the sky. Laughing wildly, Su Yin, who was on the cliff, saw very clearly what happened in the plain city. The blood-red figure flew across the sky, and a large number of blood-red crystals appeared on the ground. And behind her were a large number of cultivators with different cultivation levels. The sky gradually turned red, and a large number of cultivators died at the hands of the Red Cloud ancestor. The huge figure flew past, and the blood in the bodies of the creatures was no longer controlled. It gushed out of the body and gathered around the Red Cloud ancestor. And the cultivators who were lucky enough not to die would also be slaughtered by the Red Cloud ancestor's men. Gusha's city was in chaos, and the blood mist began to spread. Huh? How come there is still a living person here? Su Yin, who was lying on the cliff, was spotted by a member of the corpse collecting team under the Red Cloud Patriarch. The monk in charge of carrying the dead corpse suddenly showed a happy expression on his face, drew a long knife, and leaped towards Su Yin. Su Yin was horrified when he saw this, and retreated back into the cliff to escape. The madness of the Red Cloud Patriarch was indeed far beyond Su Yin's expectations. He originally thought that when he came to Guy City, if he couldn't find a way out, he would rely on gambling luck to fight his way out in the city, and still let his gambling brothers bring him to the door of the Guy God's house. However, when Su Yin was thinking about reporting the news, the Red Cloud Patriarch had already arrived in Guy City one step ahead, and started slaughtering tens of millions of creatures in the city. The red-eye crystal dragon was killing wantonly in the plains, blocking all escape routes between heaven and earth. And in Guy City, according to Su Yan's brief observation, there should be no cultivators who can stop that crazy woman. Or did the Red Cloud Patriarch organize and plan a plan to slaughter Guy City because she knew that no one in Guy City could stop her? The Nightmare Town disciples who were picking up the dead bodies flew up the cliff and chased into the forest with long knives in their hands. Killing is not a meaningless thing for the disciples under the Red Cloud Patriarch. Killing is a way to become stronger. The hot blood sprayed from the bodies of living beings can be transformed into props for the disciples to cast spells. The higher the cultivation level of the living beings, the more powerful the spells that can be cast by the blood. On weekdays, it was the turn of the Red Cloud Patriarch to taste. And then it was the turn of the Dharma Protectors and the Hall Masters. The low-level brothers, like them, who picked up dead bodies, had no chance to get the blood of the monks. Now they met a little fox demon, who seemed to have entered the killing field without reason. If he didn't go forward and stab him twice, he would be sorry for his origin. Clang. The monks of the picking team had just entered the forest because of the change in light and darkness. They subconsciously blinked their eyes to adapt to the dim light in the forest. The moment he blinked, a long sword that was neither copper nor iron came across the sky, exuding the breath of death. The monks of the picking team instinctively raised their swords to parry, but the sacrificial knife slashed directly, cutting the magic weapon in his hand and the yuaning in his chest and abdomen into two halves. Die! Su Yin succeeded in a horizontal slash, and immediately turned around, slashed from bottom to top, cut off the monk's head, stretched out his palm to grasp the monk's head, and used the power of water control to freeze his brain, ready to read the memory. Although Su Yin had never used the soul-searching technique, it did not mean that he could not use it. It was just that he had not used it in his daily life. Or it was not used. So he had kept it at the bottom of the box. Now the situation was urgent, and Su Yin could only use the soul-searching technique to search for information for emergency. From the memory of the monks of the picking team, it was learned that the current situation in Guy City was just as Su Yin had guessed. It was because the God of Guy was not there. So the Red Cloud Patriarch dared to be so arrogant and led his disciples to slaughter the city of the God of Guy, and used the creatures of the city of the God of Guy as sacrifices. And Su Yin also learned from the memory of this monk of the picking team. The owner of the Wilderness Palace had not returned to the Wilderness Palace for nearly 1,000 years. After testing the reaction of the owner of the Wilderness Palace step by step, and confirming that the existence did not make any reaction, the Red Cloud Patriarch spent hundreds of years to arrange an extremely dark and desperate grassland made of hundreds of millions of dead bodies. Now, there is still a little material missing from the reincarnation plan of Red Cloud Patriarch. So Red Cloud Patriarch was so bold that he slaughtered the city of Gusha Divine Man, ready to do a big thing and run away. Yes, she is ready to run away after reincarnation. Hiss. Su Yin threw down the head in his hand, subconsciously felt his scalp tingling, stretched out his hand and scratched it. This crazy woman is really something. She is ready to run away to other areas after reincarnation. Isn't she afraid that Gusha Divine Man will hunt her down? Or that the owner of the Wilderness Palace will kill her? Chapter 547 Ruindu. Ancestor Hongyun is really playing big. He took advantage of the fact that the Gusha god was out to slaughter his entire family, and then borrowed his power to break the ban in front of the Wilderness Palace and carry out his own plan. Su Yin used the soul-searching method to search the minds of the subordinate members of the Hongyun Palace, and found out some things about Ancestor Hongyun, and why he wanted to slaughter the Gusha city protected by the Gusha god. Ancestor Hongyun's strength is very ordinary. From the memories of the corpse-picking members, it can be learned that Ancestor Hongyun is already a powerful existence in the true immortal realm. Above the heavenly man realm, there are three realms: human immortal, mysterious immortal, and true immortal. Ancestor Hongyun is currently trying to transcend the shackles of the true immortal realm of corpse reincarnation and step into the immortal and immortal realm of gods and men. Human immortal, mysterious immortal, true immortal, gods and men. In fact, they are colloquial titles among the secular world. The term human immortal is not a good word. At the beginning of the birth of the world, the human race appeared the latest and was the weakest. Therefore, when other races mocked the immortals, they would deliberately use the word human to mock the enemy's weakness. Although the world has changed drastically, the great human beings are both fierce and hard, and the middle and low levels are able to reproduce. But some colloquial words are still passed down and gradually spread over time. The official title of human immortal is immortal. Above the immortals, there are mysterious immortals and perfect immortals, which correspond to the mysterious immortals and true immortals in the colloquial vocabulary. The Red Cloud Patriarch of the true immortal realm attempted to step into the realm of gods and humans. That is, the Daluo Tianxian. The Daluo Tianxian lives in the high sky, is immortal, and exists in the fairyland bliss without worries. The Red Cloud Patriarch mainly cultivates the method of Nightmare Town, and breaks the deadlock of Nightmare Town through the method of corpse transformation. Su Yin does not know how the Nightmare Town sect in the fairy world is, but the disciples of Nightmare Town in the cultivation world are basically the most capable and toughest among the normal cultivators of the same level. And occasionally you can see the terrifying things that transform into the second and third stages. For example, if Su Yin uses the force to break the spiritual body of Dao Huajinjuan, he can transform his physical body, and his soul can be reassembled even if it is shattered. If you don't hold Dao Huajinjuan's Yuanying soul, an external incarnation, you can't kill him. If any of the three escape, he can come back. The Red Cloud Patriarch in front of him will only be stronger and more weird. I can only retreat first. Su Yin threw away the head in his hand, shook his head, and made the decision to evacuate first in his heart. The little minions he just killed are not even the bottom in the Red Cloud Palace. Just a logistics. But he was also a member of the Red Cloud Palace, so he naturally knew how powerful his own great ancestor was. Of course, he only knew the ancestor's power, and he had no way to fully explain to Su Yin how powerful the Red Cloud ancestor was. The Red Cloud ancestor's body was a ball of red ice crystals. After parasitizing on it through the method of corpse transformation, the Red Cloud ancestor possessed the innate magical power of red ice crystals becoming spirits. Once you step into the area affected by the Red Cloud ancestor, no matter what liquid it is, it will be controlled by it, and it will be transformed between gas, liquid and solid. When facing the Red Cloud ancestor, you can only resist her innate power through your own cultivation or the universe. Here we are only talking about the mountain spirit's innate magical power, not counting her own nightmare method and other abilities. The power of the Red Cloud ancestor is the strongest among the creatures Su Yin has encountered so far. At present, Chongming and Baizhe cannot compete with the Red Cloud ancestor in the realm of true immortals. Such a disaster can only be quelled by the existence of the Wilderness Palace. Right? Su Yin rode on the sacrificial long sword and evacuated in the opposite direction of Dai City. He couldn't help but look back at the red light reflected on the earth and the powerful people of Dai City who were resisting in the sky. If the fairy world is also like the cultivation world, the combat power of the Nightmare Town disciples is extremely strong among the same level. Then after the Guy God-Man went out, there would be no cultivators in Dai City who could confront the Red Cloud ancestor head-on. In this situation, Su Yin couldn't help at all, because he didn't know anyone in the fairy world. He went up there to deliver food. The only possibility to help Dai City was to return to the door of the Wilderness Palace again to awaken the things inside. That is, the Red Cloud ancestor had been planning to become the God-Man's item. The Red Cloud ancestor was indeed extremely powerful. In the absence of the God-Man, she could rely on her earth-shaking Nightmare Town spell to dominate the world. But facing the existence in the Wilderness Palace, it should not be enough. Su Yin didn't dare to set foot in the Wilderness Palace. After all, the dead corpse plains around the Wilderness Palace were enough to prove how cruel the vicious thugs inside were. But now the Red Cloud Palace has come out in full force, and the dead corpse plain formation has not been completed. Su Yin can take advantage of the Red Cloud Palace attacking Dai City to run directly from the gate to the Wilderness Palace, and use Baizhe's power to open the long sealed gate of the Wilderness Palace. Maybe Baizhe had a premonition of something, and when he sent Su Yin to the fairyland, he had already stuffed the key to open the door of the Wilderness Palace into Su Yin's body. Of course, Baizhe did not foresee the chaos and disaster caused by the Red Cloud Patriarch. The main reason for giving Su Yin the key was that he expected that the owner of the Wilderness Palace had already chosen to sink and avoid Su Yin. As if nothing had happened. After all, in the original resistance, she lost the most. losing her sister who gave birth to her, her uncle who took care of her a lot, and even her apprentice and the tribe of gods and men she created were destroyed. Facing Bai Zai's request, the former owner of the Wilderness Palace, Du Guangzai, really had every reason to avoid Bai Zai's request. The failure of the previous struggle has proved that the attempt to rewrite the general trend of heaven and earth is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. All living beings have paid such a heavy price. And it is only a short delay in the process of the death of the original fairyland. With everyone's strength, if they chose to turn a blind eye and deaf ears at the beginning, everyone would still be gathered in the Wilderness Palace to drink and have fun, continue to explore the rhythm of music, and talk about the medical techniques that have appeared in the world, instead of dying and falling. The heavy price has been paid, but it may not change the end of the destruction of the original fairyland. And there is not even a glimmer of hope. It is better to stay honest. Rely on one's own strength to keep oneself safe. Sit high in the sky and watch the new changes in the original fairyland with a calm mind. Su Yin rushed from the Wilderness Palace to Gai City, spending several days and nights traveling in secret. Along the way, he spent a lot of time asking Gai City for the correct route. But it only took Su Yin half a day to get from Gai City to the Wilderness Palace. Previously, because he was not familiar with the road and had the task of delivering a letter to Gai City, Su Yin was very cautious and did not dare to rush too high profile, for fear that he would be robbed by the bandits in the fairy world halfway. But now it is obvious that he is racing against time to save his life, compared with the possibility of being robbed by bandits. Hurrying up is the most important thing. Su Yin directly started the transformed immortal boat and drove the floating city all the way back from the road reserved by the Red Cloud Patriarch when he built the Dead Corpse Forest. He ran all the way to the gate of the Wilderness Palace and flew straight to the purple copper gate of the Wilderness Palace. The scenery in the Wilderness Palace made Su Yin stunned, and he looked at it with a dull face. What the hell is this? There is no amazing strange scenery or sea of corpses and blood in the Wilderness Palace. A dojo is placed in front of you. There are stone pillars supporting the dome next to the dojo. On the stone pillars, there are some off-white ribbons as decorations. On the left-hand side, you can directly see a tea house without a wall covering it, and a 4-story building built of stone. Coming out of the stone building is a garden landscape extending eastward along the wall. The interior of the Wilderness Palace was so transparent that Su Yin could even see the whole picture at a glance. He even saw a pile of leftovers that had just been eaten and had not been cleaned up yet on the stone long table in the garden. Although the leftovers were placed on the long table, the wooden tableware on the table had rotted. Some of the more serious rotten things, such as chopsticks, had rotted into stinking mud. There was no life here at all. And there were no ornamental fish in the viewing pond. There were only a few crystal clear fish bones floating in the pond, which made Su Yin speechless for a while, because the bones of the cultivators are also white bones. If you want to transform them into such crystal clear crystal bones, you need to have a cultivation level above the earthly immortal realm. The ornamental fish in the earthly immortal realm. The fish are dead, and they have shed their mortal bodies and have melted into spiritual power and returned to the world. Su Yin feels that it may take thousands of years to see such a scene. In other words, this Wilderness Palace may have no living creatures for thousands of years. Gai City is cold. Su Yin sat directly on the threshold, looking at the extremely transparent scenery of the Wilderness Palace, with a helpless look on his face. Friends in the immortal realm, I'm afraid that the concept of time is different from ours in the cultivation world. Is this what you mean by not coming often? I think that there is no such thing as 1,000 or 800 years here. And you can't see the spirit of the earthly immortal naturally decompose and disappear. Right? The dead bodies on the edge of the Dead Corpse Plain are telling the owner of the Wilderness Palace that he doesn't come often. Su Yin was thinking before. If he doesn't come often, there should be some servants in the Wilderness Palace. Right? He could directly push open the door of the Wilderness Palace and tell the servants inside that the Red Cloud Ancestor has prepared everything to attack the Wilderness Palace and will demolish your house tonight, and quickly notify your master to come back to put out the fire. But after seeing the scenery in the Wilderness Palace and the traces of time passing, Su Yin understood the not often coming of the immortals. The time of not often coming here may be similar to the bend that can be reached by turning a corner in the jokes he heard in his previous life. The turn here is probably the turn in the Big Bend area. Su Yin couldn't help but complain. Forget it. After running 2 times in a row in vain, Su Yin slowly sighed. He no longer had any hope of rescuing Gai City. He had done everything he should do, even risking his life to cross the corpse plain and come to the Wilderness Palace. In this matter, everything that can be done has been done. Su Yin feels helpless. and cannot change the plan of massacre that the Red Cloud Patriarch is currently implementing, and the plan to attack the Wilderness Palace and seize everything in it. In fact, it is not that there is no way, but Su Yin is not selfless enough to volunteer to be a hostage and run to the Red Cloud Patriarch to tell him that he has the key to the Wilderness Palace. Run after looting, then go to other places to find out where the owner of the Wilderness Palace is. Although Su Yin cannot save Dai City, he can still discuss the Red Cloud Patriarch. He took the lead in emptying the Wilderness Palace and left nothing for her, so that she can also experience the mental explosion feeling of 100 years of planning going down the drain. What? Su Yin, who made up his mind, climbed up to the dojo about 1 meter above the ground, looking at the tables, chairs and musical instruments placed on the carpet, and felt a little confused. Su Yin has also learned to play some instruments since he was a child, but Su Yin really doesn't understand the instruments placed on the dojo. There is a musical instrument similar to the chinsa, but the chinsa is a plucked string instrument with 25 strings, while the chinsa placed in front of him has a semicircular body and 50 strings, and the common blowing hole wind instrument shell. Here is actually 7 or 8 bone flutes tied together. Su Yin can understand the chime instrument with 66 bells next to it, but he also feels that something is wrong. As for what is wrong, Su Yin can't say, just feel that this set of chimes seems to have something extra. The musical instruments placed here are all the most ancient and complicated forms of musical instruments. The musical instruments that Su Yin uses and knows are all optimized and simplified from them before they can be popularized among the masses. Su Yin stretched out his hand and prepared to take the multi-tube flute on the square table directly. The flute is as white as jade, and red marks can be vaguely seen on the blowing holes. Its owner is very likely a female fairy. Su Yin held the side of the bone pan flute and wanted to pick it up and put it in the storage ring, but the pan flute was like a nail on its buttocks. No matter how hard Su Yin tried to open the storage ring to absorb it, it did not move at all. Su Yan's eyes widened when he saw this. He didn't believe it, and went to take other musical instruments placed in the original place. But the result was the same as when he wanted to take the pan flute. He just couldn't move them. The only thing Su Yin could move was the shichin placed in the corner, which is commonly known as the eru. There was a word Zai engraved on the side of the eru sound box. I think the shichin Su Yin took should belong to Bai Zai. Turtle. Su Yin held the eru. Although he was not very good at it, he knew a little bit about how to play it. He subconsciously played Erquin Ing Yu and uttered a voice of surprise. The ultimate purpose of Ancestor Hong Yun attacking the Wilderness Palace was probably for these musical instruments. Su Yin put the eru into the storage ring and quickly ran to the small building made of stone. The door was obviously something that Su Yin could not open. But Su Yin climbed to the open window sill on the 3rd floor and went straight into the house. There was no alchemy room in the house, or a training room where monks placed pills. It was just a residential building. The largest main room inside was occupied by women, because Su Yin saw several belly bands in the closet. Bang! When Su Yin was about to pull the storage box at the bottom of the closet, a loud noise suddenly came from the door of the stone building, accompanied by a feeling of shaking the sky and the earth. Su Yin opened the storage box, hurriedly picked up a large stack of coarse paper inside, and stuffed it into his storage ring. He didn't have time to read the contents on it, so he quickly returned to the 3rd floor and climbed out from the living room windowsill, looking towards the place where the loud noise came from. Su Yin looked up and saw a faint light above the sky of the Wilderness Palace. On the formation outside the dojo, there was a female cultivator with a slightly flushed face and blurred eyes, who seemed to be drunk. She seemed to have hit the forbidden barrier of the Wilderness Palace and couldn't get up again. Why is it so small? Why is Bai Zai growing back? The horns on his forehead are gone. Did the old Yindi cut them off and take them back to nourish the kidneys? Ha ha ha. I said that the horns on Bai Zai's forehead are especially good for nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the young. I told you not to carry them when you go out. Now they have finally been cut off. Right? The female cultivator who bumped into the restriction had a dazed look in her eyes. She was obviously drunk and couldn't tell east from west. In her eyes, Su Yin had now turned into a mess, and his figure was changing like a phantom. The female cultivator muttered while lying on the restriction, and forced herself to stand on the semi-spherical restriction. She hadn't even taken 2 steps away, but because of the tilt of the restriction, she didn't stand firmly and fell to the ground, rolling down from it to the dead body forest. Su Yan's face showed a look of shock when he saw this, and he quickly dodged and flew out, hugging the female cultivator, who rolled down from the restriction in midair. The corpse plane is connected to the Red Cloud Ancestor. if a large area of damage is caused. The Red Cloud ancestor who is far away in Guy City will be able to feel the abnormality. A cultivator weighing more than 100 kilograms fell directly to the ground from hundreds of meters high. The impact caused by it was so great that Su Yin didn't dare to imagine how many corpses would be blown away. How much wine have you drunk? Hugging the female cultivator. Su Yan's nose was full of pungent alcohol. With every breath, his head was faintly dizzy. Just smelling the alcohol on the female cultivator, Su Yin began to get drunk. Who are you? The woman who fell into Su Yan's arms, because of the close distance, immediately found that the little fox in front of her didn't seem to be the Bai Zhe she knew. He just exuded the breath of Bai Zhe. But he was not Bai Zhe. The woman lay in Su Yan's arms, her eyelids half closed, and she stretched out her hands with a hazy look, pinching Su Yan's unfamiliar cheeks and pulling them, as if she was dissatisfied. Ruinu was naturally dissatisfied that she didn't see her friend, but fell from the starry sky due to drunkenness and hit the roof of her house. How much did you drink? Su Yin used all his strength to carry the female cultivator in front of him out of the dead forest and came to the wilderness palace. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and felt dizzy. He kicked Ruinu on the steps and threw her down. This female cultivator was a bit unusual. The alcohol she exhaled from her teeth hit Su Yan's cheek, and Su Yan couldn't hold on and fell into a drunken state. The mana in his body was also a little out of control because of the huge amount of spiritual power he took in. What she drank was probably not spiritual wine, but the fairy wine in the fairy world. The strongest spiritual wine in the world of cultivation. Su Yin could only drink a small cup before getting drunk. But for the woman, just the residual alcohol she exhaled could make her fall into a drunken state. Su Yin had no choice but to open his palm and let the handle of the activated sacrificial knife come out of the storage ring, inserting into his palm with black and red blood vessels, using its special ability to absorb the excess spiritual power in his body. How much did you drink? How much did you drink? Anyway, I'll keep drinking. Do you want a drink? Ruinu sat slumped on the steps, both elbows resting on the steps, and a pair of graceful hands in front of her, which were raised high because of her movements, as if to stretch the collar open. As Ruinu said this, she took out a wine pot filled with wine in the shape of a snail from the void and handed it to Su Yin. Su Yin looked at the wine pot against his cheek with a sidelong glance, and was about to speak, but because of the inhalation of alcohol, his whole body suddenly began to stiffen, and the limbs and tail of the little fox body were stiff, and he fainted. Ah! Envy-Rua made a puzzled sound, looking at the little white fox whose limbs were stretched stiffly, and whose tail was stretched stiffly parallel to the back, and completely fainted. He passed out drunkenly before he even drank. How come the descendant of Bai Zhe has such a poor alcohol tolerance? Envy-Rua staggered to her feet, pinched the stiff fox's mouth, turned her head, took a deep breath and spit out all the alcohol in her mouth, then brought the stiff and fainted Su Yin to her, put her mouth on the circle formed by her thumb and index finger, and blew into the fox's mouth on the other side of her palm. Envy-Rua blew out in one breath across her palm, and Su Yan's body immediately began to soften, and the little fox's body also floated in the wind. Seeing that, Su Yin, who had passed out drunkenly, came back to life. Nua put Su Yin aside and took a sip from the wine pot. The special liquor that Nua drank was made of fairy spirits that were repeatedly compressed and liquefied into fairy wine. Immortals would fall into eternal sleep if they took a sip. With Su Yan's cultivation, he didn't fall into eternal sleep after taking a sip. This was entirely due to the fact that there were several tubes inserted in his palms and a sacrificial knife hidden in the storage ring, which helped him share the explosive wine aroma that was enough to burn his brain. It was unknown how long it had passed. Su Yin, who was lying on the steps drunk, woke up slowly, with a confused look on his face. After looking around, he suddenly jumped up. Oh no! How long have I been drunk? About 3 or 4 days? Anyway, I saw she had chasing her son and fighting him 3 times. Ruinu climbed up from the steps with a confused face, looked at the little white fox who jumped up and covered his head with a look of devastation, and said an adjective lightly. Shiha is one of the supreme beings living in the sun and the moon in the fairy world. The sun Jinwu hanging in the sky now is one of the cubs born by Shiha. Shiha chased her cub and beat him a few times. Usually the holy spirits tease the rising and setting of the sun and the moon. After all, Jinwu was really naughty and liked to play tricks. It's useless. Su Yin was shocked when he heard it. and hurriedly ran along the steps to the door of the Wilderness Palace, started pushing from the inside, closed one side of the copper door, and then went around to the other side to drag and close both doors. "What are you doing?" Ruan put her arms on the steps, rested her head on it, and tilted her head, watching Su Yin busy there. "You should run away quickly. If you don't run away, you won't be able to escape when the Red Cloud Patriarch comes back later." Su Yin closed all the doors, and the little fox stood up, took a slightly funny splayed leg, and jumped down the steps, a little cautious of the original female cultivator, for fear that the alcohol from her mouth would make her faint. "Red Cloud Ancestor?" Ruanu muttered, wondering who the Red Cloud Ancestor was. "Is the Red Cloud Ancestor you were talking about wearing a red robe without a collar, and no belly band, with two things swaying inside? And it seems that there are red ice chips on the eyebrows and below?" Ruanu thought for a while. "About 3 meters tall?" "Yes." "Senior, do you know him?" "No." Su Yin slowly typed a question mark, feeling a little puzzled by the contradictory words of the drunkard in front of him. "I don't know him. How do you know that she was wearing clothes?" "Height, body shape, and even the color of her hair when she slaughtered Guy City?" "Wait." Su Yin turned his eyes away from the drunkard and looked at the sky at the edge of the corpse plain. He saw a large red cloud floating towards the Wilderness Palace. Old Ancestor Hong Yin floated in front of the blood cloud, opened his arms, and looked at himself and the drunkard beside him. Su Yin had a stupid look on his face. Without thinking, he bit the drunkard's collar and dragged him on the steps to the gate of the Wilderness Palace. He raised his fox feet and kicked the gate open. He dragged the drunkard into the Wilderness Palace and closed the copper gate. "Ah!" Old Ancestor Hong Yin almost popped his eyes out of his eye sockets when he saw this. He looked like he had seen a ghost. The barrier of the Wilderness Palace and the copper gate that was said to be invincible under the gods were kicked open. "Ah! Ah!" Chapter 548-9 Netherworld Su Nu. "Ah!" When Ancestor Hong Yin saw Su Yin successfully pass through the restriction, he kicked the copper door open with his back foot and closed the door with his backhand very smoothly. Ancestor Hong Yin couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Ancestor Hong Yin knew how hard the restriction of the Wilderness Palace was and the materials used to cast the copper door. She knew very well that the existence below the gods could not open the restriction and door of the Wilderness Palace no matter what. But how could that little fox in the nascent soul and the drunkard, who was almost drunk to death, freely enter and exit the Wilderness Palace that he had spent hundreds of years trying to enter? "Fox!" Ancestor Hong Yin's eyes were red, and he attacked in anger, and the blood-red ice crystal torrent directly hit the restriction of the Wilderness Palace. A loud explosion resounded through the sky, and blood-colored ice crystals bombarded the restriction. No matter how fierce the attack of the Red Cloud Patriarch was, it could not shake it at all. A large number of red ice crystals hit the barrier and shattered into red ice crystal dust scattered all over the corpse plain. "I will give you 3 incense sticks a time. If you don't tell me how to open the restriction, I will go in and pull out all your urinary hairs one by one." The jealous Red Cloud Patriarch bombarded the Wilderness Palace restriction in vain, slightly relieved the anger and jealousy in his heart, and threatened. The Red Cloud Patriarch, who was nearly 10 meters tall, looked at Su Yin, who was lying on the wall, with a fierce look on his face. After speaking, the Red Cloud Patriarch shook his blood-red robe and turned away directly. Returning to the sky again, the blood-red clouds floated slowly, and the blood-red rain dripped from the sky to the plain. The stench of blood, mixed with the greasy smell of oil, gradually spread. The withered corpses that were kneeling on the ground gradually regained their vitality under the watering of the blood-red rain, and climbed up from the oily mud ground step by step, pinching the seals in their hands, and began to walk according to a certain pattern. "Senior, come and see if you know what kind of bewitching array that witch is performing." Su Yin didn't understand Hong Yin's plan, but he knew that she should be setting up an array, preparing to break the restrictions outside the Wilderness Palace and enter the Wilderness Palace. The soul-confusing array? Envy Rule staggered to her feet, without performing any earth-shattering magic. She stood on the flower bed and clung to the wall with both hands. Just like an ordinary person, she climbed over the wall and laid down to look at the array that the Red Cloud Patriarch was drawing up, saying, "Oh, this is the Taiyin soul refining method, which is to gather all the ghosts full of pain and use them as sacrifices to summon the Netherworld Phantom to fight. The more ghosts that are sacrificed, the greater the power. There should be more than 200 million ghosts on the plane, which can flatten the Wilderness Palace. The problem should not be too big, however, with so many dead bodies and ghosts. Wouldn't it be more convenient to use the Tine transformation to reverse the yin and yang and manifest the shape of the sun? The effect can be even better. And there is no time limit to do whatever you want. Oh! Ruinu lay on the wall with her eyelids drooping, as if she had not woken up yet, and vaguely complained about the unprofessional use of the magic by the Red Cloud ancestor. But when she said this, Ruinu seemed to remember something and stopped talking. Because the Tine soul refining method belongs to the nightmare method of the chapter soul catching and spirit controlling talisman in the Xuanmu Daozong. The Tine metamorphosis belongs to the orthodox Taoism. If you want to learn such Taoism, you need to join the Guanxing sect and practice hard to learn the orthodox and evil Taoism. Well, it is evil, but not a demonic method. After all, the leader of the Guanxing sect is a holy spirit. Those who dare to call him a demon in front of him have been basically wiped out by the Guanxing sect over the years. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring breeze. This is basically the concept of the Guanxing sect. Senior, is it appropriate for you to say this now? Su Yin looked at the drunkard who didn't take the Red Cloud ancestor seriously. Are you strong? From the words of the drunkard, Su Yin could feel that the fairy in front of him should have something. But the drunkard fairy didn't say anything. So Su Yin couldn't know where she came from. Strength? The girl looked at Su Yin, and her lifeless eyes gradually widened as if she had guessed something. So you choose to surrender? Don't you try to resist? Maybe there are other ways? It is not difficult to guess what Su Yin wants to do. The reason why the Red Cloud Patriarch attacked the Wilderness Palace is nothing more than looking for treasures. Opening the door for the Red Cloud Patriarch to come in is definitely not in Su Yin's choice. Therefore, it can be guessed that Su Yin is going to throw the treasure that the Red Cloud Patriarch is looking for out of the Wilderness Palace and send the witch away. Seeing that the descendant of Bai Zai is so aware of the current situation, Ruinu has some thoughts of laughing and crying in her heart. Is Su Yin's choice wrong? Of course not. After all, the witch outside is really too powerful. The Yuaning cultivator is not even worthy of the word ant in front of Hong Yun. The highest adjective can only be described as dust. But he is the descendant of Bai Zai. Bai Zai, the descendant of the righteous big cat. Shouldn't he find the treasure of the Wilderness Palace and try to refine it or drag the witch to die together? How could the descendant of Bai Zai be so sensible? Although I am not happy about it. And I am also unhappy with that murderous witch. But I have no choice. The little fox sighed and said, at present, the situation is stronger than people. So I can only choose to stay alive for the time being. If I have the ability, I will never indulge the Red Cloud Witch. As the vanguard of the cultivation world, Su Yin came to the fairy world for only two purposes. One is to collect the scattered Bai Zai power entrusted by Bai Zai, and the other is to collect all the information and resources such as fairy spirit in the fairy world and bring them back. Add some self-protection means to his hometown. Senior, come and help. Su Yin turned over and went to the dojo, trying to lift the musical instrument that he couldn't move before. The most bizarre items in the Wilderness Palace are definitely the musical instruments in the dojo. Apart from that, there is nothing worth mentioning in the Wilderness Palace. It is impossible for the Red Cloud Witch to go to such great lengths for the leftovers in the garden or the bellyband in the stone building. Right? Okay. The corners of Ruinu's mouth twitched slightly, and she also followed Su Yin's example and turned over to the dojo. Looking at the musical instruments in the dojo, I really miss the music of the past. Ruinu came to Su Yin's side, raised her hand to drink, pretending to be casual, and gently blew on the wine pot shaped like a snail. The extremely strong smell of wine floated to Su Yin's nose and stayed for a while. Su Yin's body suddenly stiffened, and his body leaned back, turning into a stiff little fox. Falling on the dojo, Fushi made the qin, and Nua made the flute. Lianluan played the chimes. Shinong played the 5-string qin, while Yinglong and Zuan were responsible for eating, drinking and having fun. Bai Zai was making trouble with the qin. Ruinu looked at the old musical instruments and recalled that they met friends and discussed pathological philosophy with music at that time. It's a pity that everyone was here at that time. After the dinner and concert, they left the Wilderness Palace and no one came back here. They didn't take their musical instruments with them, because everyone felt that things would be accomplished at that time, and they were going to hold a celebration banquet in the Wilderness Palace after returning. So there was no reason to leave with the instruments. Ruinu gently stroked the 50-string qin and sighed softly. This 50-string qin was made by Fushi and given to her. Presumably, what the Red Cloud ancestor coveted should be this qin made by Fushi. Come to think of it, I, the goddess of music, haven't touched a musical instrument for a long time. The girl hooked her finger and the 50-string zither, firmly fixed on the bass, loosened. Although these instruments are not intelligent, the materials they are made of are from the chaotic period, and they have been following the Holy Spirits and have strong spirituality. They have been waiting for their master to return. Su Yin is not their master, so he naturally cannot shake these instruments placed here on standby. Ka. The two copper doors slowly opened, and Ruinu came to the front of the steps with Chinsa on her back, sat cross-legged on the steps, and placed Chinsa on her legs, raised her head, and looked at the red clouds in the sky, and said softly, "The treasure you covet should be the Chinsa in my hand. Right? If you also understand music, you can try to beat me and win it from me. Hand over the Chinsa, and I will spare your lives." The red cloud ancestor emerged from the blood cloud, stared at the Chinsa and shouted, "Now!" Immediately, when Hongyan spoke, the blood-red clouds in the sky were affected by the Taiyin soul refining array below, and gradually began to compress and condense into a human form. The originally bright red color gradually turned into a dark red and purple color. Hongyun was embedded in the chest of the 100-meter giant, looking at the 50-string Chinsa with desire. The black-red giant, exuding a monstrous bloody evil, grasped the void and pulled out a black-red spiral, like a nail-shaped long sword, with no face, and slowly opened a vertical pupil in one eye, raised his hand, and turned into a black wandering shadow in front of Ruinu, holding the sword in his backhand, and stabbed directly into the sky of the wilderness palace. Dang! Ruinu's eyes gradually drooped, and her round and white fingertips lightly tapped on the strings of the zither, and the elliptical fingertips that were carefully cared for and trimmed produced a sad tone. The black wandering shadow suddenly froze in the void, and gradually manifested its own twisting black-red body. Bang! The 273 million ghosts, as well as the blood and spirituality as sacrifices. The netherworld phantom that was summoned twisted itself into a ball in front of Ruinu, and then, due to the compression, it exploded into a dark red blood rained all over the sky. The dark red blood hit the prohibition and dyed the barrier red. The tone of the 50-string zither is too sad. After Fushi gave it to me, he asked me to tinker with it to see if I could play a brisk melody. It turns out that it can't. Ruinu looked at the 50-string zither in front of her and said, "The melody it produces now only seems more lonely and desolate. Such mournful music. Too cold and stiff." Ruinu slowly raised her head and looked at Hongyun, who had fallen into the mud soaked with corpse oil outside the barrier. "Do you like instruments that can only play sorrow and pain?" "You?" Hongyun, with cracks all over her face, looked at the woman sitting on the steps, and suddenly a name of the heavenly emperor that made her hair stand on end popped up in her head. The former master of Dequangzai, the goddess of medical treatment Joyo Suin Yuannu, Holy Mother Emperor. Seeing that Hongyun remained silent for a long time, Ruinu's slender hands plucked the strings of the zither again, and the sad tone rose again. The 50 strings extended to the void and caused resonance, spreading outward with the barrier of the wilderness palace as the center point, and the space gradually disappeared and dissolved into a black hole that swallowed the sky and the earth. The world showed signs of decline. The dead corpse plain on the ground began to dissolve, and the Taiyin land soaked with corpse oil began to collapse. When the sky died, it took away the red aurora sky with it. Seeing this, the red cloud ancestor was so frightened that he ran into the universe. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the earth, along with everything inside, all went to destruction. Only the wilderness palace was left floating above the chaos. Pa! A blood-red ice crystal fell from the chaos to the steps of the wilderness palace and rolled to the feet of Ruinu. Seeing the destruction of heaven and earth, Ruinu's hand on the 50-string zither moved slightly, and placed the zither that could only play sad vocal music into the void. Gudong gudong. Ruinu took out the snail wine pot and took a big gulp, then fell straight back and lay limp on the ground. At this moment, the chaotic world without Ruinu's influence began to recover quickly under the influence of the rules. The sky and the earth reappeared from the chaos, and then the mountains, rivers and rivers also appeared on the blank land. Sadness. Sadness is not pleasing. Seeing that the trouble and noise had completely disappeared, Ruinu got drunk again and fell asleep in front of the door of the wilderness palace. After she had chased Jinwu for 2 rounds, Su Yin, who woke up from a hangover in the dojo, smacked his fox mouth subconsciously and stretched out his front legs, raised his butt, and prepared to stretch his body. But halfway through the action, the yawning fox immediately closed his mouth, with a look of shock on his face. After looking around the dojo, he said, "Why am I drunk again?" The wine in Ruin Nu's wine pot was extremely strong. Su Yin fainted after smelling it twice. And he didn't have any time to resist. Recalling the time before the blackout, Su Yin looked around the dojo and didn't see any musical instruments. So he jumped out of the dojo and ran out of the door. Did that very suspicious senior defeat the Red Cloud Patriarch or hand over all the musical instruments? Su Yin thought to himself. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw the strange scenery of the sunny day and the breeze blowing the grass through the threshold. When the fox's little meat pad stepped on the door to support his body, Su Yin saw the drunkard fairy lying on the steps drunk. Senior? Senior Su Yin ran to Ruan's side and pushed her shoulders, calling her to get up, wanting to ask about what happened when he fainted. Huh? Ruan opened her eyelids half drooping, and looked at the little white fox with a bright smile beside her with dead fish eyes. Ruan thought for a moment, raised her left hand, and put the snail wine pot in front of Su Yin. Senior, why did you sneak attack again? Su Yin's body stiffened. His eyes rolled up, and he fainted in front of Ruin Nu. Because you must have a lot of doubts in your heart. Ruin Nu raised her head, stuffed the stiff Su Yin into the back of her head, and rested her head on Su Yin, and drank another pot of fairy wine she had specially mixed. You reorganize your words in your dream, and then wait until I get tipsy. If you don't want to answer, I can just knock you out with a clear conscience. Don't ask if you don't like it. After getting drunk, the man and the fox lay down in front of the door of the wilderness palace and fell asleep. Chapter 549. Welcome to the fairyland. Kid. In the wilderness palace. Senior. Please stop making trouble. Su Yin woke up again and looked at the drunk fairy in front of him with a vigilant face. He retreated again and again, fearing that the drunk fairy in front of him would drug him again. As Su Yin spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the red ice crystals that were moving at a snail's pace. The last time he was unconscious, he woke up and asked about the red ice crystals on the ground. And the drunk fairy hit his cheek with a snail wine pot, causing a coma. If I'm not wrong, you should be related to the wilderness palace. Maybe the palace master or the housekeeper. Right? In the experience of drunken death again and again, Su Yin gradually realized something and asked with a serious face. Every time he wanted to ask about the red stone or the identity of the drunk fairy, she would knock him unconscious. And the furnishings in the wilderness palace, except for the musical instruments, nothing else moved. Even the fallen leaves on the ground did not move at all. This is not in line with common sense. Facing the wilderness palace with the middle door wide open, what kind of cultivator could be completely indifferent and not even have the desire to explore? The cultivator who can do this is either a super strong person whose own cultivation is comparable to or even surpasses the cave owner and who completely disdains to explore, or a person who is very familiar with the things in the house. Lying on the lawn, Ruin Nu snorted lightly and responded to Su Yin's guess, saying, in the past, some people called me Jiuyo Su Nu, Bai Shui Su Nu, and some people called me Jiuyo Su In Yuan Nu Holy Mother Emperor. So, what do you want to say? Seeing that Su Yin was drunk and woke up and drunk again, and still insisted on asking after 4 or 5 cycles, Ruin Nu did not continue to make Su Yin drunk to death, and slowly asked Su Yin to see what he wanted to ask. Jiuyo Su In Yuan Nu Holy Mother Emperor? Su Yin spoke in his heart with a dumbfounded face, silently reciting the name Ruin Nu reported herself, and couldn't help but secretly shocked. In the fairy world, cultivators with the names of Saint, Mother, and Emperor can only say that Senior Bai Zhe is very impressive, with a wide network of contacts and many friends, which is completely unexpected. Su Yin always thought that the friends in the fairy world that Senior Bai Zhe mentioned should be those who have received his favors and are grateful to him. But Su Yin really didn't expect that Senior Bai Zhe would introduce himself to a senior with such a terrifying Taoist name as soon as he came up. Jiuyo Suin. Yuan Nu. Those are all old calendars. You don't need to care about the recitation of the Taoist name. My current name is Ruin Nu. Seeing that Su Yin was still counting his fox fingers and studying the recitation of his honorific name, Ruin Nu couldn't help but shake her head and interrupted the meaningless things Su Yin was doing. Taoist name, honorific name, and emperor title, whether in the world of cultivation or the fairy world, are by no means meaningless things. Interpreting Taoist names and honorific names is a compulsory subject for monks. As long as you know how to interpret them, you can know how terrifying the existence in front of you is. And you can also read her origins, and know how many times you will die if she punches you. But those things are really meaningless to Ruin Nu. She has now retired to her own planet, and lived a life of drunkenness and dreams. She doesn't even care about what happens in the outside world. Taoist names and honorific names, for a retired Holy Spirit, naturally have no meaning. Then Senior Rua. Do you know Bai Zhe? Su Yan, who was interrupted, thought about it, and then followed Senior Rua's suggestion to call him by his name, and said the premise. Senior Bai Zhe asked him to go to the Wilderness Palace to find someone. Now he has arrived at the Wilderness Palace. The most important thing at present is to confirm whether Senior Rua is the one he is looking for. I know. He is a freeloader and a long-winded person. Rua slowly said the characteristics of Bai Zhe. In the Wilderness Palace circle, compared with others in terms of musical attainments, Bai Zhe is really a guy who is both naive and playful, and is definitely a freeloader at parties. Senior Ron's answer made Su Yan's prepared words choke in his throat. Replying to Senior, I am Su Yan, entrusted by Senior Bai Zhe to come to the Wilderness Palace to seek your guidance. You said it so tactfully. The guidance you are talking about should refer to the power abandoned by Bai Zhe. Right? Ron sat up from the lawn, and said with no strange expression on her face, this is my first stop. Senior? Su Yan was slightly surprised, and looked at Senior Ron, who had sat up again. After so many years, he still hasn't learned what it means to give up. He still wants to do it even though he knows it's impossible. Ruinu showed a mocking expression on her face, shook her head and said, forget it. Those things were originally his things. How to deal with them is his business, and I have no interest in asking. However, I want to remind you that when you obtain Bai Zhe's inheritance, you must also inherit some of the responsibilities brought by that power. I can give you two choices now. I can take you to get the power now, but you also need to know that the lost world you and Bai Zhe are in is a killing chess piece on the chessboard of heaven and earth. The once powerful, crazy, and resentful creatures have basically been placed in that lost world. They will be treated preferentially, and they will also involve the new primitive fairyland in the war. If you choose to inherit Bai Zhe's power, it means, if you choose to participate in the dispute, you will no longer have the power to choose to retreat. A self-deprecating expression appeared on Ruinu's cheeks, and she said, don't think that you can avoid it just because I say I won't offend anyone, because of the influence of the netherworld. The method of nightmare suppression accumulated over so many years has become an extremely common technique in the fairy world. The materials in that lost world are all raw materials. If the people in the fairy world kill your friends and your parents, can you say that you will not pursue the responsibility? If you kill them, their clans or sects will also come to you. All causes and effects are connected in series. This is my first choice for you. And the second choice is that I can allow your relatives, friends and relatives to live a stable life in my world and watch the chaos in the fairy world with a cold eye. After Ruinu finished speaking, she looked at Su Yan quietly and waited for his reply. Senior Rua, are you testing me? Su Yan frowned and asked with some confusion. No. I am sincerely offering a choice. If you take the power of Bai Zhe from me, something I don't want to see will happen. Therefore, I am offering a proposal that can be called a deal. Ruinu reached into the void and fumbled for a moment, then took out a pot of fairy wine, unsealed the bottle, took a deep breath of the wine, squinted at Su Yan and said, I just suggested it. You can choose it. You don't need to consider my opinion. That power is not mine. I choose the inheritance of Senior Bai Zhe. After asking about the whole story, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all and directly said the power of choosing Bai Zhe. Thank you very much for giving me the power of choice and telling me what will happen, especially after the senior's advice. I think I need the inheritance of Senior Bai Zhe even more now. The suggestion given by Senior Ruinu was very good, but Su Yan couldn't choose it at all. No matter whether it was the Su family or the Dragon clan, or even the Xiaoyu royal family, no one would be grateful to Su Yan for choosing to accept the protection of Senior Ruinu. And those who really needed the protection of Senior Ruinu were not within the scope of protection. Holding the power of Bai Zhe and bringing back resources to the cultivation world through his own innate magical power of the Fortune Fox is what Su Yan thinks should be done now. As long as the Queen Mother of the West can be awakened, the nine-tailed foxes will naturally have a strong backer. At that time, whether it is the three tribes of the nine-tailed foxes, or the Emperor Wusheng and the Princess Wuxi, they will not be affected by the great changes in the world to a certain extent. Of course, Emperor Wusheng may not need Su Yan to worry about anything, but awakening Queen Mother, she is definitely beneficial to his side. I need that power, Su Yan said. Okay. Seeing Su Yan's firm attitude, Ruan did not hesitate to choose Bai Zhe's inheritance. Without saying anything nonsense, she stood up from the lawn and walked towards the stone building. The little fox followed him happily, and followed Senior Ron back to the stone building. Then Suyin blushed and jumped out of the third-floor windowsill, rolled to the ground, squatted on the ground, and covered his red cheeks. Senior Ron went back to the house. Not to get Baize's inheritance for Suyin, but to take a bath and change clothes. Because she was immersed in wine for many years, her clothes and accessories had turned into spiritual treasures. If she threw any liquid into the liquid casually, it would be affected by the clothes and accessories, and turned into high-concentration wine. In this case, Ron naturally didn't care. But Suyin couldn't avoid the influence of the wine aroma. Therefore, when she went to get Baize's things, Ron returned to her room to change clothes. Senior Ron is really not shy. Suyan's face flushed with embarrassment. After returning to the room, Senior Ron began to untie her collar and took off her coat that smelled strongly of alcohol to reveal her bellyband. Of course, Suyin didn't see the bellyband because he was following Senior Ron. He only saw her shoulders and back. As soon as he realized that something was wrong, Suyin hurriedly withdrew from Ron's room. The Hollow Edge. After sighing at the fashion of the fairy world, Suyin took out a large stack of old papers from his storage ring. Previously, because Senior Ron fell and hit the dome, causing a vibration, Suyin hurriedly ran out of the stone building because he was called by the Red Cloud Patriarch, and had no time to see what was written on the paper he picked up from Senior Ron's closet. It doesn't matter now. Suyin took it out because he planned to return it to Senior Ron. After all, the paper in the closet should contain some important things. At that time, Suyin was worried that the things would be snatched away by the Red Cloud Ancestor. Now that the Red Cloud Ancestor has been beaten back to his original form and is moving on the ground, there is nothing to worry about. Wait, why can't I understand it? Suyin took out the paper carelessly, not caring about the possibility of seeing the content of the paper. After all, the fairy world speaks ancient demon text and ancient demon language. Suyin only knows the pronunciation of ancient demon text through dialogue practice and imitation, and has not systematically studied ancient demon text. However, as the paper was taken out, Suyin found that he could understand the orthodox ancient demon text. In Yuan Su Nu Jing. The few big words on the loose paper made Suyin's pupils tremble. The two words in Yuan literally refer to the body of an 18-year-old girl, and the two words Su Nu naturally refer to a pure and flawless girl. The body of an 18-year-old pure and flawless girl. Senior Runu actually hid a loose pornographic book in her closet? Are you also interested in the art of sex? Just when Suyin put the paper on the ground, squatted down with the fox in his arms, and tilted his face, thinking hard about whether to open it to read, Ruinu appeared behind Suyin at some point, looking at Suyin, who was struggling with whether to open the book in a rather strange way. Ah! Suyin, frightened by Senior Ruinu, almost flew out of his place. The Yin Yuan Su Nu Jing is not suitable for the demon race. It is a bedroom technique compiled based on the human race's physique. Ruinu gently picked up the book on the ground and thought for a while, and said, I don't have any for the demon race. I may find it at my sister's place, but there should be no bedroom technique suitable for demon babies. Thank you, Senior, but I don't need it. Suyin refused with a serious face. Oh, you are not old, but you have high ambitions. Seeing Suyin's righteous refusal, Ruinu's face showed a surprised expression. Although the Yin Yuan Su Nu Jing she wrote was compiled to deal with Youchao's task, the Yin Yuan Jing is a special technique that can make the human race quickly become immortal. In the past, someone ran to her palace and cried so hard that she didn't give it to him. Since you don't need it, then you can take this book yourself. You can't use it, but there should be human friends who can use it. Ruinu shook her head and chuckled, threw the Yin Element Female Sutra in her hand to Suyin, and said, Come with me. Give it to me, Senior. Aren't you worried that I will send it to the cultivation world to enhance the killing chest you mentioned? The little fox held the loose books in his arms, and looked at Ruinu and asked, Everything has its own destiny in the dark. Ruinu shook her head gently and said, Whether I interfere or not is actually a trivial matter. Those who should live will not die, and those who should die will not live. Senior, why do I feel that you seem to have something else to say? Suyin put away the Yin Element Female Sutra, manifested the appearance of a young man, and followed behind Senior Ruinu. It's just some emotion. After sobering up, memories came to my mind, and I couldn't help but talk more. Ron looked at Suyin and said, Or, there are some negative emotions in my heart that I want to vent. Suyin did not speak in reply, but just followed Senior Ron quietly. The little fox smelled the smell of gossip. although he remained calm on the surface. His tail was shaking in his heart, as well as in his nascent soul, and 2 demons in his dantian. However, Senior Ron did not say anything, and really just sighed a little. By the way, Senior, can I take the red ice crystal that the Red Cloud ancestor transformed into? You can do whatever you want. Before leaving, Su Yan looked at the red ice crystal on the steps and asked Senior Ruan. Ruan didn't care about it and let Su Yan deal with it as he pleased. Coming out of the wilderness palace, Su Yan originally thought that Senior Ruan would lead him to some cave paradise or mountains, rivers, and seas to take the power dispersed by Bai Zai. But Su Yan obviously underestimated the senior whose Taoist name contained the word saint, mother, and emperor. As soon as he left the house, Ron took Su Yan directly to the starry sky of the fairy world universe and came to Tianji Star. After the great catastrophe of the war between all races in the fairy world, the creatures in the fairy world also underwent some changes. The rich land is no longer on the ground, nor in the sky that ordinary creatures can touch, but in the sky. The disturbances in the secular world have no effect on the various innate holy spirits. They stand high above and watch the birth and death of the creatures on earth with cold eyes. There is no mercy, no education, and no intervention in the natural evolution of the creatures on earth. In the old temples of the fairy world, the gods sitting upright are no longer the good gods and auspicious gods of the past. They are more likely to be evil spirits with malicious intent. The method of nightmare has already appeared on the earth as a well-organized Taoist system. The first chapter of the Xuanyu Daozong teaches the Taoist method. The immortal spirit reshapes the soul resurrection secret, a nightmare secret method that can revive those who have died less than 7 days ago. The second chapter teaches the method of prolonging life, but the lifespan needs to be taken by devouring a large number of creatures. And even through this method, a terrifying wood monster monk with lifespan can be piled up. Such transformation methods are circulated wantonly on the land of the fairy world, and the creatures on earth have long gone crazy. The Holy Spirit, who couldn't bear to see the madness of the creatures, wanted to stop the creatures on earth from killing each other and destroying themselves. What it saw was not gratitude, but all it heard was accusations and resentment. The creatures were blaming the Holy Spirit, blaming it for preventing them from being free and easy, resenting it for blocking them from obtaining treasures and beauties, and hating it for being high above, angry that they were not in the position of the high heaven. Facing all kinds of accusations, the kind Holy Spirit also fell into deep thought. It saw that the creatures were respectful to it on the surface, but secretly cursed it. It pondered for a long time, and within a day, it slaughtered hundreds of millions of creatures and killed a mountain of corpses and blood, all piled on the earth to piece together an evil god, watering on the earth with all the malice of the Holy Spirit, venting its anger. Is this the fairyland? When ascending, Su Yan saw a giant monster that looked like a mud monster and was several thousand meters long. Su Yan seemed to ask Senior Ruanu what the giant monster was. Ruanu told Su Yan a little story. Although the bedtime story was short, it was enough to tell the ecological and cultural environment of the fairyland. In the face of the malice and accusations of others, don't feel sad and stressed. You should be more ruthless and insidious. Point at his head and curse him more fiercely, and stab him to death with a knife. The kind Holy Spirit, facing the accusations and curses, decisively swept away the malice, and before leaving, created an evil god in the realm of gods and humans, bringing a nearly eternal nightmare to the creatures on earth. So far, the creatures on earth have shown great respect to gods or holy spirits, and dare not question the authority and power of these beings. Brother, whatever you say is right. Yes, yes, even your farts are fragrant. Godman realm, the realm that the great Luo Tianxian Hongan Patriarch is willing to reach at the risk of offending the Holy Spirit. Su Yan looked at Senior Ruan, who was not tall and did not feel oppressive, and even started to pour wine into his mouth during the flight, and said in his heart, "It's really hard to imagine how much destructive power Senior Ruan or Senior Bai Zai can create when they are at full power. The Holy Spirit can actually create a great Luo Tianxian. The scene is simply amazing. We're here, under the leadership of Senior Ruan." Su Yan came to the sky of the fairy world, inside the Tianji Star controlled by Senior Ruan. The ground of Tianji Star is lush and green, and the fertility is so abundant that a black river appears. It is very eye-catching when it is located on the ground across the east and west poles. But inside Tianji Star, living creatures are extremely rare, and there are not even insects and birds singing in the forest. The only thing Su Yan saw that could move was some puppet-like things. The animal-shaped puppets were walking in an orderly manner on the land suspended in the air, working for the castle. How to describe the fairy palace? Su Yin is not very good at speaking. When he first saw it, the first word he could think of was castle. The buildings in the fairy world are not like those in the cultivation world, which are mainly made of wood and decorated with stone. The buildings in the fairy world are mainly made of stone, and decorated with various crystal stones that look not simple. Senior Rua, your house is really unique. Before Su Yin arrived at the door, he saw a large number of snail-shaped wine pots piled up in the pond in the yard, and even the palace hall was full of wine pots. Su Yin subconsciously raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, holding his breath, for fear of breathing in the alcohol and passing out. Let's get rid of those puppets when we have time. Ruan, who was a little tipsy, didn't care much about her image. She leaned on the floor-length recliner in the hall, waved to Su Yin to come over and said, I've been drinking again without realizing it. You just keep busy. I need to sober up. Su Yin was still wondering what Senior Ruan said, only to see that Senior Ruan had taken off her shirt. Before he knew it, he had fallen into Senior Ruan's arms, who smelled of alcohol. Su Yin felt like he was reliving his childhood. Chapter 550. Senior Ruan is professional in matters of men and women. Senior, what are you doing? Su Yin, who fell into Ruan's arms, did not have any romantic feelings, but was deeply confused. For some reasons, the power that Baizé put in me was torn into pieces and swallowed into my stomach when I was drunk. Leaning on the recliner to sober up, Ruan slowly explained the current situation to Su Yin. So, if you want to get that power, you need to draw it from my body. This way of drawing it should be relatively gentle. You probably can't handle it by other ways. Ruan's face was relatively calm, as if she was talking about something very daily. And she raised her hand, moved Su Yin's head, and thrust her body forward slightly to directly put it on Su Yin's cheek. You can be busy for the time being. I still have the smell of alcohol in my mouth, so you may not be able to smell it. This Su Yin wanted to speak, but he was blocked by Senior Ruan before he could say anything. Ruan put her arms around Su Yin's back, leaned down slightly, and raised her legs and drew them inward, as if she was holding a little fox like a pillow. Ruan did not lie to Su Yin. Baizé's power was really torn into pieces by the drunken Ruan 10,000 years ago, and swallowed and digested as a snack. At that time, Ruan had never thought of handing over the power to the inheritor as Baizé wished, and she was even too lazy to meet the inheritor. However, she would not deliberately embarrass him for Baizé's sake. Baizé's power was not a treasure to Ruan, and she disdained to covet that power. The reason why she chose to destroy it was completely out of anger. So many people worked together at the beginning, but they could not stop Yochao's decision. Half of the Holy Spirit sacrificed his life for this, and all he did was to temporarily postpone the time when all things return to silence. When the time of returning to silence comes, all those who should die will die. We have done what we should do. Why can't you, Baizé, figure it out? Why are you still obsessed with fighting against Yochao? For this, you even don't hesitate to sacrifice your own life. Is it worth it? No matter how hard you try, you can only postpone the time of returning to silence. It is impossible to completely stop it. All our sacrifices are in vain. The drunk Ruan Nu was angry, and directly swallowed up the inheritance left by Baizé here. But after so many years, Ruan Nu has gradually let go of some things. It can only be said that life has dreams, and each is wonderful, since he has made a choice. As a friend, there is no need for me to help Baizé and make things difficult for him. It doesn't matter if you use the double completion method. After all, there is a big gap between us. Senior, do you want to know why I understand so well? Ruan Nu saw that Su Yin seemed a little distracted. After thinking about it, she said what the little fox was thinking at the moment. Because I am one of the ancestors. All the methods of double correction and evil removal in the world are derived from my research. It doesn't matter what Su Yin is thinking. Ruan slowly raised her hand and stroked Su Yin's cheek. Smiling, the human race originated from Nua's enlightenment. Before Nua enlightened the human race, she once conducted a study with her own body as the original body. The result of the study was that she gave birth to 10 gods, and used the 10 gods named Nua's intestines as samples to enlighten humans. In a sense, I should be considered one of the ancestors of the human race. I was instructed by my mother to create a method for the human race to reproduce and become immortals. Senior Ruan Nu understands the affairs of men and women. While she was teasing the little fox, she encouraged him in a roundabout way, so that Su Yin could concentrate again and not be distracted by guilt and worry like before. After all, the two met not long ago, and Su Yin was in a state of drunkenness for a long time. Now he came directly to the bed of the woman's house when he woke up. In the previous life, men who wanted to eat soft rice might face steel wool flowers in a society ruled by law. In the world of cultivation, men who want to eat gigolos are definitely on the edge of a knife. Once the woman feels unhappy and kills the gigolo, then she is killed and there will be no reaction. Senior Ruanu is too senior and too powerful. So much so that Su Yin is always very nervous. Slow down. Come back tomorrow. Seeing that Su Yin had consumed too much mana and turned into a little fox and fell on her, Ruanu shook her head gently, raised her hand, and swept the long skirt that had fallen to her waist, and sat sideways. Ruanu raised her hand and stretched it into the void, took out the snail-shaped wine pot again and drank it. And by the way, she stretched out 3 fingers of her right hand and scratched the tired little fox's head. Ruanu originally planned to pass by Zai's power to Su Yin through the method of double cultivation, but the gap between the two sides was too big. No matter how Ruanu encouraged and assisted Su Yin, he could not enter the state of soul fusion in the method of double cultivation. Huh? The little fox curled up and fell asleep in the hollow belly band on Senior Ruan's belly. TNG Star. Sky City. The next morning, Su Yin woke up from the futon in front of the door and looked around with a dull face. In the castle hall, Senior Ruan was still wearing yesterday's clothes, with a simple belly band hanging in front of her, and fell asleep drunk. Looking up, you can see a touch of Snow White and perfect lower arc. Su Yin raised his foxy little hand, slapped himself hard, and cursed himself for being vulgar. What happened yesterday was a serious matter, and Senior Ruan allowed it. Now Senior Ruan was drunk, and what he did is no different from peeping. It is not popular here to say that a couple will have 100 days of love after one night, and the proper etiquette should be maintained. The wine was spilled all over the hall of the palace. If Su Yin rashly entered inside, he felt that he might faint before taking 2 steps. Seeing that Senior Ruan was sleeping, Su Yin had no intention of disturbing her and hopped towards the garden. Hey, fox. Coming to the Holy Spirit Palace, Su Yin was very curious about this place, and was ready to walk around to see if there was any garbage he could pick up and take home. At this moment, the red ice crystal that came to Senior Ruan's palace with Su Yin suddenly sent a voice transmission that reached Su Yin's heart and said, "Are you interested in making a deal? I can give you 3 million immortal crystals in exchange for my freedom. How about that?" On the turbid red ice crystal, the delicate eyebrows of the Red Cloud Patriarch emerged, and he looked at Su Yin and said, "If you think it's not enough, I can add another 200,000 infant stage cultivators for you to eat. Are you talking to me?" Su Yin jumped in front of the red stone, and sat in front of the red stone very impolitely, without covering his little bell with his tail, and looked at the Red Cloud Patriarch and said, "Who else to talk to? How about it? You just need to throw me out of the palace, and I will give you everything I promised." Hong Yun said seriously, on TNG Star, "You don't need to worry about me playing tricks. If I want to escape, even if that person is drunk now, you can call the puppets in the city to catch me back." Su Yin looked around and found that there was no one and the puppets. He pretended to stand up as if nothing had happened. In the shaking of the Red Cloud Patriarch's pupils, he slowly came to the front of the red stone and lifted his hind legs little by little. "Wait, Fox. Wait a minute. Everything can be discussed. Why do you have to go to such lengths? What's wrong with what I said just now? Isn't it enough to apologize?" When the old ancestor Hong Yun saw that the fox was starting to make a scene and was about to bite him, he suddenly became a little anxious and asked Su Yin to state the conditions and not to do these things. "I don't know what you were talking about, but I don't trust you at all." Su Yin saw Hong Yun take back what he had just said and put down his hind legs that had just been half raised. He sneered and said, "Although I am young, I have been dealing with you, the people of the Nightmare Town, for a long time. I know very well that you, the people of the Nightmare Town, are inhumane. The biggest characteristics of the people of the Nightmare Town are greed and complete fearlessness of death. Moreover, according to what Senior Ruanu said, most of the creatures in the fairy world are crazy at present. The method of the Nightmare Town is not something that can be seen in the light. If Hong Yun really has any sincerity in trading, she should ask for the trade in front of Senior Ruanu, instead of chatting with him privately." Su Yin didn't know what she was planning, but the only thing he could be sure of was that she definitely didn't hold back her fart. Hong Yun looked at Su Yin in astonishment, and couldn't believe that a young demon in the nascent soul stage was so wary of the outside world. and could also reveal the biggest characteristics of the Nightmare Town. The Nightmare Town method would bring out the inner desires, and infinitely magnify the desires in the hearts of the Nightmare Town, making the Nightmare Town do many very incredible things. Just like the Xiantong Holy Mother dared to attack the Dragon Mother, and just like the Hongyan Patriarch dared to destroy the city of the Gusha God, they naturally knew that doing so would inevitably attract endless troubles. But the anxiety in their hearts to achieve their goals made them unable to remain calm when looking at the benefits and shortcuts in front of them. Trust takes time to build. Su Yin looked at Hong Yuan and said confidently, "You said right away that it's impossible for me to trust you. Senior Ruanu has already promised me to give you to me. As long as I trust you, then I naturally have the power to release you." Hong Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this and said, "Fox, do you mean to let me be your slave?" "No. No. No." Su Yin shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I have just started to go out to the martial arts world. I have been in my parents' arms before. I don't know much about the martial arts world. I may need your guidance in these aspects." Faced with Hong Yuan's question, Su Yin couldn't say anything for a while. He originally came out to hang out and wait for Senior Ruanu to sober up. He never thought that he would meet Hong Yuan, who was not dead yet. Of course, Su Yin would not believe anything Hong Yuan said, even if her treasures and fairy crystals were given to him for free. Su Yin was afraid of touching some vicious curses on him. The only thing on Hong Yuan that Su Yin coveted should be the corpse reincarnation method of Nightmare Town. Right? Hong Yuan thought about it and agreed, "Okay. I can promise you something as a gentleman. But I need to add a time limit of 100 years. The people of Nightmare Town are greedy and not afraid of death. But not afraid of death here means pursuing their own desires, not committing suicide for fun when they are bored. Now the situation is stronger than the person. The little beast in front of him obviously has a very strong background." Hong Yuan did not intend to continue to argue and agreed directly. "What is your current state?" Su Yin subconsciously looked back at the main gate of the palace, and then turned back to look at the red crystal standing on the lawn. "My body was broken up by the queen, but I don't know why she didn't take my life." Hong Yuan looked at Su Yin and honestly spoke about her current situation without hiding anything. Her magic power and divine consciousness were now broken up, and her state was similar to being sealed and shackled. She could not manifest her body or use any Taoist magic, but the strength of the red ice crystal was still very well preserved. With such injuries, without external negotiation, Hong Yuan basically had no possibility of coming out of the ice crystal, because the essence of the corpse reincarnation method is actually to use objects with no intelligence or low intelligence to reversely seize oneself, which is a kind of alternative cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Hong Yuan is now a red stone spirit instead of a human. Su Yin. When Su Yin was talking to Hong Yuan, Senior Ruan, who was sitting in the palace, woke up from her drunken state and called out to the door, "I'm here." Su Yin turned around and ran into the palace. He stood at the door and looked at the hall surrounded by the smell of wine, and said, "Senior." Ruan gently rubbed her forehead, looked at Su Yin and said, "I drank too much homemade wine, and my memory has faded a little. Today is a temporary holiday. I will take you to Yohuai Mountain later to get the power stored with Bai Zai's sworn brother. In this way, you should be stronger and take Bai Zai's power from my body." Senior Ruan spoke, although tactfully, but it still made Su Yin, who was in front of the door, look embarrassed. Su Yin really worked very hard yesterday, but hard work does not necessarily lead to satisfactory results. With your current cultivation, it should be easy to get the inheritance from it. That guy should not have fought such a difficult battle. Ruan stood up from the armchair and turned to walk into the inner room. Su Yin had learned his lesson this time and followed her blindly to join in the fun. Senior Ruan, who was drunk, should have gone to change clothes. There is a god in Yohuai Mountain, whose name is Tian Shenyan. Ruan, who had changed her clothes, walked around the side door to the front door, raised her hand, and saw Su Yin pinching the back of his neck, and said, "That guy has a hot temper. What you need to do is to defeat him and get his recognition, so that you can get the inheritance from him." Senior Ruan, "Is the journey far?" "If the journey is not too far, I have a ferry boat here. You can try it a little. The space is large and comfortable." Su Yin, who was carried by Senior Ruan, raised his hand and recommended it to Senior Ruan. Chapter 551 Yohuai Mountain, the Old Bull of Heaven. Su Yan's floating city ferry boat opened an energy barrier above the starry sky of the fairy world, drifted away from Senior Ruanu's Tianji star, and wandered towards the earth. Su Yin has lived in the fairy world for a short period of time, and has learned a lot of common sense. At present, the fairy world is divided into two major areas. The first is the large area in the fairy world population, and the other is the sky area. The sky area refers to the planets in the universe, where holy spirits and gods live, and it belongs to a pure land. The large area refers to the fairy world in a broad sense, because of the method of Nightmare Town and the Netherworld. Most of the clans that are not protected by the gods are performing a real-life battle royale. If you are not careful, the whole clan may be captured by the Nightmare Town and sacrificed. This cycle repeats itself, and the living environment in the large area becomes more and more severe, and everyone is persecuting each other. Su Yin couldn't understand at first why there was no unified dynasty in the big region, and why the relatively primitive clan villages were still maintained to divide the forces. Su Yin expressed his doubts, and Senior Ruinu smiled and said, "No unified forces? Why not?" Looking around, there are them everywhere on the earth. The method of Nightmare Town originated from the Netherworld, and the disciples of Nightmare Town, in a sense, belong to the pawns of the Netherworld. But not all disciples of Nightmare Town were qualified to join the establishment of the Netherworld. Before going to Yohai Mountain, you need to master some necessary means. Otherwise, with your experience, you will not be able to defeat the gods, who suppress your strength head-on. Ruinu, wearing a swimsuit from the western state of the cultivation world, was lying on the raft in the swimming pool, slightly drunk, and looked at Su Yin and said, "There lived an 8-legged two-headed bull monster on Yaohai Mountain. According to the definition of the demon clan in the cultivation world, he was a fierce beast, and he was also an 8-legged two-headed bull monster named Tianshan. The god of heaven is Bai Zai's sworn brother. If Su Yin wants to obtain the inheritance from him, there is no other way. He can only rely on his own strength to gain the recognition of the god of heaven. The strength of the god of heaven is very difficult to evaluate, even if he closes his 6 senses and divine power. Not everyone can touch him. The sworn brotherhood between him and Bai Zai is the result of their long-term fist and foot fights. Su Yin wants to fight against Bai Zai, who is known as the god of war, a war maniac who can fight with fists and feet without losing, if he does not conduct some targeted training. Ruinu is worried that Su Yin will be carried down as soon as he comes on stage. Dong. Ruinu lies on the raft, one foot standing up on the raft, and the other foot swaying in the swimming pool. Raises her hand, takes out a snail wine pot from the wooden basin floating beside her, and throws it on the bow. Then, Ruinu's small feet gently poke the water surface, and her white long legs kick forward, stirring up a cloud of pure water. Dodge the water balls falling from the sky, and then do everything you can to hit the wine pot. After Ruan told Su Yin, she began to drink leisurely. Dodge? Looking at the small water balls in the sky. Su Yin didn't understand the meaning at first, but when he saw the small water balls spewing out a water curtain as fast as thunder and covering more than 300 square meters, Su Yin understood a little bit why Senior Ron asked him to dodge faster. Puff. Su Yin, who had drunk a big mouthful of water, opened his mouth, spit out the water in his mouth with a sound of poo, looked at the water ball cloud floating in the sky and complained, "You have no martial ethics." The water ball ignored Su Yan's complaints and spit out a large range of water curtains according to Ruinu's instructions, preventing Su Yin from approaching the snail wine pot. Burp. I'm full. In less than 2 incense sticks a time. Su Yin, holding a sacrificial knife, showed the form of a little fox, lying on his back, his belly full of water, and his face full of helplessness. Yazi, who has the ability to control water, actually suffered a great loss in water, and made people drink water until they were full. I'm afraid no one would believe it if it was told to others. If this matter were to be spread, the Dragon King of the West Sea would probably revise the family tree overnight and cross out Su Yan's name from the family tree. For the next period of time, Senior Ruinu lay on the raft and drank, while Su Yin stood at the bow, living a life of drinking water until he was full, because Senior Ruinu was in charge. The floating city did not encounter any rude visits from the Nightmare Town in the middle of the night. Instead, the water mass created by Ruinu and the sacrificial knife visited some Nightmare Town extremely rudely. The law that the weirder the shape of the ferry boat, the stronger the owner of the ferry boat is still affirmed in the fairy world. After several weeks of high-speed sailing, the floating city finally arrived in front of the Yaohai Mountain mentioned by Senior Ruinu. There is no mountain in Yaohai Mountain. It originally belonged to the basin terrace landform, but a large amount of clean water submerged the basin and terrace fields, turning it into a lake. The clear and flawless lake water allows people to see the distinct terrace fields under the water at a glance. And the sky scenery is also reflected on the water surface, which is very poetic. While Su Yin lay on the edge of the floating city, looking at the beautiful lake view below with sparkling eyes, and exclaimed, then turned his head and looked at Senior Ruan, who was wearing a swimsuit and lying drunk on the sofa in the sunroom, and said, Senior, come and see. We have arrived at Yuhai Mountain. Ruan slowly opened her eyes, scanned the surroundings, and then continued to fall asleep. Su Yin had long been accustomed to this, and did not feel anything strange. Senior Ruan had no energy at all when she was drunk. Before the alcohol dissipated, she had no interest in paying attention to anything that happened. Just wait until Senior Ruan sobers up. No additional wake-up service is needed. An hour passed. Ruan sat up from the sofa, raised her hand, and reached into the void to take out a set of clothes. She did not care about the little fox squatting on the side, and the split swimsuit on her body, and started to put on her clothes. Your ferry boat is really good. Senior Ruan, who sobered up, looked at Su Yin and praised him. The floating city is fully equipped with facilities. If you want to see the sky, you can go to the sunroom. If you want to have fun, you can go to the swimming pool in the bow. There is also a hot spring pool in the cabin, and a transparent bottom SHL that allows you to lie on the clouds at close range. The things are not new, but it is rare to have all of them in one, and to be so top-notch. Ruanu couldn't help but admire that there is no such humane thing in the fairy world. The refining techniques here are all about studying how to kill creatures quickly. Compared with the humane design, it is still the most important thing to think about how to kill the enemy quickly. Follow me. Ruanu raised her hand and pulled a piece of auspicious cloud. After Su Yin jumped on the cloud and recovered the floating city, Ruanu led Su Yin to fly to the west of Yuhai Mountain and came to a rather peculiar village. The village road was built along the mountain, but most of the buildings were high-legged buildings located on the top of the lake. Not far from the village, there was a round stone plate with a diameter of about 3 or 4 miles, which was placed in the lake and was about a few centimeters away from the water surface. On the lake surface around the stone plate, there was a kind of building similar to an auditorium. Some people with obvious beasts on their bodies sat on it, singing loudly, laughing and discussing something. So unhappy. The lifespan of the human race is not long. Sometimes, under the influence of the outside world, there may be some unpredictable signs of alienation in the appearance of the human race. Ruanu spoke slowly without looking back, and said to Su Yin, what a rare guest. I never thought that I could see Joyo Sunu step out of Tianji Star in my lifetime. A sturdy man sitting on the terrace of the village threw all the firewood in his hand into the stove, turned his head, and grinned at Ruanu, who came on the auspicious cloud. The sturdy man had no clothes on his upper body. A pair of thick and tall horns were placed on both sides of his forehead, and his lower body was only wearing coarse linen pants, and black hemp rope tied around his waist to prevent the pants from falling to the ground. God. Ruanu looked at the god sitting on the terrace, and completely responded to the yin and yang in the words of the god, saying, there is no need to talk about the old grudges. I didn't come here to see you. I was entrusted by Bai Zhe to lead his descendants to retrieve his things. Ruanu raised her hand, pulled Su Yin in front of her, and showed him to the famous war maniac god in the fairy world. Oh! The descendant of brother Bai Zhe? When the god saw Su Yin, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, I don't think you look like him. Although Bai Zhe has the title of god of war, he is not the type of big and strong. From his appearance and figure, he looks like a nobleman who travels in the world. The slow wind of the folding fan in his hand does not seem out of place. But Bai Zhe's title of god of war is a combination of his skills, the method of double perfection, and Bai Zhe's magical power of knowing the world. Such a young fox also wants to obtain the inheritance that Bai Zhe has deposited here? Does he look down on me? Or do he look down on Bai Zhe? You don't need to define whether it is true or not. I will send him to you as agreed. The rest is between you. Ruanu looked at the god, who showed disdain and didn't want to move at all, and spoke loudly. Heh. The god of heaven sneered, looked at Su Yin with a sidelong glance, and said with a sullen look on his face, since Su Nu has said this, I hope that the descendant of brother Bai Zhe will appear in the world. Let me say something. To answer senior god of heaven, I am Su Yin, a junior, who once had a grudge with senior Bai Zhe. Later, I benefited from senior Bai Zhe's appreciation and was taught by senior. Su Yin bowed to the god of heaven and roughly explained the cause and effect. If it is false, I hope it is true. If it is true, I hope you can make me excited. The god of heaven saw Su Yin admit it in person, and Joyo Su knew was there to guarantee it. But he didn't say anything. He raised his hand and pointed to the round stone plate on the lake and said, "No need to talk anymore. Let's see the truth directly under our hands. You'd better be serious. Otherwise, I will definitely let you know what cruelty is." After saying this, the god raised his hand and held the exhaust pipe of the alchemy furnace. The exhaust pipe twisted rapidly when held by the god, and turned into a twisted metal rod in a short moment. Clang! The spiral metal rod was poked into the alchemy furnace, and the two instantly combined, turning into a giant war hammer spewing flames and black mist. The god dragged the war hammer, which was more than twice his size, into the gap in space, and appeared on the stone plate in the next moment. On the stone plate with a diameter of 3 miles, the clear and transparent lake water just flooded the ankles of the god. "It's easy to win. Use your skills to beat me to a pulp, or just hold out for a cup of tea in my attack. Of course, you can also stab me to avenge my contempt for you." Seeing Su Yin take off his coat and shoes that might affect his performance in the battle, the god of heaven grinned and told Su Yin the conditions for his victory. The first condition was impossible to achieve. If Su Yin really had such a skill, the god of heaven would immediately give up his title of war maniac to Su Yin and call him brother. The only condition that Su Yin could achieve was the second one. "So, let's start." The god of heaven raised his hand and waved to stop the cheers of the tribesmen in the audience who were under his protection, so that the little fox would not cry and say that the people in the audience booed him and affected his performance after he lost. Boom! The god of heaven stopped the cheering with a sound, and looked at Su Yin, swinging the alchemy furnace hammer and smashing it hard on the round stone plate with a layer of lake water. A flame that covered the area of hundreds of meters around it burst out and formed, and instantly sprayed from the lake's surface to a height of 100 meters. Before coming to Yohuai Mountain, Senior Ruanu had already analyzed the methods of the gods to Su Yin, and also told Su Yin that when the fight began, the gods would definitely seal off all their 6 senses and divine power, and reduce their ability level to the same level as their opponents, so that he could enjoy the pleasure of bloody fighting. Su Yin, who knew this information, did not choose to dodge the flames of the alchemy furnace hammer when the gods opened the fight. Even though he knew the methods of the gods, Su Yin's body was filled with a wave of energy, and the power of the dual method formed a barrier to offset the scorching flames. While the flames blocked the vision of both parties, he shot forward like an arrow, holding a long knife in both hands, and stabbed at the heart of the god of Yohuai Mountain. Clang! The god raised his foot and kicked the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace, which was emitting fire snakes and black smoke, rushed toward Su Yin like an unmatched high-speed train. What a pity! Su Yin dodged in a hurry when he saw this, and did not dare to confront the alchemy furnace of the god. He could only choose to give up a precious opportunity for a surprise attack. The god of heaven had so much combat experience that sometimes he did not even need to observe with the naked eye or use the 6 senses to explore to know where the attack was coming. Such ability was not in the 6 senses, but was a kind of physical sensation. That is, when a crisis comes, the skin will produce a tingling feeling or pain to remind you. Su Yin's initial surprise attack was naturally impossible to feint and distract the god's attention because he did not have the advantage of taking the initiative. Ha! The god of heaven saw Su Yin circumventing and not wanting to move forward, and immediately showed a sneer on his face. He stood on tiptoe and burst out with strange power. The strong kinetic energy was transformed into potential energy through a mid-air kick, and applied to Su Yin, who wanted to win by delaying time. Boom! The god of heaven kicked in the air, but the focus of the kick was not on Su Yin, but on his body. The moment the toes kicked out, a stream of air was squeezed by the speed of the god of heaven's kick, and it turned into a group of milky white bubbles that suddenly exploded with a white beam of light, covering the area around Su Yin, making it unavoidable. Even the layer of water on the lake surface, because of the impact of the god of heaven's kick, gained a high lethality. Su Yin flew out across the sky, and after landing, he stepped on the ground with his feet facing the god of heaven, so that Su Yin's toes dug a deceleration mark hundreds of meters long on the ground. The heel of his left foot at the back had already lightly touched the alchemy furnace hammer, leaving a red mark. The god's kick was not a random one. He calculated Su Yin's moving trajectory and speed, and blocked Su Yin's path in advance, kicking out a shock wave, carrying Su Yin to the alchemy furnace hammer. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't see the medicinal fox barbecue." Su Yin stood up again, looked at the god with a serious face, and said in a relaxed manner, facing the Yaohuai mountain god. Su Yin now felt like he saw Bai Zhe, who was not awake. The pressure they showed and their control over the battle situation were all the same. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The fox meat is stewed with straw, and then spices are added to simmer it to make it fragrant. The god walked slowly around the field, seeing Su Yan showing Bai Zhe's signature ability. He had already preliminarily recognized Su Yan's qualifications as Bai Zhe's successor, and even talked and laughed with Su Yan with interest. Chapter 552 Bai Zhe Inheritance. Fox meat is stewed in straw, then put into a casserole with spices, and then paired with Baitian ice fairy wine. The taste is simply amazing. Seeing Su Yan start to make a move, the god who was walking around the field to retrieve the war hammer grinned, looked at Su Yan with interest and said jokingly, "If you think you are suitable for stewing with medicinal herbs, I will consider adding some blood-cooling herbs when I stew you later." Boom boom boom. The alchemy furnace war hammer seemed to be summoned, without the owner holding it. Thick black smoke with sparks burst out from its body. The surrounding space was distorted by the agitation of the alchemy furnace war hammer. Su Yan had no choice but to retreat when he saw this, unable to stop the god from retrieving his weapon. The distortion of the space in front of him was not because the god or the weapon used illegal power, but because the temperature emitted by the alchemy furnace itself was too high, giving people a visual illusion of distortion of the surrounding space. Sacrificial knife. Su Yan's face darkened, and he turned the long knife in his hand. Black blood vessels spread out from the blade, wandering to the arm and inserting into the flesh to make a physical connection. A large area of black and red appeared on the white arm. Clang. Su Yan tapped the tip of the knife lightly on the ground. The originally transparent and flawless clean lake water became corrupt and smelly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The brown and yellow turbid lake water was spread all over the round stone plate of the terrace. The sorrows and joys of the turbid world. Concrete, the form of living beings. Su Yan raised his hand and shoved a wave, and the turbid corrupt water splashed towards the gods. Interesting water line. The gods raised their eyebrows slightly, and the smile on their cheeks became more obvious and brilliant. They stretched out their hands and placed them on the spiral handle of the Donlu war hammer and said, "It seems that you have learned something from following Jiuyo Su Nu." The turbid corrupt Huangquan represents strong malice in the eyes of other living beings, and contains endless murderous intent. But in the eyes of the gods, the corrupt water does contain infinite murderous intent and a desire to devour and kill. But apart from these appearances, this water-based magical power hides a sense of tyranny and compassion for the world. The gods can feel the emotions in the moves, so they specifically praise Su Yan's moves. Facing the waves of countless evil spirits gathered by Su Yan's sorrows and joys in the turbid world, the gods laughed and swung the furnace hammer across the sky, and the invisible and immaterial air was compressed into a vigorous white shock wave, which burst out with a devastating force and swept across the disc arena. Oh oh oh. The god subjects in the audience burst into warm cheers when they saw this and congratulated the ancestors. Your Taoism is very correct, but it is still a long way from being truly useful. This time, the god did not give Su Yan any time or opportunity to adjust his state. He turned forward with the swing of the war hammer. At the moment of standing still, he exerted force from his legs, crotch, and waist, and clenched the alchemy furnace war hammer to hit Su Yan. Boom boom. The air compression explosion and the brute force of moving mountains and filling the sea were all poured into the explosion in an instant. The god's posture was extremely smooth and elegant when fighting, like a butterfly dancing. Every move was incredibly smooth, as if he had been tempered by thousands of hammers. His mind and body moved with him, and his posture could also twist out an arc that was not in line with common sense. Without any delay, once the blasting hammer was hit, even if Su Yan's body resisted the bull-like strength, he could not take all the damage of the air blast, and his body was wrapped in a white beam and flew 2 miles away. Dang. Before falling to the ground, Su Yan softened the extremely long sacrificial knife so that he would not be injured again when he fell to the ground and rolled to unload the force. Paw. Su Yan spit out the corrupt water that splashed into his mouth, supported his body again and stood up, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, looking at the hammer-wielding strongman who was rushing towards him, raised his hand and spun around to cut out a 100-meter black and red knife light. The god seemed rude, but he was very meticulous. When fighting with Su Yan, he did not use magic power to perform any moves at all. His air blast was purely based on his brute force, the double comprehensive method that was always effective in the past, or the corrupt water that came with the power of the sacrificial knife, lost its invincible effect in front of the gods. Hee. Seeing the 100-meter knife light coming, the gods laughed wildly on their cheeks. And without even dodging, they head-on hit the black and red knife light and smashed it. Your knife light can't even peel the fruit. It's better to use it to squeeze juice in the house. Boom boom. The alchemy furnace hammer smashed Su Yan's head, and immediately triggered a flame explosion with a diameter of more than 300 meters. Beside the terrace basin pool, Ruinu watched the battle of one chasing and one fleeing, and did not express any opinions, because the gap between the two was not only in cultivation and magical powers, but also in vision and knowledge. Many of Su Yan's moves may be called Taoist skills in the world of cultivation, but in front of Ruinu or the gods, many of those Taoist skills are embryos that have not been carefully polished, and there are many flaws that can be seen with the naked eye. This does not involve magical powers and the power of rules, but only the flaws in Taoism. Therefore, when formulating a strategy for Su Yan to face the trial of the gods, Ruinu told Su Yan very clearly that he should delay time if possible and not to force him. Once you fight him head-on, the gods will be excited and interested, and you will inevitably lose. Therefore, in the initial stage, you can try to launch a strong attack on him. But when you mobilize the interest of the gods, you must take a way to avoid fighting, so as to kill the interest that the gods have just generated and prevent him from getting excited. This set of procedures will definitely kill more than half a quarter of an hour. For the rest of the time, Ruinu cannot rely on deduction and guess, and can only rely on Su Yan's own brain to deal with it improvisationally. Facing the god who was getting impatient because Su Yan was avoiding the fight and playing the kite, Su Yan's choice was naturally to untie the restrictions of the immortal secret method on his body, put on a posture of fighting to the death, and looked at the god with a serious face, opened his arms, and chanted some words, as if he was going to use a big move. After delaying for more than a minute with trash talk, Su Yan manifested the form of a little fox and ran away crying. Because the god saw Su Yan charging up to use a big move, he naturally also started to charge up a big move and collided with Su Yan. But Su Yan didn't have any big moves at the moment. When he saw the god going crazy, he immediately shrank and started running. The forest, water phantom. Seeing the god's hammer approaching, Su Yan couldn't steal time by being cunning. He jumped forward, turned around, and slapped the ground with his foxy little hands, creating an ordinary wave of 10 meters, pouring on the god. At this moment, Su Yan raised his hand and put the water phantoms he had just summoned into the storage ring, giving them some special instructions, hoping that they could buy him the remaining 1 minute or so. Old cow. Su Yan, who was in the form of a little fox, stood up and looked at the god who was swinging his hammer with both hands to smash down. He opened his mouth and burst out with the loudest voice in his first half of his life, shouting, "Dare to give me a little time. I will let you taste the forbidden moves that I can only use once in my life." As he said that, Su Yan stood in place without dodging or evading, and spit out the sacrificial knife from the storage ring again, letting it float behind him and circling around him quickly. Su Yan raised his two little fox hands and used the power of water control to create the sign of boiling water in the lake. The chaotic turbulent water ripples on the lake's surface quickly calmed down under Su Yan's control, and smooth waterways with solid grooves spread in front of the god. Oh! The god who heard Su Yan's roar stopped 4 sticks away from Su Yan and looked at the solid grooves of the water flow extending in front of him. Downstream waterway with notches? What are you going to use to bombard me? Seeing the downstream water trough with notches, the god naturally thought that these notches should be used to accelerate and guide some heavy objects. The god of heaven smiled, raised the alchemy furnace war hammer in front of him and said, "Since you have opened your mouth and intend to challenge me, let's clash." There is still some time left. The distance between the two sides is less than 20 meters. For the god of heaven, it is just a step. No matter if Su Yan is playing tricks or has any special skills, the god of heaven is willing to make a concession to give Su Yan a chance to show. In this way, the fox will not cry even if he loses. Take it, god of heaven. Su Yan first pretended to draw a circle in the void, then placed his arms in front of him and pinched the seal, then retracted his arms, put out the lotus palm and pushed hard at the god of heaven, shouting, "Take my attack. Princess Double Spirit Stone Bombardment." When Su Yan put out the lotus palm arms and pushed forward, whether it was the god of heaven or the subjects and Ruinu, they couldn't help but look over. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a ferry boat about 130 meters long and nearly 30 meters wide shot out directly from Su Yan's palms at a speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour and crushed along the diversion trough towards the waiting gods. Ah! Everyone, including the gods, looked at this scene with stunned expressions. What kind of trick is this? The gods held the alchemy furnace war hammer tightly in their arms to block the ferry boat that leaped out of Su Yan's palm. For a moment, they didn't know whether to be angry or laugh at the scene. But just when everyone was at a loss for words, Su Yan's lotus palm spit out something again. A supergiant ferry boat with a width of 80 meters and a length of more than 380 meters flew out of the storage ring at a great speed, crushing the ferry boat that was previously spit out and blocked by the gods, and rolling over the disc arena with a series of rumbling sounds. The extremely powerful god was unable to stop the full-speed impact of the floating city. His body was rolled under the floating city ship and was repeatedly crushed by it. Boom boom. The floating city flew out of the disc arena, skipping on the lake, and crashed into the forest, crushing a gully of hundreds of meters before it completely stopped. Boom boom. After Su Yan threw out both immortal boats, he immediately ran to the side of Senior Ruanu, fearing that the god would release his power suppression and slap him into a fox cake with a slap, stewing him with straw. The god of heaven was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, staring at the blue sky with his eyes wide open. After a while, he raised his hands to cover his forehead and laughed. Ah ha ha ha. What a double layer impact. It really is a double layer. Quite honest. The god of heaven raised his upper body and looked at Su Yan, who was hiding behind Ruanu, and said, "It's so interesting. There is a hint of honesty in the cunning, and a lot of shamelessness in the honesty. It's so funny." Facing Su Yan's shameless moves, the god of heaven had no intention of getting angry at all. Instead, he laughed out loud at Su Yan's cunning and shamelessness. His name is Tianshan, and he is the nickname of a war maniac in the fairy world. The meaning of war extended to individuals is that a guy who does whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Attack, killing, violence, and even poisoning and assassination are all means. As long as the desired or imagined goal can be achieved, everything is reasonable. He has never been above board. To achieve his goal, the gods don't mind using despicable means. Like Bai Zhe. He is a god who became famous for his strength and martial arts. Why didn't he get the title of martial god from others? That's why. Although Su Yan's methods were not glorious, he was messing with his mentality and emotions throughout the whole process. But he succeeded in his offensive and lasted for a cup of tea. Then, Su Yan defeated himself and won the victory without any dispute. The meaning of victory is to achieve one's own goals. The means to achieve the goals are not glorious or not. As long as you can achieve the goals at the lowest cost, it is a good means. The gods acknowledged the result of the ring match just now, after seeing their ancestor god admit that the challenger won. The people who were originally stunned and looked at each other turned into cheers, and cheered for Su Yan's treachery and shamelessness. Ha ha ha. Come up with me. The god lay on the ground for a while to ease his laughter from the bottom of his heart, then stood up again, waved to Ron and Su Yan, and asked them to follow him. It's really funny. The dirty tricks may be cruel and cold-blooded, or vicious and cruel. I haven't seen many times in my first half of my life that you can use such funny tricks. The last time, among the dirty tricks, I was able to laugh so happily. It was an assassin from the Nightmare Town. He broke into my house and tried to steal my alchemy furnace. Then we fought. He was so excited that he showed his chimera, holding a knife, saying that it was coated with a poison that could kill immortals. Then, he licked it himself and turned to ashes in front of me. It made me laugh for a long time. I haven't seen such a stupid idiot. The god walked in front to lead the way, turned around, looked at Su Yan and said, "Of course, you are different. He is stupid enough to make me laugh. You can make people laugh." Su Yan was embarrassed. "Thank you for your praise, Senior." Faced with the senior praising his tricks, Su Yan really didn't know what to say. He could only show an awkward but polite smile and say some polite words. Led by the god, Su Yan and Ruanu came to the terrace where the god was originally sitting. Su Yan looked curious, looking up and down at the god, who had just been crushed back and forth by two immortal boats. But he didn't see any scars on his body. Not even a slight scratch on his body. The god took care of the two of them and sat down casually. And he turned around and walked towards the small wooden house on the side. It is impossible for an immortal to be injured. If you can see a wound that has not healed for a long time on the immortal's body, or if there are dust stains on the body. Ron looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "It means that the immortal is dying." Huh? Su Yan looked at Senior Ron with a face full of doubt, not knowing why she knew what he was thinking. I don't have the ability to read minds, But your expression is very human, and I can understand it at a glance. Ruan said with a face full of confidence. We don't have tea or anything like that in our village. We only have some wine brewed by the immortals. You can just make do with it. The god took some wine gourds from the hut, sat cross-legged on the ground and threw the wine gourds on the ground, saying, There are no dishes either. Just make do with it. You are not here to drink anyway. The god opened his mouth, spit out a jade square box from his mouth and dropped it on the ground. Then pushed it in front of Su Yan and said, The reward you promised to the arena. It contains the power that Bai Zhe dispersed before his death and entrusted to us for safekeeping. Now it belongs to you. Su Yan looked at the square box and looked at Senior Ruinu. Huh? Seeing Su Yan's small action of looking at Ruinu, the god of heaven chuckled and said, Fox boy. For some things, you still need to rely on your own experience and intuition. Don't trust the seniors too much. After all, you don't know what your seniors have experienced. Su Nu's strength is very worthy of recognition. But there is a question mark in terms of character. The god of heaven looked at Su Yan and smiled, saying something sarcastic and teasing Ruinu. Su Yan looked back and forth between the god of heaven and the Ruinu for a while, and immediately pretended to look down at the jade square box in front of him. Ruinu looked at the god of heaven with a slightly gloomy face, and the god of heaven stared at Ruinu without being outdone. There may be some very long-standing grievances between the two. As a junior, Su Yan didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the two, but from Su Yan's own feeling, Senior Ron should be in the same camp, or a neutral member. At least that's how she treats him. Su Yan didn't know what to say about the past grudges between the two seniors, and it was best to pretend not to see it. Ka. While the gods and Ron were swearing at each other, Su Yan picked up the square jade box on the ground, studied the integrated anti-theft lock on it, fiddled with the ornaments on it, and tried to open the jade box lock when the two seniors were arguing. Chapter 553 The Beautiful Girl of the Nightmare Sect. Gotcha. When the two seniors were hostile to each other, Su Yan twisted the square jade box casually, and the four corners of the jade box sealed with Bai Zhe's power made a lock opening sound, and it slowly unfolded like a jade box, revealing a milky white crystal floating inside the jade box. Eat it. Without anyone reminding him. When Su Yan saw the crystal, a thought suddenly popped up in his heart urging him to swallow the crystal. Su Yan followed his heart and took out the crystal and swallowed it directly into his stomach. As soon as the milky white crystal entered his throat, it turned into liquid and seeped directly from the internal organs, blending into Su Yan's limbs and dantian, and also wrapped the little four-tailed fox inside Su Yan's dragon ball with a layer of white cotton. In less than a cup of tea, the milky white crystal that Su Yan swallowed into his body turned into a milky white liquid that spread around Su Yan and began to merge. Old cow. Just as Su Yan began to fuse the crystals, time gradually moved towards noon, and the forest of Yawai Mountain began to get lively. A human-faced centipede monster that seemed to be as big as a mountain suddenly broke out of the ground. Its huge body, which was 1,000 meters long, moved quickly around the valley, trampling everything in the forest under its 1,000 feet. The human face of the centipede monster and the centipede body seemed to be forcibly pieced together by two different species. If you look closely, you can even see the junction of the head and the body. It can be vaguely seen that they are not aligned, but they are forcibly embedded together, presenting an awkward feeling. The face of the human-faced centipede monster was pale, and there was no pupil in his eyes. His mouth was open, a dark hole that could never be closed, emitting a burst of noise. Old cow of Yawai Mountain. The centipede monster propped up its upper body, revealing a pair of white furnaces and a little red underneath, among the piles of mentally polluted objects. It squeezed out the upper body of a thin woman with gray skin. Its red eyes were full of greed, looking at the god of Yawai Mountain. A masterpiece, isn't it? The god's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he looked at Ruinu sitting next to him, suppressed the burning feeling in his eyes, and slowly complained to her. The centipede monster crawling out of the ground, from the perspective of the god's aesthetics, is completely a creature that is blinding at a glance, and should not exist in the world at all. The god and his tribe of creatures have some similar daily living customs to nomadic people, but they don't graze on weekdays, but travel around and set up arenas. As long as the challenger can defeat the fighters under the god, then the challenger can get the elixir refined by the god. The gods and their tribes do not engage in production. They earn all the fairyland currency from the ticket fees of the competition and the entry fees paid by the challengers. Originally, all this was very beautiful. The gods could experience the progress and integration of different martial arts and Taoism, and their tribes could gradually mature through one temper after another until they were completely independent and became strong. But since the spread of the nightmare suppression method, the gods now open their eyes every day, and the challengers they see are all ugly monsters that cannot be described. The gods feel that their souls may explode if they look at them again. And the culprit who harmed his eyes and aesthetics and suffered endless pain and torture was related to Ruinu. Therefore, the gods were very angry when they saw Ruinu. The challenger chooses the winning reward and pays the corresponding entry fee. The gods turn their heads and raise their hands to cover their eyes, so as not to look at the ugly centipede monster. They read out the rules of their own arena loudly. When the champion enters the arena, the cultivation of both sides will be suppressed to the same level. Before either side kneels down and admits defeat, there will be no rules for life or death. I want your alchemy furnace. The demon woman under the centipede monster stared at the gods with red pupils, slowly opened her mouth, and the skin on her cheeks pulled out an arc. Her lower jaw dropped to her chest and spit out a fairy crystal in the shape of a doorpost filled with saliva. TSK. The gods were full of disgust when they saw this. They turned their heads back and waved their hands, asking their people to take back the fairy crystal doorpost. The fairy crystal is used as a doorpost. In the fairy world, there is basically only one situation in which it can be used. That is, the doorpost is used as the core of the formation to suppress the self-sealing and self-circulating formation in the mausoleum. The gatepost of the fairy crystal was already unlucky, and now it was covered with something that looked like stomach acid and saliva. No matter how broad the vision of the god was, he really had no eyes to see the creature made of filth in front of him. Caw caw caw. The centipede monster climbed straight to the lake, but did not enter the stone plate. It just leaned against the edge of the ring with its human face. A gray-white arm stretched out from the bottomless black round mouth. The skinny Nightmare Town person, who looked more like a dead person than a living person, crawled out of the centipede monster's mouth and stood on the ring naked. Facing such a strange creature, the tribe of the god did not dare to be arrogant and sent a human immortal monk to the ring to fight the centipede monster. As the champion and the challenger appeared, the stone plate in the lake lit up, and the centipede monster and the human immortal monk with horns on his forehead were suppressed to the realm of the fusion period. Although the cultivation level of the fusion stage is nothing in the eyes of the big figures in the fairy world, the cultivation level of the fusion stage is enough for the cultivator to show many essential things. It is very suitable for the ring match, which can show a higher level of viewing and the passion of fighting with flesh and blood. If it is changed to the realm of heaven or immortal, the viewing of the ring match will be greatly reduced, and it is not suitable for selling tickets. When the heaven and immortal fight, there are many moves and Taoist methods that look very abstract if you are not in the game and watch from the side. The cultivation level of the fusion stage is just right, which can be appreciated by both the refined and the popular. The woman with slender limbs, like a ghost, smiled when she saw the ring master on the stage, and her figure flashed, and the water escape method containing the poison was performed, and the lake on the stone plate was polluted in the flash of her figure. Ha! Seeing the crazy woman approaching step by step, the ring master's face sank and stomped on the ground. An invisible water ripple flashed on the ring, and the lake water contaminated with the crazy woman's poison became restless. Control. The lake water on the stone plate churned up, folded inwards, carrying the green poison, and hit the woman. The champion practiced the water method, and his magical power was nothing fancy, just a means of controlling water similar to the innate magical power of the Dragon Clan. The champion saw that the crazy woman was also a water element, and based on past experience, he judged that water element cultivators who use poison usually practice the power of Yan water. That is, the magical power that can quickly increase the flow of water, so that the enemy can be poisoned and drowned by expanding the poisonous water field. If other Taoist magic skills are not involved, the water control method will naturally defeat the crazy woman. But how can the people of Nightmare Town measure it with common sense? When the centipede monster saw the huge waves rolling inward, it opened its mouth instead of being surprised, and siphoned the lake water with a diameter of thousands of cubic meters into its stomach. The centipede monster with a big belly, lying on the ground with a fierce light in its red pupils, looked at the shocked host, opened its mouth and spewed out a green turbid fog, which quickly expanded in the direction of the host. And the energy barriers on the formation stone plates along the way burned with bursts of sizzling sounds. The method of controlling movement. The host raised his hand and waved it violently, and the water in the lake outside the arena burst into the sky and gradually became viscous, like tentacles, as fast as a meteor. and whipped the centipede monster. The whip of water that was strong enough to twist steel and collapse mountains and crack the earth whipped the centipede monster. But it couldn't even cause a ripple. As the concentration of the dark green mist gradually increased, the immortal body of the ringmaster suppressed by the formation gradually began to melt, and the skin gradually carbonized and peeled off. The flesh without skin protection directly ignited dark green flames, and a large amount of deep blue blood splashed out. Driving on water? Go home and drink milk. After the centipede monster defeated the gods, it did not kill the ringmaster who was guarding the ring. It just opened its mouth and mocked, and returned to its original state. It looked at the Yaohui mountain gods sitting high on the bamboo terrace and said, "I have proved my strength. Now it's your turn to go to the ring." Asking for rewards from the gods is different. And naturally you need to face challenges of different difficulty. The gods don't do charity. For ordinary elixirs, property treasures, or intelligence, you only need to defeat the ringmaster. But if you want the gods to bleed heavily and explode gold coins, you need to fight him. If she could defeat the god of Yaohui mountain, she could directly make some presumptuous demands. She needed the god's alchemy furnace to seize the body, so she naturally needed to defeat the god. The god sat cross-legged on the terrace, quietly looking at the centipede monster in silence. Then raised his hand, pinched the little fox that had just awakened and threw it out, saying, "Among the people I have seen in Nightmare Town, you are also one of the uglier ones. I am entertaining guests today and do not want to dirty my hands. You can fight him. If you win, the alchemy furnace will belong to you." The god of heaven had seen ugly people in Nightmare Town before, but the one with a white furnace and a little red, and dripping with unknown liquid, was the first time that the knowledgeable god of heaven had seen it. So he did not want to dirty his hands. Children should like these. So the god of heaven had no psychological pressure, and through his good brothers descended directly onto the ring, letting him fight the multi-breasted monster that he didn't want to touch at all. Su Yin woke up from a deep sleep, squatted directly on the stone plate, slid a distance, and put 2 fox hands on his thighs. He looked at the monster in front of him with a confused face, turned his head to look at the god of heaven, and let out a confused hum. What happened? Where am I? Who is it? Why did we meet here? A fox covered with a layer of skin? The centipede monster looked at Su Yin, who maintained the secret method of immortality. Although his body shape had long been deformed, he was still like a normal woman when he saw cute things. He covered his mouth and chuckled. "It seems that I will win very easily." A little fox at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 554. Fox Master cuts it in 3 directions. Why did my immortal boat turn white? Su Yin shook his fox head. Although he was a little unclear about the current situation, he could roughly guess that it should be the senior god who threw him out and put him in the lake arena, asking him to fight a ring match. Su Yin didn't feel anything about this, until he looked at the immortal boat he had thrown out before. And then he realized that something seemed to be wrong. Why is there an extra layer of milky white mucus on the surface of his floating city immortal boat? It looks weird. Caw caw. Caw. With Su Yin's entry, the scale of the disc at the bottom of the lake changed slightly, and the light lit up. The centipede monster's cultivation and strength were reduced to the same level as Su Yin. The strength fell to the peak of the nascent soul stage, and the centipede monster's cheeks and eyebrows could not help but wrinkle slightly. The centipede monster's own cultivation strength is infinitely close to the level of gods and men, but there is a lack of talent itself, so it has been unable to ascend to the level of gods and men. The Daluotian Fairyland, being pressed from the heavenly god realm to the nascent soul realm. The whole centipede monster felt bad. "Old cow, let's bet on your round plate." The centipede monster slightly adjusted its body shape, allowing its originally slender body that looked like a skeleton to grow some flesh to support its body shape, then turned its head and looked at the heavenly god of Yaohui mountain on the terrace, and asked, "The heavenly god's alchemy furnace is a treasure, which is extremely suitable for the corpse reincarnation method as a container for living a new life." The centipede monster is not familiar with the heavenly god. It was only when exchanging information with fellow practitioners that it learned about the heavenly god arena competition and the alchemy furnace hammer of Yaohui mountain, and it couldn't wait to run to Yaohui mountain to win the treasure of the heavenly god. Unexpectedly, there are quite a lot of treasures here, and the stone plate in the lake can actually suppress the cultivation of gods and people. You'll talk about it after you win. The heavenly god saw that the centipede monster had shed its protective SHL and had grown a little flesh, and its plump body shape could be vaguely seen. The heavenly god was not so repulsive to the centipede monster, and just rolled his eyes and scolded impatiently. The god turned his eyes to Su Yin and said, "If you beat her, I'll give you a fairy crystal gate pillar to play with." Junior Su Yin. Meet the senior. Su Yin retracted his gaze from the floating city, slightly relaxed his frown, saluted the centipede monster with a fist, and said, "Gu Xian Yong Su Dao Ziying." Seeing that a big victory was in sight, the centipede monster Ziying Daoren was in a good mood and looked at Su Yin, laughing, "Hee hee. Fox baby, why don't you come over? Dao will treat you to a full meal, and you will admit defeat later, so as to avoid physical pain." As Ziying Daoren said, his arms that had been dragged to the ground retracted to a normal human form, and his hunched back straightened up again, swaying slightly in front of him, and teasing the general said by the god to defend the ring with a smile on his face. "Quit it." Su Yin tried to tighten his cheeks, and the four tails behind the little fox raised black flames, and his body expanded rapidly, squatting on the ground and already close to the height of a normal person's chest. After revealing his true form, Su Yin transformed into a young man and looked at Ziying Taoist calmly. Ziying was different from Ruanu or the gods. Su Yin introduced himself just out of politeness, without any other meaning. Su Yin always held a cautious attitude when facing the disciples of Yinjin, especially after seeing the scenery of the fairyland. He became more cautious and vigilant when he saw the disciples of the Nightmare Town. If we want to describe the large areas of the fairyland, we can only use the words "the heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. The laws of heaven and earth are fair. The birth and death of all things are entirely based on their own abilities. The laws of heaven and earth never favor any party or any creature. Creatures without abilities will take their own blood and turn it into nutrients to nourish stronger creatures. The fierceness and violence of the disciples of the Nightmare Town, who can kill in the large areas, are no longer needed to be described." When he stepped onto the ring, Su Yin already knew that he could not use his cute appearance and body to slightly confuse the Taoist Ziying like he did when fighting against the gods. Naturally, Su Yin was in full swing at this moment, and did not dare to use common sense to guess the disciples of the Nightmare Town. He would not expect these inhumane incarnations of desire to have pity for his little fox body. "Senior, please teach me." Su Yin took a grappling posture, and his body's surface slightly emitted a milky white glow. He looked at Ziying Taoist and said, "Hee hee. There are milk bubbles all over your body. And you said you quit? There is a smell of milk floating in the air." Ziying raised his hand to cover his pale face, and giggled to express his teasing intention. The next moment, a burst of red light appeared in his black pupils, and his body exploded into a bloody storm. In an instant, he approached Su Yin, and with a hideous face, he was ready to pass through Su Yin's body, and temporarily deprive him of his vitality. Su Yin, who was described by Ziying as having milk bubbles all over his body, focused his eyes, and stepped forward to attack. He stretched out his hand, and grabbed Ziying Taoist from the invisible bloody wind. He hit Ziying Taoist on the cheek with a smooth milky white punch. Su Yin's face was solemn. He became extremely aggressive due to the influence of the release of the immortal secret method. He pinched the collarbone of Ziying Taoist with one hand to stabilize his body, and punched Ziying Taoist with a heavy punch, knocking him out of the secret escape state. Su Yan's back muscles and arm muscles swelled. After punching hard, his body turned back and hit Ziying Taoist's jaw with his elbow. A handful of black and red blood mist exploded in front of him. Ziying Taoist's body rolled hundreds of meters away, and stood up from the ground with a gloomy face. The upper and lower jaws of her pale and thin face were dislocated. Black and red blood spurted out of her mouth and spread all over her cheeks, making Ziying's face more hideous as if a demon was alive. "You really have the style of Brother Bai Zhe." The gods couldn't help but cheer when they saw Su Yin's success. Su Yin and Bai Zhe are really alike now, especially the milky white annihilation power emanating from his body. Bai Zhe used this form to beat him up before. Bai Zhe's power. Seeing this, Ruanu's eyes were slightly absent-minded, and some past events of the crowd came to her mind. Her thoughts spread out, and Ruanu subconsciously took the snail wine pot from the void. Obviously, what she recalled was not something worth recalling and savoring. "The last time I saw Bai Zhe's power was when I was on my way to Tian and was blocked. Bai Zhe fought against the Hongming Guardian. And that Hongming Guardian was one of the 10 gods originally enlightened by Nua, the ancestor of the human race, and Ruanu's eldest sister. It was she who personally ended Bai Zhe's life, and severely injured Bai Zhe to the point that his soul was damaged and evolved into a nightmare beast. The so-called Hongming, Chaos, and Taichu are actually the names of the era in later generations. Hongming refers to the era before the birth of heaven and earth. The Hongming Guardian has different names in different lost worlds. The Creator Spirit, the incarnation of the Great Tao, the demon god born before the sky, the Hongming Guardian. But all these names refer to the terrifying creatures that the world deliberately breeds to protect the world's safe growth, and finally return their power to become the laws of the Great Tao of heaven and earth. Yinglong, the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, is one of them, and the eldest sister of Rui Nu, was blessed by the Great Tao as the original of the human race and helped the human race grow. So she gained the power to peek into the Great Tao and became one of the Hongming Guardians. But these things are not worth showing off. It was her eldest sister, Nine Heaven Xuan Muxing Mutianzuan, who caused Ruin Nu's trauma and sinking. Xian Nu, who had no sense of music in the past, suddenly appeared in the wilderness palace. Presumably, from that time on, Yu Chao had noticed something and gave everyone a chance to give up their plans. But no one noticed it. Some things, if discovered earlier, should be avoided. Unfortunately, at that time, no one noticed the changes of Zun, and no one cared about Zun's repeated dissuasion and obstruction, until she appeared in front of everyone as the guardian of Hongming and Yu Chao's order. And everything was too late. Next was the chaos of all races, and the change of heaven and earth called Jedi Tiantong, but actually breeding. Among them, the best batch of seeds were placed in a lost world by Yu Chao, and the netherworld was asked to spread the Shangxian secret scroll, which is the original chapter of the method of nightmare, in order to see what kind of plants and fruits the best seeds in the fairy world can produce. The gods of Yohai Mountain did not know these things, but as the top echelon of the fairy world, the gods could vaguely feel that the changes in the original fairy world and the current chaos in the large area were related to the Huahuang lineage. Therefore, when seeing Ruin Nu, who knew the truth but was unwilling to tell anything, the gods always couldn't help but want to say something sarcastic. All the gods in the netherworld, you can do whatever you want. But my brother, Bai Zhe, can't die in obscurity. Right? You know the truth. But you are unwilling to tell me. And I, the god, am very tight-lipped. I can't even tell you how my brother died? After hundreds of years of repeated tugs and pulls, the gods and Rui Nu have no contact until Rui Nu said Bai Zhe is descended to the gods today. Go! Give her 2 punches. Cut her off. When Rui Nu recalled the old memories, she felt some physical discomfort and couldn't help but start taking a lot of fairy wine to heal her old injuries. The gods next to her watched Su Yan's ring match throughout the whole process and cheered for the success of their good brother's descendant. The gods were also watching the ring match between Su Yan and Ziying intently. After several rounds of testing and fighting, the dignified Jinxian Perfection Realm Nightmare Town disciples did not gain much advantage in the ring battle with Su Yan. Such a thing that violated common sense and reason had simply overturned the 3 views of the gods. The strength and weirdness of the Nightmare Town disciples made them extremely difficult to deal with among their peers. Only those with extraordinary bloodlines could directly hit the Nightmare Town disciples of the same level with a heavy punch. Naturally, Su Yan's competition attracted the collective attention of the gods. TSK, Ziying Taoist, who was hit hard by the white light again, slowly got up from the ground and spit out the broken teeth in his mouth. After the white and translucent teeth were spit out by Ziying Taoist, the suspected toothed nerves turned into human arms, screaming and trying to climb back on Ziying Taoist. A flash of madness flashed in Ziying's eyes, and his pale skin gradually turned back to blue-gray. His figure became thin. His back was hunched. His arms grew over his ankles, and his face was distorted. He didn't look like a living being at all. Fox, Ziying Taoist, who was on all fours, raised his head and roared. He raised his blue-gray hand and slapped the teeth that fell to the ground. The teeth took root deeply in Ziying Taoist's palm. The originally inconspicuous fallen teeth began to grow and expand rapidly, forming a bone armor that wrapped Ziying Taoist's upper body. After a roar, Ziying was surrounded by a thick mist of acidic substances, and he opened his huge palm and slapped Su Yan fiercely. The full name of Ziying's Taoist name is actually Ziying Self-Taoist. She has a body that can adapt to any environment and damage, and can derive a corresponding form. This is the confidence that she dares to challenge the gods, and it is also the reliance on the gods' alchemy furnace. But Ziying never thought that one day she would suffer such a big loss from a junior. Ziying, who was hit hard by Su Yan, was furious. Ziying Taoist unsealed his adaptive force and evolved the ability to deal with Su Yan's white light, ready to knock Su Yan to the ground and smash his 2 rows of teeth. Huh? Why can't you control it? Su Yan, who was getting better and better at fighting, saw that Ziying Taoist was wearing bone armor and was surrounded by dark green mist. Su Yan subconsciously activated the Dragon Clan's innate magical power and wanted to control the dark green mist to pour into Ziying Taoist's nasal cavity. But Su Yan found that he couldn't control it, and the huge skeleton hand had already come in front of him. Su Yan didn't think much and drew out the sacrificial knife to block it. The terrifying strange force hit the sacrificial knife, and Su Yan was knocked sideways and rolled hundreds of meters away. Caw caw caw. After the skeleton hand hit the target, Ziying Taoist lay on the landing point where Su Yan was knocked away. With a big wave of his hand, the bones on his arm seemed to turn into spine bones, and they broke out one by one to draw a big arc to accelerate, and slap Su Yan with dark green poisonous acid mist. Like hitting a fly. Su Yan's moves are all about using softness to overcome hardness. He will counterattack after seeing the enemy's attack, and quickly hit a set of moves. After hitting, he will escape regardless of whether it works or not. Facing the slippery Su Yan, Ziying Taoist evolved a body that adapts to fighting, and a set of armor that can temporarily resist white light grew on his body surface. Su Yan was not like Bai Zhe, who could quickly understand the routine of Ziying Taoist and transform the white light attribute, and directly blasted Ziying Taoist with a punch of force breaking the eternal age. Used the sacrificial knife to bite her big ass. Su Yan raised the sacrificial knife and pointed, and the long knife covered with white fine scales turned into a big snake, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed out a blood-red tornado that could contain hundreds of rivers and seas, and directly hit the skeleton palm that was swinging at it. The majestic gravity pulled Ziying Taoist into the snake's mouth. Caw. Ziying's eyes widened suddenly, and he quickly pulled his arm out of the skeleton armor, quickly retracted it, and looked at the white-scaled snake on Su Yan's arm with lingering fear. That thing is a bit dangerous. It looks like swallowing, but it is actually a kind of sacrifice. Once you fall into the snake's mouth, it is equivalent to entering a sacrificial field. It is obviously impossible to get out without shedding a layer of skin. Of course, the shedding of a layer of skin mentioned here refers to the means of Ziying. Once the earthly immortal falls into the mouth of the white-scaled snake, there is only death. Before her death, the Holy Mother Xiatong had already ascended to the realm of heaven and man, as the hard blade refined by the incarnation. The sacrificial knife wholeheartedly provided Su Yan with strength and all possible help when it saw the delicious prey. No wonder the gods asked you to fight. It turns out that you are the guy who inherited the practice of the strong. Ziying squatted on the ground with his toes on the ground, his arms on his knees, his distorted face staring at the sacrificial knife in Su Yan's hand, and spoke slowly. The Tao mentioned by the people in the immortal world, in plain words, is that in every move, the individual's unique understanding of Taoism and magical powers has been infused, so that it can exert seemingly special power, just like a ball of fire. Normally, it is absolutely scorching hot, but if the individual's annotation of Taoism is added to the flame can even directly change its physical properties and become icy cold. Taoism can be said, but it is not the Taoism. The Tao is the ability to distort the world, and the cultivator directly affects the world through individual power. The snake mouth seems to be swallowing, but it is actually assimilating Taoism. Such an ability is extremely dangerous to Ziying Taoist. Her own adaptive force may distort herself into the shape of a sacrificial knife under the influence of assimilating Taoism. Old cow. The fox is fouling. Ziying Taoist turned his head and looked at the gods squatting on the terrace watching the show, and reported Su Yan for fouling. Both sides are in the nascent soul stage, but Su Yan took out a weapon that was obviously fouling, and he should be sentenced to lose. Didn't you break the rules? The god waved his hands with disdain, saying, the stone plate didn't judge you as breaking the rules. So how dare you report the fox for breaking the rules? Are you going to fight or not? If not, your manifestation state is up. Right? Su Yan is indeed suspected of cheating, but Ziying Taoist also forced his magical power, which is obviously cheating. I quit. Ziying Taoist heard the words, and directly quit his nightmare manifestation state, and restored his human form. He looked at the god and signaled him to ask Su Yan to be honest and abide by the rules. He opened the magical power and adapted himself. But the thing in Su Yan's hand was different from the innate magical power. Ziying Taoist, who was suppressed by his cultivation, couldn't stand it. If the big snake bit him twice, he could really lose half his life. The guy who didn't follow the rules, when he met the guy who didn't follow the rules even more, obviously began to admit his weakness and asked the other party to follow the rules of the game like himself. The god looked at Su Yin sideways. Su Yin moved the sacrificial knife behind him without leaving any trace. Blocked it with his body. And then silently stuffed the sacrificial knife into the storage ring. Under the gaze of the gods, the two sides on the ring acted as if nothing had happened, repositioned themselves, and continued to fight in close combat and exchange magic. But the Taoist Ziying, who had lost his adaptability, was completely restrained when facing Su Yin, who had already initially integrated Bai Zai's power, and also had the ability to control water. Bang! Su Yin swung a heavy punch and hit the Taoist Ziying's head directly. The white light circle exploded at the point of contact between the two. The Taoist Ziying's eyes rolled back and fell directly to the ground. The force of the punch was so strong that the Taoist Ziying's body hit the ground and bounced and rolled a long distance. The Taoist Ziying, whose face was almost disfigured, did not lose his struggle after his body bounced and fell to the ground. He slowly raised his arm and pointed to the sky, and the light of the formation on the stone plate slowly began to dissipate. The Taoist Ziying chose to admit defeat and surrender. The ring match ended, and the formation slowly began to dissipate. Can't win. Can't win at all. The water walking method was restrained by Su Yan's water control ability. In the physical fight, Ziying Daoren was stunned for a long time after being punched by Su Yan. When he came to his senses, he had turned into a sandbag, facing the fox's heavy punches. Every move was aimed at his cheeks and waist. Ziying Daoren had no interest in continuing to stick his neck out and get beaten, so he prepared to go home to regroup and come to Yaowai Mountain again. Hiss. The thousand-legged centipede hidden at the bottom of the lake crawled out from the bottom of the lake, and the human-faced head, like a hill, fell directly on the ring. A red thin tongue spewed out from the black round mouth parts, wrapped around Ziying Daoren, and swallowed him into his abdomen. The human-faced centipede monster had pupilless eyes, glanced at the gods, and then soared up and crawled away in the void. Su Yin saw the chassis of the centipede monster, and then looked at the floating city ferry boat covered with milky white juice. And a big one popped out directly on the head. Su Yan's eyes rolled back, and he turned into a little fox and fell to the ground, holding his chest and rolling around. Whoa! I won so sadly. My little baby floating city ferry boat. Chapter 555. The Blissful Immortals Everywhere. Senior, won't you stop her? Looking at the Taoist Ziying gradually moving away, Su Yan withdrew his gaze from the immortal boat, with a look of heartache on his face, and returned to the terrace with a long sigh and asked, "That guy can come in vertically, as long as it does not violate the rules, whether it is horizontally or vertically. As the organizer of the ring competition, I must ensure that she can walk out alive here." The god of heaven responded indifferently, not wanting to say more about the Nightmare Town sect. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "How is it? Bai Zai's inheritance power? How is it? Probably consider it?" Su Yan subconsciously looked at his palm when he heard it, and he could clearly feel that Bai Zai's power was nourishing his body as nutrients in his body. The power of Bai Zai's inheritance is different from the inheritance of Su Yan's cognition, which transforms himself into another Bai Zai in the skin of other creatures. After Bai Zai's power was integrated into Su Yan's body, it turned into nutrients and began to nourish Su Yan. At present, the most direct manifestation of Bai Zai's power is that Su Yan has inexhaustible spiritual power, and these Bai Zai powers are rapidly consuming and nourishing Su Yan, allowing Su Yan's cultivation to improve at a speed that defies the heavens. Heh. Hearing this, the god chuckled and shook his head and said, "It feels that this is indeed the case. After all, Brother Bai Zai is very thoughtful and honest in doing things. If I pour my power into you, you can also see the end. Turn the power into nourishing fertilizer, so that in the future you can also live your own way, and you will not be restricted to death by Brother Bai Zai on his way." What a pity. The god subconsciously looked at the drunk Ruinu, shook his head and looked at Su Yan again and said, "I don't know the relationship between Ruinu and you, and I am not interested in paying attention to those things. But for Bai Zai's sake, I need to remind you that the eldest sister of Joyo Su Nu is the leader of the Netherworld, Nether Goddess. In addition, there are some things that you need to be mentally prepared for. As for what they are, you may need to ask Bai Zai. It is not convenient for me to speak or interfere with those things." The god of heaven looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "If you don't understand anything about cultivation, or other things, you can ask me. As long as it is within my ability, I can help as much as I can." The god of heaven looked at Su Yan with deep meaning, raised his hand to end the topic being discussed. The Holy Spirit does not need a successor. Even if the world begins to be born and die, It is difficult to affect the Holy Spirit. But when the successor of the Holy Spirit is born, it actually means that the Holy Spirit itself may have problems, and is heading towards the dilemma of decline and death. Since keeping Baize's inheritance, the God of Heaven has already predicted that Baize may choose the real ending of death. Suyin doesn't seem to know these things very well, and the God of Heaven is not a good person. It is not easy to interfere with these things. He can only remind Su Yin implicitly that if he can see Baize again, remember to ask Baize something. The look that the god gave Su Yin was like the look he gave to an orphan entrusted to him by his good brother. The god left the terrace, and before he left, he raised his hand and pointed at the damaged forest, signaling Su Yin not to forget to take the prize he won on the stage. Since the registration fee of the Taoist Ing, the fairy crystal gate pillar is still inserted in the ground of the forest. Hey! Su Yin looked at the fairy crystal gate pillar, and then looked at the floating city that crashed into the forest. A black line appeared on his forehead. He sighed and shook his head. He put a pillow and a sheet on the terrace for Senior Ruanu, who was sleeping on the terrace, then turned over and jumped out of the terrace to use his water control ability, creating dozens of high-pressure water pipes condensed from pure water to spray the ferry boat. Taking advantage of the time now, Su Yin began to clean the mucus on the surface of his ferry boat. The troubles of the Nightmare Town are getting worse and worse. If there are some rulers like Wuxing Emperor, Dragon King, and Ji Lixian in the fairy world, it should be better. Su Yin, who was cleaning the hull, looked at the equally dirty fairy crystal gate pillar, and said with a helpless expression, "Of course, the private land and everything on it belong to me. If I manage it, I will definitely stuff all the people from Nightmare Town into the medicine mortar, and mash them all up to ripen the spiritual medicine." Su Yin just sighed and opened his mouth, and a familiar voice that made Su Yin stiffen came from the bottom of the ferry boat. Su Yin threw the water pipe in his hand, leaned his upper body out of the hull guardrail, and looked under the floating city, and saw a group of migrating birds. They stood on the water outlet of the floating city, pecking at their buttocks and smearing tail fat oil on their feathers. This scene was very normal, and there was nothing unusual at all. If it weren't for the Bliss Fairy talking to him, Su Yin might not have noticed the group of birds drooling. "Senior Bliss Fairy? Do you want to drink fairy wine?" Su Yin took out a bottle of fairy wine from Senior Ruanu from the storage ring, shook it tentatively, and asked about the migrating birds at the drooling place. "That's fine. Just right to moisten the throat." A bird in the flock stopped combing its feathers, smiled evilly, flew out of the flock, jumped onto the guardrail, and looked at Su Yin. "Friend Fox, I didn't expect that we could meet in the fairyland. You are really capable. You even eat women's food in the fairyland. Is it really you?" Su Yin stared at the bird in front of him with wide eyes, and said in disbelief, "You in fact? It's not just me. All the old ghosts in the cultivation world are here. By the way, we also brought some eye-popping local specialties to the natives of the fairyland." Ji Lixian responded with a smile, and the bird's claws stretched out and gently tapped the guardrail, obviously hinting at something. "Senior, please." Seeing this, Su Yin quickly took out a teacup from the storage ring and poured a cup of fairy wine for Ji Lixian. The Bliss Fairy transformed into a bird, lowered its head, and opened its beak, and a breath of cold air blew out, freezing the water around the wine glass and freezing the teacup in the ice. The Bliss Fairy opened its mouth and swallowed the ice directly into the bird's belly. The bird's body was just a parasite of the Bliss Fairy. It was a waste for it to drink the fairy wine. So the parasite chose to pack the fairy wine and take it home. "Well, it's a very high-quality wine. I knew that meeting you would be good." The Bliss Fairy looked at Su Yin and said, "Make 2 more cups. I can still hold about 3 cups of fairy wine in my belly." Su Yin hid the snail wine pot behind him and directly rejected the Bliss Fairy's proposal, saying, "These immortal spirits are not good. I want to take them back to improve the strength of the ancestors and father in the clan." "Hey," Ji Lixian answered, and Su Yin's forehead suddenly showed a group of black lines. "Senior, you have drunk the wine. Let's talk about something serious." Su Yin resisted the desire to complain and asked, "Why did you come to the fairyland? I remember you said you were going to hold a heavenly banquet." "It has already started," Ji Lixian said with a sinister smile on his bird face. "We all agreed to hunt and throw the natives of the fairyland into the medicine mortar to crush them. The non-toxic natives are directly used to refine pills. The natives containing toxins, like the disciples of the Nightmare Town, are also crushed, but not used to refine pills. Well, part of it is used to refine magic weapons, and part of it is used to ripen spiritual plants to refine pills. The old ghost furnace of the weapon sect is burning red, and the hose of the moon rabbits are swinging sparks. Su Yin slowly typed a question mark. Senior, is this a joke? Indeed, it's not a joke. Jia Election said this in 2 parts, causing Su Yin's face to change 3 times. Chapter 556 Xiaoyao Mountain. Su Yin is not the only cultivator from the cultivation world who came to the fairyland. Su Yin set off for the fairyland through Baizhe. The time he stayed in the space tunnel seemed short, but in fact, according to the time of the cultivation world, more than a month had passed, and the Heavenly Man banquet was also held. Su Yin came to the fairyland through the space tunnel, while the leaders of the cultivation world took the shortcut of the heaven and earth return to the ruins. They actually came to the fairyland earlier than Su Yin, but the landing points of both sides were different, and the things they did were completely different, so they did not collide. Not only did Jia Election and his group come, they also tied up the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom. Whether it was Baizhe or Empress Dowager Su, they had warned the cultivation world that the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom would be revitalized if they came into contact with the immortal spirit, and their originally broken souls would be reorganized, completely transformed into immortal evil witches controlled by the netherworld. The leaders did not move except Baizhe, and all the immortal evil witches in the cultivation world were packed up and thrown into the fairyland through the heaven and earth return channel. These things were decided at the heavenly banquet after the leaders of each region voted. No matter what the situation is in the fairyland, a stable situation is not good for the sentient beings in the cultivation world. So the leaders, for the benefit of themselves and the country, directly threw all the immortal evil witches back to the fairyland, letting them start to become active and create a turbulent situation, so that the sentient beings in the cultivation world can take the opportunity to quietly gain a foothold in the fairyland. The leaders represent the interests of the cultivation world. For their own interests, they can naturally sacrifice the sentient beings in the fairyland as sacrifices without hesitation. Should I say? Not surprising? Su Yin said with a slight sigh. Although Su Yin did not attend the heavenly banquet at that time, when they had a small gathering in the Dragon Palace, the leaders had already discussed what topics to raise at the heavenly banquet. Tai Taoist, the leader of Luoxing City, took the lead in proposing a proposal to slaughter sentient beings. That is to let the leaders of the cultivation world unite and use necessary means to defend their own interests and the safety of the cultivation world. For this, everyone should even wield the blade to slaughter all living beings. After Taoist Tai made the proposal, the Dragon Palace gathering had already come to the end time. No one spoke. Presumably, when they officially held the heavenly feast, through the majesty and means of the leaders, they had already initially integrated the forces of the cultivation world and began to explore the fairyland. The leading cultivators, who ruled various regions, basically emerged from the sea of blood and corpses. In the cultivation world, because the situation is stable and everyone's power is almost the same, disputes cannot be profitable. So everyone is wearing a kind coat, and the situation of returning to the fairyland has threatened their respective rule and interests. They naturally showed their cruel side and began to accumulate strength to deal with the risks that the cultivation world needs to face when returning to the fairyland. Su Yin was not surprised at all by their choice, and did not say anything, but just sighed softly. The originally difficult living environment of the natives of the fairyland has now become even worse. Su Yin has never doubted the strength of the hidden power of the cultivation world, one of the initiators of the war among all races. He occupied the endless sea and spent all day thinking about having cubs. As far as Su Yin knew, he knew several powerful Holy Spirit level beings. Ahem. 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 The parasite of Ji Luxian, seeing Su Yin fall into deep thought after learning the information, couldn't help but cough lightly, raised his bird claws and patted the guardrail of the immortal boat, obviously hinting at Su Yin to ask for some benefits. I still have information to tell you. It's so easy for you to earn immortal crystals and immortal wine. Shouldn't you send a few more cups for the old seniors in the cultivation world to taste? My throat is a little dry and itchy, like I'm thirsty. Ji Luxian pretended to complain as if nothing had happened. Senior, please. Su Yin came back to his senses from his contemplation, and quickly took out another cup from the storage ring, filled it for Ji Luxian, and asked in a voice transmission, Senior Ji Luxian, since all the seniors have decided to invade the immortal world, I want to ask where all the seniors are. I miss home a little bit. Su Yin asked for his information again. If he didn't ask something useful, it would be a big loss, because distance creates beauty. I don't know where they ran off to, Ji Luxian said with a smile on his face, although we have formed a mutual aid alliance for exploring the early stage of the fairy world. We each have different goals, so we naturally don't act together on weekdays. Everyone goes out to play on their own. However, when we came to the fairy world, we conquered an area called Jiaoyao Mountain. We each agreed to meet at Jiaoyao Mountain at the beginning and end of the month, and share the resources that we don't need. The old ghost of the weapons sect and the moon rabbit will stay in Jiaoyao Mountain to build a workshop. Duquangzai Kaishan Mountain Range Jiaoyao Mountain. Faced with the price given by Su Yin, Jila Xian did not intend to deceive Su Yin and gave valuable information. Although the leaders have formed an alliance, there are obviously branch factions in an alliance. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings went to the north, and the tribes under the Queen Mother of the West plundered resources, feeding all the huge amount of spiritual plant resources plundered in the fairy world to the Moon Rabbit, and deduced the prescription of the elixir through the Moon Rabbit's innate magical power. One of the branches of the Xia Yu dynasty went eastward to find the Xia and Feng clans, and the Longevity Immortal was stationed in the south. Although the Yin and Yang Immortals could return to their clans, they did not choose to go back. The cultivation of the heavenly realm was nothing in the ancient mythical beast clans. Although the 2 immortals did not end up at the bottom after returning, they were used to being the king of the mountain, and could not accept a bunch of people pointing fingers at their heads. Rather than going back to suffer those birds, it is better to let go and rob in the large area. 1 hand rich, 1 hand poor. If you are rich, you will return home and be the boss. If you lose, you will run to the clan and ask for help from the immortals in the clan, and be a grandson honestly. And the Bliss Immortal is spreading the plague, using the habits of bird migration and fish migration to spread his parasites to the large area and establish intelligence stations. Before returning to the clan, the Bliss Immortal obviously wants to make a big event to celebrate his return. If you have any questions in the future, you are always welcome to ask me. As long as you have enough immortal crystals, there is no information I can't find out. The bird parasite of the Bliss Fairy turned around and left with a smile on his face. Bliss Fairy is very adaptable to the fairy world, and even wants to make a fortune on Su Yin. After suffering from Bliss Fairy's information addiction, it is not so easy to get rid of it. No one can refuse the quick and almost error-free information. People like Su Yin who can easily earn immortal crystals are obviously one of the target customers of Jilection. Are you a cultivator from the Daosheng family? When Su Yin watched Jilection leave, Senior Ron came behind Su Yin unconsciously, raised her hand to pick up the snail wine pot in Su Yin's hand, and drank a sip. Huh? Daosheng family? Wait, Senior, didn't you say you would give it to me? Why are you drinking it? Don't drink it anymore. I want to keep it and take it back home. Su Yin exclaimed softly, muttered the name of the unfamiliar sect that Senior Ron uttered, and then looked at Senior Ron, who was drinking with a face full of shock, and asked Senior Ron to drink less with a distressed face. It's just a convenience. I'll get 2 pots for you later. Okay, Senior. Do you want a side dish? Chapter 557 The Fox's Tail Has Grown Out. The sect of Daosheng family is one of the 2 major sects derived from the human race in the fairy world. It is in opposition to the sect of Xianpin, and the Daosheng family and Xianpin correspond to the Daoyu family and Luoxing City in the world of cultivation. Daosheng and Xianpin have existed for a very long time, originating from the beginning of the birth of the human race. It is precisely because the human race was born between heaven and earth at that time that the inheritance of the Daosheng family sect was derived. When the human race left the protection of the mother goddess at the beginning of its birth and faced the ruggedness of heaven and earth and the huge and powerful demon race alone, some of the human race spontaneously gathered and built the original nameless sect with ideas as beliefs. The belief and concept of Daosheng family can be summarized as all things carry yin and embrace yang, and the mutual impact of qi is for harmony. Combining the dilemma faced by the human race at the beginning of its birth and interpreting this statement with the practice of the Taoist school, we can conclude that the idea advocated by the Taoist school is to survive. We should use up all the evil of people, abandon all concerns and constraints, devote ourselves to filth and turn into evil thoughts, and look down at the mortal world from the sky to become the extreme evil in the eyes of the mortal world. The second half can be interpreted as that when you have become the negative side that symbolizes the extreme evil, you should abandon the extreme evil that was once necessary, restrain the evil thoughts, and be reborn in the sun. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to 2, and 2 gives birth to all things. This harmony of yin and yang can stand between heaven and earth without contention or annoyance. The Daosheng family's philosophy is good, and we also think it should be so. Otherwise, the human race cannot survive in the primitive fairyland with its power. The primitive fairyland is full of immortals, gods, beasts, and other races. With a casual snap, the newly born human race can be wiped out. Ruinu sat on the sofa lying on her back, regardless of the fact that she was wearing a skirt, with one leg raised up on the inside, drinking in the most comfortable position she felt, and told Su-yin about the deeds that had happened on this land. It's a pity. The concept is an idea. When it comes to the actual practice of the concept and belief, something strange happened. By sacrificing the interests of the human race, he has transformed into an extremely evil person, and cannot completely make selfless contributions. I have become an immortal god, and I am free and happy. Why should I give up everything I have? The human race has released a large number of crazy evil beasts. As a result, the human race, which was originally unable to take care of itself, needs to differentiate a force to fight against those monsters. The birth of the human race also has a difference in order. The earliest ancestors were called the 10 gods of Noah, but they were not considered real human beings. They were born as experimental subjects by Noah herself when she first created humans. The intestines of Noah referred to the 10 umbilical cords connecting 10 gods. After the birth of the intestines of Noah, the Emperor Noah appeared in the human race with the appearance of the 10 gods as a blueprint. The first human newborns who were enlightened lived with the 10 gods for a long time. That is, they were observed as experimental samples. And they also studied with the Emperor Noah and the 10 gods as students and disciples. They are based on tribal blood relations. And the human race that was born later is divided into groups based on beliefs. The troubles created by the latecomers. As human race, the pioneers can only help the younger generations clean up their butts. The human race with a tribal system. Each ethnic group sent some people to form an alliance to fight against the possessed by demons. After years of development, the two nameless sects became the two major Taoist sects within the human race. If it weren't for looking up historical allusions, the Daosheng family and the Xianpin sect might have forgotten the information and stories told by Ruinu. But the only thing they remembered was that the guys on the other side were definitely not human. They were hindering their own wealth. The Daosheng family, who were born in the Yin and embraced the Yang, and the Xianpin sect, who were born with the Yin and embraced the Yang, had contradictions and disputes in their concepts and at the beginning of their birth. In addition, they had been fighting each other for many years. It was normal for the two families to draw their swords and fight each other with Taoism as soon as they met. Ruinu told Su-yin these things, not hoping that he could understand any great truth. She just hoped that when he was walking outside, he would not say that he knew the Daosheng family or the Xianpin sect, and would not get involved in the disputes between them, so that he could reduce 80% of the trouble when he was moving in the human living area. The remaining 20. That is, do not provoke the tribe. The human tribe is extremely united and cruel. If you stab one, at least 4 or 5 tribes will be involved in the expeditionary army. Although Ruinu is one of the ancestors of the human race, only a very small number of human race will give face when Su-yin mentions Ruinu's name in the human race. The title of Ruinu Senior is not universal among all human races. Well, you can imagine it. Su-yin subconsciously looked at the people of the heavenly gods. Although they are all pure human blood, their heads and limbs are affected by the heavenly gods. Some of them have horns, and some have 4 or 6 arms. If the human race under the heavenly god knew Ruinu's identity, they would not give her face. The grace of nurturing and protecting is obviously greater than the grace of enlightenment. The human race that is not closely connected with the lineage of the Emperor Nu, at most, will give a little face for the power of the Emperor Nu, and will not really bring any help to Su-yin. In the next period of time, Su-yin stayed honestly on the territory of the heavenly god. The time when the leaders of the cultivation world gather is not calculated according to the days of the immortal world, but according to the calendar of the cultivation world. If calculated in this way, it is just the beginning of the month, and there is still a full month before the leaders gather. It is meaningless for Su-yin to run over now. It is better to choose to follow the god of heaven and ask him some questions about cultivation, and digest the power of Baizé inheritance in his body into his limbs. In Su-yin's view, the realm of cultivation is fuel, and Taoism and supernatural powers belong to the engine, and both are indispensable. Now that the demand for fuel has been met, Su-yin is naturally eager to improve the performance of the engine. In the past, in the cultivation world, there were 3 major items: magic, innate supernatural powers, and the universe. But in the immortal world, there are 4 new versions of supernatural powers: Taoism, the universe, and Tao. There is no classification of spells in the immortal world. Spells have been integrated into the daily lives of thousands of households. It is enough to use fire spells or fire talismans when cooking. In addition, Su Yin actively participated in the ring competition after learning from the gods. As long as he could win the ring competition, he could get rich rewards in immortal crystals. For this reason, Su Yin even got the handicap game and began to recommend it to the gods. But unfortunately, the martial arts fans didn't like it. They even thought Su Yin was cheating. On the contrary, the gods found it interesting and thought that the handicap game could mobilize the atmosphere of the ring and the audience. They specifically asked Su Yin about the handicap game and how to avoid fake matches. Su Yan's answer was naturally floating odds, or directly using the handicap to draw water. The former made double profits, and it could draw water in addition to eating money. The latter was really stable, like an old dog. No matter how fierce the fight on the handicap was, it would not affect his own profits. Very shameless and despicable, but very profitable. The god of heaven pondered and commented. The method Su Yin mentioned was not a gambling game or a gambling house at all, but a statistical and arithmetic achievement. All rules are to ensure the interests of the handicap setter as the best, and then to ensure the interests of the winner. Su Yin nixed in the god of heaven tribe and began to use his knowledge of handicap to generate income for the god of heaven senior. The god of heaven did not need these things, but the tribesmen under his command did. Moreover, the god of heaven also liked the role of handicap in mobilizing the atmosphere on the scene. He asked the tribesmen to cooperate with Su Yin to set up handicap and promote it in the nearby demon tribe or human tribe. Huh? After a busy period of time, Su Yin was surprised to find that his buttocks began to grow again. This time, there were still 2 bulges. Chapter 558 Su's Homecoming Day. It's quite unique, isn't it? Recently, Su Yin has been busy earning immortal crystals and digesting Baize's power, and has not had much time to manifest his little fox form and wander around. Until today, when he was free and prepared to take a hot spring bath in the floating city. Su Yin was surprised to find that there were 2 more bulges on his buttocks. The bulges felt hard and felt like a piece of bone. According to Su Yin's previous experience, he was starting to grow a tail before the 9-tailed fox's cultivation broke through. Its buttocks could detect the changes in cultivation more than the body. When facing a breakthrough, the tail would grow a section first, and once the cultivation broke through, the tail would grow completely. After swallowing Baize's power, the breakthrough in cultivation had always been expected by Su Yin. But Su Yin did not expect that he could grow 2 tails at a time. He didn't know if he could keep his body balanced after growing 2 tails at a time. Su Yin stuck his buttocks in front of the silver mirror, observing the number of his tails, with a narcissistic look on his face. I was wondering why the 4-tailed fox demon and the little fox demon have been so honest recently. There is no sign of them escaping or making trouble. It turns out that a big demon has suppressed them. Su Yin retracted his raised butt, hummed a nameless song, and walked towards the hot spring pool. In his heart, he was feeling the leisure of recent days. The 3 demons represent greed, anger, and ignorance. They also represent the spiritual state, living environment, and the state of the 3 aspects of the cultivator's good and evil. The active greed and the non-contention of anger mean that Su Yin is currently not in a dilemma. If the anger is extremely active and the greed is sluggish, it means that the cultivator himself is basically not far from death. Ignorance is a reaction to the view of good and evil. The cultivator's heart is kind, while the stupid demon is vicious, and vice versa. Su Yin feels that his stupid demon should be very cruel and violent. Otherwise, how could the fox demon and the 4-tailed fox demon be completely motionless, as if they were not there? Senior Rua, do you know how to tame the inner demon and transform it into an external incarnation? After taking a bath, Su Yin showed his human form and ran to the swimming pool of the floating city. He looked at Ruinu, who was sleeping in the snail-shaped wine pot, and asked with expectation, "Tame the inner demon?" The slightly drunk Ruinu was confused and looked at Su Yin, who was standing beside her. Her words were unclear. She raised her hand and pointed to the residence of the gods, indicating that Su Yin should ask the gods how to improve their cultivation while she was drunk. Since Su Yin started to study with the gods, Ruinu's life has returned to the past. In the 12 hours of the day, she only kept a certain degree of sobriety when she took wine and played music with Su Yin. At other times, she was either drunk and sleeping or soaking in the pool as a floating corpse. In this regard, Su Yin was helpless. If he insisted on waking up Senior Ruinu, it was very likely that Senior Ruinu would cover his mouth with a wine pot and die of drunkenness together. Su Yin probably understood why Senior Bai Zhe had reminded him to make good use of the power of musical instruments before he left. Perhaps the reason was Senior Ruan knew. Su Yin turned and ran to the lake terrace, found the god holding a book and calculating the floating odds, and told him about the cultivation dilemma he was facing. How does the inner demon transform into an external incarnation? The god was slightly stunned when he heard this, and smiled and said, although the external incarnation is called an incarnation, it belongs to the category of supernatural power. Based on my understanding of the inner alchemy method, you should now prepare to survive the thunder tribulation. After surviving the thunder tribulation of the fusion stage, you should be able to initially have the ability to refine the inner demon. The outer alchemy method practiced by the god is to devour a large amount of natural treasures and turn them into one's own use. Directly sanctify the flesh and drive the inner body to reach a state of both spirit and form. Bai Zhe, including Senior Ruan Nu, also became a saint through the outer alchemy method. But the later cultivators did not have such good fortune as them, and could only practice the inner alchemy method. Therefore, the god naturally could not tell Su Yin about his experience in taming the inner demon. He could only share with Su Yin some of his own people's experience in taming the inner demon in the fairyland area, because of the difference between heaven and earth. The realm below the fusion stage does not need to survive the tribulation. But no matter the inner or outer alchemy method, the fusion stage needs to survive the tribulation. Without going through the thunder tribulation of the fusion period, the flesh and blood body cannot shed its mortal body, carry more powerful power, and naturally cannot derive individual innate magical powers. Therefore, what Su Yin needs to do now is to go through the tribulation. The thunder tribulation of the fusion period is relatively simple. You just aim at the big eye of the heavenly tribulation and punch it out. Let the tribulation cloud increase the power of the heavenly tribulation to the strongest. You can bear 5 rounds first, and eat the heavenly tribulation in the last round. The god shared the experience of going through the tribulation with Su Yin. Don't panic when you encounter a thunder tribulation. Look at the eye of the heavenly tribulation set by the tribulation cloud to check the physique of the cultivator. Raise your hand and directly insert it into its eye socket. Fiercely challenge the laws of heaven and earth, and let the tribulation cloud increase the power of the heavenly tribulation to the maximum. First, bear 5 rounds of heavenly thunder, and then beat the last thunder tribulation to the wall and eat it alive. In this way, going through the tribulation of the fusion period will have a stable foundation when you advance to the fusion period in the future. And at the same time, it can save a lot of time and avoid the stage of accumulating spiritual power for transformation. The gods all survived the tribulation this way. If they didn't, they might be despised by their own people. Looking at the god's serious expression, which didn't seem to tease or fool him, Su Yin slowly typed a series of question marks in his heart. Senior God, are you serious about this? Do you need to challenge the laws of heaven and earth to survive the tribulation? This is my first time to survive the tribulation of the fusion stage, and I have no experience. Don't fool me with your lies. Su Yin, with a skeptical attitude, turned around and ran to the floating city to wait for Senior Ruan Nu to wake up. A few days passed, and it was the end of the month. Su Yin packed his bag a little and put the fairy wine given to him by Senior Ruan Nu, as well as the fairy crystals earned from fighting in the ring and taking money from Senior God, into a storage ring. Fairy crystals are not currency in the fairy world, but they are the most valuable super hard currency. Immortal weapons are not as valuable as immortal crystals. The ruthless people in the immortal world never lack immortal weapons. If they don't have any, they can borrow them from the guys who have immortal weapons. However, immortal crystals are consumables that all immortal gods need to use. Consumables, as the name suggests, are gone after use, so immortal crystals are naturally very valuable. Su Yin didn't make much money during this period. The only thing that counted as a big number was the immortal crystal goalposts that Ziying Daoren paid as the entry fee, which was about 2 tons. It's a pity that spirit stones can't be exchanged for immortal crystals. Otherwise Su Yin's pocket wouldn't be so tight. After earning so many unused resources, Su Yin thought of sending them back to the cultivation world. Whether it was for Chongming to awaken the Queen Mother of the West, or for Emperor Wuxing to improve his cultivation level, it would be better than displaying them. The cultivation world is like one's mother's home. No matter how kind the seniors in the immortal world are, they are not as good as the mother's family. If the mother's family can stand up, Su Yin can naturally stand up straight in the immortal world, without worrying about some things that may or may not be. Senior, I'm ready. Please help me open a portal to Xiaoyang Mountain. Su Yin came to the swimming pool and looked at Senior Ruan, who promised him that he didn't drink, and said, well, The space door is always open. You can do whatever you want. Senior Ron looked at Su Yan and ordered. Chapter 559 Lurkers in the Cultivation World. See you later, Senior. Ron raised her hand and opened a space door, allowing Su Yan to avoid months of travel and go directly to Zhaoyang Mountain in the Kaishan Mountain Range in the Duquan Wilderness area. Su Yan turned around with a bright smile on his face and greeted Senior Ron, who was still a little hungover and confused. Well, the space door is always open. When you want to come back, just call me by my name. The hungover Ron explained vaguely, and then fell back on the animal skin sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Let's go! Su Yan saw Senior Ron fall down again, but he didn't feel anything strange. He showed the form of a little fox and tapped the deck with his little paws. He took 2 steps at a time and jumped straight into the space door. Bang! The little fox was light and agile, and it jumped straight over the space door with an elegant posture. Then Su Yan's head was embedded in the beam of a certain building, and the little white fur ball's limbs and tail were hanging in the air and swaying. My head hurts a little. Senior Ron, who was still drunk, opened a space door for Su Yan in Kaishan. Duquangzai. Senior Ron thought that the space door should be opened in a more hidden position. So the space door was opened in the attic of a certain building, but maybe the alcohol had not yet passed. So the position of the space door was slightly offset, causing Su Yan's head to be stuck in the beam when he walked out of the space door. Is this also transparent? Help me up. Su Yan was complaining in his heart. And suddenly he felt as if a humanoid creature was dragging him. With a light pop, Su Yan, whose head was embedded in the beam, was pulled down. My lord, you must not do that. That is a male fox. Su Yan's head regained light, and he saw a scene that made his pupils tremble. The man who was called an adult by the girls looked about 23 or 24 years old. Under Su Yan's gaze, the young man climbed out of the bed with a shaky step, put on his clothes with the help of the fox-haired woman, and walked out of the door. He sat on something like a wheelchair and left. As soon as the young man left, the girls of the demon clan in the dormitory, who had flushed faces and blurred eyes, suddenly became clear-headed and did not move inconveniently. They ran to the fox-haired woman and said, Sister, how many spirit stones did Mr. Qian reward us this time? Is it cool enough? 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 The fox-haired woman smiled, raised her hand, and gently tapped the snake demon's head, saying angrily, I won't say anything else about you. Your acting just now was too exaggerated. You tried too hard. It felt fake at a glance. Hey, Mr. Qian is not a woman. How can he know about our girls' affairs? The snake demon said with a look of disapproval. Be more dedicated. Mr. Qian is the biggest sponsor of our brothel. He gives us subsidies every season so that we can appease his son's self-esteem. Fox-haired mother scolded the unprofessional snake demon with a stern face. Then, she took out the reward money she had just earned from Mr. Qian from her storage bracelet and distributed it all to the sisters who had just acted together. After doing all this, Fox-haired mother looked at Su Yan, who suddenly appeared here, and then looked at a gap that suddenly appeared on the beam of the dormitory, and said, This fox. Which sect are you from? The fox-haired girl is different from Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian is so weak that he has hallucinations every day. Naturally, he doesn't find it strange that Su Yan suddenly appears. But the fox-haired girl doesn't have those strange problems. Her cultivation is also in the fusion stage. The fox-haired girl witnessed Su Yan jumping out of the void and getting stuck on the beam. He appeared here through the power of space. Sisters, are you short of spirit stones? I have some spirit stones to give you. But I want to ask where I am now, and how far away from Kaishan Mountain. Su Yan didn't answer the fox's question. After struggling out of the girl's arms, he took out some spirit stones from the storage ring as the fee for asking for directions. The conversation of the girl in front of him and the atmosphere in the dormitory reminded Su Yan of his childhood in the southern state. He didn't want to stay here for too long, so he quickly used the method of throwing stones to ask for directions taught by the princess to ask the girls in the brothel for directions. Spirit stones are one of the mainstream currencies in the fairy world, while the fairy crystals that Su Yan is looking forward to are non-mainstream resources, and are precious things that are only used for trade between immortals and gods. Therefore, Su Yan's throwing stones to ask for directions is very effective. Fox-haired mother immediately stopped asking Su Yan's background, and looked eagerly at the 200 pounds of spirit stones on the table, and said, Young master is now in Zhaoyang Mountain City, and there are more than 100,000 miles of mountain roads from the edge of Kaishan Mountain. Fox-eared mother paused slightly when picking up the spirit stones, and said as if she remembered something, "By the way, if you go to Kaishan Mountain Range, it's best not to take the mountain road of Jiaoyang Mountain in the near future. It is said that Jiaoyang Mountain is now occupied by a group of Nightmare Town people, because the old city lord provoked them. He was dragged out of the city lord's mansion and beaten to death by that group." "Old city lord? What is your cultivation?" Su Yin was slightly stunned when he heard this and asked. "Inside Jiaoyang Mountain. Isn't the reclamation workshop occupied by the leader of the weapons sect and the moon rabbits now? How did the conflict with the city at the foot of Jiaoyang Mountain occur? The old city lord has reached the mysterious upper fairyland and possesses infinite divine power. But that group of Nightmare Town disciples only sent a teenager to kill the old city lord. It is estimated that there is at least one god in the mountain." Fox-eared girl told Su Yin the information. But looking at the 200 kilograms of spiritual stones in her hand, she felt a little guilty and said, "Don't you really need some extra services? If you just ask for directions and take so much, I always feel that it seems a bit inappropriate. No. Tell me about Jiaoyang Mountain in detail. I love to listen to the stories of the Nightmare Town disciples and fall asleep since I was a child. The interior of Jiaoyang Mountain is now haunted. Although the so-called haunted is just an adjective, it is almost the same. Since the group of Nightmare Town disciples occupied Jiaoyang Mountain, there are often creepy screams in the forest, and the mountain springs flowing out of the mountain have turned into black and red viscous slurry, because the mountain spring flows through the old city lord's house. The old city lord can only use it after the old city lord uses it. Naturally, the old city lord is dissatisfied with the Nightmare Town disciples in the mountain. Less than a quarter of an hour after the old city lord went up the mountain, he ran out of the mountain in panic. A young man chased him out and beat the old city lord to death in front of everyone. Even in Jiaoyang Mountain City, some clans and family bigwigs were killed and dragged back to the mountain. This happened in half a month. The mountain city was completely helpless about it. All the capable monks had already run away. Now those who stayed in the mountain city were those who had to set up their family business and could not run away, or those whose cultivation was too low to attract the attention of the Nightmare Town. Not only Jiaoyang Mountain City, the group of Nightmare Town in the mountain also threatened more than 20 nearby cities. Fox-eared mother and her sisters also wanted to run, but their hometown was in Jiaoyang Mountain or the nearby mountains. They couldn't run far. Instead of losing everything and starting over, it was better to just muddle through. Anyway, freedom of life and random death are traditions in the fairy world. Are my family members so cruel? Su Yin was full of doubts and secretly took a breath of cold air. Chapter 560 Little Foxes Attract Wealth. Is Senior Jilection here? Su Yin recorded the location of the brothel and memorized the location of the space gate. He climbed out of the brothel and walked alone on the road of Jiaoyang Mountain City. He looked at the fox-eared mother who pointed out the road to Jiaoyang Mountain for him. Walking on the deserted night street, Su Yin called out Jilection's name. Jilection told Su Yin that Jiaoyang Mountain has now become the base for the cultivation world to invade the fairy world. But according to what the fox-eared mother said, the fighting power in Jiaoyang Mountain is obviously fierce and brutal. Not only can it kill the old city lord, who is a Xiantian with one hand, but it can also endanger the safety of more than 20 nearby cities. There should be at least 3 or 5 Zhuangxians, or 1 or 2 Xinxian-level existences in more than 20 cities. Right? Are my family members so fierce? On the way to Jiaoyang Mountain, Su Yin felt more and more guilty, so he decided to ask Jilection to see what the situation is inside Jiaoyang Mountain. What's up? In the alley at night, a beggar who was curled up in a straw mat and sleeping lifted the mat. Wisps of black tentacles wrapped around his body, making his originally hunched back straight again. His shabby clothes and skin were transformed into a set of gorgeous black chest-bearing robes, with fair skin and long hair that was so black that it was purple. Even if Ji Lixian did nothing, just standing there, he exuded a dangerous nobleness. Ji Lixian lifted the straw mat on his body, walked to Su Yin with a smile on his face, tiptoed in a very exaggerated way, looked around, and asked, "Huh? Didn't you bring the gods and Su Nu with you when you came back? What are the seniors doing here?" Su Yin looked at Ji Lixian with a slightly strange look. Besides, is it appropriate to bring the seniors from the fairy world to the leaders' meeting? Senior, you are not planning any conspiracy that needs to use me as a springboard, right? Ha! How is that possible? You belong to the music world, the outer disciple accepted by the master, and the music master is my apprentice. We have the relationship of master and apprentice. Jilection smiled and put his arm around Su Yin's shoulder. stopping Su Yan from asking questions. Aren't you going to treat me to a drink? The last time the immortal wine tasted really good. After drinking it, I felt that my true self had returned. The immortal wine of Senior Rui Nu was brewed with the intention of making the Holy Spirit drunk and unconscious. The brewing materials and the immortal spirit contained in it can only be said to be very outrageous and exaggerated. After drinking 2 cups of immortal wine, Jai Lection was able to jump in front of Tai Taoist. In the past, he often suffered at the hands of that woman. But after drinking the immortal wine brought by Su Yin, Jai Lection finally experienced the pleasure of bullying his mortal enemy. Although he was suppressed by Tai Taoist and Wu Shengdi afterwards, this did not prevent Jai Lection from having a good time and experiencing happiness. Ji Luxian knew Su Yan's intention. So when Su Yan called him, he immediately sent his real body to Su Yan to trick him into drinking the immortal wine. If he couldn't drink the immortal wine now, he would ask Su Yan to distribute it later. Ji Luxian would not doubt how cruel Tai Taoist could be. That old woman had cultivated to the point where she had lost her humanity. She could easily stab him in the ass with a big stick. Are you curious about the death of the old city lord? It can only be said that he was unlucky. He saw something he shouldn't have seen, and was beaten to death by Chongming. Walking up the mountain, Ji Lixian chuckled and told Su Yan the answer. Chongming is very shy. The old man saw Chongming picking wild fruits. So he died. Ji Lixian's words were full of ridicule. And it was obvious that there was not much truth in his words. But the cause of the old city lord's death was indeed that he saw something he shouldn't have seen. One was Chongming's face, and the other was the things transported to the cave. So Chongming killed the old city lord without hesitation. Chongming, like Bai Zhe, is the only divine beast in the world. However, Chongming is a blood mutation, mutated from a certain type of sky divine beast. Chongming bird was abandoned when it was in the egg shell. If it weren't for the Queen Mother of the West who saw Chongming and picked him up to take care of him, he might have died before he was born. Chongming is responsible for guarding the gate. He will never allow anyone to discover his existence. Anyone who sees his face and existence will be killed by him. Otherwise, the imminent return of Queen Mother of the West may be exposed. In a sense, Queen Mother of the West should be regarded as the adoptive mother of Chongming bird. Therefore, anyone who may threaten the return of Queen Mother of the West must die. It turned out that Senior Chongming took action. Su Yan shook his head speechlessly and said, I thought that the seniors had just arrived in the fairyland and were already able to kill the immortals. Well? Jai Lection smiled and did not speak. Because Su Yan really guessed the truth. They were indeed killing immortals. The leader's heavenly cultivation is not because their talents can only support them to heavenly people, but because the highest level of the cultivation world can only accommodate heavenly people. In 2 months, the leader's cultivation has already broken through to the level of human immortals. The oldest longevity immortal has even begun to impact the realm of Shenxian. Their current cultivation realm can only be described as 1,000 miles a day. More than 20 cities were threatened because they were plundering the people of Nightmare Town to make fertilizers. And they were plundering and robbing immortal crystals in the surrounding areas. Jai Lection was sincere and did not lie. Ancestor, Lord of the Night, Senior Chongming, Jai Lection, who had tricked Su Yan into giving him immortal wine, sent Su Yan to a room where the ancestors of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and the Lords of the Night were drinking tea. Puff. When Su Yan's face changed several times, Su's ancestor and the Lord of the Night spurted out a mouthful of tea, pointing at Su Yan with an incredible look on his face and asked, Why are you here? Ah? Seeing Su's ancestor's reaction, Su Yan also showed a puzzled expression and said, Since my parents' wedding banquet, I have been entrusted by Senior Bai Zhe to come to the fairyland to recover some things. Didn't my mother tell the ancestor? Your mother? Your mother ran away a long time ago. She ran away with your father the day after the wedding banquet. Before leaving, Su Yan asked the princess to deliver the farewell letter to relatives and friends on his behalf, informing them of his current situation and when he could come back. But Su Yan may not have expected that Fox Mom and Dragon Dad's original bodies had already run away, and only their external incarnations remained in the cultivation world. The princess was also busy with things in Xiaoyu, and she couldn't spare the time for the time being. She thought that Su Yan's parents might come to Xiaoyu to visit Su Yan, and then she would personally hand Su Yan's letter to Fox Mom and Dragon Dad. The Su clan patriarch had always thought that Su Yan was just being cute and making a living in the Xiaoyu dynasty, hanging around a rich woman. How could he have imagined that Su Yan would actually come to the immortal realm? Ha ha ha. You are indeed from the Su clan. Your short legs are really fast. The Jiaocheng patriarch poked his head out from the screen in the back hall and said with a look of laughter and tears, "It's hard to say whether Su Yin is like a fox or a dragon. But his style is completely in the Su clan style. It's not surprising to see Su clan foxes anywhere. Too dangerous." The Lord of the Night, with a tense expression on his face, pretended to be an outsider and said lightly, "The fairyland is not what people think. The situation here is more cruel and dangerous than the primeval forest in the east. If you have finished your business, go back." Su Yin scratched his head embarrassedly, laughed awkwardly twice, and changed the subject, saying, "Senior Lord of the Night, I will talk about my business later. I got some fairy wine from Senior Bai Zai's friend. According to Senior Jialection, the effect is very strong. You should drink it quickly. It is impossible to go back. Bai Zai's power does not count from Senior Ruanu. There are still 3 to find. The situation is good now. How can I go back? Fairy wine? Give me a glass." After Su Yin triggered the keyword, Jialection, who had already left, came out of the shadows with a seed bowl and looked at the snail wine pot in Su Yin's hand. Su Yin was shocked when he saw the bowl as thick as his neck. He quickly transformed into a little fox and jumped into the arms of the ancestor. "Back off." An ancestor of the Su family opened his hand and hugged the little fox into his arms, looking at the bliss fairy with caution. No one paid attention to the fairy wine Su Yin mentioned at first. But when they saw the bliss fairy and brought out the tea bowl, they felt something was wrong. Did the little fox really bring a treasure? Chapter 561. The ancestor's ancestor is a gangster? Get out of the way. When everyone saw that Ji Xian was shameless and started to call Su Yin his brother, he brought out a large bowl and tried to trick Su Yin into drinking the immortal wine in the wine pot. Everyone immediately realized something and hurriedly stopped Ji Xian to protect Su Yin. "Go away. Go away. If you want to drink, buy it yourself. Do you still have any shame to trick a child into drinking the wine?" An ancestor of the Su family hugged Su Yin tightly, looked at Ji Xian and scolded him, "If you want to drink, buy it yourself. TSK. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ji Xian also knew that he couldn't trick Su Yin into drinking the immortal wine in the wine pot. So he left with a pout. "What's in your wine pot?" Watching Ji Xian leave, the Lord of the Night frowned and looked back at the little fox holding the wine pot. The temperament of Ji Xian is extremely bad. In many things, his attitude is basically that if he can't get it, no one else can want it. He would throw things into the sea instead of sharing them. And when faced with the immortal wine that he couldn't get, Ji Xian actually chose to leave instead of making trouble. Such a situation really exceeded the expectations of the Lord of the Night. It is the immortal wine brewed by Senior Ruanu. The wine inside is the immortal spirit compressed into dew, and then combined with the treasures of heaven and earth. It can make the Holy Spirit drunk. Su Yin held up the snail wine pot and explained. The snail wine pot is a kind of magic weapon, which can ensure that the wine inside will not flow away. The immortal wine inside weighs about 3 pounds and 2 taels. If Ji Xian dares to break the snail wine pot, the immortal wine will turn into immortal spirit and flow away. Tai, Wuxing, Yin Yang, Nine-tailed Fox, and Jiaocheng can really pry open his top of the head and use Ji Xian's skull to hold the remaining Ruanu immortal wine. There weren't many immortal wines to begin with. Originally, everyone could drink a few ounces to improve their cultivation. If you broke it, who would be responsible for the lost immortal wine? Everyone certainly didn't want to deduct it from themselves, so they could only draw their swords and stab Jialection to the ground, not letting him share it. Although Jialection had a bad temper, he wouldn't do anything that would harm his own interests. Immortal wine that is completely compressed by immortal spirit energy. The Su family ancestor's delicate body trembled, and the arm holding the little fox's body tightened a little, fearing that Su Yin would fall from his arms to the ground and break the wine pot. "Yes, I also brought back some immortal crystals, but I could only earn this much at the moment." The little fox embedded in the ancestor's chest leaned out, handed the snail-shaped wine pot to the Lord of the Night, and took out nearly 100 kilograms of immortal crystals from the storage ring. During this time in the fairyland, Su Yin has been able to collect only so many resources. Fairy crystals are the trade currency among the fairies. Su Yan's cultivation has not reached that level yet, and he cannot access channels that can earn a lot of fairy crystals for the time being. As for the fairy crystal doorpost weighing more than 2 tons, Su Yin did not take it out for the time being. He wanted to wait a while, confirm some things with the ancestors and Chongming bird, and then decide whether to take out the fairy crystal doorpost to wake up the Empress. Turtle. The proud insect ancestor took a breath of cold air and looked at Su Yin, who took out the fairy wine and the fairy crystals. You are probably hooking up with a rich girl from someone's family, or digging someone's grave. The fairy spirit floats between heaven and earth. When the cultivation reaches the heavenly realm, the fairy spirit can be captured. However, the immortal crystals crystallized from the immortal spirit are different from the spirit stones that are dug out from the ore veins. The formation of immortal crystals is a product of human intervention. The liquefied immortal spirit must be produced before the crystallization process can be carried out. In other words, only the strong in the immortal world have the power to make condensed immortal crystals. 100 kilograms of immortal crystals may seem small, but the immortal spirit contained in them is enough for the human immortal to cultivate to the Xianxian. The cultivators in the human immortal realm cannot condense so many immortal crystals without spending thousands of years. Immortal crystals. Is it artificially intervened? Su Yin looked at the predecessors with a look of doubt. What Jiachong said is just a rough process. The actual operation is very troublesome, without a huge force. The speed of condensing immortal crystals is extremely slow. The Lord of the Night said, immortal crystals exist in nature, and there are also artificial immortal crystals that we see now. The seniors have been in the immortal world for a while, and they have explored the intelligence more clearly. Unlike Su Yin, who follows the immortal, it is well known that he has not learned much common sense, but knows a lot of secrets. They even know that Nua gave birth to 10 children in her first pregnancy, and the eldest sister of Ruinu is the leader of the Netherworld, the Nether Goddess. They also know the grievances between the Daosheng family and the Xianpin sect, as well as part of the origin of the human race. Which normal cultivator can get in touch with these secrets of the Taichu period? Seniors, let's drink. Let's not talk about those brain-burning things for the time being. Su Yin, who sat on the lap of the Su family ancestor, subconsciously looked at the Chongming bird ancestor, who didn't say much and seemed to be lost in thought. Do you have any questions? Why do I feel like you're always looking at me? Chongming bird came back from his deep thoughts, put aside the information about Ruinu that appeared in his mind, looked at Su Yin and asked. Ruinu and Queen Mother of the West had no hatred or grudges, and even had no intersection. But her elder sister and sister Lianlun had some things with Queen Mother of the West. But those were things in the Taichu period, and there was nothing serious. However, what made Chongming feel strange was that the little fox had been secretly looking at him 4 or 5 times in a row in less than 2 sticks of incense since he returned home. And it was obvious that something was wrong. Therefore, Chongming spoke directly and asked the little fox to speak for himself if he had something to say, and not to look around there. I'm just a little curious about what kind of Holy Spirit Queen Mother of the West is. Su Yin asked the Chongming bird vaguely. Last time, Chongming used the fairy spirit to wake up the Chongming bird from the meteorite, and he didn't talk too much about Queen Mother of the West. And he also talked about her beautiful face. I have been in the fairy world for a while, and have seen the holy spirits living in the sky, and the creatures abandoned by the holy spirits in large areas. The holy spirits are not selfless saints. They obviously have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Who makes me unhappy? Once the holy spirit gets angry, it can even make the creatures never at peace for generations, and can also fabricate gods and men through the medium. That was the first time that Su Yin had a clear understanding of the Holy Spirit, not the vague understanding of seeing the Hebo Gate. Are you curious about the character of the queen? Chongming paused with a puzzled expression on his cheek, smiled and shook his head. The Queen Mother of the West is absolutely beautiful, and she is also an extremely beautiful existence. I am not afraid of you laughing at me. The queen's greatest hobby in life is amorous. When she sees handsome or beautiful monks, she likes to tease them. At the beginning, Qianliang chased after the evil god and scolded him, all because the queen thought his son was pretty good looking, and pinched his face with a lewd smile and started to tease him. Chongming bird couldn't help holding his forehead as he spoke, with a look of crying and laughing. What kind of holy spirit is the Queen Mother of the West? She is a cruel, evil god who controls plague and execution. A lucky god who possesses the elixir of immortality. Beautiful. And loves beauty. The Holy Spirit occasionally scolds the Queen Mother of the West as an old rogue. Chongming bird understands Su Yan's worries, and the reason why he spoke about the Queen Mother of the West is just to tell everyone what kind of Holy Spirit the Queen Mother of the West is. You don't need to worry about being abandoned by the Queen Mother of the West, with the old rogue character of the Queen. Seeing so many beautiful foxes, who are pleasing to the eye, and know how to dress themselves up, rather than worrying about being abandoned by the Queen. You should be more worried about whether you can stand her hooliganism. After all, my fox is so beautiful. What's wrong with me touching it? Why don't you let me touch it? In the mind of the Chongming bird, An image of the queen, making obscene remarks with a righteous look on her face, had already emerged. Chapter 562. The Tribulation Transcending Method in the Fusion Period. The Queen Mother of the West is a synonym for being as beautiful as a fairy. And she likes beautiful things very much. At the beginning, some creatures even said that the Queen Mother of the West was amorous and romantic. But Xiaoming knew that his own queen was not amorous at all. She just saw beautiful things and couldn't help but touch them. In a sense, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is the clan that pokes the heart of the Queen Mother of the West. Whether it is the elegant figure and white fluffy hair when manifesting the prototype, or the stunning appearance of the fox when manifesting the human form, all of them make the Queen Mother of the West pleasing to the eye. The holy spirits at the level of the Queen Mother of the West no longer need to consider anything on the material level. They only have spiritual pursuits in their hearts. They are the perfect proof of the existence of the free and easy intention of the Queen Mother of the West. The awakening of the Queen Mother of the West is absolutely a good thing for the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and its allies. There is no need to worry that the Queen Mother of the West will throw them in a large area. The only thing they need to worry about is that the Queen Mother of the West, who has just woken up from a long sleep and has not had sex for a long time, may hug them and rub them hard. Our nine-tailed fox is so beautiful. The fur is still so good to touch. And the little face is tender. The little fox over there pouts and lets the queen pinch it. The double-headed bird tells the queen's character in its mouth. And a helpless expression appears on its cheek from time to time. The Su family's ancestors showed a subtle look on his face. He had imagined in his head that after the Queen Mother of the West woke up, she would walk around behind him with a lewd smile on her face, grab her white furnace and a little red, and start to tease herself. I have fought for so many years through force, and from an evil god that everyone fears. I have become a god of good fortune and beauty that everyone respects. What's wrong with enjoying a happy life? Continue. The musicians continue to play and sing, and the dancers continue to dance, making the atmosphere of the 10,000 immortals banquet high. Su Yan, who was curled on the ancestor's legs, suddenly had a sentence in his mind, which made him look hesitant. Queen Mother of the West. Her character is really three-dimensional. Even before she has seen her, Su Yan has already imagined a sexy empress sitting on the throne, smiling and hugging people on both sides. Under the throne, all the immortals eat and drink, appreciate the dancing skills of the immortals, and listen to the immortals playing and singing. She beats up all those who disobey her. She is good at eating, drinking and having fun in the fairy world with the name of a good person. Her main outstanding feature is, I enjoy. I am happy. I suspect my gambling luck. I'm afraid it has something to do with Queen Mother of the West. Su Yan complained in his heart. I don't know whether Queen Mother of the West is serious or not, but the surroundings of Queen Mother of the West should be quite lively. The nine-tailed fox highlights a good appearance. The jade rabbit mainly highlights the cuteness on the basis of the nine-tailed fox. And the golden crow can also highlight the majesty and handsomeness of birds. The golden crow is one of the largest and most majestic bird groups, or perhaps the only one. After all, when the golden crow grows up, it is the sun in the sky. Thinking of this, Su Yan was in tears and laughter. He had to say that the old ancestors' aesthetics were really great. As time slowly passed, the leaders scattered in the four corners of the fairy world returned to Jiaoyao Mountain one by one. Su Yan ran outside and saw with his own eyes that Emperor Wuxian came back from outside, dragging a fishing net in his hand. The fishing net was filled with a large number of strange creatures. Their cultivation levels were different, ranging from the weakest to the stage of transformation and fusion, and the strongest to the human immortal or the mysterious immortal realm. Without exception, they were all members of the Nightmare Town, and all of them were beaten to half-crippled status and revealed their original forms. Emperor Wuxian returned to Jiaoyao Mountain and threw the fishing net in his hand directly to the leader of the Moon Rabbit clan. The old man dragged the fishing net into a cave with a smile, and the members of the Nightmare Town, who were half dead in the fishing net, burst into screams. Their screams were so shrill and tragic, as if they saw some HL scene, and they screamed very creepy. Some little tricks that are not worth mentioning. Emperor Wuxian looked at Su Yan in front of the door, spoke lightly to suppress his curiosity, and then explained, Why did you run to the fairyland too? Su Yan withdrew his eyes from the cave, scratched his head evasively, and roughly told the story, and then invited Emperor Wuxian to drink in the house. He relied on his cuteness and the relationship with Senior Bai Zhe to get some fairy crystals and fairy wine back to his mother's house to improve the strength of the seniors. You bastard. The 4 sea dragon kings came back after the immortal emperor. On their way back, they had been sensing the surroundings. They clearly heard Su Yin and the Immortal Emperor talking. The West Sea Dragon King said with indignation, "Why didn't you tell our AO family in advance about these things? You little glutinous bastard. You've attracted wealth to the neighboring family. Su Yin earned it. He can give it to whoever he wants. Don't talk nonsense here. If it can be distributed to you, you need to give him a big red envelope next year." The Black Dragon King, who was traveling with him throughout the fishing net, and hundreds of Nightmare Town members in his hand, and the Immortals, leaving it to the Moon Rabbit clan leader to take charge of the follow-up. The Black Dragon King turned his head and looked at the West Sea Dragon and scolded him. "Su Yin didn't eat your rice. He gave the things he earned to whoever he wanted. It's good enough that he remembered you when distributing immortal crystals and immortal wine. You're still nagging." Puff. The Red Dragon King saw the West Sea Dragon King being blamed by his elder sister, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What do you mean you didn't eat my rice? They're almost taking my Aoshian home. As a father-in-law, what's wrong with me accepting some gifts first?" The Dragon King of the West Sea muttered. The Black Dragon King ignored the scum dragon, raised his hand, patted Su Yin's head, and touched it to show his approval. The leaders gradually entered the house. The Moon Rabbit clan leader, who had been in the cave, and the sect master of the weapons sect also entered the wooden house when all the people arrived. Su Yin coiled his body, sat on the Black Dragon King's thigh, and looked around at the familiar and unfamiliar leaders. "You go to the house first." The Black Dragon King, who had drunk the fairy wine and had a slightly red face, was a little drunk. Seeing that all the members of the alliance had arrived, he lowered his head, looked at Su Yin, and whispered an order. The things to be discussed next were nothing to everyone present, but it was obviously not suitable for Su Yin to listen in, and it would also damage the image of the leaders. So the Black Dragon King asked Su Yin to rest in the back room for a while, and then go to him after everyone finished the seminar. Okay. Seeing that the Black Dragon King intended to send him away, the Su family ancestors, the arrogant insect ancestors, and the Lord of the Night did not speak, and it was obvious that there were some things that were not suitable for him to watch. So Su Yin also agreed and prepared to find a small courtyard to rest temporarily, and after everyone dispersed, he would find Chongming to discuss the matter of the Fairy Crystal Gate Pillar. "Ah. No. Don't throw me in there. I will agree to anything. Ah. Woo woo woo." Su Yin walked out of the back door of the house, and heard the painful howls of the Nightmare Town people. Su Yin subconsciously walked to the edge of the cave, and secretly peeked inside. It was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. But Su Yin vaguely heard a familiar voice. That voice, if Su Yin remembered correctly, it should be in the secret room of the Xiaoyu dynasty, which is the control room of the artificial earth vein. The click-click-click sound made by a large number of metal chains when they were stretched and retracted, and the movement made by sharp weapons when they pierced flesh and blood. Huh? Su Yin shuddered and immediately lost interest in gossip. He ran to the small courtyard behind the house, and prepared to stay in the small courtyard and wait for the seniors. Su Yin. About half an hour later, Su Yin was sitting in the small courtyard wiping the knife, taking out the sacrificial knife, the red jade hairpin sword that came to the fairyland at some point, and the whip, and maintaining them one by one. But at this time, a dark night covered Su Yin, and the figure of the Lord of the Night appeared in front of Su Yin. The Lord of the Night's face was rosy, and her eyes were slightly hazy. She emerged from the darkness and stood beside Su Yin. She held Su Yin's hand with her white hand, and led Su Yin to the back room. "What's wrong with the Lord of the Night? I'm teaching you the way to cross the tribulation. Didn't you say before that you had no way to reach the fusion stage? By the way," the Lord of the Night, who was obviously drunk, looked at Su Yin and asked, "Do you like jade feet? Well, or do you have any strange hobbies?" Chapter 563 The Lord of the Night applies for a visit. "Senior, you are drunk." Su Yin, who was sitting in the courtyard, did not feel anything wrong when he saw the Lord of the Night come over and hold his hand and pull him up from his seat. He just felt a little strange, until the Lord of the Night looked sideways, showing his rosy face and blurred eyes, and asked him whether he liked white hands or straight long legs. Su Yin immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly persuaded the senior. It's not that Su Yin is so gentlemanly here. He just feels that the Lord of the Night is obviously in a drunken state. God knows how angry the Lord of the Night will be when he wakes up and finds out that he has lost his virginity. It's not certain that he will die, but it is certain that his little but will be beaten by the Su family ancestor. "No, I'm not drunk." The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yin, who was struggling and trying to break free from his hand, and said slowly, I know very well what I am doing now. Asking you whether you like jade feet or other postures can actually be understood as a kind of compensation. In the house earlier, a leader-level cultivator was given more than 2 taels of fairy wine. And 2 taels and 4 taels of fairy wine. Everyone just took a few sips to taste the fairy spirit content of Senior Ruinu's fairy wine. 2 sips of fairy wine are not enough to intoxicate people. The Lord of the Night is just a little tipsy now. She knows very well what she is doing, and can even talk to Su Yan about compensation in a clear and orderly manner. In the world of cultivation, the reproduction of celestial cultivators is a major problem in the medical field. The problem of the reproduction of immortals and divine beasts is actually an unsolvable problem in the fairy world. The Lord of the Night personally interrogated 4 immortals and 2 mysterious immortals, and they all answered that it depends on luck, or that they can create a tribe at will when their cultivation reaches the level of Holy Spirit. The problem of the low fertility rate of divine beasts is also an unsolvable problem in the fairy world. The Lord of the Night pondered alone for a long time. And finally, after a lot of twists and turns, he returned to Empress Dowager Yusu. The Lord of the Night planned to use the method of dual cultivation to allow his soul to blend with Su Yan's soul. In this way, the Lord of the Night could personally sneak into Su Yan's subconscious and find Empress Dowager Yusu, who had been hiding in his dreams. Therefore, the Lord of the Night said that asking Su Yan what part of a woman he liked was actually a compensation to Su Yan. Su Yan was one of his own, and he had helped him perfect the content of the Tengu Transformation Parenting Sutra. If it was someone else, the Lord of the Night might not ask him what part of a woman's body he liked, but whether he wanted anesthesia. The infiltration into the soul method not only involves dual cultivation, but also a series of spells such as soul extraction and dissection, as well as refining. It's just that the Lord of the Night didn't want to use it on the little fox. The celestial beings have self-purification, and it is absolutely impossible for dirt to adhere to the surface of the body. The Lord of the Night dragged Su Yan into the house, and then came to the Lord of the Night's bedroom through the universe space. The clothes fell to the ground, and the Lord of the Night, who was only wearing a bellyband and underwear, sat on the bed with his feet together and raised, looking at the little fox who was huddled in a corner of the bed with a face full of fear, and stood up with his back against the wall. The Lord of the Night buried his face in his knees, resting his head on his white stove, his arms around his thighs, looking at Su Yan with a puzzled look, and stretched out a pair of white long legs. "Don't you like jade feet?" Seeing that Su Yan had not moved, the Lord of the Night said with a confused face, "I remember that when I had sex with my husband, although we were respectful to each other, I still saw him looking at my feet from time to time." The Lord of the Night did not act excessively, but just watched Su Yan slowly explain. Calm his emotions, and take it slowly, not anxious or impatient, worried that Su Yan would be scared. "Senior, you are really drunk." Su Yan showed his young man's body, sitting in a corner of the bed and looking at the Lord of the Night, whose body and posture revealed his spring light, and reminded him. The Lord of the Night chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Senior, you are not drunk and crazy. It's just that I need to practice dual cultivation with you. Dive into your subconscious, and find the person hidden in your subconscious. See, just treat it as a deal. Senior, you won't tell your hobby to make fun of it. Let's keep it secret tonight. Right?" Seeing the Lord of the Night smiling, Su Yan's brain crashed, and he stood there stupidly. In Su Yan's memory, the Lord of the Night has a personality similar to that of a cold-faced female boss. She is a person who can't smile. The only smiles seen on the Lord of the Night's cheeks are sneers, and the ridicule of knocking the enemy to the ground. Seeing the gentle smile of the Lord of the Night, Su Yan was stunned on the spot. Is this still the resentful woman in the mouth of Master Jin, and the sinister and vicious guy in the mouth of Taoist Master Dao Hua? Have you calmed down? The Lord of the Night supported himself on the bed with one hand, slowly raised his hand, teased Su Yan's cheek from top to bottom, pressed his lips on Su Yan's mouth, and closed his eyes. Then, "It's time to start the class." The Lord of the Night pressed on Su Yan, tilted his head, smiled at Su Yan, who had a dull look, and raised his hand to hold Su Yan's palm. As the atmosphere was rendered, the Lord of the Night sat on Su Yan's abdomen, pressed his chest with both hands, and slowly leaned down to kiss Su Yan on the lips. Su Yan snorted softly, subconsciously closed his eyes, and felt the Lord of the Night's movements. When the Lord of the Night's lips left, Su Yan opened his eyes, and saw a bizarre scene. The original bedroom of the Lord of the Night disappeared at this moment, replaced by the azure starry sky. The stars formed a series of constellation beasts, floating in the sky and illuminating the scenery inside the starless universe. Su Yin looked at the starry sky with shock on his face, watching the stars construct a series of visualization pictures. Follow me. Su Yin couldn't even look away when he felt a touch of warmth approaching from behind, gently hugging him, and a wet feeling imprinted on his neck. The Lord of the Night hugged Su Yin and fell to the bottom of the starry sky. The two curled up and hugged each other, passed through a layer of membrane, appeared in the blue sky, and fell to the land. Ah! Sister Sierra was shocked and looked at the Lord of the Night and the little fox who were hugging each other in the sky. Oh no! I met a ruthless person. Sister Lur was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the Lord of the Night would break through Su Yan's subconscious obstacles and come to the dream through the method of dual cultivation. Sister Sierra and Sister Lear, including Empress Dowager Su, did not expect that the Lord of the Night was so cruel. Or rather, they never thought that a woman as cold and indifferent as the Lord of the Night would be willing to achieve her goal through dual cultivation with Su Yin. In fact, Empress Dowager Su made a mistake. The Lord of the Night was not like the Black Dragon King, who was indifferent to everything in the outside world, and only devoted herself to things that interested her. The Lord of the Night was born in the turbulent times. She basically defended her homeland and the interests of her tribe in the first half of her life, when the war ended and she cultivated herself and rested. She also chose to get married and have children to expand the Taiyin Tengu tribe and continue her bloodline. Because of her experience, the Lord of the Night is not very good at or used to expressing emotions in daily life. It's just that the turmoil of the Beast Tamer Gate broke out later, which made her temperament become a little irritable and gloomy and bloodthirsty. She is not a cruel and resentful woman as rumored by the outside world. It's terrible. Sister Sierra and Sister Lur saw that the Lord of the Night and Su Yin were still entangled and had not come to their senses. So they immediately overturned the go on the ground, ran to the north, and both entered their own bodies. If the Lord of the Night knew that the main body had already differentiated into a ghost, but deliberately did not show its head, and the Lord of the Night had to resort to extraordinary means, then the little fox's divine whip would probably be held in the hand of the Lord of the Night and roamed around the main body, or let the main body have a taste, and endure the shame and embarrassment, and do some weird things with the little fox. Chapter 564. The Ancestral Craftsmanship of Emperor Xiaoyu. In the dream created by the nine-tailed fox, the Lord of the Night was like nobody was around. After tossing around with the little fox in the plane of the dream for a while, the Lord of the Night slowly loosened his feet, slowly let out a breath, and raised his feet to look at the bite marks on the white instep. The Lord of the Night chuckled, shook his head, and gently rubbed the little fox's head with his cheek, feeling the Lord of the Night rubbing against him. Su Yin, who had completely let down his guard, also subconsciously turned his head and began to rub the Lord of the Night's cheek with his cheek. In the social activities of dogs in the cultivation world, rubbing cheeks against each other can express intimacy, attract attention, and can also express comfort or loneliness. No matter what kind of emotions are contained in rubbing faces against each other. If you know each other when rubbing against each other, you need to rub back out of politeness or social needs. The Lord of the Night is a Tengu, while Su Yin is a nine-tailed fox. Both of them understand these social activities among the same kind, so it is natural for them to rub against each other. However, while rubbing against each other, the Lord of the Night kissed Su Yin's mouth again. After a long time, the lips parted, and the Lord of the Night smiled and lay on the lawn, looking at Su Yin beside him without any movement. The fox hesitated for a moment, but also opened its mouth and gently licked the Lord of the Night's cheek until his neck. After a whole set of procedures of expressing intimacy and responding to the other party's intimacy, the Lord of the Night smiled and raised his hand to touch Su Yin's cheek, and put a black gauze skirt in Su Yin's arms, indicating that he should change for her. Seeing that the Lord of the Night announced the end of get out of class, Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, changed the black gauze skirt for the Lord of the Night, and half knelt beside him to help him dress up. Intimate socializing between the same kind is not limited to the cheeks and necks. If it continues, Su Yin will inevitably feel embarrassed and nervous. After all, the reason given by the Lord of the Night is reasonable. The Lord of the Night has always been the predecessor who controls all monsters in Su Yin's memory. Some impressions accumulated over time are not so easy to change. Follow me. The Lord of the Night stood up again and called Su Yin, who was lying lazily on the lawn with a comfortable face in the form of a little fox, motioning him to come to his side. Su Yin jumped into the hand of the Lord of the Night, and his little belly fell steadily on his palm. Are you so skilled? The Lord of the Night placed the little fox in his arms, raised his palm, and gently scratched its chin, making the already very comfortable little fox even more lazy. The Lord of the Night is still so understanding. Why does it feel like her itching techniques are all aimed at the points where she feels comfortable and refreshed? The little fox, who was already so comfortable that her eyes narrowed, quietly opened a slit of her eyes and looked through the light-transmitting gap of the black gauze skirt at the smiling face of the Lord of the Night. The Lord of the Night took a step forward, and her figure passed through a space gap and came to the northern snow mountain in the dream world inside Su Yan's subconscious sea. Arriving at the hot spring pool on the top of the snow mountain, a light yellow mist filled the mountain. This is when Su Yan saw the scenery on the top of the snow mountain and the hot spring scenery. He suddenly widened his eyes and said with a look of surprise, "Why does it feel so familiar?" Seeing the familiar scene, Su Yan suddenly had some vague memories in his mind. In the vague memories, he seemed to often take a bath in the hot spring pool. There was a girl whose face could not be seen clearly playing with him. She splashed water on him, and he was swimming in a doggy paddle, and his tail swung and a wave of water hit the girl. Then he was covered with soap liquid, and the angry girl used it as a bath ball. Fragments of memories emerged, causing a storm in Su Yan's heart. Is it the fairy sister? All the memories hidden in the subconscious were superimposed, and the girl's face, which was originally unclear, gradually became clear, and the fragmented memories in Su Yan's head were finally pieced together. Fox. The smile on the Lord of the Night's face faded, and he looked at the deepest cave in the hot spring pool, and said in a deep voice, "In the fairy world, whether it is the reproduction of divine beasts or immortals, it is a problem. I have now ascended to heaven. So can your request be fulfilled now?" The Lord of the Night spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of doubt in his voice. It is true that Empress Dowager Su gave birth to 3 sons. But among the 3 sons, the eldest prince is a 9-tailed fox, and the eldest princess Wu Shengdi was originally a pure-blooded human. Later, when she went crazy, she was sacrificed for the blood exchange of the eldest prince. Through a spell similar to the corpse reincarnation method, most of the nightmare spell power on Wu Shengdi was stripped off, allowing the eldest princess to live from death. It was in that incident that Wu Shengdi completely shed his human foundation and turned into a 9-tailed fox. The second son of Empress Dowager Su is a half-demon, with half of the blood of the human race and half of the blood of the 9-tailed fox. After arriving in the fairyland, he learned that the natives here were also troubled by the problem of reproduction, combined with the problem of unequal distribution of blood of the 3 sons of Queen Dowager Su. The Lord of the Night vaguely suspected that the female fox was fooling him. The Lord of the Night wanted to give birth to pure blood, so that his children could perfectly inherit his blood and continue his blood, rather than taking the opportunity to reproduce by temporarily lowering his cultivation by taking poison. The blood of a person with strong cultivation is different from that of a person with weak cultivation. If he reproduced by taking poison, taking advantage of his cultivation falling to the bottom, and then supplemented with elixirs, the Lord of the Night would have known this method long ago and did not need her to teach him. Ahem. 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 A light cough came from the cave, and Empress Dowager Su slowly walked out of the mist, subconsciously looking at the barefoot Lord of the Night's instep, and smiled. An old man and a child. They are playing quite perverted. Sister Fairy? Su Yan's eyes widened, looking at Sister Fairy, who had opened her eyes and revealed green pupils. But when he heard the teasing from Sister Fairy, Su Yan immediately shrank back into the arms of the Lord of the Night with embarrassment. There are some black pots that Su Yan doesn't want to take. He is quite conservative in a sense. It was the Lord of the Night who asked him to do this. But now it is obvious that the 2 big guys are negotiating, and he is still in the arms of the Lord of the Night. Su Yan dare not undermine the Lord of the Night and let him lose the upper hand in the negotiation. Puff. Empress Dowager Su teased, and before she had even taken 2 steps, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of black, green, and red blood. She fell straight to the ground and exhaled deeply to suppress the restless curse power in her body, because she was too close to the netherworld. The power of the nightmare spell in Empress Dowager Yusu began to stir. Of course, the reason why Empress Dowager Yusu was like this was actually related to the return of Sierra and Lure. If the 2 of them were to leave the Empress Dowager's body now, Empress Dowager Yusu's cultivation would begin to plummet. With the decline of cultivation, she would naturally not be summoned by the netherworld. However, Empress Dowager Yusu did not choose to do so. She had her own plans, but she was reluctant to let the Lord of the Night run away with such a powerful personal guard. Huh? Empress Dowager Yusu exhaled, looked at the Lord of the Night, waved her hand and said, "My situation is not optimistic. I will make some things short. I don't know why you doubt me. You must know that my husband is the patriarch of the Xia family. And the Xia family originated from the Feng family. How can the reproduction method created by Nuan Yang be false? Nuan Yang walked in the world with countless aliases, and the most famous one was Feng. The Xia clan was the human race that Nua enlightened after the birth of Noah's intestines. Of course, Emperor Xia Yu cannot represent the Xia clan. The tribe of Emperor Xia Yu is just a branch of the Xia clan. The reason why Empress Dowager Yusu can give birth to 3 children in one breath is because of her natural beauty. In fact, it is the secret method of Empress Hua inherited by the Xia clan. Empress Dowager Yusu did not deceive the Lord of the Night. Why do you say that she gave birth to a 9-tailed fox? A human race? And a half-demon? Empress Dowager Yusu can only say that the ink was really not enough when she gave birth to the cubs. Emperor Xia Yu was fighting with the ancient remnants in the outside world every day. Every time he returned, he was basically a big wreck. When he was warm, he couldn't abort the child he was pregnant with. Right? Emperor Xia Yu and Empress Dowager Yusu were reluctant. Therefore, the eldest son was a 9-tailed fox. The eldest son was a human race, and the second son was a half-demon, instead of all human races or 9-tailed foxes. I see. The Lord of the Night nodded, which was considered to be an approval of the answer given by Empress Dowager Yusu. Puff. Empress Dowager Yusu just opened her mouth to say something, but a mouthful of foul blood spurted out of her mouth, and the Empress Dowager's body suddenly changed from human form to 9-tailed fox form, and she fell into a coma. Chapter 565. A pillar supporting the sky. Cough. Empress Dowager Su had not finished her words when a stream of black blood gushed out of her mouth, and she fell to the ground. She could no longer maintain her human form and transformed into a 9-tailed fox. She whimpered and fell into a coma. Fox. The Lord of the Night was shocked when he saw this and hurried forward to start first aid. But a ghost with the same appearance as her appeared on the surface of Empress Dowager Su's body. He raised his hand to stop the Lord of the Night from approaching and said, "Senior, please stay where you are. The main body is now carrying the infectious power of nightmare spells and needs to rest to suppress the injuries. Empress Dowager Su's current condition should be in a state of terminal illness. She has turned into an immortal witch and is responsible for spreading the method of nightmare. Wherever she goes, the seeds of the nightmare tradition can take root and sprout. However, she was only terminally ill. Not as bad as Bai Zhe and the others. The method of nightmare suppression had not yet dispersed the spirit of Empress Dowager Yusu and completely penetrated into every aspect of her. Empress Dowager Yusu only needed to use the method of soul division to divide her spirit into 9 ghosts. And like Emperor Wuxing, she could gradually expel the power of nightmare suppression in her body. The method of soul division was created by Emperor Wuxing to fight against the worsening of Emperor Xia Yu's illness. However, due to the difference in time, Emperor Xia Yu did not wait for the method of soul division before his spirit was dispersed by the method of nightmare suppression. Empress Dowager Yusu could survive until now, which could only be said to be a coincidence, and that Master Jean had nothing to do. And he really extracted the spirit from the remains of Empress Dowager Yusu. The ghost emerged from Empress Dowager Yusu's body, with a sad and sorrowful look on his face, and dragged Empress Dowager Yusu's body back to the cave of the hot spring pool. The Lord of the Night was silent, looking at Empress Dowager Yusu, who was in a coma in the cave. Did I come at the wrong time? Did the trauma to her soul seem to be aggravated? Su Yan looked at the Lord of the Night, and then at the fairy sister, who had manifested the true body of the 9-tailed fox. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. His little head swung back and forth between the two, looking at the situation over there, and then looking over here. Go back. The Lord of the Night sighed softly, picked up the little fox squatting on the ground, and walked in the direction they came from. The Lord of the Night had just left the subconscious dream, and 2 ghosts jumped out of the body of Empress Dowager Su. Sister Sierra and Sister Lur wiped their cold sweat, looked at the bitter-faced sad ghost and said, "Huh. It's really thanks to your sad face. If any of us came out, it's hard to guarantee that the Lord of the Night will continue to ask us about the method of reproduction." Sister Ayer's whole ghost was very sad, and an atmosphere that could make living beings depressed was emanating from her body. Seeing Sister Ayer's expression and the fact that Empress Dowager Su had fallen to the ground, the Lord of the Night could not continue to ask about the method of reproduction. He had no choice but to leave first to give Sister Ayer time for emergency treatment. In this situation, only Sister Ayer was left. Sister Sheer and Sister Lure were smiling, and the whole ghost was emitting a joyful atmosphere. If the two of them came forward, the Lord of the Night would probably continue to ask questions. Let's go and play chess. Wait for the little fox to continue feeding us later. Sheer and Lur pulled Air away, saying something that Air could not understand. Su Yan's own cultivation was actually unable to perceive and digest the fairy spirit, but he often rolled in the pile of fairy spirit and fairy wine. The reason why he had not burst or fallen into eternal sleep was actually because the fairy spirit that could not be digested ran to the Empress Dowager, leaving the dream space, passing through the azure starry sky he had encountered before. Su Yan returned to the real world. Ah! Su Yan opened his eyes, and what he saw stunned the fox. The Lord of the Night was lying on the bed with his body tilted back. The mystery of the dual cultivation method is not only about the improvement of cultivation, but also a way to find pleasure. The soul blends in the consciousness space, and the body that remains in the real world will not be like a puppet and stay in the same place without moving. Instead, it is still entangled with each other wholeheartedly. The little fox was on the Lord of the Night to prevent it from escaping. The Lord of the Night snorted lightly, and slowly lay on the bed, looking back at the stunned Su Yan, without any movement. But Su Yan's figure floated in the air, and fell to the side of the bed. The Lord of the Night stretched out his arm, and let Su Yan rest his head on it. The other hand passed through Su Yan's armpit, and embraced his body. He bent his legs slightly upwards, and the two curled up together. Take a break after class. The Lord of the Night spoke softly and charmingly, without any preparation. He hugged Su Yan, and said with a smile. The next morning, the Lord of the Night left Su Yan's dormitory along with the universe, leaving Su Yan covering his hot face, and sitting on the hardwood bed. Before leaving, the Lord of the Night looked at Su Yan without saying anything, and let Su Yan lie on his legs. Tien Tiango experienced being a mother again. The little fox lay in Tien Tiango's arms, as if reliving an old dream, and was forced to taste a meal specially provided by the little fox. Su Yan ran to the stream outside the house to wash a little, washing off the fragrance of the Lord of the Night on his body. He was not prepared to spread what happened last night. His head was still a little groggy. What happened was too explosive, and Su Yan's brain felt a little down. Whether it was the matter of the Lord of the Night, or the Empress Dowager Yusu living in a sea of consciousness, Su Yan only now realized that the fairy sister he had been calling was actually the Empress Dowager Yusu, the mother of Emperor Wusheng, who had long passed away in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Su Yan had no impression of this at all, and had no idea when Empress Dowager Yusu had taken possession of him. No wonder the fairy sister was able to help him so promptly when he beat up Dao Huajinjuan. It turned out that she had been sleeping in his sea of consciousness. Regarding the fairy sister, Su Yan planned to wait until the fairy sister woke up and asked clearly before making plans. He had no plans to inform Emperor Wusheng at the moment. Senior Chongming, after spraying some mosquito repellent on his body to cover up the possible residual smell, Su Yan quietly ran to the front room, looked around, and found Senior Chongming Bird, who was sitting at the square table eating tea and snacks. What's the matter? Chongming saw Su Yan running to him, and he was a little confused. He didn't know what Su Yan wanted to do. If he asked about the gossip of Queen Mother Shi, Chongming couldn't continue talking. If he continued talking, Queen Mother Shi would not go to pet the fox when she got up, but would first pluck all the bird feathers on her body. It's like this, Senior. I was in a hurry last night, and didn't have time to say some things. I have a fairy crystal column here, which I won in the competition in the Tianshan territory. Please take a look and see if it is suitable to wake up the sleeping Queen Mother Shi, Su Yan said, and took out the fairy crystal door column from the storage ring, put it in front of Senior Chongming, and said awkwardly, Ahem. I know it's not auspicious, but I don't have any other fairy crystals at the moment. Ah? Chapter 566 Lifting the Skirt of Master Tian Dao. Ah? Chongming Bird looked surprised, looked at Su Yan strangely and said, Xianjing is Xianjing. What is appropriate or inappropriate here? Auspicious or not? As long as it is a usable Xianjing, it is a good crystal. Xianjing doorposts are generally only used for grave formations, and the doorpost that Su Yan brought back should be used from the quality point of view. But these are completely meaningless to Senior Chongming. He and Queen Mother of the West were both harmed and fell into the world of cultivation to live in the universe. Not to mention that Xianjing doorposts are sacrificial tomb supplies. As long as they are useful, what's wrong with pulling them off the corpse and putting them on? My cultivation has not yet recovered. Why should I care about those things? It's not like I haven't been poor before. That's good. I thought that Senior would dislike the origin of Xianjing doorposts, and would not use them to awaken Queen Mother of the West. Seeing Senior Chongming speak, Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. You know, although the fairy crystal doorpost is precious, it also weighs more than 2 tons, which is more than 4,000 kilograms. However, the gods and Ruinu both disliked it very much and were reluctant to touch it. Su Yin even thought that Chongming would dislike the fairy crystal doorpost he brought back. Of course, these are what Su Yin thought at that time, because he was in the state of accepting inheritance. He didn't see how the fairy crystal doorpost came from at all. The gods and Ruinu seniors saw the fairy crystal doorpost spit out from the mouth of the centipede monster, slide down the white furnace on the lower body of the centipede monster, and fall to the ground, covered with acid and milky white viscous liquid. When Su Yin took over, the gods had already asked their people to wash it with water. What the gods and Ruinu really disliked was never any sacrificial or burial supplies, but disliked it being spit out from the mouth of the centipede monster. The immortal crystal pillar is a very useful treasure for me at the moment. Chongming stood up from his seat, raised his hand to pull up the immortal crystal gate pillar from the ground, stuffed it into the storage ring, looked at Su Yin and said, "Little Fox has done a great deed. Senior will not say anything here. When the queen wakes up, Senior will guarantee that you will be the chief. And then, you can be the first to jump into the queen's arms." Su Yin heard this. His face was subtle and said, "What do you mean, Senior?" "It's like the feeling of offering the first incense or eating the first incense when offering sacrifices to ancestors. It's almost the same. Anyway, the first one to go up is definitely the great hero in this incident." Chongming waved his hand to signal Su Yin not to care about those details. "Okay. I won't bother you anymore." Su Yin said goodbye to Chongming with a dark face and walked out of the hut. Jiaoyao Mountain is currently in a state of being occupied. The creatures in the city within a radius of tens of thousands of miles are all trembling towards the mountain. There are no blind people or people who want to die, running to Jiaoyao Mountain to see the rumored gang of Nightmare Town, relying on his fox nose. Su Yin ran from the hut to the forest and found the flower bed, where the Su ancestor was watering the spiritual plants with a kettle. "Ancestor?" Su Yin smiled, greeted the ancestor and said, "Are you free now? I have some questions about cultivation that I want to ask you." "Questions about cultivation?" The Su ancestor turned around and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Did you slack off yesterday? The Lord of the Night gave you a night of tutoring. But how come you are faced with a puzzled question about cultivation in the blink of an eye?" After the meeting last night, the Black Dragon King and the Emperor Wuxing actually wanted to find Su Yin, because before the meeting, Su Yin had asked the Black Dragon King how to overcome the tribulation from the spiritualization stage to the fusion stage. But the meeting was about to start at that time, and it was not easy to explain the tribulation plan in a few words. So the Black Dragon King told Su Yin that he would go to the courtyard to find Su Yin after the meeting to teach him the precautions. As a result, the Lord of the Night took the lead and said that she was idle and good at teaching, and signaled other leaders to deal with the Nightmare Town in the cave. She went to teach Su Yin, which was also a compensation to reward Su Yin for his outstanding contribution to the sentient beings in the cultivation world by bringing back the fairy wine. This is why the Black Dragon King clearly promised Su Yin to come back to find him last night. But he still didn't see the Black Dragon King until the next morning. Is there such a thing? Su Yin was stunned, and hurriedly opened his mouth to make up for the Lord of the Night. The Lord of the Night did come to see me yesterday, but our topic seemed to have gone off topic. As we talked about the meaning of Tao. The Su family ancestor paused while watering the flowers, looked at Su Yin with a dark face, and didn't know what to say for a while. The Tao is derived from the universe of heaven and man, and the ability to influence the world, or the power used to influence the world through other means, can be called Tao. A little fox in the spirit transformation stage, whose milk may not have been completely abstained, ran to talk about Tao with the immortal. And the most outrageous thing was that the two of them could actually chat. Such an outrageous thing happened in front of him, so that the eloquent Su family ancestor didn't know what to say. It was very abrupt. The Su family ancestor missed the solid wood table he had placed in the peach blossom land. The old wooden table produced by Chang Shuxian was particularly resistant to falling. When you have completed your cultivation to the stage of transformation, there are only two things you need to pay attention to when you pass the heavenly tribulation of the fusion stage. The Su family ancestor put down the kettle, invited Su Yin to sit down on the huge tree stump next to him, and said, "The first thing is confidence. After passing the heavenly tribulation of the fusion stage, anyone who practices the inner alchemy method will face the prospect of shedding their mortal bodies. becoming spiritualized and ascending to immortality, and allowing their bodies to begin to spiritualize and reserve stronger power. But this process is very long. It is normal for the divine beasts to last for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the divine beasts who are confident in their own cultivation will increase the power of the heavenly tribulation and the rewards through some provocative actions at the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. It is exactly the same as what the senior Tianxin said. Su Yan muttered secretly in his heart. In the world of cultivation, thunder cannot be dodged, but needs to be actively contacted and attacked. Only in this way can cultivators absorb some necessary qualities from thunder and complete their promotion. Thunder has the dual nature of trial and reward. The second point is to peek into the secrets of heaven, which is also an opportunity for cultivators to actively contact the laws of heaven and earth. An old ancestor of the Su family said in a deep voice, "There is a moment when the tribulation ends. You can peek into the laws of heaven and earth through the whole of the tribulation. Even if you die, your soul must open your eyes and look inside. The information flowing out there is a crucial link in whether you can condense your own magical power and step into the realm of heaven and man. You must remember that the longer you wait and see, the more beneficial it will be for you. At the end of the tribulation, a channel will be opened in the core of the tribulation cloud, allowing the tribulation crosser to see the power of the law. Cultivators need to use this knowledge to improve their own magical powers. And the knowledge also involves the basic information of constructing the universe. Different people and different magical powers condense different universes. If Su Yan misses the opportunity at that moment, things will become troublesome. Others cannot impart that knowledge. At least, in the world of cultivation, there is no way to remedy it or have any chance. Are you going to cross the tribulation now? An old ancestor of the Su family looked at Su Yan and asked. Well, I have basically prepared what I can. Senior Tianxin also suggested that I should pass the tribulation as soon as possible, because I have obtained a legacy in my body, and my cultivation is increasing day by day. If I get stuck in my realm due to external factors, it will lead to the loss of those powers, which is not worth the loss. Su Yan looked at the ancestor and said, Are there any other precautions besides this? I don't have any experience in passing the tribulation. The last time I passed it was in the nascent soul stage. When Su Yan cultivated to the nascent soul stage, he condensed the heart demon through 2 heart-peaking demons, and then forcibly gave birth to the 3rd heart demon with the fierce momentum of Baizei's power. His realm jumped from the nascent soul stage to the perfect God transformation stage. If it were not for the limitations of the laws of heaven and earth, Su Yan's current cultivation would have reached the fusion stage and rushed towards the void refining stage. The sooner Su Yan passes the tribulation, the more cost-effective it is. Huh? What are the grandparents and grandchildren doing sitting here? The Moon Rabbit clan leader, holding a stick in his hand. The little old man walked from the direction of the cave with a happy face. When he saw Su Yan and the Su clan ancestor, he smiled and greeted them. Nothing much. Just imparting some experience in cultivation. An old ancestor of the Su family responded. Chapter 567 Return. Jia. The plan to overcome the tribulation was being discussed here. After the Moon Rabbit clan leader came to the flower garden, Su Yan was originally wondering why the Moon Rabbit clan leader was holding a wooden stick in his hand. Then the scene that happened next made Su Yan dumbfounded, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Originally, the spiritual plants that the Su family ancestor watered with a kettle had grown from the seedling stage to the mature stage in a short period of time. Some of them still turned into plant monsters hiding in the soil and madly absorbed nutrients. The old man wearing a coarse linen shirt and a pair of straw sandals entered the flower garden with a stick. The plant monsters that had just grown in the soil instinctively fled around when they sensed the danger. The old man knocked one out with a stick, and knocked out all the plant monsters in the flower garden in a few strokes, and put them in a sack. Su Yan was stunned and watched the old man drag away dozens of plant monsters in a sack. Are you ready to start refining pills now? Su Yan asked his ancestor with a sidelong glance. It's just a trial planting. Plant monsters are used for refining pills. Only a small number of pills are used for improvement. For most pills, they have a negative effect. An ancestor of the Su family said casually. When the spiritual plants turn into mountain spirits, the essence of the sun and the moon and the spiritual power they absorb are not only used to supply their growth and increase the efficacy of the medicine, but a large part of the spiritual power will be wasted on the cultivation, fighting and recovery of the plant monsters. The spiritual plants that are really used to refine pills are those that have been around for a long time without turning into mountain spirits and have no external injuries. They are the best for refining pills. They absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and the spiritual power for the growth of the efficacy of the medicine. And the refined pills are naturally fierce. The plant monsters spawned by the Moon Rabbit clan leader are actually used for testing medicines. Some of the spiritual plants in the flower garden are native spiritual plants and immortal grasses in the fairy world. And some are spiritual plants in the cultivation world. However, they are planted in the soil of the fairy world. And the medicinal ingredients in the spiritual plants may change. Therefore, the moon rabbits have been eating herbs frantically recently, risking diarrhea and eating them raw, preparing to rewrite a new pharmacopoeia and deduce a complete recipe for alchemy in the fairy world through the medicinal effects. The jade rabbits are firing on all cylinders, waiting for the artificial ground veins to be built, and starting to ripen the spiritual plants with all their strength. After talking about the precautions for the tribulation, Su Shi roughly told Su Yin about the situation. But the introduction here only talked about some superficial things, and what everyone was busy doing recently. Some more in-depth things involving the inside of the cave. Su Shi's ancestors did not tell Su Yin. It's not that Su Shi's ancestors are afraid that Su Yin has a poor psychological endurance, or that they think Su Yin is young like the Black Dragon King, and should not touch those things. What the Su family ancestors are really worried about is that Su Yin is not strong at present. Once he has an accident or falls into the hands of some demon woman, the information will be leaked. At present, everyone has just arrived in the fairyland not long ago. They are all in the name of the Nightmare Town, and are reckless here. If the information of the cultivation world is leaked, it will inevitably cause other cultivators to covet the cultivation world. Coveting is nothing. But the leaders are now in the primitive accumulation stage. They don't want to split their minds to fight against the fairyland cultivators, invading the cultivation world base camp, while robbing and looting for no profit. Then, seniors, do you want to go with me to Yaohuai Mountain to overcome the tribulation? It happens that I can also introduce you to the senior Tianshan of Yaohuai Mountain. The senior knows my background, but he doesn't care about those things. The only thing he cares about should be senior Bai Zai in the cultivation world. After staying in Jiaoyang Mountain for 2 days, Su Yin was ready to return to Yaohuai Mountain to prepare for the tribulation, and asked the seniors if they wanted to go back with him. The senior Tianshan is a neutral force, not concerned with the plans of the netherworld, nor the upcoming return and reorganization of the original fairyland. But Su Yin felt that he could bring his mother's family and the senior Tianshan together, because the greatest hobby of the Tianshan in his life is alchemy and martial arts. And the Moon Rabbit tribe is an alchemy master, who once assisted the Queen Mother of the West in refining the world's first elixir, the immortal medicine. As for martial arts attainments, although the overall framework of the cultivation world system is the inner alchemy method, because the upper limit is locked, the magic and Taoism in the cultivation world are crazy and involuted, allowing cultivators to gain stronger and faster killing power. Some fairy versions of magic and Taoism have already been innovated in the cultivation world with more powerful versions. Some magic involve the use of Tao, but they lack the support of fairy spirit and are slightly weaker. Su Yin believes that the senior gods and his family members should have a lot to talk about. It feels quite interesting. The Dragon King of the West Sea looked at Su Yin with a smile on his face and said, "But we have other things to do. Let's talk about it next time." Wuxing Emperor and Tai Taoist shook their heads and had no intention of going to Yaohuai Mountain. "Let's go!" An old ancestor of the Su family pondered for a while, looked at the leader of the Moon Rabbit clan, Qingqiu and Tushan clan, and asked. The nine-tailed foxes were not busy now, and they were still searching for fairy crystals and other things as usual. Some of the ancestors of the Su family were very interested in Su Yin's proposal. After all, Su Yin just said that the attainments of the heavenly god in martial arts were extraordinary, and could even be compared with Bai Zai, who is known as the god of martial arts. "It's not a big problem for me," the Moon Rabbit clan leader said with a smile. Su Yin's eyes passed from the Bliss Fairy and the Longevity Fairy to the Lord of the Night. The Lord of the Night shook his head gently and looked at the Lord of the Day and the proud insect ancestor. The three of them are now doing business in a group, engaging in a business involving the Keishan Mountain area with no capital and a huge profit. And they don't have so much time to take care of other things. The Lord of the Night saw Su Yin's disappointment, and his mouth did not open and close. And he transmitted the message, "I will come back to Jiaoyang Mountain at the end of each month or the beginning of the month. If you feel tired and want to relive your childhood, you can come back." Su Yan's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. Although he didn't know why the Lord of the Night spoke, the little fox understood what the Lord of the Night meant by reliving his childhood. The Lord of the Night did not explain anything to Su Yin until this point. Then, "Let's go!" An old ancestor of the Sioux family picked up the little fox standing on the chair and stood up, holding the table with both hands, and said goodbye to everyone. Old ancestor, let's go to the Mingyuan brothel in Jiaoyao Mountain City. The space door that Senior Ron sent me to is opened in the floor of the brothel attic. We can go through it. The magical powers of the celestial beings have not weakened here. But the fairyland is too large and too chaotic. And there are no living beings to remeasure the fairyland after the split. Before, we went to Yaohuai Mountain by boat. But now the boat is placed in Yaohuai Mountain. Su Yin himself is not sure how to get to Yaohuai Mountain, let alone guide the seniors to go through the space gap. It is the kingly way to go through the Ruindu space gate honestly. How to receive them? The girl in the brothel looked at an old man, 2 women, 2 men, and a little fox visiting the brothel. And a look of surprise appeared on her cheeks. Guess, we don't do business with girls here. If you want to find girls, you may have to go to the shop opposite. Those girls like this. Well, old men and children are no problem. But we are not responsible for any accidents. After all, the projects in our brothel are still quite exciting. And ordinary monsters generally can't stand it. Chapter 568, Punch the Future. Boom boom. As the ancestor stomped his foot, the space door hidden in the solid wood floor revealed its shape. Under Su Yan's guidance, everyone entered the space door and returned from the Kaishan Mountain area to the gods' territory, Yaohuai Mountain. The people who just came out of the space door saw a scene that made them stunned. What are these things? Last night, the fairy wine pots that everyone regarded as treasures filled a corner of the floating city. Some snail wine pots even collapsed and fell to the surface of the swimming pool because they were piled too high. There were hundreds of them at a glance. Turtle. Su Yan was also surprised to see this. It was hard to imagine how Senior Ron drank such a large amount of fairy wine during his 2 days away. Ruinu was sleeping on the animal skin sofa, and she didn't notice Su Yan coming back from the space gate. The humanoid puppets that she had seen on Tianji Star were collecting snail wine pots with wooden boxes, putting all the wine pots into wooden boxes and neatly stacking them on an open space. Your senior may have a mine at home. The Su family ancestor looked at Su Yan in his arms and couldn't help but complain about the wine pot mountain in front of him and the wine pot island snorkeling in the swimming pool. A wine pot can hold 3 caddies and 2 tails of wine, and there are at least thousands of wine pots in front of him. The Su family ancestor was stunned and envious. The wine pot is not filled with spiritual wine, but wine compressed by pure fairy spirit and medicinal materials. The human immortals are still picking up the fairy crystal dregs, while the fairy crystals in the hands of the fairy world are so much that they can be used to concentrate into wine and drink 3 caddies of fairy wine a day. Senior Ron has fallen asleep. Su Yan, in the form of a little fox, stepped on the hill of wine pots and came to the sunbathing area to check on Senior Ron. He confirmed that she had really drunk herself to death and that the music could not wake her up. Su Yan shook his head, turned back and ran out of the wine pot pile, leading the seniors to the outside of the floating city and to the lake. Today the weather was sunny and windy. The yellow terraces at the bottom of the lake could be seen directly from the azure lake. The sunlight refracted through the lake, creating a halo, as if clouds were floating in the lake. What a picture of a fairyland on earth! Senior God, surrounding the large round plate where the ring match was taking place. Su Yan ran to the terrace and looked at Senior God, who was still sitting on the terrace as before, and greeted him. The god seemed to be not very satisfied with the 2 sides of the ring match that was currently taking place. He was not very interested and responded to Su Yan listlessly, saying, "You haven't passed the tribulation in the past 2 days, and you are still emitting a scent of rouge. Did you go out to have fun alone?" "No. I opened Senior Ruinu's space door into someone's brothel, and on the way back, I bumped into some brothels. The scent of the girls' rouge and powder," Su Yan explained casually, and continued, "By the way, Senior Tianshan, I brought a few elders with me this time. They are all very powerful. There are masters of alchemy. And also stop." Tianshan raised his hand to stop Su Yan from speaking, and he turned around and said, "It's meaningless to introduce it verbally. The talents of the demon race are already fixed when they are born. You should tell me which tribe you are from." "I am the 2-headed, 8-legged bull of heaven, the living god who tramples on war. The gods belong to the strange beasts born from heaven and earth, and there is no direct lineage." Therefore, when he introduced himself, he combined the descriptions of himself by the world into a brief introduction. The leader of the Jade Rabbit clan, Moon Rabbit, smiled and took the lead in introducing himself. "Oh!" As soon as the word Jade Rabbit came out, The god's eyes suddenly became interested, and asked, Jade Rabbit? Is it the Jade Rabbit clan that follows the Queen Mother of the West? Didn't you die with the Queen Mother of the West? Come to my room later. We will drink and chat. After the god said this, they looked at the two pairs of handsome men and beautiful women and said with interest, Don't talk. I didn't spy on you. Let me guess, if I'm not wrong, if you belong to the carnivorous demon clan. You are either the nine-tailed fox clan or the bloodline of Chongming, or the omnivorous golden crow? When the gods talked about the nine-tailed fox and Chongming, there was light in their eyes, which was a hopeful expression. The nine-tailed fox godman ancestor, although he is called a godman and his realm is also a godman realm, his combat power is absolutely inflated. Some weak holy spirits can't help swallowing their saliva when they come to him. Although the Chongming bird looks like a rooster, Chongming can deter the demons with just his eyes. He once slaughtered the Nightmare Kingdom with multiple gods. The reason for the massacre of the city and the destruction of the country was just because the Emperor of the Nightmare Kingdom said that the Queen Mother of the West was white-chested. You know, at that time, the Nightmare Kingdom was also a huge force of the human race. The Chongming bird ran in and started to smash it, and directly killed the national teacher, the worshipper, and the emperor from the army. The Queen Mother of the West is one of the top and closest to the holy spirits of the creation era. Naturally, her left and right arms are also extraordinary existences. However, compared with the legend of the nine-tailed fox godman ancestor, the Chongming bird likes to walk around and is not so famous. The god had heard those legends. When he saw the Jade Rabbit come out and introduce himself, he realized something. His eyes lit up, and he looked at the four people with expectation. The right-hand man of the Queen Mother of the West. The god had only met the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox god, but there was no confrontation. This was a regret in the heart of the god. It was a pity that he had not seen the power of the nine-tailed fox god. The ancestor of the nine-tailed fox could kill the Holy Spirit with the body of a god. The Gusha god, who is currently known as the leader of the god realm, did not have the power to harm the Holy Spirit. The strength of the two was not in the same space at all. The younger generation of the nine-tailed fox clan, Su, Tushan, and Qingqiu, meet the senior. The four nine-tailed foxes each reported their surnames in response to the god's questioning. Okay. You can also sit in my room and chat later. I will go to Su Nu to ask for some fairy wine. The god said 3 good words in a row, with excitement on his face. Finally, I've waited for the time being. If I can find the Jade Rabbit and the nine-tailed fox members, how long will it take to find the nine-tailed fox god and the Chongming bird to fight with them? Senior, can I borrow the arena? I think it should be a good place to survive the tribulation. After Su Yan introduced the two parties, he ran to the side and began to count the number of pills and check the weapons, preparing for the tribulation. Seeing that the arena was temporarily empty and no one was going to play, Su Yan asked the gods to borrow the arena. Cross the tribulation here? The god was slightly stunned, and looked at the lake in front of him, which was known as the Little Yaoqi, and said, That's fine. But we may need to raise the arena. The god stretched out his arm and pointed at the lake, causing the stone plate immersed in the lake for several centimeters to begin to rise. When a cultivator crosses the tribulation, no matter what form the tribulation thunder appears in front of the world, whether it is gold, wood, water, fire, earth, or other special derivatives or higher attributes, the most important factor of the tribulation thunder is the rumbling thunder. If the stone plate is not raised from the water, the god is worried that Su Yan will be struck by thunder and feel numb all over. It's not time to cross the tribulation yet. Sign up first, he said with embarrassment. But it should be about the same. The tribulation is not something that can be called and called at will. When to strike you depends entirely on the mood of the tribulation. Su Yan can feel that the tribulation is very close, but it is not yet time for it to come. So he is now ready to take the initiative to apply to the laws of heaven and earth to sign up. As a means of provocation, to increase the power of the tribulation, Su Yan jumped onto the stage holding the red jade hairpin sword, releasing all his magic power and spiritual consciousness, letting them expand wildly to the outside world to occupy the spiritual power area that he could control, and continue to expand and control the outside world with difficulty. As Su Yan sent out the message, a gust of wind swept in from the void, flattening all the noisy sounds around. A dark crack split in the sky, and eyes composed of the power of the laws of heaven and earth swam out of the void and landed beside Su Yan, and began to check. Su Yin was stunned when he saw those eyes of the laws of heaven and earth, and his face was full of question marks. How did these eyes grow small hands, holding a shield in the left hand and a fork in the left hand? Seeing Su Yin looking at him, the eyes of the laws of heaven and earth silently raised the shield, picked up the thunder fork, and pointed it at Su Yin to make a deterrent move. Hey! What are you standing there for? Give them a punch to provoke the heavenly tribulation. Seeing that Su Yin had not taken any action, and those eyes of law had already started checking and preparing to complete the work before the tribulation, the heavenly god could not help but shout to remind him. Chapter 569 Reward. I'll give you the full bonus. Go! Give them 2 punches. As the void cracks opened, the eyeballs condensed by the power of the laws of heaven and earth came out from inside, and began to conduct a series of surveys on the traitors. Seeing that Su Yin had not yet provoked the eye of the tribulation, the gods could not help but urge Su Yin. The power of the tribulation trial can be said to be directly equal to the benefits obtained by the traitors. If Su Yin missed the last chance, then the next tribulation of the fusion period would only be carried out according to the most conventional, the most boring, and the lowest reward. Who are you insulting? Can the descendants of my brother Baizé bear this grievance? Su Yin just took a look at those eyeballs that fell from the void cracks. The eye of the law could raise their small hands as shields to block themselves, waving the thunder fork in their hands to drive away Su Yin, so that he would stay still and not move. All the cultivators in the world of cultivation know that when they are going through the heavenly tribulation of the fusion stage, they need to provoke the heavenly tribulation to make their tribulation more powerful and get higher rewards. In the immortal world, which also practices the inner alchemy method, beating the law eyes of the fusion stage heavenly tribulation has basically become a reserved program, or a tradition. The eyes of the law of heaven and earth are not stupid. They have evolved a defense mechanism over the years. This is why the eyes of the law in the immortal world are different from what Su Yin saw in the world of cultivation. The eyes of the law in the world of cultivation do not hold shields and weapons like the eyes of the law in the immortal world. The full set of equipment for going out is only armor, cloaks, combat boots, and helmets. I'm really sorry. Looking at the extremely cute eyes of law, Su Yin was full of laughter and tears. He put his hands together and bowed, then gathered all the energy and magic power in his body, and attacked with his palms at a speed as fast as thunder, wrapped in the power of the double full method, and hit all the eyes of law around him. But the next scene shocked Su Yin and the seniors watching on the terrace. The eye of law, which was poked in the eye by Su Yin, fell straight to the ground. The pupil disappeared, and the weapon and shield held by it melted, and they were integrated into the stone plate like a layer of graffiti. Senior, what is this? Su Yin was full of doubts when he saw this, raised his head to look at the void crack in the sky, and then looked at the senior god who was lost in thought, and asked the reason. You killed him. The god's face showed joy. But don't worry. Destroying the eye of law of heaven and earth means that the reward from the law of heaven and earth after the tribulation is also the best. So that's it. After Su Yin heard this and understood the current situation, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought something unexpected had happened. I was scared to death. But as the eye of law of heaven and earth fell, a big eyeball poked out from the crack in the void, staring at Su Yin and looking him up and down. A strong pressure permeated from the crack in the void, and the air around seemed to become sticky, making it impossible for living beings to breathe normally. Senior, are you sure this is normal? An ancestor of the Su family felt that something was wrong, and subconsciously looked at the god and asked, Is the eye of law something that can be broken? Are you sure there is no problem? Facing the suspicious eyes of the Su family ancestor, the expression on the face of the god finally did not hold back, and he said with ecstasy, You are worthy of being the descendant of Brother Baizé. What my people have tried so hard to do. Brother Baizé's descendant easily blew up 6 eyes of law. Beating the eyes of law is a reserved program for powerful cultivators in the fairy world. But blowing up the eyes of law is definitely not a traditional program in the fairy world, or it can be said that no cultivator can do it. The heavenly tribulation is very personal. It is impossible for other cultivators to come to help. And cultivators of the same level cannot blow up the eyes of law. The eyes of law in the fairy world are basically armed to the pupils. If you dare to attack them, the eyes of law will definitely pick up weapons to fight back, and will increase the power of the heavenly tribulation trial afterwards. But even so, there are still a large number of cultivators who try to kill the eyes of law to see what the top heavenly tribulation trial is like, and what kind of rewards or benefits they can get afterwards. The tribesmen of the gods always went to the eye of killing law every time they went through the tribulation. But no one had ever succeeded. And the gods had never seen the strongest tribulation trial. Therefore, after seeing Su Yan's masterpiece, the gods were ecstatic from the bottom of their hearts. Unexpectedly, Su Yan killed 6 of them with one move, which countless people could not do, and wiped out the whole group. Ah! Hearing this, the 9-tailed foxes looked at Su Yan in the stone arena above the lake with shocked faces. Boom boom. A thunderous sound sounded in the dry land, and the cracks in the void gradually disappeared in the thunderclouds. Su Yan, who was directly below, could only vaguely see a red eye in the cloud layer, watching the tribulation under the thundercloud indifferently. The time has come. A thought came to Su Yan's heart, and Su Yan subconsciously looked at the thundercloud flashing with white light. Master Tianjie is really righteous. I have already poked its eyes, but he still reminded me when I passed the tribulation. He did not use sneak attacks or other despicable means. Su Yan sighed in his heart that Master Tianjie was considerate. Boom boom. White lightning flashed, and the lightning column without any 5 elements added directly bombarded the stone plate arena where Su Yan was from high altitude. The lightning column with a diameter of 1 mile hit the stone plate arena heavily. At the bottom of the stone plate, the lightning was extremely active, and even splashed outside the arena. The place where the lightning touched was as if it was cut by a peerless sword, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. The gods were amazed. It is worthy of being taught by the close friend of the ancestor god. The scope and power of passing the tribulation are so powerful. At least, among the thunder tribulations in the fusion period, no one's heavenly tribulation is as thick as Su Yan's. I have never seen a pure white lightning column with a straight diameter of nearly 500 meters. But the lightning column didn't last long. It disappeared in just 3 snaps of a finger, leaving behind a field of people whose eyes were blinded because they didn't protect themselves in time. Oh, so that's how they use it? The god looked at the situation on the ring with a look of understanding. A white lightning struck down, and Su Yan on the ring only supported a layer of pure magic power on the surface of his body, and directly withstood the bombardment of the first lightning tribulation of the fusion period without dodging or evading. But what really made the god sigh was not Su Yan's act of resisting the thunder tribulation, but the fact that when the first thunder tribulation ended, the law I graffiti pattern that was originally killed by Su Yan and fell to the ground actually absorbed the power of the thunder that Su Yan could not contain and turned into a human form. A pure white humanoid with a height of more than 4 meters, after absorbing a large amount of thunder tribulation power, slowly rose from the ground, opened the single eye in the middle of his cheek, looked at Su Yan on the ring and floated back silently. The pure white shadow came to the edge of the ring, floating in the air with his left leg folded up, his right foot resting on his left ankle, and pinched a seal that was not a 9-seal seal in his hand. Behind him, a white divine light circle slowly emerged, and the white light rushed straight into the sky to form a light and shadow fence. Su Yan looked at the white one-eyed giant, who suddenly appeared on the ring with a face full of doubt. Chapter 570 Heavenly Tribulation Stage. Come if you're brave. Something is wrong. After enduring the first round of thunder tribulation, Su Yan had just absorbed the special spiritual power contained in the thunder. When he opened his eyes, he saw a white lightning giant in a strange posture, floating in the air and looking at the center of the arena. Something like a divine halo appeared behind him, spewing out a beam of light, shooting straight into the thundercloud layer. This thing looked strange no matter how you looked at it. It was obviously not something that should appear in the normal process of tribulation. At least, Su Yan had never heard that there would be lightning incarnation during tribulation. Su Yan subconsciously looked at the god of heaven. But now the stone plate arena had turned into a trial field, and all external factors could not interfere with the trial in the trial field. Su Yan was completely unable to contact the god of heaven. Boom boom boom. While Su Yan was still thinking, the thunderclouds in the sky flashed with bursts of white lightning, and a thunderous sound that shook the void erupted. The blazing white light condensed in front of the thundercloud and fell directly towards Su Yan. The second blazing white lightning fell, and the size and power were basically the same as the first thunder, and it still did not contain any other 5 elements, or higher level affinity. A large amount of lightning poured into the ring, except for the thunder power that Su Yan slightly absorbed. The rest of the thunder was absorbed by the eye of the law of death on the ground. Moreover, the current situation is really wrong. When Su Yan passed the nascent soul stage tribulation before, after a thunder fell, Su Yan needed to fight against the 5 elements that contain the power of thunder disintegration. After winning the fight, he could get feedback from the 5 elements. Zzz. One of the eyeball patterns on the ground disappeared, replaced by a pure white lightning cyclops. It transformed and looked at Su Yin, but did not do anything radical. Like its predecessor, it floated to the edge of the stone plate thunder. One leg coiled and floated in the air, making a handprint to condense a divine halo. The second white light column shot up into the sky, directly inserted into the deepest lightless layer of the thundercloud layer, and connected with the head of the first light beam. The emergence of the two light columns also caused some changes on the stone plate arena, and a layer of white fluffy things began to grow on the ground. After a while, the third and fourth thunder tribulations also came after a thunder. The power and size of the thunder were the same, and Su Yin did not even taste the sweetness and get the law feedback. But the number of pure white lightning giants increased by one after a thunder. Sacrificial knife. For lightning giants emerged, floating on the edge of the ring with their legs crossed. Su Yin glanced at the only two law eyes on the ground, and his mood gradually began to feel depressed, because at this moment, Su Yin could feel that the power of the white thunder was not deliberately aimed at him. When the fourth thunder fell, Su Yin tried to deviate from his original position, but the thunder went straight to the center of the ring. The target of the thunder was the fallen law eye. The 6 law eyes on the ground corresponded to 6 thunders and 6 pure white giants. In other words, the heavenly tribulation trial summoned by Su Yin was actually in the accumulation stage, and it had never been deliberately aimed at Su Yin. Now the trial has not yet begun. Su Yin, who understood all this, no longer stood stupidly in the middle of the arena to be struck by the white lightning. Instead, he ran to a position 2 miles away from the center of the arena, drew out the sacrificial knife, and filled the snake's mouth with spirit stones, and even shattered immortal crystals. Boom boom. As Su Yin expected, the sky thunder that should have locked onto the trialist ignored Su Yin completely and struck directly in the middle of the arena, awakening another giant. Z. As the 5th lightning giant returned to his position. The stone arena. No. The entire Yaoqi Lake of Yaohuai Mountain was covered with a layer of white crystals, and square stone pillars similar to chairs rose from the crystal layer. The trial warning layer that was supposed to exist also disappeared without a trace, allowing the creatures that were not supposed to participate in Su Yan's tribulation to approach the trial field. Heh. Master Yu Chao really understands. He even opened a viewing area so that those of us who want to kill the Eye of Law can watch closely what will happen if we kill the Eye of Law. Seeing the sudden change in the situation in the field, the God of Heaven seemed to realize something and shook his head and started to complain. Yu Chao is actually a metaphor. The meaning of Yu Chao is just as its name suggests, referring to the most primitive house, a nest. The laws of heaven and earth are like a roof, protecting all living beings from wind and rain, and also weighing on the heads of all living beings. Without the laws of heaven and earth, there would be no current world. Therefore, in the cognition of the Holy Spirit, the laws of heaven and earth and the incarnation of the great Tao are like houses. So they generally respectfully call the laws of heaven and earth and the incarnation of the great Tao Yu Chao. Although the God of Heaven complained about Yu Chao, he also knew that Yu Chao would not appear. What the God of Heaven really complained about was that the highest level heavenly tribulation trial would actually open a viewing seat. Does the law of heaven and earth want the world to see that those who insult the law of heaven and earth will inevitably be punished? Or does the law of heaven and earth want to experience being beaten in front of all living beings? Su Yan's body contains the power of Bai Zai. Although he cannot improve his realm because of the heavenly tribulation, the mutual generation and mutual restraint of Bai Zai is real. The gods do not think that Yu Chao can win, because the heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. The laws of heaven and earth are natural existences without will and emotion. Su Yan summoned the heavenly tribulation only in the fusion period. It is difficult to defeat the mutual generation and mutual restraint of Bai Zai with the power of the fusion period. Boom boom. Just when the gods took their seats, the 6th pure white thunder that had been brewing for a long time arrived as expected, and directly hit the ring to awaken the last pure white giant. As the 6th thunder giant returned to its position, the 6 beams that rushed straight into the sky were completely combined, and the thundercloud layer above the sky completely dissipated to reveal the lightless layer. A blue lightning light directly hit the earth, gradually revealing a male, about 2 meters tall, faceless blue lightning figure. The countdown to heavenly punishment begins. The reminder of the laws of heaven and earth rang in Su Yan's heart, reminding him of the situation he was facing. What Su Yan needed to do now was to survive the pursuit of the blue lightning figure. Of course, if he felt that he had great skills, he could also try to kill it back. Zizizizi. The blue lightning figure was summoned. and the eyes of law that were originally attached to the pure white giant detached from the giant's cheeks and attached to the blue lightning figure's head. The 6 vertical pupils were evenly distributed on the bald head of the lightning figure. 6 pure white lightning giants gradually turned into a ring and combined with the divine halo behind them. Like double pupils, the 6 eyes of the 6-eyed lightning blinked, and he raised his hand. A white light spurted out from one of the double pupils at the edge. The moment it landed on the hand of the 6-eyed lightning, the white lightning transformed into a long stick-shaped weapon pointing at Su Yan. The 6-eyed lightning waved the long stick, and his body turned into lightning. He came straight in front of Su Yan, and the long stick swept across and hit Su Yan's head with a heavy stick. Facing the attack of the 6-eyed lightning, Su Yan did not mean to be arrogant. He immediately raised the sacrificial knife to block it. When he was ready to make contact with the long stick, he turned his move and chopped the 6-eyed lightning head with the long knife. Clang! The sacrificial knife and the long stick collided, and Su Yan's head suddenly became dizzy. His eyes turned black, and his body was like a windmill. His head tilted to the right, driving his body to fly out in a rotation. 6-eyed lightning took a step forward, stretched out his left hand, and the nearest pure white double pupil responded to the call. A beam of white lightning shot into 6-eyed lightning's hand and turned into a bow. The long stick in his right hand was placed on the bow, and the bowstring was pulled to the full, accompanied by the roar of thunder, and shot into Su Yan's heart. Bang! When the long stick approached Su Yan, a white shield flashed on Su Yan's body. The two collided, and the long lightning stick was bounced up by the energy barrier. Su Yan's body fell to the ground and rolled far away. His body gradually expanded and manifested the shape of a young man. He looked solemnly at 6-eyed lightning, who was drawing the bow and arrow. Chapter 571 6-eyed lightning. Snap! Su Yan gathered the power of the dual method around him, spread out the long stick shot by the 6-eyed lightning, turned over and dragged a distance on the ground, revealing the figure of a young man. Su Yan slowly raised his head, and a long black and red mark appeared on his face, which was originally as gentle as jade. In the first confrontation with the 6-eyed lightning, the moment the long knife and the long stick came into contact, Su Yan did not even have time to press the long knife down along the long stick to cut the 6 eyes, and was fiercely attacked by the long stick of the 6-eyed lightning. The moment the sacrificial knife blocked the long stick bent 2 sections with a contact point as the center and accelerated, and a heavy blow sent Su Yan's body spinning in the air hundreds of meters away. ZZ. The 6-eyed lightning saw that the attack failed, and did not show any emotion. The 6 vertical pupils on the face of Wuxiang still blinked in turn, revealing a sense of indifference. The pure white bow just obtained in his hand was raised high, and an arrow was shot into the sky at the lightless layer in the sky, which turned into a dark cloud. Endless lightning fell like rain, and the area covered by the lightning was no longer limited to the stone plate arena, but the Yaoqi of the entire Yaohuai mountain was covered by the thunder. The earthly immortal is called the all-knowing true Lord, who is both a yang god. The 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, and a point of true yang turns the whole body into yin. He can travel under the sunlight. Wherever he travels, he can know, so he is called the all-knowing true Lord. 1,000 miles around is within the perception of the earthly immortals. The damage caused by the earthly immortals' hands and feet is comparable to natural disasters. The area of the heavenly punishment trial field is not limited to the stone arena, but the entire Yaohuai mountain, with a radius of 10,000 miles, is divided into the trial field. All the places covered by pure white are the world of the trial field. Forest and wilderness, phantom. Su Yan, bathed in endless lightning, slowly propped up his body and raised the sacrificial knife. The blood-red spiral barrier spread out violently, dispersing the lightning around him. Su Yan held the knife in his left hand and raised his hand to make a seal. Stars of yellow-brown water droplets appeared behind him. 1 drop of corrupt juice floated in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan crushed it directly into a fierce land-water tornado, roaring and biting at the 6-eyed lightning. Bang! The 6-eyed lightning star's eyes condensed, and the longbow in his hand cut through the 10,000 tons of water like a sword blade. His body broke through in front of Su Yan in an instant, and he punched Su Yan's jaw with great force. Retreat! Although Su Yan's eyes could not capture the lightning, he could still see the movement trajectory of the 6-eyed lightning in his spiritual perception. His body rushed ahead of his brain, and he leaned back and kicked the 6-eyed lightning in the crotch. What a pity! The god standing on the foothold outside the field saw the fight between Su Yan and the 6-eyed lightning, clapped his hands fiercely, and a look of regret appeared on his cheeks. It was just a little bit short. The corrosive water tornado condensed by Su Yan was actually a move taught by the gods. Of course, the gods did not teach Su Yan to create water splashes there. It was just the external manifestation of the method of using the water. The invisible water is better than the visible. All things in the world can be transformed into living beings. When the water is invisible, it can actually accommodate all rivers and support emotions. For example, the resentment and anger of living beings drowning in the water will be deposited in the pool where they drowned. This is why some pools of water can be exposed to sunlight but emit a chilling chill, and drinkers may even fall ill. These pools of water that carry negative emotions of living beings are truly evil water. As long as Su Yan can make good use of the evil water and drive the spirituality and malice of the living beings inside, he can show a stronger and more vicious water nature. The regret of the gods before was that Su Yan's cultivation was not up to par, and the evil water he used was broken by the six-eyed lightning with one force and cut open with one sword. If the spell was more skillful, he could have gnawed a piece of meat from the six-eyed lightning just now, but the opportunity was missed. Seeing Su Yan's mistakes in the battle, the gods' emotions fluctuated more than Su Yan's, and the degree of heartache was no less than bankruptcy on the spot. Ha! Fighting and retreating for more than 10 miles. Su Yan's head hammer hit the head of the six-eyed lightning fiercely. Where the two came into contact, bursts of magic power collided and created void ripples, separating the two who were fighting together. Su Yan leaned back and rode on the water flow to retreat 2 miles away from the original place in an instant. Seeing Su Yan escape from the war zone, the six-eyed lightning did not chase him directly, but slowly raised his azure arms and opened his palms, letting the pair of pure white brass knuckles on the knuckles fall to the ground. Ding dang. The brass knuckles fell to the ground with a crisp sound and turned into a lightning and disappeared. Hiss. Su Yan fell to the ground, took a breath, raised his hand to touch the painful part of his chest, and when his hand touched it, Su Yan realized that his robes had been smashed to pieces by the heavy punches of the six-eyed lightning in the close combat just now, and there were black charred marks of varying degrees on his chest, cheeks, and waist. I said why it hurt so much. Su Yan grabbed the collar and tore off the robes that had long lost their spiritual power and had no protective function. Looking at the six-eyed lightning who raised his arms and was summoning. This thing is a bit scary. Although it didn't use any earth-destroying Taoist magic, there was no flaw in its body. The weapon in its hand could also change in an instant and become a weapon that was beneficial to itself. If it was just like this, Su Yan would not find the six-eyed lightning scary. However, its real shamelessness was that it seemed to have endless magic power and could ignore the side effects of any magic, such as escape. Before the transformation, any cultivator who used any escape technique would be seriously injured and dying. Or even worse, it could lead to a regression in the realm of cultivation. However, the negative effects of these magics could not affect the six-eyed lightning at all. When Su Yan punched it hard, it could even disperse part of its body, directly making Su Yan's punch miss, and use the reunited body to bind Su Yan's limbs and punch back. If Su Yan were asked to describe the six-eyed lightning, the word that Su Yan could imagine was omnipotent. Under the same cultivation level, Su Yan now holds the sacrificial knife, has the blood of the nine-tailed fox, and has an amazing amount of mana reserves in his body, which drives the Dragon Clan's ability to control water. When he raises his hands and feet, there is a vast ocean. He even adds the Taoist method taught by the gods, and supports the double barrier and heavy attack taught by Bai Zhe. When facing the six-eyed lightning, Su Yan felt that he could not take advantage at all. If it were an ordinary cultivator here, he would be torn into pieces in front of everyone when the six-eyed lightning appeared. If that's the case, then I can't hide my cards and methods anymore. Su Yan took a deep breath and threw the sacrificial knife in his hand behind him. 6 fox tails grew out, one of which wrapped around the sacrificial knife, and the other wrapped around the divine whip thrown by Su Yan from the storage ring. The handle of the sacrificial knife spread out blood vessels, piercing into Su Yan's tail to complete the alienation, and the other fox tails spread out black and red blood vessels, tightly combining the divine whip and Su Yan into one. Su Yan held the red jade hairpin sword, and the sacrificial knife that had been integrated into Su Yan's body into a short knife, injected all the majestic spiritual power into Su Yan's body, and the power of millions of spirit stones began to burst out with terrifying power. On the pure white crystallized land, streams of 8 evil yellow springs water emerged from Su Yan's feet. At this critical moment, the sword spirit in the sacrificial sword no longer hides its secrets and helps Su Yan overcome this difficulty. A sudden bunch of small white flowers grow from the ends of Su Yan's long hair. Ah! When the Su family ancestors, Tushan ancestors, and Qingqiu Shuangjie, who were originally watching and looked a little worried, saw the white flowers, they all let out a light exclamation at the same time, and their cheeks showed a look of surprise. It's really the seed of the nine-tailed fox. Seeing this, the Moon Rabbit tribe leader's face was solemn, and suddenly became a little strange, looking at the Qingqiu Shuangjie beside him. Chapter 572 Fox's Heavy Punch, Method to Return to the Mother's Womb. He is really a fox. The Moon Rabbit clan leader looked at the two heroes of Qingqiu with a strange expression. When they learned about Su Yan's existence, the country of Qingqiu was in chaos. They all resisted Su Yan, the little nine-tailed Jizi with dragon blood. Many foxes even raised their flags and said they would find trouble with the North Sea Dragon clan, asking the Black Dragon King to take care of his real dragons that were in heat everywhere and not to throw their reproductive organs to the next room. Although due to some subsequent small intelligence, the nine-tailed foxes were controlled by the Black Dragon King, and no fox in Qingqiu dared to point fingers at Su Yan's existence. But there were still some unhappy voices, thinking that the appearance of the little nine-tailed Jizi was to pollute the blood of the Fox clan. However, now some Fox clan members think that Su Yan, who polluted the blood of the nine-tailed fox, has grown a little flower. These little flowers are not part of the Fox family's internal magical skills, but flow in the blood, belonging to the nine-tailed fox god ancestor's power symbol. Even if there are not many people in the Fox family who master this power, there are not many. The Fox family, who can awaken the little flowers, is basically equivalent to holding the immortal grass in their hands. The power of the nine-tailed fox god ancestor is too strong, so that his power can still spread through the blood, allowing his blood to awaken the power of the same origin as himself. In the Fox family, awakening the little flowers does not mean mastering the invincible power in the world, but only represents potential. However, the Fox family, who can obtain the little flowers, is equivalent to obtaining the blood certification of the nine-tailed fox god ancestor. Well, those who pollute the blood now obtain the blood purity certification of the ancestors. Your Fox family is lively, and in the trial field of heavenly punishment. Su Yan did not notice that buds of various colors grew on the ends of his hair, nor did he notice that vines grew from the flesh of his spine, spreading along his chest to his limbs and head. The only feeling Su Yan had now was that the surrounding landscape was so clear, and the distance between spaces seemed to be reached with one step. His whole body was unobstructed, and even the thoughts that were shrouded in haze by the six-eyed lightning were also unobstructed. Su Yan held the awakened red jade hairpin sword and took a step according to his thoughts. The water of the Eight Evils yellow spring flowing on the ground moved, and really sent Su Yan directly to the six-eyed lightning. Su Yan was stunned by this. The six-eyed lightning's body shape changed drastically at this moment, for arms suddenly grew on his back. The four arms stretched out like lightning to clamp Su Yan, and the short knives on the remaining two arms stabbed Su Yan's heart back to back, and he was about to cut Su Yan in half. Ding ding ding. The two short knives with the power to pierce mountains and break seas pierced the green vine armor. The emerald green armor withered and died in a large area, just tautly clinging to Su Yan's skin. But Su Yan was unharmed. On the contrary, the two short knives of six-eyed lightning broke inch by inch as the force of its stabbing increased. Seeing this, six-eyed lightning changed his tactics instantly, and his arms turned into fists to strike out with a thunderous impact, acting on Su Yan's body. Roar. Su Yan, whose face was covered by the mask, opened the withered vine armor that looked like a fox's head, bit six-eyed lightning's shoulder, tore off a piece of its body, and swallowed it into his armor. The six-eyed lightning released the four arms that were holding Su Yan, and turned into lightning and fled to a safe area. The six vertical pupils looked at Su Yan and blinked, as if thinking about something. What is this? When the god saw something he didn't know, he didn't pretend to know it. When he saw something he expected, he immediately looked at the Su ancestor, who seemed to know something on the pillar beside him. Where you are, thorns grow, and it's called immortality. The Su ancestor looked at the god, and slowly said something that seemed to be incomprehensible. But this sentence was used to describe the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox god. Wherever the nine-tailed fox god went, thorns symbolizing the desert grew everywhere, and life and death were completely confused. In the world where yin and yang were confused and life and death were reversed, he was immortal. After being severely hit by the six-eyed lightning, the vine armor on Su Yan's body began to die and completely withered. The withering of the death vine armor meant that yin and yang and life and death were about to reverse. In plain words, before Su Yan's body is completely consumed. The special ability of the undead armor is that after it is completely withered, it can withstand all attacks and further strengthen the user's physique. The stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger the undead armor's amplification. There is no so-called upper limit. The only way to crack it is to destroy Su Yan and the armor together. The undead armor is neither metaphysical nor in line with the common sense of the 5 elements yin and yang. It belongs to the theory of rebellious yin and yang and the 5 elements. But the undead armor is like this. It is the power that the fox family retains in their blood. A blessing from the nine-tailed fox godman, ancestor to his descendants. It is most commonly awakened in the heavenly tribulation. But not all fox family members can have it. The joys and sorrows of the turbid world. Step on the clutch. Su Yan looked at the long sword in the hand of the six-eyed thunder light, and felt the gaze of the Su ancestor and the Su empress dowager. The red jade hairpin sword was so excited that it absorbed Su Yan's spiritual power crazily. And a black nine-tailed phantom appeared behind Su Yan. The shadow of the nine-tailed fox burst out with a female moan. And the endless darkness dyed the pure white ground black. One by one, the evil spirits exuding murderous aura stretched out their arms from the shadows. Countless arms combined together to form an arm with a single eye, and slapped the six-eyed lightning. The six-eyed lightning stood quietly in place, without choosing to escape or resist. It had no ability to move at all now. An invisible force that only existed in concepts imprisoned it. The six-eyed lightning, which had no thoughts and no ruthlessness, had thoughts in its heart, and stood still in place, looking at the pitch-black palm that was slapping itself. Rebirth. Rebirth. Boom boom boom. The pitch-black palm slapped down, and the pitch-black abyss suddenly appeared at the place where it landed, hitting the six-eyed lightning into it. The bloody evil spirits stretched out their hands and scratched the six-eyed lightning in the abyss. One by one, the lightning was torn off from the six-eyed lightning by the hungry evil spirits, and every bit was swallowed up, leaving no residue. Tick-tick. The dark, blood-red abyss disappeared, and a black box appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground with a crisp sound, attracting the attention of the whole audience. Hack me. Hack me. Hack me. The gods outside the field stared with wide eyes, yelling in disbelief, looking at the six-eyed lightning in the black box, curled up, soaking in the black water, closing their eyes, and falling into a deep sleep. Screaming, the six-eyed lightning was sent back to the mother's womb. What a weird way of Taoism. The pitch-black palm slapped down, and the resentful spirits in the bloody abyss tore the six-eyed lightning into pieces. But the matter was not over yet. The bloody abyss pieced the remains of the six-eyed lightning back together to make an embryo, and placed it in an environment similar to the placenta, waiting to be hatched again. The gods had never seen such a weird way of Taoism that could send people back to the womb with one move. The nickname of the Wuxing Emperor was the Holy Mother of nurturing all spirits and 10 directions. The word nurturing was not symbolic. The word nurturing was in the physical sense. The evil way of the Wuxing Emperor shocked the gods. Chapter 573, Observe the Way of Heaven. Follow the action of heaven. Six-eyed lightning was beaten back to the womb. The god of Yahweh Mountain was shocked. He looked at the six-eyed lightning embryo in the black transparent box, stared at the new operation he had never heard of, and was speechless. Although the nine-tailed fox undead armor has an effect against the sky, it still conforms to the god's understanding of the world. But the means of the Emperor Wuxing are hard to describe. He really slapped the enemy back to the womb with one palm, leaving him no chance to resist or break free. With every move, there will be no more comebacks in the world. And there is no such thing as being invincible. It will only make me stronger. Once I fail, all the past events in the world will disappear like smoke and wind, and I will never turn over again. Compared with the god of heaven who stared in shock, the entire fox family and the moon rabbit clan leaders fell into a strange silence. They knew too well the horror of the Mother of Education, and were even reluctant to recall the past disasters. The Mother of Education attacked Qingqiu to seek a way to live a new life. But Qingqiu did not have the Taoism that conformed to the Mother of Education. The Mother of Education's methods were not limited to this. The real horror of her Taoism was that the embryos that were being nurtured in the black boxes could grow back to their peak quickly as long as the Mother of Education wanted. And they would become the loyal slaves of the Mother of Education for eternity. Her cruelty and inhumanity were among the best in the Nightmare Town sect in the world of cultivation. As a result, in the more than 2,000 years since she disappeared, no good or evil cultivators mentioned the radical and crazy Mother of Education. The cultivators who knew the truth also silently concealed the whereabouts of the Mother of Education and all spirits. and watched Princess Xia Yu ascend the throne to become a patriotic emperor. No creature wanted to tear off her mask and face the mother of education, who had once used all means to achieve her goals, and even faintly lost control and hysterical. The red jade hairpin sword was probably a secret trace of the former madman left in the world. The highest standard of the heavenly tribulation trial ended in a way that made all living beings stunned, completely unaware and unable to recognize. 6 eyes of the laws of heaven and earth ran out from the edge of the black box in a rather funny way, looking a little embarrassed and hurriedly running towards the lightless layer in the sky. No matter how you look at it, you can feel a great panic. Back to the mother's womb? Su Yin looked astonished, looking at the red jade hairpin sword in his hand that was emitting a dark light, and then looked at the black shadow sitting on the high platform behind him, with 9 tails on his back and a distinct feminine figure, and the thing like withered vines covering his arm. Your obscene sword is so outrageous? Su Yin complained with disbelief on his face. This time, it was the first time that Su Yin used all his strength to drive the red jade hairpin sword to fight the enemy. Millions of spirit stones were all melted into the sacrificial knife, and he combined with the sacrificial knife to burst out the strongest form in power. Under such a powerful blessing, the red jade hairpin sword showed its heyday. Before the red jade hairpin sword turned into a magic weapon, it was just a hairpin given by Emperor Xia Yu to the eldest princess. The materials and craftsmanship were top-notch among jewelry, but it was still inferior to those genuine spirit weapons and magic weapons. The reason why the red jade hairpin sword could become a magic weapon was not only because it drank the blood of the ancient descendants, but more likely because it was influenced by the eldest princess and inherited the Tao method that the eldest princess had comprehended in the Nightmare Town Taoism. After the princess became emperor, she did not put the red jade hairpin sword aside or give it away casually. Instead, she listed it as a national treasure and put it in the exhibition hall as an exhibit. It can be seen that Emperor Wuxing still attaches importance to the red jade hairpin sword in a certain sense. I almost beat Elder Tao Hong of the weapons sect back to her mother's womb. Su Yin put down the red jade hairpin sword, and suddenly a sense of fear arose in his heart. The first time he used the red jade hairpin sword to fight with all his strength was when he fought against Elder Tao Hong of the weapons sect. At that time, he had already condensed a fox shadow and was about to activate the special ability of the red jade hairpin sword as a magic sword. If Tao Hong had not felt that Su Yin's strength was good enough, she would have taken the initiative to announce that Su Yin had won the trial. Su Yin did not dare to imagine what kind of chaos would be triggered next. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Su Yin was amazed at the power of the red jade hairpin sword and was almost stabbed to death by his fellow Taoist, the 6 light pillars on the stone arena collapsed, and the pure white double-ring pupils below gradually dissipated into light dust. Su Yin seemed to have a feeling, and subconsciously raised his head to look at the lightless layer in the sky. He saw the one-eyed man disappearing in the void crack. In Su Yin's body, the 3 ghost incarnations of Empress Dowager Su also took action immediately. One of them held the back of a fox's neck and pushed the 3 demons onto Su Yin's shoulders, so that the 3 demons also went to watch the one-eyed man disappearing in the lightless layer in the sky. The 4 foxes looked up at the sky together, and the pupils in their eyes seemed to be stimulated by something, and gradually expanded uncontrollably. The azure pupils were covered with a layer of black and stood there. Su Yin felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he completely lost all consciousness and fell to the ground. It seemed that a large number of pictures and texts appeared in his mind, running from his left ear to his mind, and then running out of his right ear without any stop. On the originally quiet lake, Su Yin seemed to hear a whispering voice beside his ear. Some were expressing their unwillingness to lose the war, and some were scolding the cruelty of the gods. The deeper voices were filled with resentment for the injustice of heaven and earth. Su Yin slowly opened his eyes and stopped on the surface of the lake pool without waves. He did not use any magic power or activate any magical power. He was like an ordinary creature, but he could lie quietly on the water, with a layer of pure white light dust floating around him. They were merging into Su Yin's body in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Su Yin sat up in silence, with his hands on the lake without white crystals. The power of his soul, which was upgraded from spiritual consciousness to divine consciousness, expanded outward, and the bustling sounds were transmitted into his mind through divine consciousness. The voices in Su Yin's mind were not the normal conversations of living beings, but thoughts, or the resentment placed under the water. None of the voices inside were kind, and all of them were chattering about the thoughts of the dying heart. Su Yin seemed to have a little understanding of why the gods were dissatisfied with their residents, why they disliked and even hated the appearance of the Nightmare Town. and pointed to the small Yaoqi of Yaohai Mountain, and said it was a pool of evil water. The land of the small Yaoqi was buried with a large number of creatures who died suddenly. They died unclearly. And when the sky darkened and brightened again, they were all dead. It could be the aftermath of the immortal's magic. Or it could be a sacrifice that had been planned long ago. Su Yan didn't know this. He only knew that his mind was full of thoughts carried by the current, which kept pouring into his head, so that the lake where Su Yan sat, which was originally clear and transparent, turned into evil water after Su Yan's influence. And his thoughts were trying to break free. Hold your breath and concentrate, and gather all the power of the consciousness that has expanded outward back into the sea of consciousness. Ruan Nu's figure slowly walked out of the void, raised her hand, and said to Su Yan, who was bowing his head, "The creation of heaven and earth. People have their own destiny to die. You are just a member of the living beings, struggling on the earth. What position do you have to hold the heaven's way, and be sad for the spring and autumn?" After the trial, Su Yan's body and soul were undergoing strange transformations. What I couldn't see before, I saw now. There is no secret where the divine consciousness reaches. He came and knew all the grudges, hatred and malice that had existed on the land and lake here for tens of millions of years. His spiritual power, which was already unstable to begin with, was affected by that malice and unconsciously manifested the evil thoughts stored in this lake. Chapter 570 for the Skywatching Thief. Little Fox. When Su Yan was about to lose control, the Su clan patriarch also fell from the pillar and fled to the lake where Su Yan was. But Ruan Nu arrived at Su Yan's location one step earlier than the Su clan patriarch. "How do you feel now?" the Su clan patriarch asked. And asked how Su Yan, whose eyes had returned to a clear state, was feeling now. "I feel a little strange." Su Yan looked at the Su clan patriarch and slowly raised his hand. A ball of water floated onto Su Yan's fair arm, and the clear and transparent water flowed around the palm of his hand, and suddenly turned into a yellow-brown color, with a faint viscous texture. But after the water flow bypassed the back of Su Yan's hand, it turned into an orange-gold color, as bright as the sun, but with a metallic texture. A ball of clear water turned into various colored water flows under Su Yan's hand. This is a very wonderful feeling. Su Yan himself does not understand how he did it. He just feels the water flowing into his hands. He knows it, and can change its shape and characteristics with his mind. A ball of water, in Su Yan's hand, turned into starlight divine water, sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and the 8 evils yellow spring that Su Yan needs to use with the help of the sacrificial knife. Has your mortal body already been shed? Seeing the means displayed by Su Yan, an old ancestor of the Su family showed a trace of surprise on his cheek and said, "Just after passing the heavenly tribulation of the fusion period, you have completed the transformation of the mortal world that other cultivators can only pass after hundreds of years of hard work. In the first stage of the heavenly tribulation of the fusion period, the tribulation is passed normally. After the tribulation is completely passed, the spiritual consciousness is transformed into divine thoughts. In this way, you can start to transform the mortal world. That is, to make your body closer to the nature of heaven and earth, so that your body can bear more huge power. In this way, the inner alchemy cultivator can enter the stage of awakening his own innate magical powers. In the stage of transformation, if you do not provoke the heavenly tribulation and let the power of the heavenly tribulation trial increase, it usually takes 100 to 300 years for the cultivator to complete the accumulation. If you survive the heavenly tribulation with increased power, it will take about 2 to 30 years to successfully complete the accumulation and begin to awaken the magical power. Although you can consume spirit stones to speed up here, the speed of increase is not actually fast. The speed of transformation is closely related to the cultivator's own divine power. This is the way to observe the sky. And it is also a thief. Senior Ruan Nu leaned against Su Yan and sat down slowly. She yawned for a long time, and a strong smell of alcohol accompanied her breath, almost making Su Yan faint. The Tao and the thief are actually people who have deliberately misunderstood the meaning of this sentence, deliberately confusing the theft of the thief with the Tao of the law. The way to observe the sky in the fusion stage of the inner alchemy method should actually be the thief of observing the sky. The power you have now comes from you and your 2 stones of repairing the sky. The power stolen from the hands of the laws of heaven and earth. Senior Ruan Nu began to popularize science for Su Yan, then leaned on Su Yan with her head tilted back and fell into a deep sleep. The so-called heart-seeking demon in the cultivation world has another name in Ruan Nu's mouth, Stone of Repairing the Sky. The power that Su Yan possesses now, to put it in elegant terms, is the result of observing the laws of heaven and earth and comprehending them on his own. To put it bluntly, all the so-called innate magical powers of the inner alchemy cultivators that awaken their true self are actually powers stolen from the laws of heaven and earth. This is true for all inner alchemy practitioners. The essence of the heavenly tribulation trial is not a trial. The real adjective should be eliminated. Surviving from a life or death situation can get feedback from the laws of heaven and earth. And the sky-watching thief is the feedback obtained by the fusion stage practitioners, refining the power stolen by the sky-watching thief into the innate magical power of the self, thus constructing the universe, interfering with the operation of the world based on the universe, and continuing to improve oneself and completely transcending reincarnation, and keeping pace with Yu Chao is the end of the inner alchemy practitioners. 2 days pass slowly. Su Yin has gradually gotten used to his unfamiliar body. He is different from other inner alchemy practitioners. There is no such thing as a mortal transformation, because Su Yan's potential and talent shone in the heavenly punishment trial field, and the feat of putting the six-eyed lightning back into the mother's womb let Su Yan directly jump from a cultivator who just entered the fusion stage to the realm of completing the mortal transformation and awakening the innate magical power of the self. In Su Yan's eyes, not only himself, but also the world has become somewhat strange. Without deliberately suppressing the power of his spiritual consciousness, Su Yin can hear a lot of bad words from the water flow, and what they say are some dying mutterings. Most of them are complaining about grievances, or cursing the enemies who killed them, and there is no information that is worth paying attention to, unless Su Yin has a clear goal in his heart and knows what he wants. He may be able to eliminate the mutterings through his spiritual consciousness and obtain some information he wants. In 2 days, Su Yin not only familiarized himself with his unfamiliar body, but also waited in front of Senior Rui Nu for her to sober up. Come here, Fox. One day, Su Yin just walked out of Senior Rui Nu's dormitory, and saw Senior Tianxin, who looked at him with a sly look on his face and hooked his finger. I'll give you a good thing. What's the matter? Separated by half of the Yaoqi, Su Yin can still clearly see Senior Tianxin, as well as the Moon Rabbit clan leader who was sitting next to Senior Tianxin, flipping through books related to fairyland spirit plants, and the 4 fox ancestors who were leaning against the guardrail and whispering to each other. Do me a favor and send her back to her mother's womb. Later, all the fairy crystals on the Taoist will be yours. After thinking hard, Tianxin did not understand Su Yan's method of returning to his mother's womb, and Su Yan himself actually did not know that all his great power came from an extremely evil magic weapon. Although the gods could not know what kind of crazy person was who could comprehend such a heaven-defying way, it did not prevent the gods from thinking it was useful. Once they encountered the people of Nightmare Town that they hated and challenged them, the gods would directly send a message to Su Yan and ask him to fight for the tribe. After the trial of heavenly punishment, the gods looked at Su Yan with fear and respect, fearing that Su Yan would suddenly go crazy and slap them back to their mother's womb, making their Taoism completely useless. Boom boom. Su Yan just agreed to the gods, and suddenly felt a resistance behind him, pulling him and forcibly taking him to the floating city. At this moment, Su Yan's floating city ferry boat made a low hum, slowly floated up from the mountains and forests, and unfolded a layer of energy barrier to continue moving north. Hey! Su Yan was stunned when he saw this, and slowly turned his head to look at the dormitory of Senior Rui Nu on the 2nd floor of the floating city. Senior Rui Nu stood in front of the window of the dormitory, frowning and looking at the gods sitting cross-legged on the terrace. Oh! I'm being treated with hostility. The god noticed Rui Nu's gaze on him, but he didn't react, just watching the ferry boat go away. Old cow. Ziying Taoist, who had been missing for a while to recuperate, drove the centipede monster out of the ground, looked at the god sitting cross-legged on the terrace, and shouted loudly, I will accept your alchemy furnace without hesitation. There was a fairy gate pillar spit out from the mouth of Ziying Taoist under the centipede monster, which was still covered with acid and the secretions of hundreds of white furnaces of the centipede monster. The god of heaven's eyes twitched, and he looked at the 4 ancestors of the fox family and said, Are you short of immortal crystals? If you can beat that thing, the immortal crystal gate pillar will be your trophy. The god of heaven believed in Bai Zai's vision in choosing his successor, and he did not hesitate to let Su Yan be the finale. But when it was the turn of the fox family's ancestors, the god of heaven did not send his clansmen out to fight, but chose to invite the fox family to lead the charge for him. In this way, even if they lost, he could be the finale and hold down the centipede monster's head and beat it, so as not to really lose the alchemy furnace warhammer that he was used to. Ah! The Fox family was full of surprise, not quite understanding why the God of Heaven gave them an advantage for free. Chapter 575 Kunlun Mountain. Gods are guys who like to be lively. But the grand events in the gods' cognition are definitely a disaster for the weak and young children. The floating city drove towards the north. Ruinu in the dormitory walked to the U-shaped building guardrail, looked at Su Yin who was pulled back by her, and said, "That guy only needs to believe half of it. Deep belief will easily cause bloodshed. For the war maniac, the grand event he expected must be full of the sound of metal and iron, and the scene of blood flowing into rivers with bright red and hot blood splashing everywhere. However, due to the flood of Nightmare Town people in large areas, there are no decent large countries at present, and naturally it is impossible for the large-scale iron and blood to be intertwined as expected by the gods." Ruinu was not saying bad things about the gods. The gods' cultivation of Su Yin was naturally sincere, but whether Su Yin could bear it was another matter. "Senior, why do I feel that you seem to have reservations about being Taoist?" Su Yin looked up at Senior Ruan, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke out the doubts that had been buried in his heart. Being Taoist appeared twice. At first, Ruan didn't say anything, but showed some disgust and disdain on her face, and the God of Heaven also had the same expression on his face. Therefore, Su Yin didn't think about it at all, but just felt that the big figures in the fairy world had a natural disgust for the people of Yinjin. However, the second time Being Taoist appeared, Senior Ron led him away without saying a word, and from the direction and expression of the God of Heaven's face on the terrace, it was obvious that the God of Heaven was looking at someone at that time, and Senior Ron was the only one on the ferry boat besides himself. Scruples? I have no scruples. If I really have to say scruples, I should be worried about the existence behind Being Taoist. Being Taoist may become a witch. If he is really killed on Yohui Mountain, then it can attract the attention of the ruler of Yudu Mountain. The God of Heaven obviously doesn't care about these things. But you are different. Ruinu walked down the stairs, took off her coat, and fell into the swimming pool. Most of her body was soaked in the pool. She continued to speak. "You have a mission entrusted by Bai Zhe. Before completing Bai Zhe's commission, it is very important not to have too deep intersections with the people of Yinjin." "The ruler of Yudu Mountain? Nether. Nyang Nyang?" Su Yin asked cautiously. "The ruler of Yudu Mountain. Judging from the place name and honorific title, it is obvious that he belongs to the netherworld. Therefore," Su Yin asked cautiously, wanting to gossip whether the ruler of Yudu Mountain is the eldest sister of Senior Ruinu, the first one born among the 10 gods of Noah. "The ruler of Yudu Mountain is Tu Bo, who is also the most important member of the Nether Goddess." Senior Ruinu told Su Yin some things. There are actually divisions within the netherworld. For example, the Nether Goddess is the one who rules the netherworld, and she has a large number of immortal witches selected from the fairy world under her command. The meaning of an immortal witch is very simple. In plain words, it is a sacrificial item that will not die. And another area of the netherworld is called the Netherworld World. Its ruler is Tu Bo, who is also one of the most common netherworld executors seen by people in the fairy world. It will keep a close eye on the witches, but will not intervene in their actions. If there is a being that can kill the witch, it will be noticed by Tu Bo. Witches are strong people selected by the netherworld. If a creature can kill a witch, then this person has proved from the side that he is stronger than the witch and has the potential to become an immortal witch. He may be persecuted by the netherworld executors headed by Tu Bo. These things are not really a secret in the eyes of the creatures in the sky area. But in the large area, only those who can enter and exit the sky area freely know about it. Ruinu did not choose to tell Su Yin these things at the beginning, because in Ruinu's view, the holy spirits have chosen to let go and watch the creatures go their own way, and they will take care of their own tribe and the lives of believers, facing a world that has been completely divided, as if separated by yin and yang. How long can Su Yin hold on? When the creatures have become accustomed to obtaining the power of splitting rocks and crossing the sea in 1 year, the power of opening mountains and filling the sea in 10 years, and the power of flying freely in the sky in 100 years. You want them to go back to the time when they could get the power in 10 years, after 3 years of hard training, and 10 years of laying the foundation. They will not think that you are saving them, but will think that you are persecuting them. In such a chaotic world, Su Yin may not even be able to get all the power of Bai Zhe, and may choose to follow him back to Tianji Star. It doesn't matter whether he talks about the things related to the netherworld or not. But Ruinu saw that Su Yin had not given up and still chose to collect Bai Zhe's inheritance. So she also told Su Yin about the information related to the netherworld. "Little fox, come here." Ruinu came out of the swimming pool and lay back on the animal skin lounge chair where she had been sitting before. She waved to Su Yin, motioning him to sit next to her, and said, "Next, we are going to Kunlun Lingshan to find another friend who keeps by Zay's power. He may not be so easy to talk to. Or, he needs to see something real and emotional." Kunlun Lingshan? When Su Yin heard about Kunlun Lingshan, his whole fox spirit suddenly became energetic. His eyes glowed, and his little fox tail stretched out and began to shake. Kunlun Lingshan is known as the best of all mountains. It was once the place ruled by the Queen Mother of the West, and it can also be said to be the place where the nine-tailed foxes prospered. Now, for Su Yin, going to Kunlun Lingshan is no less than going to the place he wanted to go the most when he was traveling, but couldn't go because of financial constraints. The story of Kunlun Lingshan is legendary. When Su Yin was young, he always looked forward to bedtime stories the most. You know, Fox Mom loves to tell those stories. It is a gift from heaven for young Su Yin to hear such a peaceful and warm story before going to bed. Naturally, he has a high degree of favorability towards the legendary Kunlun Mountain. All the ghost stories told by Fox Mom are real events. And Fox Mom can also use spiritual power to condense and pinch pictures for Su Yin to see. Su Yin can even dream of the people of Nightmare Town chasing and licking him in his dreams. After Ruinu explained the matter to Su Yin, she took out the wine pot and poured it into her mouth. Wanting to return to the sleeping world of drunkenness and dreaming, Su Yin ran to the control room of the floating city, set a new route according to the path told by Senior Ruinu, and flew straight to Kunlun Mountain. Go practice. After doing all this, Su Yin ran to the swimming pool and entered a state of meditation. He immersed his mind into his body and began to learn how to master the power flowing in the blood of the nine-tailed fox, and how to use the power of the cultivator in the fusion stage. Now that he has become a terrestrial immortal, his previous combat experience and habits are obviously outdated. Su Yin needs to update his experience in using power. In addition, Su Yin also needs to seriously pick up the music course, because Senior Ruinu said in detail that if you want to obtain the next Baizé power, you need to use the knowledge of music to play a qualified music. That's right. The half-drunk Ruinu sat up, her eyes slightly blurred, and said, "Your cultivation has improved. You should be able to take out the Baizé power from my body through the method of dual cultivation. Right? Chapter 576. You wait. I'll break the bell for you." Who? On the immortal boat heading to Lingshan, Su Yin spread his spiritual power, absorbed the spiritual power of the world for his own use, and turned it into the power of water to try to stimulate the power of the nine-tailed fox in his bloodline. A trace of spiritual power reversed in the sky around him. Pop! A small white flower emerged from the top of Su Yin's head, swaying left and right with the wind around him, and did not stimulate the emerald green vines as before. Seeing this, Su Yin suddenly had 3 black lines on his cheeks, raised his hand, and picked the small white flower on his head. Puff! The girl who had just sobered up saw a small flower emerging from Su Yin's head and a basket of white flowers behind him. She couldn't help but chuckled, and then turned around and didn't continue to stimulate the little fox full of resentment. At the beginning of the month, Ruinu had a sudden inspiration and proposed to Su Yin to try to take out the inheritance of Baizé. After a short time of lovemaking, the two still did not gain anything. At that time, Ruinu pondered inside, there is still a little lack of feeling in lovemaking. The premise of entering the dual cultivation state is that both of them need to reach an opportunity. The so-called opportunity here does not mean reaching the top, but that the thoughts of both of them need to be synchronized. If they cannot match, they naturally cannot enter the dual cultivation state of soul fusion. But the little fox seemed to have misunderstood something, and ran away from the seat with a frustrated face. Although Ruinu knew the cause and effect, she did not say anything when she saw Su Yin practicing so hard. "Senior is awake?" Hearing the movement behind him, Su Yin turned around with a smile and said, "We are now about 3 days away from Kunlun Lingshan. Recently, I have also collected some snacks to go with wine," Su Yin said, putting all the white flowers in the basket behind him into a porcelain plate and sent it to Ruinu. The little white flower was a feature that appeared briefly on Su Yin's body before the undead armor was activated. But naturally, there was no follow-up after the undead armor failed to activate. At that time, Su Yin thought that these little white flowers were the creation of spiritual power. So he tried to eat them to see if they could be used to restore mana. As a result, the little white flower tasted quite crisp and was extremely suitable for making cold dishes. But it was slightly poisonous. "Are we almost at Lingshan?" Ruinu picked up a little white flower from the plate and put it directly into her mouth. She chewed it slightly to taste the flavor, chuckled, shook her head and sighed. The dreamlike fairyland of the past should have been completely hollowed out now. Right? Hollowed out? Su Yan was a little confused when he heard this. But after the ferry boat crossed a snowy mountain plateau, he finally understood what Senior Ruanu meant by hollowing out. Su Yan stood at the bow of the floating city, looking at the northwest of the fairyland, the dreamlike Yaochi Tianju fairyland, which was once ruled by the Queen Mother of the West. Looking through the thin clouds, black water flowed on the desolate and boundless land, and pits of varying sizes and depths were scattered all over the desolate land. There was even a layer of salt and alkali on the muddy land, and only a very small number of plants could grow on the saline alkali land. In the legend of Queen Mother of the West, above Kunlun Su, the ancestor of all mountains in the Queen Mother of the West's palace, there is a huge mountain range whose size no one knows. From west to south, you can see snow-capped mountains, glaciers and volcanic landforms. Its highest peak, Tianju Mountain, is even as high as the sky. But now Su Yan looked at it, and saw that the entire northwest region had turned into a saline plain. There was not a single hill protruding from the ground, not to mention Tianju Mountain, which was said to be as high as the sky, and the extremely huge mountain range. There were countless pits on the ground, and the gray-white salt covered the land, which was the scenery of Kunlun Mountain. Since the disappearance of Queen Mother of the West, they pulled up the temple of Queen Mother of the West and the sacred mountain and moved it to the sky. Without the cover of the sacred mountain, the gold, silver and spiritual stone deposits were exposed in the land, attracting countless creatures to dig here. In the end, the creatures dug into the weak water river underground, and countless creatures were buried here. At the bottom of Kunlun Mountain, there is a dark river, which is the weak water river in the legend that even a feather cannot float and cannot be crossed. Queen Mother of the West suppressed it with the sacred mountain, so that the black weak water could no longer gush out, and would not pose any threat to the creatures in the western part of the original fairyland. However, as Kunlun's sacred mountain was removed, the suppression effect disappeared immediately. After thousands of years of digging for treasures, the weak water river reappeared. A black torrent took away all the creatures, and the western part of the fairyland became a dead end. The characteristic of weak water is silence. Nothing can float on the water surface, not even in the air. Simply passing by will directly fall into the weak water river, and the creatures that fall into the weak water river cannot struggle to get out. The final outcome is to sink to the bottom of the water and become part of the river bottom. The guy who dug away Kunlun's sacred mountain should have done it on purpose. Right? When he dug away the sacred mountain, he erected a monument on the ground, telling the creatures that there was an evil water river underground, hoping that the creatures would not covet temporary wealth. Ruanu shook her head and said, he could dig away the sacred mountain that suppressed the weak water river. Obviously, the guy who dug away the sacred mountain would not care about those trivial matters. Su Yan was quite disappointed to see such a scene. While controlling the floating city to Lingshan, he also paid attention to avoiding all the pits on the ground. The weak water river erupted and submerged the land that Queen Mother of the West once ruled, and took away all the creatures on the land. Although the time is long, it does not mean that the weak water river has disappeared. The weak water still exists, but now it flows back into the mine. As the tide comes, it will still cover a small part of the western region. The immortal boat must avoid all the pits and lakes that appear in black when operating here. If Queen Mother of the West sees this scene, I'm afraid she might just burst into action and kill people. As he got closer and closer to the destination, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Queen Mother of the West, who likes to hold banquets, likes beauty, and is keen on teasing beautiful creatures, woke up and found that her home was gone. Even the land was dug up, and the beautiful creatures living around her were also dead. If it were Su Yan, he would be furious. Not to mention the Queen Mother of the West, who was in charge of plague and execution. Although he didn't know which Holy Spirit had committed the sin, he would definitely die straight. One day, I will definitely shake your egg yolk evenly. Su Yan was also very angry about this. If everything in Kunlun Lingshan was intact, he would at least be able to get a large piece of good land. Not to mention living next to the Queen Mother, who was the most beautiful in the world. At least he could live next to the hall where the Queen Mother of the West held the 10,000 Immortals banquet, singing and laughing every day. As a result, the super first tier and first ring luxury mansion has become a barren wilderness. Who wouldn't be angry? We're here. Rond looked at Su Yan and said something, then raised her hand and pointed to an abandoned mine in the wasteland. The colorful lights in the mine flickered, And if you listen carefully, you could hear the sounds of different musical instruments. Are we here yet? What we're looking for is before arriving at the destination. Su Yin showed all his suppressed curiosity and asked which senior lived in the mine. Lingluan. And Yuer. Chapter 577. Lingluan rings the bell. Yuer lights the lamp. Ding-ling-a-ling. Su Yin fell from the ferry boat. The closer he got to the ground in the mine, the clearer the sound of music became. He saw something strange in the center of the mine. There were two giant snakes entangled and coiled together, like the genetic spiral chain Su Yin had seen in his previous life. The mouths of the two big snakes emitted colorful lights. The two snake heads entangled and loosened with the sound of music in the mine, and shone the colorful divine lights in their mouths everywhere in the mine, just like a lamp ball. A young man, who was radiating light, was lying on the shabby roof, dancing with his legs crossed, listening to music and eating spiritual fruits leisurely. When he saw Ron and Su Yin slowly descending to the bottom of the mine, he sat up suddenly. A smile appeared on his cheeks, raised his hand and greeted. It's been a long time since I saw you, Sister Su Nu. Would you like to play a song with your 50-string zither? Yuer. When Ron saw the young man on the roof, she gently greeted him and said, It's been a long time since I saw you, but I'm not here for music today. After greeting Yuer, Ron looked at Su Yin and introduced him. He is your god, a god who once controlled a part of the sacred mountains and glaciers and rivers. What kind of god is it? Even the mountains and rivers have been dug up. Now I am just a villager in the mountains. I can't be called a god. You can just call me Yuer like Sister Su Nu. Your god's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and his eyes swept over Su Yin. After confirming Su Yan's bloodline, he spoke kindly and greeted Su Yin. It's rare to see the bloodline of his old neighbor, and your god is in a very good mood at the moment. The bloodline of the nine-tailed fox has been born, and the old fox is estimated to be awake now. Right. Boy, did you say when you will come back to hack that old sheep? The old sheep mentioned by Yuer is actually the god with a human face and a sheep body who dug up Kunlun Lingshan. When the Queen Mother of the West was there, the evildoers and villains around did not dare to say a word. Seeing who calling him the eldest brother, the Queen Mother of the West disappeared, and the land was dug up by others. Yuer said that he was not angry, but he was not a strong man among the gods and did not have the power to take back his family. Let's not talk about those things today. Things related to the Hu family will be discussed later. I will bring him to find Lingluan. Ruinu greeted Yuer and led Su Yin to continue walking towards the ring mine road. He saw a human girl sitting in the middle of the black water pool at the bottom of the mine, wearing a green chest-length dress, holding a bell hammer in her right hand and her left hand on the zither, playing music alone. The person Su Yin needed to find this time was not an ancient tribe or a divine beast bred by heaven and earth. Lingluan was a human woman, a divine person from the clan tribe, one of the two major branches of the human race. Lingluan slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand, pressed on the strings of the zither to stop the sound, and after the lingering sound of the chimes died down, he slowly said, Lingluan greets the great Emperor Joyo. I wonder why you are here. Hearing Lingluan's soft and crisp female voice, Su Yin looked at Senior Ron with a strange expression. The great Emperor Joyo? Lingluan called Senior like this. No matter how you interpret it, it seems very unfamiliar. Are the two of them just nodding acquaintances? Su Yin muttered secretly in his heart. I'll take him to get by Zay's things. Ruinu raised her hand and patted Su Yin on the back, pushing him forward and telling him the purpose of her visit. Yu Ershin, who followed closely behind with a poisonous snake on his shoulders, flew back to the roof of the small shabby house as soon as he heard what Ruinu said. He quickly lifted up the broken wooden board on the roof to cover his body. Yu Ershin seemed to be avoiding something. Lingluan was slightly startled when he heard this. He looked back and forth between Su Yin and Ruinu, and shook his head and said, Sir, if you do this, it is very likely that you will provoke your elder sister, Lady Jiao Tianxian Nu, and the punishment for you at that time may not be house arrest. Everything is a foregone conclusion, so why not forget the past? I am happy to be free and at ease, but Bai Zhe wants to do more, and this little guy is also serious, so I just accompany him on a trip. Ruinu sighed and said, Everything is done to the best of my ability. The success or failure of the matter has nothing to do with me. Sister, she probably won't do anything. Lingluan shifted his gaze when he heard this, looked at Su Yin and said, From your expression, you don't know much about the matter of the Nine Nether Emperor? Lingluan. Ruinu spoke. and called out with a heavier tone, obviously indicating that she should say less. It's not important. Sorry. Ling Luan made a slip of the tongue. Lian Luan stood up from the center of the pool, walked out of the weak water through the power of space, and said, since the Emperor said it's okay, Ling Luan will not interfere. I do have a part of Bai Zai's power, but that power is inherited by Ling Luan from the Emperor's legacy. I need to see your heart, so that I can confirm whether I can entrust the power to you. Bai Zai's power will eventually belong to Bai Zai, and this development is fair and just. As a robber, I don't care whether you are Bai Zai's descendant or not, nor do I care whether Bai Zai has told you anything. The power here was entrusted to me by the Emperor before his death, and I have the power to control it. Although Ling Luan's voice was gentle and crisp, her words were full of rejection. Obviously, she did not want to hand over Bai Zai's power to Su Yin. That power did belong to Bai Zai, but Bai Zai's power was no longer limited to Bai Zai. Bai Zai plays a very important role in the changes of heaven and earth, and Ruinu led Su Yin here to take away Bai Zai's power, which obviously caused trouble for the Netherworld. This may cause dissatisfaction to Jiao Tianxian Nu, and Jiao Yusu Nu may also be punished for it. Therefore, Ling Luan refused to hand over the inheritance, even if Jiao Yusu Nu asked her to do so in person. Senior, please slow down for a while. Su Yin saw Ling Luan coming towards him, and immediately asked Ling Luan to suspend the trial, then pulled Ruinu's arm, and quickly left the edge of the pool in the mine. Su Yin pulled Ruinu back to the hut, and Yu Erishan jumped down in a hurry and flew behind Ling Luan, fearing that his ears would hear some secrets, which would lead to Jiao Tianxian Nu coming and giving him a beating. Senior, Su Yin looked at Ron with a serious face and asked, I think you may have something to tell me, or I may have something to report to Senior Bai Zai when I return to the cultivation world. There is no need to bother you so much about what you want to know. It's nothing more than the inheritance relationship between my elder sister Jiao Tianxian Nu and Bai Zai. Right? Indeed. As you have heard, Jiao Tianxian Nu is the current queen of the Netherworld. Ruan said. Chapter 578 Heaven and Earth are fair. It's not about the elder sister, but you. Su Yin interrupted the words of the elder sister Ruinu, and asked her solemnly, regarding the elder sister Ruinu, the former Jiao Tianxian Nu, and now the leader of the Netherworld. Su Yin naturally wanted to know about the deeds of the Netherworld goddess, but he was more concerned about what Ling Luan had just said. The great saint mother of the 9 Netherworlds Su Yin Yuan Nu, one of the original clans of the human race, is currently under the punishment of the 9 Heaven Xian Nu. If she dares to participate in or interfere with the actions of the Netherworld, she may encounter more severe or even dangerous punishment. In the fairy world, the word dangerous is basically equivalent to ordinary cultivators going through the heavenly tribulation, which is a life or death situation, according to what Su Yin has seen and heard so far. My, what can happen to me? It's just that Ling Luan said it was serious. Ruan spoke slowly, waving her hand to signal Su Yin not to care about Ling Luan's words. Ling Luan used to be a senior official of the country. He used words and sentences to exaggerate. Things are not that exaggerated. Okay. Su Yin looked at Ruan with suspicion, nodded doubtfully, and said, then I will ask Senior Ling Luan what the situation is. She should be very willing to tell me the whole story in detail. Pa at the moment Su Yin turned around. Senior Ruan raised her hand and patted Su Yin on the shoulder, pinched him, sighed lightly, and said, forget it. As Su Yin's understanding of the fairy world deepened, and he became aware of the things around him, he naturally had some confusion in his heart that he had never felt before. Choosing to stand with Bai Zai, it is obvious that Su Yin will look for answers to the questions. But Ruinu did not expect that Su Yin would use her as a breakthrough point to seek answers to the confusion in his heart. Moreover, she was really threatened, whether she chose to return to the cultivation world to find Bai Zai, or to find Ling Luan. Su Yin could get their answers to his questions on the premise of giving up Bai Zai's power. Let's talk on the immortal boat. Enviro opened a space door and led Su Yin back to the immortal boat. She casually set up a band to block all possibilities of prying eyes. She sat on the chair, took out the snail wine pot and said, before I answer your confusion, I reiterate that Ling Luan's words are exaggerated. My elder sister will not do anything to me. At most, I will be locked up in the woodshed from house arrest. And the doubts in your heart now, and all the reasonable and unreasonable phenomena and customs in the large area you see now are actually closely related to that person. Yu Chao in our mouths, and the Lord of Heaven in your mouths. Heavenly Tao? Hearing the word Heavenly Tao, Su Yin was slightly stunned and looked puzzled. The word heavenly Tao is not uncommon. The so-called heavenly Tao is the rules and principles of all things. All the natural evolutions in the world can be summarized in the meaning of the word heavenly Tao. Su Yan's education in the world of cultivation defines the way of heaven, or the laws of heaven and earth, as impartial. No matter how noble a creature is, in the eyes of the way of heaven, its value is the same as that of an ant in the grass. The meaning of the way of heaven is the impartial, ruthless and willless law. The laws of heaven and earth want the world to become ruined? Ruinu did not explain Su Yan's confusion, but raised her hand to pinch Su Yan's mouth and said, "Everything actually starts from before we were born. One day, Yu Chao found my mother, Queen Hua, and told her that the world was too desolate and deserted. Hoping that Queen Hua could help accelerate the evolution of the rules of the world to perfection. Queen Hua pondered for a long time, and used herself as an experimental subject to produce Nua's intestines, and used Nua's intestines as a prototype to enlighten the human race. However, after seeing the human race, Yu Chao did not speak or mention the desolation of the world again. Queen Hua felt that Yu Chao was dissatisfied, so she thought that the creatures she enlightened were imperfect. So she was ready to complete the human race through acquired means, and create a special substance called the Stone of Heaven repairing. However, Yu Chao tried to stop Queen Hua. Only, let everything take its course. No one knew what it was thinking until one day. A long time later, Yu Chao found Ying Long, Jiutian Xuannu, me, Fo Ho, and Bai Zhe, and asked us to help a human genius in a tactful way to help him overcome the initial difficulties. We gathered relatives and friends to come up with strategies to assist him and his country. You should also know him. His name is Huangdi. Ruinu looked at Su Yan and introduced, Jiutian Xuannu taught martial arts. I created a dual cultivation method to make the originally boring cultivation method interesting. Fo Ho taught him to deploy troops and formations. Ying Long ran directly to Huangdi to eat and drink. And once Huangdi was in danger, he would kick those who made trouble to death. Under the teachings of our masters, his cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds. And Bai Zhe used his innate magical power to help him turn into a holy spirit in the end. The matter has come to an end. We got to know each other with Huangdi as the sinner. Although the matter has come to an end, our friendship has not ended. We often gather in the wilderness palace to study music and discuss world affairs. It's so free and easy. Su Yan listened with a stunned look on his face, and slowly said, according to the predecessors, the ancestor Ying Long and the predecessor Jiutian Xuannu should be very good. Then why do the dragons keep saying that Jiutian Xuannu killed and attacked the ancestor Ying Long, causing the 4 dragon gods to attack the gods and people under Xuannu and himself? Ruinu was silent for a while and said, Ying Long's death is indeed related to Jiutian Xuannu. But we haven't talked about it yet. Continue the topic just now. We were originally in the wilderness. The palace was happy and carefree for a long time. Until one day Huangdi came with a heavy face and told us that Yu Chao had found him and Yindi and hoped that they would start a war that would sweep the world. Huangdi found us and told us that we chose to find Yu Chao to ask for an explanation. But this time, Yu Chao actually expected that he would order the Hongming Guardian to get rid of us and completely disrupt the world with our death, and set off a great war between heaven and earth. In fact, we were all deceived. The Hongming Guardian was my eldest sister, 9 Heaven's mysterious lady. Except for me, all the others either died or lived a life worse than death. Therefore, the Dragon Clan, my eldest sister and the Phoenix triggered the prelude to the great war between heaven and earth. And 9 Heaven's mysterious lady used this opportunity to fake her death and escape, turning into the netherworld. The world was in complete chaos. The human race established its first country, and the largest family name also collapsed. The nightmare sect began to spread across the land. A large number of tribes disappeared in the chaos of heaven and earth. But the human race relied on its strong reproductive power and cultivation talent to become stronger and stronger. At this time, we finally understood that Yu Chao was not dissatisfied with the human race. Nor did it stop the queen from carrying out the sky repairing plan because it hated the human race. It was very satisfied with the human race. And it did not need the queen's so-called sky repairing plan to eliminate the random mutation of the human race. At the end of the chaos of heaven and earth, some tribes disappeared completely. And the powerful tribes also suffered heavy losses. At this time, the earth-breaking connection with the sky also began quietly, and the original fairy world completely collapsed. Ruinu suddenly laughed and said, the rationality and irrationality in the fairy world at present are all derived from Yu Chao's deliberate guidance. Every day, countless unnatural deaths occur on the earth. Everything is just that Yu Chao feels that the divine beasts born by heaven and earth have low reproduction efficiency and consume too much resources in the growth process. Therefore, he decided to let the divine beasts of heaven and earth withdraw from the stage and replace them with some with low resource consumption and fast reproduction to deepen the evolution of the law. You may think that the reason why the Holy Spirits are indifferent to everything in the greater region is that they are normal and friendly. And they are all under house arrest like me. The remaining hypocrites and flatterers either pretend to be kind and maintain the status quo so that they can appear as Tianyi, or they try their best to please Yu Chao, or they have the guardian of Hongming, the netherworld, and they are unscrupulously helping the tyrants to do evil on the earth. And they also call it letting the creatures in the greater region know the cruelty of the world. However, those hypocrites and flatterers don't know. The Holy Spirits did not really die in the battle between heaven and earth, but were scattered into the lost world by Yochu's scheme. They are just like the people in the wilderness palace, and they are just sacrifices in Yochu's scheme. Ruinu said indifferently, as the time limit of the Jedi Tiantong is reached, all the tribes will have completed their self-cultivation and rest, and the final screening envisioned by Yu Chao will also begin. All creatures that are not beneficial to the evolution of the rules of the world will eventually be eliminated in the most ruthless and fair way. The existence of the netherworld was specially built by Yu Chao to accelerate this process. Chapter 579 Senior. Why do you know so much? Master Tian Dao is quite considerate. He knows how to organize regional competitions so that everyone won't die in a group, and all living beings won't have their brains beaten into dog brains. Su Yin sat cross-legged by the swimming pool, silent for a long time to digest the past events that Senior Ron had said, and secretly complained in his heart. But at this moment, Su Yin felt cold, just like when he first met the Emperor Wuxing. But this time the coldness he experienced was more creepy and more terrifying. Although he had never seen Yu Chao, Su Yin still had the image of Yu Chao in his mind, just like a canopy covering the sky. Countless pairs of indifferent eyes watching everything in the world, and dark long arms gently fiddling with the interwoven silk threads within the canopy. The truth behind the battle of all races. It turned out that it was just a preliminary selection organized by Yu Chao. The Jedi Tianong formation in the cultivation world was not a formation that gradually became ineffective over time, but the cultivation world had now reached a stage peak and was qualified to participate. The reason for selecting living beings was that they felt that the divine beasts born by heaven and earth took up a lot of resources and had a slow reproduction rate that was not conducive to the evolution of rules. So they were ready to eliminate the living beings that could not survive the second battle of all races. It didn't matter who was eliminated. Yu Chao just eliminated those who could not adapt. Whoever was not suitable would be eliminated. The intensity of the second round of the battle between heaven and earth will definitely be far greater than the first round. By then, only 1 in 10 creatures in the fairy world or other lost worlds will survive. Ruinu said lightly, it doesn't care at all, because there is the human race to back up the law of evolution. The human race can be said to be a perfect magic weapon. When the realm is low, the speed of cultivation can be said to be extremely fast. When the realm is improved, the speed is so slow that it needs various methods to stimulate. The tribes of divine beasts are different. As long as they can obtain enough resources, the speed of cultivation is slow, but it basically maintains a uniform speed. After reaching the average level of their own tribe, they need to rely on individual efforts. After experiencing failure, Bai Zhe has now realized something. Ruinu looked at Su Yin, shook her head, picked up the wine pot, and took a big sip. She didn't want to recall the past that she couldn't bear to look back on. The starting point of all the turmoil was that the Queen of Hua enlightened Yu Chao to obtain the species that he wanted to obtain. Through Huangdi, Yendi, and Shiyu, he confirmed the possibility of human evolution, which led to the subsequent chaos between heaven and earth and the event of the connection between heaven and earth. No Holy Spirit could have expected this. And some Holy Spirits even became pushers and pushed themselves to destruction. Therefore, Ruinu was actually very pessimistic, not only because of the house arrest, but also because she knew that Yu Chao was personally pushing it behind the scenes. How could a person born and raised by heaven compete with the heaven and earth that gave birth to him? The significance of Su Yan's coming to the fairyland was not to compete with Yu Chao. But Bai Zhe was ready to fight for some survival probability for all races, so as not to be extinct. What he himself could not do, he naturally would not expect Su Yan to do, and forcibly entrusted those unrealistic ambitions to the younger generation. This is also the reason why the pessimistic Ruinu could help Su Yan at the risk of being imprisoned by Jiao Tian Xiannu. Although the outcome cannot be changed, reaching out can change the possibility of some ethnic groups being completely extinct. Su Yan manifested a little fox form, jumped directly from the edge of the swimming pool to Ron's legs, turned around, coiled into a ball, and made a nest on the senior's legs. It's not to the point where you need comfort. After so many years, you can't bear it. Let's talk about it here, and don't say anything outside. Some things are not the more you know, the more profound you know. On the contrary, you may be involved in the chessboard of some people because of some knowledge you don't have. Ron raised her hand, put it on Su Yan's little head and scratched it gently, and said the summary to end the topic. Senior, your elder sister, when she found out that you were naughty, would she really not beat you? There is no need to worry about those things. Ron did not answer Su Yan's question directly. Su Yan really didn't need to worry about her safety, because Noah's intestines are now protons that coerce Giotian Xian Nu. Then, Senior, since the original dual cultivation method in the world was created by you, I would like to ask, do you have any secret techniques to increase fertility? You want to use it on me? You are so ambitious. Senior Ron laughed and teased the little fox. Su Yan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. He really just wanted to ask the Lord of the Night about the secret method of giving birth. Empress Dowager Su still closed the door to him and seemed to be seriously injured. The Lord of the Night was a little anxious. It's not impossible. But, Senior, I am worried that you don't have that much ability. Some words suppressed in the heart were said by confiding and complaining to others. Ron was in a very good mood now. She picked up the little fox, put it on her abdomen, pinched its chin and teased it. A white soft thing jumped around in front of her, and knew to act cute to comfort people. Senior Ron felt that the experience was not bad. Su Yan's head was deeply trapped in the crack of the white furnace. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. The drunken Senior Ron seemed to pop. Ron kissed Su Yan on the head. Su Yan raised his head and his azure eyes met the brown pupils of Senior Ron that were slightly blurred due to drunkenness. Speaking of which, although the human race's dual cultivation method is a Taoist method created by me personally, most of the content is changed through medical Taoism. Little fox, are you interested in discussing the difference between the demon race and the human race with the senior? Is it the fox's tongue long, or the alley is deep? In a sense, Senior Ron is the one with the most split personality among all the seniors Su Yan has ever met. She is the great emperor of Jiuyo Suyin Yuan Nu Xingmu, one of the ancestors of the human race. But as long as Senior Ron gets excited, the obscene words she says, and her open mind directly make the little fox stunned. It is totally unimaginable that the great emperor Jiuyo Suna can say such shameful words. Senior, the little fox has a good figure. The next day, the little fox poked its head out of Senior Ron's bellyband, tucked its tail between its legs, and jumped into the swimming pool. Half of its head was in the pool, looking at Senior Ron on the sofa. Ron's top was gone, and she was only covered by a bellyband. Her long two-piece skirt became loose, and she smelled of alcohol. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After last night's experience, Su Yan could only say that he was just a brick, and he could be moved wherever he was needed. Senior Ron had a peaceful smile on her face, and she stuffed herself directly into her clothes, encouraging herself to explore. And she would not pursue anything she could not do. The little fox blushed and sank to the bottom of the water. When she came out again, she held a basin in her hand, which contained many white towels and hot water. She squatted beside the seat and gently wiped the skin for Senior Ron. Senior Ron. It should be said that all cultivators above the heaven realm have a passive ability called self-cleaning and dust-free. No matter how dirty and messy the environment is, they are all immortal. And yesterday, Senior Ron let the little fox know that the passive ability can actually be turned off, in order to let the little fox's nasal cavity be filled with her own fragrance to increase the atmosphere. Ron turned off the passive ability to increase the experience of the two in the interaction. Then Ron was completely drunk and didn't care about anything else at all. After Su Yan finished the work, he also jumped down from the floating city and looked at the pool at the bottom of the mine. The reorganization is complete. I, Su, am here to inherit Senior Baize's legacy. Chapter 580 Xingtian. Sister Linglun, that little guy is here. You, who was sitting in the mine pit, lighting up and listening to music, was startled when she saw Su Yan jumping out of the floating city. She quickly looked at the bottom of the mine pit and called out. Your shout echoed in the mine pit, affecting the melody and completely interrupting Lingluan's playing of the zither. Lingluan opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of anger. He looked sideways at Su Yan, who was running down the stairs at the edge of the mine pit and running towards him. He shook his head gently and said, After not seeing you for a day, I believe that the Emperor should have told you something specifically. In this case, do you still choose to get the inheritance from me? Yes. I still choose to. Su Yan, who was running wildly on the stairs around the mine pit and falling to the bottom of the mine pit, answered with a serious face. The mine pit is now Lingluan's cave. Su Yan did not fall directly from the sky carelessly. He ran from top to bottom along the mining road around the mine pit in an orderly manner. In that case, then please. Lingluan stood up and walked outside the black water pond to the end of the steps at the bottom of the mine, slowly raised his hand, pointed to the zither on the island in the middle of the black water pond, and said, "Try to touch the strings of the zither. It can express emotions better than speaking or making promises. Just play a song?" Su Yan, who came to Lingluan's side, looked at Lingluan and asked. Lingluan rolled his eyes imperceptibly. "The zither is a tool for communicating with me. When you can get on the island, we will talk about other things." For the sake of the Nine Nether Su new emperor, Lingluan did not embarrass Su Yan or directly drive Su Yan out of his territory. But Lingluan asked Su Yan to answer some questions, and the props used to answer the questions were placed by Lingluan on the isolated island of the lake surrounded by weak water. Su Yan needed to use his own wisdom or strength to get on the island and sit in front of the zither before Lingluan would ask questions. If Su Yan couldn't even cross the weak water river, Lingluan felt that there was nothing worth asking next. After Lingluan said that, his figure disappeared from the mine, leaving Su Yan alone at the bottom of the mine. Weak water river? Su Yan walked to the front of the black river, half crouched and prepared to stretch out his arm to communicate with the lake in front of him. But Urshan's voice sounded here, and he said loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, fox boy. The source of the weak water at the bottom of the pit comes from the black abyss. But it is not as simple as ordinary weak water. Even if an immortal touches it, his flesh will rot." Urshan jumped off the roof and fell to the bottom of the pit. He looked at Su Yan, who walked to the side of the weak water, and said, "The weak water flowing out of the black abyss is even pure and weak, and has a toxicity hundreds of times stronger than ordinary weak water. Even if I fall into the Xiantian Gui water, I will lose a body of flesh. The black abyss weak water is also called Xiantian Gui water. It has an extremely strong toxicity. In addition to having the characteristics of goose feathers, not being able to float, and reed flowers sinking to the bottom, its toxic effect is similar to the sunlight divine water, which can wear away the essence, blood, bones and flesh. It consumes the essence and causes the flesh to rot, and eventually it attaches to the bone marrow and travels all over the body. The weak water suppressed by the Queen Mother of the West in the past was the innate Guishui flowing out of the black abyss. You can't cross the weak water of the black abyss unless you can get the power of the old fox. It's useless to think about crossing the river." Urshan ran to Su Yan's side, smiling and saying, "You didn't tell me what I asked you yesterday. Your nine-tailed fox has shown up. When will the old fox and the Queen Mother of the West come back? I can't wait to give that old sheep a good beating." "The ancestor of the nine-tailed fox god? The ancestor is gone, and we haven't found the Queen Mother of the West yet." Facing Urshan's question, Su Yan didn't know his background very well, so he answered nonsense. "The ancestor of the nine-tailed fox god is indeed gone. He was snatched away by Senior by Zay and divided into many pieces and hidden in the world of cultivation. The Queen Mother of the West's cave is in Chongming Bird. But before Chongming fully recovers his strength, according to the Queen Mother of the West's intention, he should not be awakened. So, strictly speaking, the Queen Mother of the West has not been found yet." "Ah?" Urshan took a breath and said in surprise, "The immortal fox died? How is it possible? The immortal medicine given by the Queen was fake?" "I don't know either." Su Yan looked at Urshan and asked, "By the way, Senior, does this weak water lake in front of us have a bottom?" "There is a bottom here, but it's very deep. The bottom is an abandoned mine. I'm afraid the accumulated water inside can't be drained by digging." When Urshan heard Su Yan ask if the black water pool had a bottom, he immediately realized how Su Yan was going to cross the river, and shook his head to dissuade him from giving up. This is only the halfway point of the mine pit. There is another mine cave below. It is not impossible to remove all the water by digging. It's just that Urshan is worried that Su Yan may dig up the Xiantian Guishui fountain if he digs everywhere. At that time, the Xiantian Guishui here has not been solved, but the black water from other areas will be diverted here. Don't be too lively. The simplest and most brutal way to cross the river is to find some wutu. Use it to build a short wooden bridge and run over quickly. Anyway, Sister Lingluan will definitely pull you back after asking questions." Ur spoke casually, and gave Su Yan a bad idea. because the width of the black water pond is limited. If Wutu is used, it can temporarily resist the sinking characteristics of the weak water in a short distance of a few meters, so that Su Yin can run over with the help of the short moment of the existence of Wutu. Let's not talk about the weak water. Let's talk about the old fox first. Just as Su Yin was scratching his head and thinking about how to cross the weak water river in front of him, the giant cracked the ground in the southernmost area of the Duquang wilderness. The Qingqing giant who collided with Su Yin in the gap of space and arrived in the fairyland one after the other, wielding a single-edged axe in his hand and slashing at the 1,000-meter-high mountain. Every blow hit a formation, and the mountain and the underground foundation were like a pin, and they were forcibly moved hundreds of miles on the ground, leaving a gully like an abyss. Crack. The Qingqing giant, who had been here for more than a long time, finally split the formation covering the mountain. With one axe, he directly split the entire mountain in half. A lot of soil turned red due to friction and heat. The mountain completely collapsed, and the Qingqing giant suddenly jumped up and jumped to the center of the mountain. There was a tomb in the center of the mountain, in which lay the body of a giant with a twisted body. The Qingqing giant's figure fell suddenly, stepped on the crystal coffin, and smashed the coffin with the shield in his hand. His breasts were red, and his eyes were fierce. A red crack appeared on his abdomen and mouth, revealing a big mouth with a slender tongue and sharp teeth. Caw! The Qingqing giant lifted up the giant's body, opened its belly button, bit the arm of the body, and began to slowly devour the giant's body. By devouring the drought god Quafu, the Zhili giant should be able to recover to his former strength. A dark, transparent tiger with a bull's head and sharp horns on its forehead walked out of the shadow of the land, looked at the giant, who was gnawing at the former drought god Quafu, and said, "According to the order of the Ghost Emperor of Nether City, the giant Xingtian is ordered to go to Kunlun Mountain to kill all the living." The ghost roared at Xingtian and read out the order issued by Tubo.